incredibly weird.
How's it going, guys? Good to see you all.
Got you. Chris. Yeah,
I like your PFP,
nice.
dude.
Thank you. The Guatemalan bird, Quetzal.
But I had to go over the 24/7 for a second. That was very strange. I was muted because I wrote something in a YouTube live stream comment on Kiwi's show, and she didn't like. Shit. And I was so confused when she asked, "What about the hurtful things you said in chat in the live stream?" I'm like, no idea what you were talking about, lady. Turns out it was a YouTube video. So interesting.
Well, like I said, she has a good memory.
Right. So I got muted in here for having a personal opinion in the middle of a live stream of a show that has nothing to do with. Well, not that the show was reviewing a debate from someone that's usually in here, but it was just kind of strange.
"2025 is a year for clarity, dude. If anything, we're only holding each other to task on what we say.
I just said I didn't think Indio did a good job on his debate that Quantum Eraser was reviewing, and I was literally not the only person with that opinion.
Well, maybe you're just one of the first ones. Maybe you're not the first one she's been able to have that conversation with. I don't know, dude. Like, we're all, it's not as if anybody's trying to berate anyone here. And yes, we're all a little bit emotional about the stuff that's going down because, once we were all friends and now it's all going a bit freaking weird, dude. So, like,
it has gotten real fragmented.
Yeah.
Ever since the holidays, really, it's been a complete nightmare of like different little clans attacking each other and shit. Not clans, maybe little factions of flat earthers. It's gotten really strange.
Hey, I just heard what you said in the live stream. What part didn't I do good with?
Just in general.
No, I'm serious. What like? I mean, that don't tell me anything. I can take criticism, buddy. It's not really an issue. I want to know like what the
whole thing when it came because see, and you know how Kiwi does his videos. Because the little thing that they're reviewing.
I'm asking for your opinion. I don't care about what Kiwi.
Well, yeah, but I got to try to even remember. At the time, I wasn't really too impressed, but nobody really was. It's just the whole science Ackerman thing. The ponytail guy you were debating, went on this whole weird diatribe about stuff, and then it was all complete nonsense. And then you just said, "Yeah, I agree with everything you just say," and it just wasn't.
I didn't agree with what
everyone
you said.
does that. Well, I mean, you did though. You said you did.
What did I agree with?
I would have to go back and rewatch it. It was just something I was listening to, and went, I don't even remember what the top. It was. You know what? It was. Hold on. It was the part right before. I think he asked you to list proof, and you said, "What did you say? Something like reflections on the salt flats or something." It was probably 10
Symmetry of the reflection on the salt flats. Why?
Yeah.
What about it?
Well, no, I'm just saying that's as far as I got into it. But the little. And plus, dude, and to be fair, the other guy never shut up either. So it was kind of a jumbled mess. Like every time you were talking, he was mumbling the entire time. But I don't know. I mean, so what? Like, I've debated people and gone back and cringe.
Well, so check this out.
Yeah, of course.
If you think about the debate in its totality, right, of how it started and where it ended up, right? So it started as he wants to bring up this neutrino experiment, which I told him no one's going to understand. So I don't want to talk about it because no one's going to understand it.
Right.
And it turns out he don't understand it because I started asking him details. And if you remember, he said, well, I don't really know the details of it.
which is what
I don't
every
either.
PhD does. They
Okay, now
deflect.
think about it. His evidence, he doesn't really know the details of it. And he's saying,
Yeah.
I don't know anything for certain. I don't know what else. The dude basically conceded that he's fucking empty-headed and confused. And it just
What did
ended
he
up in an
say about
argument.
truth? He said something. He said something about
He doesn't
absolute.
believe in truth. He doesn't believe there's any
Yeah,
such
that's
thing. that they-
retarded. That's retarded too.
Yeah.
Because either
Well,
something
I mean-
is true or it's not. It either is or it isn't.
Well, I agree with that, but he didn't.
Yeah.
And he kept trying to
Oh, he's a
redefine
moron.
words and say not he has other definitions of what knowledge is, and that he only has a confidence in things, right? But the main point is his evidence was the neutrinos, and he didn't know how it worked, so he couldn't even tell you with any detail. He was trying to read ChatGPT during the debate. Okay, but he couldn't Google faster than I could ask questions. Okay, so that being what it is, the evidence I presented was the symmetry, the reflections, and oblivion salt flats. He did something to the image, and it's like, oh, they don't line up. We don't know what he did, but he didn't. He tried to line them up like horizontally or something. Because when El Barica, after it, actually just flipped the image, they lined up perfectly. I still got the images. So he basically tried to pull a fast one and say, hey, it's not symmetrical. They don't line up. But he flipped them horizontally and not vertically. You understand? Just to flip it vertically.
Yeah, that's not
So the
surprising.
top becomes the bottom and the bottom becomes the top. He flipped it horizontally.
Right.
So
And then split it to the
disingenuous.
right.
I don't even know if we
the
got
left.
that far into it.
All
though.
I'm saying is, if you think about the evidence he presented, he didn't know anything about. When he had to contend with my evidence, he couldn't even evaluate it properly. And as far as just knowing anything in general, he said, I can't prove anything exists. And I don't believe there is such thing as absolute truth. And I asked him, if you remember right at the beginning, I said, so why should we follow you to confusion? Why should we follow you anywhere? Like, why are you here? What are you trying to convince us of? To be confused? So you're trying to convince us that we should also say we don't know anything? I don't understand, like,
Right.
given the circumstances and his rhetorical devices, what I could have done better. You got to remember, it wasn't moderated. It wasn't well, DJ was moderating, but it wasn't really
Oh, I
a
was gonna say, I
moderated
thought
debate.
DJ
Nobody was muting each other.
Yeah.
And I couldn't, like, there's no way to, like, keep the arguments focused and, stay on topic, basically, instead of going down all these rabbit holes. It's
Oh, that's on
easy
DJ.
from the bench to say, hey, you could have done better. But at the time, in the moment, based upon what the things he was saying, he was being wishy-washy. He was trying to keep one foot on black, one foot on white at all times so that he could never be wrong.
Yeah. Like I said, it was 5 days ago. I was listening to it on the live stream while I was doing other crap. But the thing is, like, it wasn't just me. I mean, everybody was kind of in agreement that it wasn't good from either side. And it happens. Brian's Logic went on a modern day debate and debated McToon, and he did an absolute shit show job. And usually I like him, but I mean, everyone has stinkers. It could get better. I think we've only covered the first, 25 minutes.
Well, I wouldn't call this... Dude, he lost the debate in the first 3 minutes. In case you weren't paying attention. No, he lost in the first 3 minutes when he said, I don't know anything.
Oh, was that when he said that? Was it that early? Like, I don't even remember
Within
the
the first 3
neutrinos
minutes,
thing.
he said, I don't know anything. I don't believe in truth. Then why should you listen to him about anything?
Wait, was this aired yesterday or was this aired on Saturday?
This happened like 3 weeks ago.
Yesterday, I think. Well, right. Yeah, but Huey was his 2 live streams, the last 2 that he's done for a good bit.
Oh.
I think kicked off with those. I forgot there was one on yesterday, but I was in and out of it. I was real busy. I couldn't really super listen to it.
He conceded that nothing he said can be taken as true because he doesn't believe in truth.
Yeah, because he said that truth is not absolute or something.
And he said, I only go by what's probable and what I have give a high credence. okay, which is completely subjective. Basically, his opinion about what the evidence is and how he feels about it personally is what he considers quote unquote true, which is not truth. It's just his subjective opinion. So basically, it's like him
Yeah.
saying, my favorite color is red. What are we supposed to argue? Am I supposed to argue with that? Oh, no, dude, your favorite color, that's not red. It's not red. Right? If he believes
Yeah, right.
something and he doesn't believe it's true, fine. If he says, hey, I don't know it's true, that's fine. He can believe whatever the fuck he wants. I don't care. But for the rest of the audience,
Well, you don't believe in
said
something that you
doesn't
think is
know
not true,
anything.
though. That doesn't make sense.
he says he doesn't know anything. So what's the point of him even debating? Should you debate things that you don't know are true or not?
Oh, absolutely not. Well,
Well,
things
that's
that
what
are
he was
true
doing.
and
Like I said, the debate, he
like-
lost the debate in the first 3 minutes to anybody paying attention.
I mean, but you don't really debate objective things, though. If
Yeah,
something's
yeah, you do.
objective and fact, you can't really debate it. Well, my favorite color is red. We can't have a debate about that.
Exactly.
I know for a fact.
Exactly. So when he
Yeah, right, but
says,
yeah, so you
I don't know the Earth's the globe, I just believe it. What are we arguing
did he
about?
say
What he
that?
believes?
Oh,
You understand?
If I
You
listen,
understand what I'm saying now? We're arguing about what
If
he
I-
believes, not what he knows.
if I listened to that debate and someone said, "Oh, I don't know truth for sure," I'd just roll my eyes and think, "You're a bad debater. I'm not gonna take your words very seriously."
Yeah, he was the dude. I mean, he's a PhD. He has a PhD in mathematical physics, and his argument evolved to, "You can't prove I have hands." Okay.
just to what the girl said, you can be an excellent debater and have a track record of 101, but that one time you're back. You know, I mean, Tom Brady got smoked in the playoffs a couple times. And then sometimes if you're a shitty debater, you'll get lucky and win one. Just debates are hard, man.
Well,
There's
we
a lot
have
of
a
pressure.
we have a difference of opinion. The debate was over in the beginning. If you go watch it, go listen to the first 5 minutes. The debate was over in 5 minutes. It was over.
I'm just curious.
He doesn't know anything. And I said, why should we listen to you then? If someone says, I don't actually know what I'm saying, and I go, then why should we listen to you? And he doesn't give any answer to why we should listen to his lack of knowledge. It's over. What's the point of him debating?
I totally agree. I agree, bro.
What's the point of him debating, Bax's Wax?
I
If
agree.
He doesn't know
I
what he's
agree.
talking about.
That's when I went and
Yeah,
put
yeah,
the kettle on.
exactly, bro. Indu, you're
What am I supposed to do?
100%
Keep
correct, bro.
arguing with him? Let's argue with him more about what he don't know.
But you end up continuing with it because it turns out to be it's like a 2-hour thing, and then like you guys talk for like an hour at least, right?
I think the total time is like 2 hours. My part is something like an hour and 15
And
minutes.
then there was like questions from the
intermediate
audience
period.
after or something.
It's like an hour and 15 minutes, including like the intermediate period. I think I can look at it up real quick.
Well, just yeah, but I mean, like I was saying, and you know how like when Huey does his live shows, how like if they're reviewing something that's an hour and a half, they're gonna spend 4.5 hours on 15 minutes, and
Yeah,
he's
well,
going to
more
pause
than that.
every time someone says a word. So I don't even know how far into it I got. But apparently, I said something that really offended Dandelion. So if she knows what my comment was that she was really offended by, then it might shed light on what I didn't care for.
Oh, yeah, it might. Yes, that's right. Yeah, or do you want to tell Indio about your other comments that you made? Yeah, when we were off the air. No, you don't want to. It's fine. Yeah, you portray yourself however you want, Vex Wax. And you're welcome to have whatever opinions
Why
that
are
you
you
want to
acting
have.
so strange?
Oh, I can't even imagine why. Yes, you can just
It was an
You're,
contemplate.
hour-
you're coming off
hour and
incredibly
22.
awkward.
So it's an
Thanks,
hour and
Vex
22.
Wax. Yeah, I was dying to know what you thought about me. Yeah, I'll write that in my diary tonight. Vex Wax thinks
See,
I'm
why are you
awkward.
being so weird? Yeah,
I like it in your
you seem
diary.
like you have.
India was talking to Vaxwax, and then Hex Rick said I was awkward.
So it was an hour and 22 minutes.
And you are.
Okay, the debate was an hour and 22 minutes. I think what you're disappointed about is that the topic was not a flat Earth globe Earth debate. And actually, it wasn't.
No,
If you
it
think
wasn't
about it in the
that.
totality of it, the actual flat
Right.
Earth versus globe Earth sections combined are probably 10 minutes.
No. Yeah.
It was a philosophy
And
debate,
like I said, I don't
honestly.
even remember hearing about neutrinos because, like, it was driving me nuts.
but he's-
All like,
Yeah, but he said he doesn't
because it
know
seems like
anything
that's like the
about.
word of the.
He didn't know anything about the Minos experiment itself.
I mean, you know, but well, the thing is, when I was hearing about neutrinos, I'm like, what the fuck is a neutrino? Like, I don't know. So, and I kept hearing all week, is this going to be the one about the neutrinos? I'm like, I have no idea what anyone's talking about.
Okay, so that's why I didn't want to talk about it because it's very obscure. Nobody knows about it. I know about it. I could have went into more detail than I did, but I didn't because I wanted to get off of it because it's basically a waste of time. It's basically going, hey, my globe Earth evidence. I called it. I don't know what you listened to, right? I called them out on it. So it's a particular debate tactic called obscurantism, where you actually try to hide the truth by presenting just like very obscure and esoteric information that nobody knows about. And basically you would have to do reams of research even to find out about it. So I'll give you the brief rundown. So they were measuring the beta decay, which is a radioactive decay of I think it was cesium element. And they were measuring the temperature of water because the beta decay would make the water heat up. But it didn't heat up enough. That meant there was missing energy. So Wolfgang Pauli, in a joke of a letter, sent to a bunch of physicists that maybe there's this ghost particle called a neutrino where the extra energy is. Okay? And then years later, they supposedly found it. But there's another guy that also published this that, no, they didn't find it. Actually, the guy that invented the Van de Graaff generator. So, make a long story short, there's this imaginary particle, neutrino, and the only way you can, quote unquote, you can never actually detect it. You have to detect something else because the neutrino would only interact with the nucleus of an atom, which is very small, via the weak force, right? Not the electromagnetic force, not the strong force, not the gravitation, the weak force. So it has to be super close to the freaking nucleus, okay? When it interacts with the nucleus, it shoots off an electron neutrino, a tau neutrino, or a muon neutrino. So these are flavors of neutrinos. Well, these flavors of neutrinos will create these other particles. These other particles will fly through a liquid, knock off a bunch of electrons. Those electrons will be detected in some way, either with a photodiode or something. Do you see how complicated and convoluted this is?
And that's what the
You understand what I'm talking
so
about?
that's
This
the
is why I didn't want to talk about it, okay? Because he brought this up on purpose. This is not, it wasn't an accident that he brought this up. It's on purpose. So that people just have to go, well, I don't understand this. I will defer to the PhD. He knows what he's talking about. He's a PhD in physics. All bow down to his PhD.
Oh, mathematical physics, right?
Whatever it is, he teaches physics at some university, and apparently, based on the reviews, he's not a very good professor. But that's not the point. The point is that he intentionally picked this so that no one would understand the conversation at all. He didn't even, but the fact was, he didn't even understand the conversation because he didn't understand what the quote unquote experiment did. What it was set up, how the detector worked, how they used the freaking neural network to fucking predict whether they got a neutrino detection or not. Like all this convoluted shit. The whole point, I just sat here talking to you, right, for 2.5 minutes, laying out the groundwork of neutrinos. We haven't even talked about how any of that would even prove the Earth is a globe. 2.5 minutes just to lay the groundwork to even get to that point. And we're still not even at that point because I'd have to go into the beam divergence, how they detect the particles, the devices they use, the fucking slabs of fucking metal, how they're magnetized, like all this shit that goes along with it, right? Shit he didn't know anything about. This was his, but the thing is, if he just says a magic word, an esoteric word, neutrinos. We detect neutrinos and we send them through the earth and we pick them up on the other side. Oh, wow. We're high technology gods. Physicists has spoken.
Neutrino
We're
alert.
shooting neutrinos to the earth. This is a gimmick. It's a fucking gimmick, dude.
Well, I mean,
How
from
long
what
you
you were
been around
saying,
this
it's not
topic?
even.
You know they're gimmick, dude. They're always going to appeal to evidence you can't verify. That's why they always go to space shit. Because no one can verify it. You can't prove it wrong. They can't
Well, I mean, you
prove
can
it right.
verify. Well, no, you can prove that space itself, as they claim in their paradigm, doesn't exist. That's simple.
Yeah, right. You can prove it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well, the
don't think
gas
you can prove
isn't
it.
filling the space. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's. I don't. Yeah, isn't that the whole second law of thermodynamics violation, where
Well,
the gas isn't filling the available space of,
yeah, but
of the vacuum of
they'll
space?
just magically say gravity.
Indio, but
Okay, but
Gotta
then
remember,
didn't he do that
this
to avoid the topic?
then you,
This is the
but then you
debate
ask them what
in front of
direction
an
the gas flow.
audience. But Vax is
They don't
wax.
have a naturally observed phenomenon for gravity. What do you like?
Yeah,
What do
okay.
you, okay, they say gravity. What type of gravity are they talking about?
Before you move into that, Indio, didn't he bring this neutrino thing just to not talk about the topic that you guys were supposed to talk about?
Exactly, Jemsy. He brought up neutrinos, so it's not to talk about the topic.
So you guys
It wasn't
didn't.
to
Okay,
talk
so you
about the
guys didn't
topic.
agree
It was
on.
to talk about everything but the topic.
Oh, well. Okay, so like the whole neutrino thing wasn't mentioned until the
And
live
here's
show
another
already
thing,
started.
Vax is wax. Did you know that he said it? We weren't having a debate. Did you know all this? So before it
when did he say
happened,
that?
Tell
Oh,
him.
okay,
He
hold on a
needs to
second.
know.
Hold on a second. Before it happened, it was advertised as an event, as a debate. Okay. We had there was a private group chat. He said, I didn't plan on having a debate. I just wanted to have a discussion with flat earthers. So DJ went back and he changed it to discussion with a PhD. Simultaneously, while he was doing this, on his YouTube channel, in his TikTok, he labeled it as debate with flat earthers. So we were
That's
under the
scary.
impression we were just having a discussion in the first place. And he specifically told us we're not debating. And then not only lied to us, labeled the debate, and then proceeded to have a debate about fucking philosophy. So I guess we didn't have a debate about flat earth. We had a debate about philosophy, so maybe he didn't lie. The point is, dude, is that this dude did not want to get humiliated by. Look, put it this way: if you go on his own channel, right, and you look at the video, and you look at the ratio of views to likes, it's something like 2%. His people
Oh, it's not good.
think he took an L. His people think he took an L, dude, on his side. And you might say to me, "Hey, yeah, you can't have gas pressure out of container and gravity," but who are we talking to here? We're talking to normies, and normies just hear the
Yeah,
word.
but when they say
and
gravity,
automatically- yeah, and you say gravity, and it just automatically works. You have to. You have to.
what their
you have to
naturally
communicate
observed
to-
phenomenon for gravity is.
Yeah, and you have to communicate to the audience that's there, not the one you wish was there. Okay, you have to deal with the cards you're dealt, not the ones you wish you were dealt. And then the cards we're dealt is we got a bunch of people that auto default to the globe, and they need compelling evidence, to go off the globe. Okay, and they're going to default to the globe if the evidence is ambiguous. So if they say something like neutrinos prove the Earth is a globe, they're going to go, well, I don't understand the neutrinos. The physicist just must be right. It must prove a globe. This is how people's mindset is. Okay? I'm not just debating just to debate somebody. Not debating Blitz PhD, because I want people, right, the people in the audience, to hear the interaction and compare the sides. Who's using logic? Who's making sense? Who has a firm foundation? Right?
I'm still
That can compare
hung up on
sides.
the vacuum of. Well, I'm still hung up
Yeah,
on the
that's an
whole
obscure
gravity
argument
thing.
too. That's as obscure. Dude, you're dealing with people that are like a 5th grade fucking education. Well, 5th grade
Right, but if
science
they say, well,
education.
gravity, that's why gas isn't filling the space, and then you ask them for the
Yeah, we
naturally
know
observed
that.
phenomenon for
That's what
gravity, what are they
we
going to
know
say?
it's wrong. We know it's wrong. They
Yeah.
don't.
That's why you got to educate them. And whether they accept it or not, I mean, if they want to continue being stupid, that's on them. But you got to think the 500 people that could be listening, they'll be like, oh, wait a second. Yeah, I never thought of
Indio,
that. Not everything
I will
falls down
listen
a
to a
9 meter
Yeah, I'm
conversation.
sorry. Yeah, excuse me,
My bad.
Jimsy. Yeah, Indio, I'm sorry, but Vaxwax, he's here to tell you, how it's done. So,
Yeah,
you
I know.
need, obviously, you need
How it's done.
education. Yeah,
I
how
need education
anything's
on
done,
what?
right, dear? Yeah.
Debate is not the format to educate.
I want
people.
what she's drinking. Like, if you got some extra vodka, like, send me some.
Oh, Vaxwax, why don't you call me a Nazi again on the live stream? I think that would be fun. Yeah, why don't you call me that?
Oh,
That'd be
you,
fun.
you muted me and
Nuncy.
demanded that I have a meeting with you in a separate room over a YouTube comment that I posted. It's a little bit
Hey,
fascist
so
behavior.
let me explain why it is unnecessary to try to educate.
What was the comment that I said that you
you
didn't
don't
like
want to
so
know.
much?
You don't
Well,
want to
no,
know.
I want to know what the
I
comment was
think-
that I said.
Yeah, you do want to, don't you? Because you want to
Vax,
keep this going.
Vax is wax. Let me ask you this: when's the last time you educated some fucking random Glober on gas pressure without a container?
Actually, probably, what was this? I had a toothache then, so it was around I can't remember if it was before or after Thanksgiving or before or after Christmas.
Really?
It was one of the two. Yeah, in the park.
Okay.
To a what was he? Dude, they were walking around with a
So
big
almost
giant
a
goat
year
horn,
ago.
and they were preaching the Bible.
Almost a year ago.
Yeah, I don't really talk. Well, you mean in
No,
real
please
life?
train
Yeah, I
me.
don't.
Please train me, Master Jedi.
Well, I mean, I'm a really
Seriously,
good guitar
dude.
player, but I'll go 7
Why are
months
you
without
giving
playing the
advice
guitar.
why are you giving advice on how to quote unquote educate people when you don't know how to do it yourself?
No, I know how to do it. I just choose not to.
You know how to
Like
do
I
it
said,
because you have an extensive track record of doing it, right? How do we know you
Yeah,
know
I've
how to
had
do it?
pretty high
Let's see your
success
track
rate.
record. What's your track record look like?
Well, okay, what's your track record look like then? How many people
Dude,
do you
there's like
talk to?
fucking 8 years and 10,000 hours of fucking audio. That's what my track record is.
Yeah, my track record's fine too.
Yeah, let's get him. Let's get a Vaxwax
No, this
here on the
isn't.
next.
Hold on, no,
Glober.
I'm not trying to have it.
You
I
guys
wanna-
want me
I
to?
want a
You guys want me to
live
debate a
demonstration.
Glober or something?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
do.
okay,
I
is there
want
a
to see how
Glober
you're
that you want me
better.
to
Yeah, I
debate?
want to see how you're better.
Andy,
Yep. Do we have any
going right to
Globers in here?
experiment. You're going right to experiment.
We got
Is there
me
a
in
Glo-
here.
Wait, do you guys have like a Glober
How
lined
about
up that like you just
Cypher? How
send
about
out?
Cypher? Are you a Globe
Who the hell is
believer?
Cypher?
Cypher? I don't know.
Me.
He's right there next to you. Yeah. Do you believe that you live on a globe, Cypher?
What I'm gonna say is that Jimmy Kimmel got canceled.
Okay, sounds like a Glober
Good,
to
I
me.
guess. I wasn't
Yeah,
a
that's
There
fan
you
of
go,
Jimmy
Vax
Kimmel.
Wax. Yeah, why don't you have a combo with him?
It's
Yeah.
an infinite plane. All right.
Oh, yeah. See, there you go. He's correct.
Cypher,
It is
can you have
I don't know
gas
about
pressure?
infinite.
Well, let's
I don't
ask
know.
Cypher. Can you have
I
gas
don't-
pressure without a
Well,
container?
infinity.
Let's
I
ask
don't-
him
I
though.
don't
Can
know.
you have gas pressure without a container?
No, you have to have a container, otherwise there cannot be pressure. I mean, if you go to the
Okay,
beach,
cool.
right, and
Thank
you
you.
hold a glass of water and you turn it upside down and you put a lid under it, before you do that, there's going to be some vacuum in there. And how is that possible without pressure, right? How is that possible without a container? That doesn't work without a container. You have to have a container.
I was talking about the so-called vacuum of outer space. That pressure without a
The
container.
second law of thermodynamics violation, yeah, because the pressurized gas is not filling the available space of the vacuum.
Right. So without a container, you cannot.
Yeah, why doesn't gas on Earth fuck off into space?
It doesn't.
Space isn't real, India. If it was,
Oh, we're gonna
space
find out.
was
He's gonna
real,
say
we
the
all would've
magic
been-
word, and when he says the magic word, Vax's Wax, you're gonna take over.
Okay.
Zephyr,
Yes.
Why are you making?
why doesn't the
Okay, I
gas
guess
on
you-
Earth fuck off into the vacuum of space?
There is no vacuum of space. There's a container that prevents the freaking air, right?
Oh, okay.
Zephyr, you have to pretend to be a Glober and say gravity. I think that's what they want you to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Or
need a
find
better
the actual
Glober.
one.
We need a better Glober. Yeah.
He's not a Glober. He says we
I'm
live
not
on
a
a
Glober.
plane.
I'm not a
He's a
Glober.
LARPer.
He said an infinite
Obviously a
plane.
LARPer, dude. Come
He's
on.
a mad LARPer.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you
Oh, is he?
are.
I don't know him.
I don't know how far it extends. That's what I'm saying. I don't.
Yeah,
know.
Well, it can't
This
be
is how we
infinity
know.
You need
because
to know that.
This is why we know, Vex, you haven't really been around this conversation too much. That you can't tell a LARPer
Because
from
I don't
a
know.
LARPer.
I don't think I've ever spoken to Zipper before. He's a stranger on the internet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's LARPing.
Yeah, but you should be able to tell by what he's saying that he's a LARPer.
But that we live on an infinite plane. I mean, lots and lots of Dave Weiss followers say the exact same thing, and they're all flat
Yeah, so
earthers.
how-
So they
How do you have
believe-
containment
No,
on
they're
an infinite
Pac-Man
plane?
Earthers.
So you're saying we could have containment on an infinite plane?
What's up with Pac-Man Earth lately? I've been like,
So you're saying, Vex,
even I mentioned that yesterday.
Vex,
Huh?
Vex, how can you have containment in an infinite plane? Do you have an infinite container?
Well, no, an infinite plane also violates the second law of thermodynamics, because if you're going to have an infinite plane, that means you have to have infinitely low. Shit, what's the word?
No, nobody can demonstrate.
Entropy, there we go.
Come on,
Yes,
there's no such
I
thing.
brain farted on entropy.
Damn.
Yeah, my bad.
So where does it end, according to you? What?
Where does what
At
end?
the end. At the end of it.
Which is?
So,
The end.
So now do you
Well,
think he's a
what does
LARPer,
what
Vex?
end?
Is Vex? He's asking where the flat Earth disc ends.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. He
What
could be.
latitude? At what latitude does it end?
Is that for what's latitude? What is latitude?
I'm sorry.
No, what is latitude?
All right.
When you say what latitude does it end, what do you mean by that?
Okay, so you say that it has to have an end.
Why aren't you?
right?
Why aren't you answering my question? Trying to
Because
clarify.
he doesn't know what latitude is.
Just a rough.
I'm trying to clarify your question. You asked us what latitude does the Earth end at. I'm asking you what is latitude.
Right.
So I can tell you the answer.
All right. Let me. Let me
Just
look it
say
up.
I'm stupid and I don't know.
Right.
I don't remember. Just a
Well,
reference.
let me tell you
point,
what.
Right?
Then I'll tell you what it is.
Can you tell
Latitude
me?
is the
Can you-
position that you see the celestial equator from. So if you see the celestial equator 45 degrees above the horizon, you're at 45 latitude. Got it?
What do you mean the celestial equator?
Celestial equator in the sky. It's an imaginary line
45.
that divides the sky.
So how can you? Oh, okay, so how the hell can you look at an imaginary line in the sky? How can you see an imaginary line at
I didn't
45
say you could
degrees?
see that. I didn't say you could see it. I said it's imaginary.
Is it India? Is it like a grid that is made like a mapping, and people put it on paper, and then they kind of draw the lines, and it's kind of like a man-made grid of the observation of the
it's
luminaries?
just a man-made grid. It's like Cartesian coordinates. It's a coordinate system for the sky. That's all it is.
Yeah, like a
Oh, yeah,
grid.
the latitudes. Right. Okay. Well, how
And
do
the
you
celestial
how do you
equator will
derive
be
your
the
latitude?
center line of that grid.
So we use. Okay, what if you're floating out on a boat and you're not lost, but you're just curious? You go, I wonder what latitude I'm on. You've just been sailing for like 12 hours.
Look at the stars. There's no way to tell from the
okay, which
ground.
ones?
There's no way
There's
to tell.
no way to
from the
tell?
ground. Not from the ground.
There's no way to tell your latitude from the surface.
Not if
No.
you're just in a boat out at sea.
Dude, what if you can't see the sky? What if it's cloudy? How do you find your latitude?
Well, then if you can't see the sky, then you're gonna have to wait for the sky to clear up.
Can you
Okay.
use an
So like I
instrument?
just said, there's no way to tell using the ground. Just like I said.
Yes, there is. If you're outside and it's a
You
nice
just
clear
said
night,
if you
you're
can't
floating
see
in
the
your boat.
sky, you have to wait for the sky to clear up.
Yeah. If it.
Why do you got to wait for the sky
Right,
to clear up?
so-
If you get facts? Why do you have to wait for
Well,
the
is
sky
this
to
at
clear up?
nighttime?
Why are you interrupting me? Why do you have to wait for the
Is
sky
this
to
at
clear up?
nighttime? It would
Why
have
are
to
you
be at
interrupting
nighttime.
me again? Why do you have to wait for? Why do you have to wait for the sky to clear up if you can use the ground?
Can you
How would you use the ground to determine your latitude?
Okay. Why do you have to wait for the sky to clear up if you can use the ground?
Well, what are you talking about?
Fuck's
Sky's
sake.
kind of important, right? If the sky is
Shut
all
up, dude.
cloudy and you can't see
Go
it,
on
then-
mute. Shut up.
What do you reference to find out your
I
latitude?
fucking hate when you people don't listen.
Wait. Wax gave an exit to the other guy that mentioned latitudes, and that there was supposed to be a back and forward about latitudes, and then continue. But what's
Yeah.
happening?
I go over latitude with him again because he's not getting it, and I'm losing my patience. I'm gonna give you a second shot, Vax's Wax. Take the fucking wax out of your ears.
Oh, okay, India, we're outside, but it's cloudy, right? You can't see
Yeah.
anything in the sky. You can't see
What's my
stars.
latitude? Yeah, what's your latitude?
Well, if you can't see any of the stars, how are you going to determine that just by your own device?
That's
I'm not
my
saying like
point.
bust out.
Fucking hell.
Right, but if you, what happens if 10 minutes later, oh my God, the sky clears up? What a miracle! I've never seen that
Yeah,
happen
then you can see
before.
the stars. Then you can use the stars
Yeah.
to determine your latitude.
What
The
star would you use to
coordinates-
determine your
you missed the
latitude?
point. The coordinate system is the sky. It's not the ground.
Did I ever say the coordinate system was the ground?
At the moment, we're talking about
Jesus
latitude.
fucking Christ. I said you can't find your latitude
Right.
using the ground. The coordinate system would need to be
Okay.
the ground, okay? To use the ground to find your latitude.
What do you mean to use the ground to find your latitude? You just happen to be in X
God, you're not
location.
listening. You use
You
the
look at the
stars.
stars. I don't
Find your
understand.
Capable of
latitude.
comprehension, but I'm supposed to take his debate advice.
Yeah, right. It's an
I didn't tell
insult.
you that. I didn't give you any advice. Oh, Jedi, what's your opinion on Sigma Octantis again, just for the record?
What, the non-visible star that's at about, is that 5 magnitude or 0.5 magnitude?
It's like
The
negative.
southern star.
or
What?
positive.
Who cares?
Have you ever seen it, Vax's Wax? Have you seen a
Have I
picture
ever
of
seen
Sigma
Sigma
Octantis?
Octantis?
Have you seen a photograph?
Have not.
Have you seen
No,
it?
no, I've
visually
never been
or
handed a
photograph?
photograph. I've seen pictures on Google that are claimed to be photographs, but I can't verify that they're fucking photographs.
Do you know how many there are claimed photographs of Sigma Octantis?
How many?
3. 2 of them were taken in the 70s. One is in ultraviolet, and one is like the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. But none of that shit, like
Right.
you said, can actually be verified because it's zoomed in so far. It's indistinguishable from any other photograph they said they took of a star. You
Right.
can't see any of the other stars around it. So you can't tell where they photographed that at or what it even is. They could be zoomed in on any star.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Hey, Indio,
whatsoever.
if by any
they
chance you
could've-
come across these photographs, remember me and share them with me just to take a look. If you find them again, if you see them again through your stuff.
Yeah, there might be some over Discord. If I could search. But I remember Nathan Oakley emailed the New England's Observatory and asked for a photograph of Sigma Octantis, and they sent him back a black square.
Did they really?
Yeah, this is a while back. You talk to Nathan, ask him about it. This is like,
Yeah, I'll ask him in the morning.
yeah, ask him about,
'Cause we were
ask
talking
him about
about- we were-
the photograph of Sigma Octantis he never got.
You know what? I've never heard that till now because we've talked about it plenty of times. He's never mentioned that.
Well, that's what he said in the stream, and he showed his email.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean he probably did. So
This is
we're
before
so like we're
Farrah's
off.
debate existed.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't know him then. I didn't know him till know of him till like 2020, maybe
This is when he
2019.
was just doing like casual streams with like Antonio. Who else he do streams with?
Michael, was it Leaky?
Yeah, I think he
Yeah.
did someone ranty.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Ranty
Oh,
was
Ranty's
just
the
doing
guy
it
that
time.
flipped. He's like the original Jaren, kind of, isn't he?
Who?
Ranty, like, wasn't he a flat earther for a minute and flip flop?
You can't put Ranty in the same category as Jaren because Ranty actually went out and did tests. Jaren sat on his ass talking.
Can you guys just mute me
Netflix
if I
and
start
stupid.
talking to this clown again, Vagswags? Because he's not even worth talking to. So yeah, if I start talking to him, just go ahead and mute me.
No.
How about if I just deafen myself instead?
So, yeah, so we're all in agreement that you use stars you can use a star to determine the latitude. I don't understand the whole
because because
ground bit.
the latitude and longitude are latitude is determined by the stars, longitude is determined by the sun. That's the coordinate system. That is the entirety of the coordinates. It has nothing to do with the ground. It would work over anything. You could be on the back of a velociraptor. It would work the same way.
Well, it has a little bit to do with the ground because all these stars and the location of the sun, they all have ground positions.
Do they now?
Yeah.
You mean there's
Like,
a
for
place where
instance-
the stars at zenith? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like, okay, think of it like you take a 32-degree angle of elevation to Polaris, right? So you got a 32-degree hypotenuse, you got the 90-degree, then you got the opposite, which is, so you got your 32-degree, your 90-degree, so that's a 90-degree angle and two acute angles. One's 32 degrees because Polaris is at 32 degrees in the sky. So how do you do it? You times so you do 90 minus 32, 90 minus 32 gives you 58. Then you do 58 times 60, which represents 60 nautical miles. And it gives you the distance from your location to the GP of 3,480 miles.
Okay, so if I do that, and I go to that spot and I look up, Polaris will be right over my head.
See, but the thing is, though,
why aren't you answering
the
my
ground
question,
position
dude?
of
So if I do that,
Well, I mean,
Polaris, will the ground
Yeah, it
position
should
be
be.
where Polaris is directly over my head?
I mean, yeah, I would say out of everything that we know, it would be.
Everything
thing
that we
is-
know. Well, you don't actually know that because no one's actually ever done that.
That's what I was about to say. No one's ever been. I personally don't believe anyone's ever been to the GP of Polaris. No.
Well, someone's might have been there, but they got
They
there on
may
the
have.
equinox. So they went. So the National Geographic had people go to the North Pole at night. So they started during the Arctic winter, right? It's nighttime the whole time, but they got to the GP of Polaris on the first day of spring, so they couldn't see the stars. Very, very odd that they just happened to get there right on the equinox.
Trip. That's terrible planning, isn't it?
Well, I mean, based upon what National Geographic has put out, it's probably just made up bullshit.
Yeah. So I mean, if National Geographic said people went to the GP of Polaris, I am
what they said
inclined
was,
to believe them at all.
we're at the North Pole. Here's our Garmin freaking handheld GPS freaking thing. It says 89.9, right? That's in the North Pole supposed to see 90, right? But it's daylight out. That day, if you look at the Garmin, you got to zoom in on the video. I'll post the video in 1 second. If you zoom in on the video, you can see the date, and the date is the equinox.
Right.
Which is the first day of daylight at the North Pole.
Yeah, so it just goes to show National Geographic isn't worth their weight in dog shit. They can't even plan a trip to go to the GP of Polaris and observe it. So yeah, fuck them. And I just realized, Jedi, you're not Australian, are you? I think I may have to eat some crow. I think I had you confused with somebody else.
He's Canadian.
That's why I swear to God, I thought Jedi was Australian, but he's
That's his
not. I
English
think I had a
accent.
mix up.
Vegemite Jedi.
I'm Jamaican. What the fuck?
That's the Vegemite. You having
I
shrimp on
thought
the
for sure
barbie?
you were an Australian guy. Damn, what did I confuse you with? Oh, it doesn't matter. That's why when
Yeah,
I asked you about
I
Sigma
thought, yeah, I
campus and
thought,
you
yeah,
responded that way, I'm like, wait a second, you're not
I thought it was a
Australian.
Canadian. You're not, Jedi. I thought for sure you were Canadian.
Definitely not Canadian.
It's a
Oh, I'm
mystery.
sorry,
I'm not
Vex.
telling
Vex. Yeah,
anybody now.
I'll have to sign up for your flat Earth tutoring, and then maybe that will. You can give me the accent tutoring on the side.
Yeah,
Whole dude
well,
running that?
I'm good.
Aye, can do.
Shut up, Jedi.
So, see, I'm starting to get a vibe that the temperatures changed on, because we had big issues about Sigma Octantis during the holidays, and it kind of seems like that's not really a thing anymore. Because now it's invisible and
What do you mean? It's always been invisible. Think you
oh,
see it?
dude, like see,
I'm, I'm,
that's
I'm
why when
sitting
I
here.
realized
Sorry,
you weren't
Wax.
Australian,
Yeah,
huh?
I know. I'm sitting here trying to figure out why you asked. Why was it relevant
Yeah,
anyway?
no, I had you absolutely confused with somebody else. That's just my. I was getting your like the little blue Jedi picture you have, and I was imprinting on the someone else in here, and it's definitely not you. You're English. I thought for sure you were Australian. So
Who?
but I was getting into an argument with Eli because I thought that you were the one telling me during the holidays about there being a 1-for-1 equivalence in the south to Polaris in the north, and it's most. Now I realize that it wasn't you at all. So my bad.
What do you mean by 1-for-1 equivalence?
Like there's more than one Polestar. There's Polaris and Sigma Octantis, but Sigma Octantis is kind of just a big wad of toilet paper.
Yeah, it's a non-visible star.
And it wouldn't be a
Shit, so that wasn't
Polestar either.
that wasn't you that sent me the diagram either. I thought that was damn. You never like were like showing a diagram with like just picture like two perfect circles, and they're just touching, almost like a Venn diagram sort of. And then you got Polaris as the center point in one, Sigma Octantis as the center point in the other, and they kind of like rotate clockwise and counterclockwise. Does that
I
ring a
guess
bell at all?
that's both circles under each half of the northern and southern celestial sphere.
There you go. But there is no southern and northern celestial sphere. There's just the sky itself.
Yeah, it's a conceptual idea of the sky moving in a spherical motion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do all stars? Maybe this will clear things up. Do all stars, apart from Polaris, move counterclockwise around Polaris?
Well, no, not counterclockwise, because that's all based on your orientation to it. If I was to set up if I was to set up a time lapse, if I was to set up
He
a
doesn't
time lapse,
understand, Jedi.
if I was to set up a time lapse filming Polaris, all the stars would be going counterclockwise. But if I took a camera, set it directly next to the one filming Polaris, put it at the same angle facing south, all the stars would be going clockwise. And then if I pointed one straight up next to that one, put it straight up at a 90-degree angle, it would be going straight.
So when you say 1-for-1, are you alluding to northern and southern celestial rotations? You keep bringing up Polaris. That's a circumpolar star as well. It's not the star that all other stars rotate around. It's off the center of axis by a degree.
So what's the star that they are if it's not Polaris? Because
it's not a star.
Well,
does
right,
it have
but
to be a
Polaris
star? It's just a central point of rotation.
Because Polaris is in its fixed spot.
No, it's
now,
not
whether
fixed.
or not, well, I was going to get to that. Whether it pivots or doesn't, we were talking about this yesterday. There was this one Glober. I don't know if he's ever in here. His name is Edgewise. He promises he has 24-hour time lapse footage of Polaris, like in the Arctic when it was dark, that he took himself personally. We'll see.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like I've never seen it. So people say Polaris moves. Okay, I've seen time lapses where it makes like a semicolon or a comma shape. I've seen I've seen time lapse videos where it makes
do
a
you say the
straight
time
little
lapse looks
dash,
like?
and I've seen time lapses where it doesn't do anything.
What do you say the time lapse looked like? A Polaris. What do you say it looked like?
Huh?
What did he say it looked like? What did Polaris make? What did Polaris do?
Oh, no,
Time lapse of Polaris, the 24-hour one.
Yeah, no, he
What did
says
look
it makes
like?
a perfect circle.
Yeah, well,
says
he's
it ma-
lying.
Because he filmed it for 24 straight
He's
hours in the
lying.
Arctic winter.
That's not
Who's a
perfect circle.
person? Who's a person?
Edgewise.
Edgewise. Okay. I'm going to be looking out for him because he's lying. In the
I will say
heliocentric
his
model,
defense,
hold on, brother. Hold on,
His
brother.
accent does
Hold
sound
on,
Scandinavian,
brother.
so he might be far enough up to see.
Dude, hold on. In the heliocentric
Okay.
model, because there's an orbit and a tilted axis, they would never be circles. They would be spirals across the sky because the constellations process by seasons. So if you're the Big Dipper pointing east and then 6 months later it's pointing west, how can you just have circles and it reach the other side?
We know
You
that.
can't. It would spiral across the sky, missing by 1/365th of a circle each night.
Right, but
We never make
thing-
circles,
no.
ever.
yeah, but
Ever.
we're not on a
So if
globe
he
with an
saw it being
axis.
circles, he falsified the heliocentric model as soon as he saw that.
Well, I mean, you can clearly see that all the other stars will make a circle in a nighttime time.
No, you're seeing trails of some stars go into the trails of other stars. That's what makes it look like a circle. If you ran there for 24 hours, the star trail of one star is not going to meet up where it started. It'll miss. It'll
Okay, I
miss
mean,
by
I'm
1/365th of a degree.
1/365th of a degree.
That's right. That's right. A year. Because it has to meet up in the same location after a year. That would still be
You see
slightly
it
up.
makes
But that would be so small.
I'm perfectly comfortable calling the star trail circles. I mean, it just is what it is.
But it would be
Whether they're not
spirals.
perfect circles, okay.
No, they would be
Fair enough,
spirals.
but,
They
I
would
mean,
never be circles. What you're seeing is a star trail going to the star trail of another star. Not the same star.
You
a
know
different
what? Now
star.
that you mentioned that, I never really paid. Not that I didn't pay attention, but I mean, I'm looking at it. I just didn't notice. But you are right because the star trails will get fatter as the night goes on, like they're running into each other. So that's now. You know what? Next time I see a time lapse, I'm going to look at it a little differently. So that's cool.
The longest time lapse I've ever seen is 14 hours.
There's people in Alaska that can experience stars for 24 hours in the way north of Alaska.
Cool. Oh, we didn't
So
get
you
one
feel
of
like
them to
but you
film it.
feel like there would be 24-hour ones, but there isn't.
Yeah, well, yeah, we'll just get one of them to film it.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you talking about, man?
I mean, to say Polaris moves, I mean, we don't really have any proof that it actually is because there's never been a full 24-hour.
Lucho, hey, be quiet, VaxWax. We're talking to someone who there's hope for. Lucho, welcome to the Flat Earth server.
Lady, you really are like a super Karen. Do you have like a blonde bobbed haircut too, and a little dog?
What did you say it was? Did you say it was a super non-fan of VaxWax? That's right. That's what I am. Hey, Lucho, welcome to the Flat Earth channel. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. I'm trying to learn some English and listen to you.
So you want to learn some English swearing?
Yeah, let me tell my real thoughts about VaxWax. He's only scratched the surface so far.
Oh, why do you leave? That little shit. Wait, that's when I showed Polaris actually not being in center. Anyway, what else is new?
I'm looking at the Gleason map.
And
what I meant to say was the latitude. Parallel, right? What parallel does the dome touches the surface to have this what you would say container, right? That it ends for the pressure to exist. You say that it cannot be infinite; it has to come to an end, which logically makes sense. So my question is, looking at the Gleason map,
doesn't logically make sense. And in fact, that logically makes no sense.
Why is he looking at a Gleason's map?
to look at the are the parallel, right? Where the dome is supposed to meet with the surface.
But the thing is, those lines, those parallels of latitude, if you're paying attention to the other conversation, they're not on the ground. That coordinate system that they portray on the Gleason's map is in the sky. That's why when you look at it on the side of the Gleason's map, it says longitude and time calculator. Longitude is the position of the sun, not where you are on Earth, but where the position of the sun is. So, say, when you have a clock, we say, hey, it's noon in Greenwich. We know that at -7, -5 times 15 longitude, right? That's going to be your longitude 5 hours later. Right? That's the whole longitude system. It's based upon where the sun's going to be. It's not based upon some line on the ground.
Okay, so if we move away from what's on the sky to what's on the ground itself as a point of reference, let's just say, for sake of argument, that the North Pole is the center, and if we move away from the center, we're heading south. Anywhere away from the center will be south. Are you with me on that?
But the North, I understand, but why would you say the North Pole is the center of the Earth when the North Pole is the center of the sky?
Okay, so what would be a...
You can't even conceive of the Earth outside of the sky, it seems like.
Okay, so...
See, this is what you don't... This is effort. This is what you don't... Like, a lot of you guys just don't comprehend this. That the entire coordinate system that you think references the ground is the sky.
That's what I said. Let's move away from the sky.
You said North Pole. Well, as soon as you said North Pole, you were meaning the sky.
Yes, I acknowledge that. That's what I'm saying after.
Okay, so now let's use a coordinate system without poles, without latitude and longitude. Now let's talk.
All right. So what could be the center of the Earth without looking at the sky, without looking at anything? What would be the approximate center?
I don't know. I guess I don't know. How would we tell?
To me, that's what I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to find a point of reference, a frame of reference, so that I can guide myself from that point going forward to see how many miles away from it we will reach an end where the dome is. Yeah, where the dome meets.
What makes you think there's an end?
You said that the Earth cannot be infinite.
Do you think
right?
that? Listen, let me ask you this: do you think that we think the Earth is a disk floating in space?
I never said that.
No, I'm asking you if you think that we think that.
No, I don't.
Okay, then why are you treating the Earth as if it's some object that has a finite limit?
No, I said that it was an infinite plane. I don't know how far does it extend.
Infinite doesn't. There's no such thing as infinite.
So there is. Okay, you're saying that is not infinite. So my question will be, where does it end? To what point of reference would you?
Okay, I'll illustrate the problem for you like this. What is the universe inside?
I have no way of knowing.
Yeah, but is it inside of something? The universe means everything. So is everything inside of something?
It could be some container.
You think that? No, it couldn't be, because then it wouldn't be everything. There'd be something that's not to everything. So your thing that you think is everything wouldn't be everything anymore. See, this is a known paradox. It's known. It's like you guys don't have an education. This thing called Zeno's paradox. Proving it. When you try to do this boundary question, whether the universe is bounded, unbounded, what's it inside? What's the universe inside? Where's its edge? Can it fall off? When you start talking about the Earth, that's how I think about it. That it is the entire universe. There is no outside. Saying what's outside or where's the edge, it has no meaning. Because you're asking, like, what's outside of reality?
So when you say that Earth is a pressurized system, right? It has to have an end, a container, right?
No, you can't have gas pressure without containment.
Right, so that container...
That doesn't mean it's a discrete object like that.
So
It means it's a
I mean,
vacuum of space.
sorry.
Go ahead, Jai.
You'd only need a container if there was a vacuum beyond it. We don't claim what the sky is.
We're saying that the vacuum of space, which they say there's people flying around in, and there's a Mars rover picking up frickin' rocks on Mars, that is impossible because the Earth would need a container.
I agree with that. Like, we cannot leave this Earth. We cannot go to Mars. We can do none of that shit.
Okay, and that the whole story behind them, that Mars is fucking 151 million miles away, zipping around, circling the sun in a near infinite vacuum. That entire story can't be true because it violates the second law of thermodynamics. That physical system, right, of us having gas, no barrier, giant vacuum, that physical system can't exist in nature. In fact, says Wax, I posted your Polaris movie in the chat right when you left.
Wait, what did you say about? You said there's no isolated system in nature. Is that what you said? My bad.
Oh yeah, I didn't say that, but that's true.
Could there be like a conditional isolated system? Because when you have let's say a design, let's say a container, can a container that a designer makes, that's not nature. That will be a conditional isolated system because it was put in place or made by someone, right? Because could the whole universe be a conditional isolated system where the creator is an outside agent?
I don't know, because they could transfer his spirit through in and out.
What energy can pass?
Yeah.
It's matter that can't pass.
Is there artificial containers that are that we can label isolated, or that's a thing that actually doesn't exist? Even man-made. Is there isolated containers that men can make?
On those thermos, supposed to be like isolated, like thermal cups. When you seal it, but then you open it up, so I guess it's conditional.
It is conditional. That's what I'm saying. The whole of let's say this whole construct could be a conditional isolated, like a container that you can make. People say isolated, like the one you're saying. That's another option actually. It is obviously speculation, but if the creator is an outside agent and his construct is in a place, that will be the creator will be an outside agent, the designer of the whole creation. And this system or this container will be a conditional one because the creator could open it up and add water or add more pressure or do whatever he wants to do with it. It will be a conditional isolated system. Just saying, that's another thing out there that I'm mentioning myself. Go ahead.
That leaves a lot of room for speculation, though. I mean,
it
there's
does.
no way we could ever actually know that.
No way. No, there's no way. There's no way, bro. No, I didn't.
Yeah, what is with the hostility? Holy shit, dude! I'm just saying, it's just. I mean, it could. Whoever just had that sarcastic ass tone.
Just saying, no way. No, there is a way. Like I'm saying, if a man makes an isolated system, we can find that as a design thing. I mean, and we live in a design environment. That's that will be my conclusion about this whole thing. It could be that this whole construct it is a conditional design environment. If it is an isolated containment, it could be conditional by the outside agent, the creator. Go ahead.
I guess I don't. I wouldn't know anything about that. I have no way of knowing.
I didn't ask you if you knew.
Why are you, dude? Chill. Good lord.
Well, when
I posted.
Wax, when I asked, is there such a thing as isolated containers? Why didn't you answer that one? Is there such a thing?
Well, what would be an example of one?
That's what I'm asking.
Well, I'm asking that too.
Yeah, the elbow mentioned like one of those containers that you can close and put ice in it, and it will keep the ice for a long time or whatever.
Yeah, a long time. So the entropy's slowed down. So it's not going to stay like that forever, but the entropy's slowed as much as it can be.
Yeah, that's why the term conditional is. I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, I'm with you, buddy. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
You bring it up to Gemini, it just says a thermos or a flask. Or a vacuum flask, yeah.
Hey, Indio, I didn't want to take away from what you were saying to the other guy, but I'm just trying to throw that idea that, I mean, if we're going to speculate about the universe and what's beyond it, we can say such things, I will say. I mean, guys asking, where is the end? The guy earlier asked, many people are asking this. This question has been coming up so often. It's always been the case, but these days people keep asking it. Where's the container? Where's the latitude of it? Can I go to it? Can I touch it? Can I smell it? Like, people are asking this like every single day. And I'm just saying.
I just want to ask something real quick, and then I'm going to hop off here in a second. I made a comment in the chat, and I must have gotten like 12 different clown emojis, and I don't think there could be 12 Globers just cat skanking, but when I said that the skies measure planar,
Hey, Faxwax, doesn't matter what you say.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you. Yeah, I'm gonna give you 12 clowns, no matter what you say. So I'm not arguing.
That's
you can argue. You can argue with this about it. Just because you're a clown, you're a clown.
Why are you so hostile, lady? I don't understand what you're so upset about.
You obviously fucking retard.
I literally don't think I've ever spoken to her, and if I did, she clearly never made it enough of an impression for me to remember who she was.
There you go. Open your mouth, acting like a clown. Your mouth. Sit down, buddy.
Or is she your wife? Like, why are you like defending her? Like, do you know her? Or something? I mean, I don't know who she is. I don't think.
Just don't worry about it. Just move on. Maybe take it to DMs or something. We were trying to keep. I wanted to keep the conversation going about this topic and ask people questions about it since we were talking
I just
about.
wanted to make sure. Yeah, but when I said that the clown is the clown,
yeah,
the sky
is in the text.
When I said the sky is measured,
you text something and someone added emojis to your text. You can long press it and you can see who reacted to it.
I didn't know that. That's fine. No, I just wasn't sure if like a lot of people disagreed with that statement that the sky is measured as a horizontal
Yeah, just
plane.
ask in the text. Whatever. Oh, who disagrees? Can you please reply? What's going on? What you reacted? Just do it in the text, bro. Like.
I did, and I didn't get any responses because it was clearly just
there you go.
that one lady that has a hate boner for me. So
welcome to the internet. People won't reply to your, whenever you make a nice long comment that you think you constructed it correctly, and you're gonna get a lot of reactions from your comments, and you don't get any reactions. That's the internet, bro.
Right. Yeah. So nobody disagrees that the sky is measured as a horizontal plane. That's all I was getting at. And if so, then great.
Hey, I have a question. Why does finding the end matter?
I mean, it probably doesn't matter, but people keep asking it every single day, and you gotta point out to them, hey, why does it matter, right? You're gonna have to ask whoever is asking the question because people keep asking it every single day. You're gonna have to frame it.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
Why does finding the end matter?
So they can like take a picture at
Vax, the question was for someone else, bro. The question was for someone else. Was for Cypher. Go ahead.
All right, yeah, you guys don't need to like change your tampons. Everyone in here is so bitchy. No, that's okay. You guys have a good night. You guys are extremely bitchy and unpleasant to talk to.
Yeah, take care, man. Take care. Who cares about the meta? Jeez.
Who was asking?
Sheepdog.
Go ahead,
I'm asking you, Cypher. Why does knowing where the end matter?
So I said
knowing where it is.
Okay, so I said I stand with an infinite plane, a plane that has topography on it, right? And then I
Sure.
was blasted saying that it cannot be infinite. It has to have an end. Somebody told me that.
Yeah,
And then I
infinite
said,
doesn't exist.
right. So then I say, what parallel? Looking at a Gleason map as a reference, okay? Where does it end? Where does this dome meet the Earth?
It wouldn't
That will be
end
an
on,
unknown. My
wouldn't
bad.
end on that.
And
It
I
wouldn't
got
be on a
blasted
latitude on a
out of
Gleason's
it.
map.
You know what I mean? So I'm like against the wall, you know? If I say there's infinite,
Yeah.
oh, it cannot be
Did
infinite.
you hear what Jedi said?
No,
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 he wanted to talk and answer his own question, probably.
no. Go ahead. I'm
Go ahead, repeat yourself, Jedi.
You've given us a Gleason's map, and you're asking which latitude the dome is at.
Parallel. Which parallel?
It's the same thing, latitude. That's what you're asking, dude. This is a coordinate system that you were told earlier is developed in the sky. Right? It's not going to be on the known land. It'll be beyond what we know, right? So it wouldn't be there.
I was just using that as a reference, right? So if
But why?
I have no other reference.
Yeah, no, neither do we, dude. So when you're asking this and you bring your map, we're just going to go,
So at the equator is 0, right? As you move away from the equator, like going south, it goes in increments of 15, 20 as you keep reaching
latitude, yeah.
Right, latitude, right? And I was asking, at the 90th latitude or 70th latitude?
That's the South Pole.
Right.
That's the South Pole.
So how many miles? Like 5,000 miles once you reach the South Pole?
But if you want to use the celestial equator and you want to use the coordinates in the sky, then the calculable distance is 69 times 90. It's about 5,400. Well, sorry, it's over 6,200 nautical miles. If you just want to use that calculation, but that's based within, the celestial sphere.
Right. So is that where the dome meets the
No, because on the Gleason's map, you'll notice that the South Pole is different from the North Pole.
Yeah, it makes you sound like you're a fake flat earther, dude.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to find a point of reference, right? That's all I'm trying to do. I'm asking questions. I'm not making a statement.
Well, why do you think we think there's a dome?
So it will contain the Earth. I mean, it will
Yeah,
contain
but
the
all
pressurized
containers aren't domes, though, are they?
Well, just logically speaking, a container has to be something concrete, something solid, so the air won't escape, right? Otherwise, you will have a leak.
Yeah, there has to be it has to be some sort of barrier, but it doesn't have to be a dome.
So this barrier, is it a gas? Is it what is it?
It's not a gas.
That would be speculative. Yeah, it's definitely not a gas.
Sounded more and more like a fake flat earther, dude.
We're not gatekeeping the information here, bro. We don't know. But all we know is natural law defines containment for gas pressure to be a thing.
Right, it has to be a container. What this container is made out of, it's for debate.
We don't know and we don't care.
Not air this core. It's impossible.
It's an unknown, like many things are unknowns. But if you really, really want to know, just pray to God, ask for revelation, and you might get it. I don't know, but here,
there is
nobody has been to the
Hold on.
dinner.
Let me ask this guy. What did you eat for dinner, buddy? What did you have for dinner? Zephyr?
There is a lot of stupid here.
Don't interrupt. I'm asking a question. Don't interrupt. Zephyr,
There is a
what did you eat for
lot
dinner?
of stupid here.
Why are you doing it anyway? You dumb fuck.
There is a lot of stupid here.
Who are you asking? Who is talking right now?
Zephyr, I'm asking you what did you have for dinner?
Chicken thighs.
Okay, chicken. What color? Hold on. How big was the chicken?
Small.
How do you? No, the actual chicken. When it was alive.
What are you trying to ask?
Yeah, I'm asking you. What would the chicken look like when it was alive?
I don't know. I don't know how it.
Okay, but you know a chicken existed, a live chicken existed somewhere at one time. Even though you don't know what the chicken looked like, you don't know what color the chicken was, you don't know how tall it was, you don't know what it had for dinner, but you know a chicken existed because you ate chicken, right?
Yeah, that's a fact. Yes.
Okay, we know there's a container because we have gas pressure. The very fact we have gas pressure means there's a container. We don't need to know what the container's made out of and what it ate for dinner.
Okay. All right. I got what.
Okay, so we don't know what the container's made out of, what the substance is, what the methodology of containment is. We know it has to exist because we have gas pressure.
No, I agree with you on that. No question about it.
Yeah, so the rest is just extemporaneous information that's not necessary to determine whether space is fake or not. You don't need to know what the container's made out of to know that you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without the vacuum sucking away all the gas.
Absolutely. That makes sense.
Okay, then we don't need to go any further than that, really.
No.
We can speculate. It's made out of freaking cottage cheese. Who fucking cares?
All right, so there's infinite, right? But is that what you're saying?
What the fuck?
Oh my.
Infinite is an irrational number.
It's
not even a number.
Nothing is infinite, buddy.
Like whatever number you can think of, it's one more.
Infinite's a claim that somebody has been as far as they could possibly be, come back and said, I couldn't go any further.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's unknown.
Who's done that? No one.
All right. That's it. I guess that's.
Infinite is just like a nebulous idea human beings have come up with that has no real physical meaning. You can talk about it. You can imagine that there's something that exists that is infinite, but that's all you can do. You can it's just something in your mind. It's like pink unicorns. They're just something in the mind. It doesn't exist out there.
Pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Yeah, pretty much.
I get that as a concept. Okay.
It's a poorly formed concept at that.
Right.
You want to hear about the paradox of infinite, Zypher? So, if you take the word infinite, right, and you start from 0 and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to infinity, right? There's also another infinity, which is a negative infinity, right? So 0, -1, -2, -3, all the way to infinity. And in between each of those numbers, there's an infinite number of decimal places. That's how big infinity is.
It's even worse than that, Sheepdog. If there was an infinite universe, there'd be an infinite amount of flat Earths in it.
Yeah.
Right. So we have established that it's just an unknown, basically.
No.
Infinite's not an unknown. Get rid of the word infinite. It's just an unknown. There's no infinite.
Exactly. All right. That's it. That's a concept. Instead of saying infinite, it will be unknown.
It's just unknown. Just say I don't know.
Right.
Awesome.
It's an unknown.
Yes.
All right. That's all. All right. So does that make me a flat? Does that make me a fake flat earther?
No, it makes you an infinite plane society, Earther, if that's what you want to go with it. It's just about empirically being concise about what your standpoint is. You're a globe earther, you're a globe earther. If you think it's actually an infinite plane, that's who you stand with. If you think it's a space disc, flat earth society. We're none of them.
No. I have updated my definition. Instead of infinite, it will be an unknown. I guess I'm gonna die on that hill. All right. I didn't mean to come across as, I don't know, sarcastic or in any way.
The unknown will be the makeup of it, the size, the distance, the medium that is in. That will be kind of like unknowns. what we actually can demonstrate about the gas pressure and come to the logical conclusion that there has to be a container is that that's the way that gas behavior is demonstrated to show pressure, which is gas pressure pressing against the walls of its container, causing the pressure. So that's why people logically come to the conclusion that that's the case, because it cannot be demonstrated otherwise.
No, I mean
That's the way. The unknown. There wouldn't be an unknown about what gas pressure is. I mean, that's kind of like demonstrated to be the force that the gas exerts on the walls of the container. But what is the container of the whole of the world? How big it is? What is it made of? Those will be the unknowns. Plural.
Right. I mean, the first thing
There's just like there's many unknowns. Those are unknowns as well at this moment.
Right. It's like the first thing that comes to mind when somebody hears the word container. The first thing that comes to my mind is something solid. But I have come to know that doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter what is it made of. The thing is, the concept is.
It does matter because what it is what it is. Doesn't matter my opinion or if it's mattered to me or if it doesn't matter to you, but it is what it is, right? But we don't actually know about the conditions of it or the makeup of it, and the unknown. That doesn't mean that it doesn't matter, because it does matter. Because if it wasn't for it, there wouldn't be no you and I or anybody in here having a conversation, because the gases will be escaping our lungs. So it does matter. It's just that it's an unknown.
The solid idea, the solid conceptualization of a barrier is because that's all we can actually show. We can show bubbles in water, where it has to be a specific medium change. We can show plasma, but again, that's not it's in a containment field of where it's being generated. We can show what's the other one? Gas pressure in a flask or a vacuum seal. But that's how we express it. What we see working in natural law. We don't see a great big vacuum flask between us and wherever out there is, because we can't go far enough to actually confirm that. For a start, we don't know what this barrier is, but there's a barrier. There's something. It implies a physicality, but until we quantify what that physicality is and how it works, we can't make claims on it. Again, coming back to the dome thing, that's a conceptual idea that's been presented as snow globe Earth or disk Earth or space disk Earth or whatever.
No, when you say the word dome, to me, it's something solid. Period. That's the first thing that comes to mind.
Dome is a shape. Dome will be a shape.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to like a giant football stadium that was enclosed, like Wembley Stadium or something like that?
Holy crap! Have you ever been to the end of this conversation?
I'm
or is that going to be infinite?
Oh yeah,
it's going to be infinite.
Oh yeah.
It just begun, but it won't be infinite because people are gonna go to sleep eventually. So not infinite.
Well, if I keep talking, you're all going to sleep.
No, the point is, I tuned in 20 minutes ago, and he was asking the same thing. It's like he didn't learn anything.
What happened, guys?
Lots of things are happening.
Why are you angry?
Nobody's angry. This is.
Sorry, I'm Scottish. I'm just Scottish. I don't mean to sound angry, dude. It's okay.
But for the curious, I actually know the exact shape of the Earth container, and I'll tell you for a small fee.
How it looks.
So the exact shape of the Earth container is Earth container shaped. I rest my case.
Yeah, that will be a good way to put it. That's.
Oh, I don't know what is Earth container. What Earth container mean?
The antecedent to the gas pressure that you're breathing, because gas pressure will be the force that the gas is external on the walls of its container. So the container will be an antecedent for that cause and effect relationship, the gas pressure that you're breathing.
It's a barrier. It implies a physical barrier, but until we can actually quantify it, we can't claim what that physicality is, or the physics of it.
Right, so Encyclopedia Britannica says a dome is a rounded roof or ceiling that is shaped like a half of a ball.
I told you.
What does it say when you ask what a container shape is?
Dome. That's
a container. All containers are domes, are they?
No.
No, right. So the proper word is container. Dome invokes a shape. Like old dude was saying, we don't know. We can't quantify these things.
At that I'm wondering now. If Earth is flat, if I kept swimming on the open sea, will I reach the moon?
If you keep swimming, you'll die, though.
What? Will you reach the moon?
If I got ship.
If you
keep swimming, you'll get tired and maybe eaten by fish. You know this, right?
No, I will not swim. I will not swim. I will.
I want to recommend you to keep swimming in the sea.
I will bring a ship, a big ship, and I will keep sailing until I reach the moon. If Earth is flat.
If you keep
do you reach what?
If you keep swimming, you'll turn to a dolphin.
The water is on the ground, right? Below you, right? Or the moon is above, celestial, in the sky.
Okay.
To reach the moon, you have to go up.
Okay. There is misunderstanding. I mean, if Earth is flat, you're saying that's right?
Yeah.
That means it's going like infinity to the space. There is no end.
Infinite again.
No, not infinity. No, there's natural boundaries, and there are legal man's law boundaries of law that you can't go beyond. No one's claiming infinite.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What is boundaries?
The boundaries are the international, the Antarctic Treaty that prevents free access without paperwork or warranty beyond the 60th parallel south.
Okay, I got you that there is law and international countries that.
Yes, Rain. What you're asking the hypothetical is that can you go forever towards that direction? Are you where are you going to?
I mean that if there is no international. No. Hear me for a second. I mean that if there is no boundaries. If there's no boundaries, and we are talking about that the Earth is flat, we don't know the end of the Earth.
No, Rain. Before you reach the boundaries, you already know that the Earth is not curving. Here, we're not touching. Is there any boundaries around you? Probably not, right? You can travel across your area. You can reach. Listen, Rain. Listen.
Okay, go.
Here, stop talking. Before you reach this imaginary boundary, right, or whatever, you can actually measure the bodies of water across your region, many lands, many lakes, and you're gonna come to find out that the Earth is not curving, it's not spinning, and there's containment required for everything to be.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey Ahmed, you're interrupting. Ahmed, mute yourself.
I'm not doubting that.
I'm Ahmed Ali. I'm from Egypt. I'm 21 years
you're
old.
Interrupting, Ahmed. You're interrupting. Mute yourself, Ahmed.
I didn't doubt that the Earth is flat. I mean that if it's flat, okay. At the end, will I fall at the space, or it reaches out to infinity to somewhere like other planets, or? You got what I mean?
The planet is not the Earth. The planets are luminaries up in the sky, the celestials, the heavens above. That's not the Earth below your feet. Separate things, different, not the same. Ahmed, I'm gonna have to mute you if you don't mute yourself, Ahmed.
What?
You're feeding noise into the mic.
Okay.
We don't claim or believe that Earth is a disk in space, or that it has an edge that you can fall off of into the void.
Yeah, that's what I imagined when we talk about flat Earth. That's what you said, right? I feel like it's a disk on space.
Yeah.
That's really that's what I imagine. If you have another imagination, tell me.
That's what you've seen. That's what you've seen on the internet. Now that is that idea. That's the Flat Earth Society. We're not them. And people like Professor Dave strawman us with that idea. It's posted that we think flat Earth is a space disk, and it's not. That's to make you think we are silly, and the idea is ridiculous. Now that idea.
I'm trying to understand your idea. I'm not making fun of your idea.
No, that's cool. That's cool. Everyone comes to this the same, of having seen the same things. That we have to answer this question hundreds of times a day. It's okay.
So you gotta start from, instead of trying to think about this from an outside perspective, Rin, you have to start from your point, from your reference, from the realist level. You start from there. And then when you start from there, you can go across reality, and you come to find out, when you test it, or let's say you're coming from the questioning the globe idea, the Earth is curving and spinning, you can test those things, and you can falsify it. That's why people have come to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a sphere of the certain radius that they claim, because it doesn't measure to be that way. It measures to be not curving, not in motion, so it cannot be the sphere they claim.
Well, you know what makes the idea of flat Earth maybe right for me is that, like 500 years ago, nobody knew anything about America.
Rin, that's a falsehood, because 500 years ago there was people already in the Americas, millions of people.
Okay, I know. I mean, like the whole world.
Nobody knew about America. That's just wrong.
No, I don't mean that there was nobody there. I mean, as a country, there was no United States. There was the Indians there, the real people who own the land.
Indians were in India, Rin. Indians are from India. There was natives in America, people from all across the continent, North America, South America, the Caribbean islands.
Before the immigration.
All of the islands.
Did you know that?
Go ahead.
Did you know that the Vikings discovered America 500 years before Columbus?
What?
How come anybody is not talking Viking in America?
The word is too big.
Oh, there's lots of symbolism.
Supposedly, these guys with ironclad came in and they got spooked by the Native Americans. No, man, that doesn't work.
I don't mean that nobody knew about. I mean that there were no countries there, and there was like.
There was nations, Rain. There was nations. Countries are political constructs between people. There are still nations without countries.
I think
you don't need countries to have civilizations.
The Western world was aware of the landmass that is America, but yes, Rin, you're right. USA, as we know it now, yeah, Britain, the Highlands, Scotland, had a mass
that's what I mean.
new land that said they found, yeah.
There was the American people. That's why you got the Americans, you got the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, the Cubans. You see, you have all the Americans, the Colombians, all the Americans, Venezuelans, Ecuadorians, all of the Americans in the Americans.
The old dude always know what I mean.
Yeah, Rin, that story that they told you that this guy discovered the Americas, and he proved the Earth was a globe. That's complete fantasy, Rin. That's complete fantasy. Just like the globe, a story in a book, like Harry Potter. You know, have you ever read a story like Harry Potter, Rin, Narnia?
I watched the movie.
So there you go. So the globe idea, that's what it is. Hollywood, Disney, exactly that.
Propaganda, what you see on television from NASA, Rin, that's propaganda for the heliocentric model, bro.
I mean, maybe in the future we will discover that there is more lands that we don't know anything about because of the international boundaries that you're talking about.
Japan recently released documentation on having found something like 200 new islands. Is that right, Ginger?
7,000.
Oh, bro, right. Sorry. I'll shut up, man. Thank you.
Something like
7,000 islands, Rin. Now, some of these are, they found it on satellite imagery. You're not telling me all these little islands appeared overnight, and you're not telling me they're all small either, or they didn't know about them in the first place.
Rin, the issue about discovering Rin is that there's limitations of travel. So whatever places you're allowed to go to, or you have the resources of the capabilities to go to, it might be already discovered. So to discover new lands, you're gonna have to go beyond the boundaries that you're allowed to go to. You're between fences, Rin. Don't you know this?
Even without the official boundaries, there is like unofficial boundaries in sea, like the Bermuda Triangle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in the Caribbean, the Bermuda Triangle. That's like a man-made concept of an area.
Like
I think that's where they shoot the rockets, and they fall around that area, and that's what people say. But I don't know, maybe.
I don't know how, after all the technology and everything, and nobody can discover how ships go in there and they disappear just like that. You know, it's
ships
just
disappear in all many regions across the world, over there and other places. So, yeah. Ships disappear not necessarily at the Bermuda Triangle.
Hiding or protecting some people from going and discover something, you know. They're making this place like forbidden or dangerous.
If you look at the old maps, there's many islands that are in the old maps that are not in the new map. So that might be what you're trying to say. But that's kind of like we're speculating about that.
Yes, that's what I mean. They hiding something, you know. That's why they're making like natural disaster at this place or something that's scary.
Tell me this, Rin. Can I ask you something? Why would they hide these things? Why would they lie to us?
I don't know. Maybe they making like experiments. You know, they don't know anybody to know about. Superpowers sometimes they hide their experiments. Like the nuclear weapon, nobody heard about the nuclear weapon before the United States used it.
So, why? But why lie? Are they lying to protect us? Are they lying to control us? Are they lying to manipulate us?
No, I think they seeking control. Such superpowers always looking to control everything.
I think that they want you to pay taxes and they don't want you to go outside of this little freaking camp, right? So if you want to go outside of this camp, then you don't have to pay taxes.
So what you're saying are governments are governments colluding and keeping us all thinking this? Or are they all doing it on their own, Rin?
They just want you to pay taxes till the day you die. That's all. And if you're trying to avoid taxes or you're a tax evader, then yeah, Uncle Sam is not going to like it.
Avoiding taxes is not illegal. You can be tax exempt, but
no, avoiding tax illegally. That's what I'm saying.
No, there's tax exemptions. There's people that are tax exempt. Not everybody pays taxes.
Did you hear about Area 51? People was talking about such a strange area in the United States that imprisoning aliens and a lot of rumors. And up till now,
aliens are foreigners. Aliens are foreigners, people from other lands. In the fictional sense, the globe sense, it will be beings from other planets. So in reality, if you're talking about aliens in the real world, you're talking about foreigners, like Mexicans in New York or Dominicans in California.
No, that's not what he's talking.
I mean, like the superpowers, like
That's what I'm talking.
No, you're trying to describe aliens. I got what you're saying.
Foreigners, yes, people from other lands. That's what aliens means.
Yeah, I wasn't describing them. I was talking about something was famous at the news like a year ago or 2 years ago, was called Area 51. It was like, yeah, you heard about it?
And then you said the word alien, right? And what does that mean?
No, I meant that they were talking about this area that the aliens are imprisoned there by the USA Army to make experiment about them.
Okay, and those aliens are from Area 51 or they're from a different land?
No, they get from different land.
Oh, there you go. Exactly what I said. Beings from other land, people from other lands. And you say, no, it's not that. And the other guy, no, it's not that.
They mean people from space, you know, not from.
That will be the fiction. That will be the fictional sense of it. In the etymology of the word, because you're thinking aliens, beings from Mars, from other planets. The Earth is not a planet.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Those places are not terra firma, and when they tell you that aliens come from these planets, that's fantasy, that's fiction, that's movie, Hollywood, Disney. That's the separation between the meaning of the word when it's used in reality, and then when it's used in fiction, like in Star Wars. Star Trek.
But why they were talking about aliens in USA and being imprisoned and experiment? They want. Why they want to?
You don't know that. That's people speculating in the internet. You don't actually know. That's speculation. Yeah, there are foreigners that are in jails. Yes, people from.
No, they were talking about something fly on America.
That's UFOs. That will be. You're talking about flying objects up in the sky.
And
yeah, that's not aliens. Those are flying objects, not aliens.
Yeah,
aliens
they were talking about them as aliens or something came from space. Even Trump, the president of the United States,
space doesn't exist. The outer space thing doesn't exist, so they cannot come from there because it doesn't exist. People don't come from Narnia, and you don't. The talking lion doesn't come from out of the movie and speak to you, right? In English, Chinese, Spanish. Right? That doesn't happen. Aslan doesn't exist in reality, just like outer space. Aliens from outer space doesn't exist. If you're talking about across this place, there's people from other lands, yes. There's such a thing all over the world. From outer space, no. Fantasy.
Don't lie to you, Ben. They don't lie to you. They're dealing with entities. They're dealing with something Area 51 and Area 52, yes. Government and space agencies are involved. Yes. They bought the land. It's clear and obvious, yes. They're dealing with beings, they claim. Yes.
He said from outer space.
Forms of existence, yes. That are alien to our form or our existence. And what they're doing is implying that it comes from Mars, little green men from Mars, bro. That's where the lie starts to really twist in.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
You just did. Do you got a second question?
Yeah, it's another one.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you think that with conversation and how will you guys research and find out if Earth is really flat, or you sure about what you're saying, guys?
Yes, sir. Yes.
What you said?
Yes, very sure, yes.
But there is no solid resources, you know?
That's what you believe up until now. Up until you're showing how you can test for yourself, how you can put the model, the globe, to direct test. You won't think that there are sources. You might think, I could look at things on the internet or see pictures from space, but you don't know that there's actually a way to test this directly. And it's in the physics of water, as well as simple observation and easy mathematics. It's physically testable. Earth doesn't measure as curving.
I mean, I got what you're talking about, but I mean, if for example, if you been to travel to space and you have seen the Earth from the space, and you found out
cannot do that. That's fantasy.
I mean, if you could do that,
you cannot.
You started with F,
It's like imaginary scenario. You got what I'm
Don't worry, 5 more years you'll be able to do it, dude. 5 more years.
Start without if, Rin. Start without once upon a time. Just start without if. Put the same question on the table without if.
Listen, you can say if. Whatever your name is. You can say if we go to a body of water and we bring a laser and we can shoot it across a certain distance, right? And we can determine that there is no drop over a distance. We can determine that the water is not curving to a specific rate for the globe, so we can falsify the claim of the globe. You can say that if, but if you're saying if we're gonna someday in the future go to outer space, a fantasy place that doesn't exist, and do fantasy things in that place, that's just a bunch of fallacies put together. We're going into imaginary land.
No, bro. I mean, when will it be enough for you to know I was wrong or that Earth is not flat? You know.
Ren, listen, I told you, if you stick to the ground, you stick to the thing in question, or the waters across, and you test that, you can answer this question. But you're saying, let's go away from the thing in question, the Earth, right? You're saying, let's go away from it. Something that you cannot do. Can you do it, Rin? Are you able to do it? Can you leave the Earth? Can you, Rin? No, the answer is no. Right?
What you mean by leaving Earth?
You're the one proposing that we're gonna go to outer space. Can you do that?
Go far enough away to see it, Rin. That's what you're proposing.
Rin, can you do that right now? Yes or no?
Yes get out of Earth. You mean go to space? Is that what going away from Earth? That's what you mean?
Yes, that's what you're saying.
You mean you going to space? That's what you mean?
Can you do that, Rin? Can you do that?
No, but governments can.
Exactly. But do you know what you can do? You can measure the Earth, the thing in question, that thing that we're talking about.
And the governments that go to space, that's the model that we're testing, Rin. That's the claim. We have their evidence, so therefore we'll take the size of the model and we'll physically test its surface to see if it does what the pictures show us.
But you know, like in democratic countries, people in power change over time. So I think if there's a secret like that, someone will expose it, because it's like no one stays forever in power, especially in superpower countries.
In all countries, people are exposing this, Rin. There's flat earthers all across Earth talking about this right now. Many of them are in the room with you from all across Earth.
Ring, if someone comes to you and show you a cartoon of something, whatever, a misrepresentation of reality, do you just believe what they showed you, or will you have like doubts about it? And if it's important enough, will you check it if it's true or not?
It depends. It depends on how many people show me this cartoon as something real. You know, if a lot of people, like millions, trillion people, believe in that, then I will believe until someone comes with something else.
So that's appeal to majority, or to appeal to consensus, Rin. That's actually a fallacious standpoint. I'm not pulling you down. I'm just letting you understand that that's the wrong scientific standpoint to take on this.
Yeah, that's because I'm not living alone, you know. There's millions of people and with a lot of specialities, and everyone is special at something, you know. Some people know better than me in space, some people know better than me in medical issues, you know. That's why I
know. Many of them don't know. They believe just like you do. They believe. You're saying that they know, but they don't know. They believe.
Okay. I mean that people depend on each other. Nobody is living alone, so I can depend on my mind alone. I need someone special on carpenter, in driving, in like professional sports. You know?
Yes, that's real is level. Like you said, a medicine, you said a mechanic, and things like that, right? Yeah, that works in driving. That works in reality. That's reality. Good. Stay in reality. But when the person that you're saying, the mechanic or the carpenter that you mentioned, when they start saying that they know that the Earth is this cartoon ball, like a curving thing in the vacuum of space, they're just talking belief. They don't know that.
Do you go to for confirmation of Santa Claus?
I mean, when people specialize in space, studying space for a long time, trying to find out what is going on.
I specialize in it.
I know, but there is like NASA is a big organization.
No, NASA is Hollywood, Disney. You know Hollywood, Disney, cartoons, fantasy, movies, Narnia.
You remember, Rin, that we agreed that NASA shows us pictures of the globe, so we can't go there, and we have to do what we can on Earth to compare reality to that. Yeah.
But I mean, we have no choice now because they already have all the ways to convince us with what they have. They spend trillions of dollars on researching and on spaceships and a lot of things. That's why we, on the other side, we don't have a lot of convincing papers to negotiate, to speak about.
Convincing. Nobody's here is trying to convince you, dude. This is about you acknowledging reality or denying
I'm not talking
it.
about someone trying to convince me. No. I'm just telling the truth. What is going on is that they have more convincing ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, propaganda. Yes, fiction.
that's what I
People
mean,
believe
yeah,
in cartoons. They love the outer space hero. They love the movies. People love Hollywood, Disney.
They got a lot of tools. Yes,
But
that's what I
that
mean.
doesn't make it real.
They've got a lot of claims, Rin, and pictures that you can't.
It doesn't make it real, but it makes it more to believe. You know, the possibility that a lot of people will believe that is more.
Yeah, because to be honest, Rin, it's just the current model of science, the heliocentric model of science, the globe, and it's spinning through the vacuum of space. That's the current idea that's what we're doing. They've stopped mentioning that Earth might actually be flat. They don't teach that anymore in school or education. They ridicule it now. Oh, you silly flat earthers, ha ha ha, look, science has discovered. No, science didn't discover this. Science pushes this as the model. It's a theoretic paradigm. And when you actually test it, Rin, what we can show you how to test it yourself, it proves it is only a theory that is wrong. Actually wrong. In umpteen ways.
You mean pseudoscience, right? I'll do like the pseudoscientists, because that wouldn't be science.
Yeah. Theoretical.
Yeah, I mean the idea that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, that's complete nonsense fantasy. And you can actually check this for yourself and falsify it. Nobody has to tell you.
They invested in television. Now we have television and we have better communication because they went to space and there's like
no. Communication is undersea cables, mainly undersea cables. But yes,
no, I mean television broadcasting. You know, the television broadcasting depending on space. You know.
What are you talking about? You're talking about like footage and videos that they give you from outer space that play doesn't exist.
Yeah, the connection.
Listen.
The connection between you and the channel, you know.
The connection, our connection, you and I talking. That's cables. That's fiber optics.
Not you and me now. I mean on television. Before even me and you talk now, there was like spaceships giving like signals to our TV so we can
There's
watch.
No spaceships. That place, outer space, Rin, doesn't exist.
Satellite television doesn't mean that you're getting a picture from something floating next to a vacuum or in a partial vacuum. That's not what satellite means in that regard, Ren.
You're talking about towers?
Yes.
Towers are on the ground, not in outer space.
No, the towers, they emit these waves to your, I don't know, back 50 years ago to the television, right? And that's how you were able to get a signal and watch.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, towers are in the ground, and the ground is not curving. It's not on a sphere. Yeah.
That's what
satellite, Ren. These towers are satellites because they're spread out from the main broadcast centre. They're satellite to it to broadcast to boost the signal far enough. That's the satellite reference. Same as GPS. It's a ground positioning system, not global.
So how inaccurate is the GPS coordinate system?
It's not that it's inaccurate or accurate. It's that you think that that's happening on a cartoon spinning globe. But that's not what's happening.
I never said that. You're just assuming that I said that, but I never said that. I never assumed that.
Okay, so satellites work. I mean, GPS works, right? It works. What were you saying? How inaccurate?
What I'm getting at is, all right. Say that you are sailing on a boat in the middle, I don't know, of the Atlantic Ocean, right? And then something happens to you, right?
Yeah.
You get stranded, and then you have this emergency beacon, right? That will emit a signal for you to get rescued, right? It will provide some sort of a coordinate, right, for the rescuers to come and get you, right?
Yeah.
So
radar at the shore of many countries, they have antennas, military antennas, and they have radar antennas that shoot across the water for hundreds, if not thousands of miles. Radar.
They also have radio antennas that scan higher and lower frequencies. And when you pull that little string on your very expensive watch for a Team America to come and rescue you, it activates a signal on a higher or whatever frequency to tell them there's an alarm. Then the radar kicks in, then they track you down.
That's not saying that there's no stuff floating in the sky or doing what they do in the sky, but they're not going around a globe in a vacuum of space, dude. That's not what's happening. We do have devices that are used in high altitude, maybe beeping some signal, giving some type of imagery or whatever. But that doesn't mean you're in a globe. Stuff works in reality, yes. It works good. But the globe is not reality.
But in reality, as you're saying, they working hard to prove their idea. You're investing too much. There's a lot of technology, and now we use a better transportation using the flying planes, and life going
on a globe. Airplanes don't work on a globe.
Yeah, but I mean,
airplanes debunk the globe.
What?
Airplanes debunk the globe. Airplanes don't work on a spinning globe in a vacuum of space.
Want to see the proof, Ren? I'll post the proof for you in chat. We know planes don't fly around the ball, bro. We're not fantasizing or guessing or surmising or calculating. We have information, direct information on pretty much everything we say.
He says technology, airplanes, yeah. Go ahead, Ren.
I mean, for example, if Earth is flat, when the sun rises, it will shine in all Earth at the same time. America will be morning at the same time.
No,
as Africa.
When it's raining at noon, and the sun is noon above your head, and you cannot see it because clouds, water, stuff in the air, light attenuation, right? Light diffuses. It doesn't just go forever. through a medium. You know when you're in the bottom of the ocean and you cannot see, it's dark, even the sun is above.
Yeah, but we're saying the Earth is flat. There's no. We're
How
not
far
under
away is the
ocean.
sun? How far away is the sun?
I don't know, 10,000 miles.
Who told you that?
A little bird. I don't know. Okay, fuck.
Nobody knows how far away it is. It's an apparent light source in the sky.
I think it's 93 million miles away, Rin, and it's going to light up all of Earth at once. It doesn't actually work like that.
No, that's not how light works. Yeah. That's just you trying to change reality into something else. That's not how reality works.
You know what the wild thing is?
No, I mean if it's flat, there will be no time zone. You know.
Here's the problem, Rin. You're saying if the world is flat, this is how it's supposed to work. The problem it's an error in the way you're thinking. So if the Earth is curving, there's measurable curvature. If the Earth is not curving, then the Earth is flat. And then if the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening in the sky is only happening over flat Earth.
Yes, because we're talking about hypotheses. We're not having proven thing yet. You know.
It's already proven that the Earth is not curving, dude. It's just that you haven't looked into it. You haven't checked it. You haven't checked the Earth yourself. That's why you still believe in the fantasy. But when you check, you come to find out that the fantasy was that fantasy.
Yeah, because we don't have the tools like governments to use.
Yes, we do. We do have tools. We do have long distance observations. We have infrared cameras. We have optics. We have lasers. You can go to a body of water and you can look across it and you can see distances that go beyond the limitations of the globe. Yeah, people can do stuff. You don't need the governments to do anything, dude.
No, I mean they have the tools. Even our tools is very weak compared to the government. You know.
Which tool are you talking about? You can grab a mirror. Listen, you can grab a mirror.
They have like the big companies. They have the space shape. They have the ability to create. You know, we are customers. You know, we consume what they produce.
Green, when you woke up every day and you say your grace on the dinner table, do you say, "Thank you, government, for creating this world for me. Thank you"? Is that what you say? Thank you, government.
No, I thank God because He gave me a chance.
Oh, you thank God. So God gave your God-given senses, didn't He?
Good man. Rin,
Yeah,
can I ask?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Rin, can I ask you something, Rin? Do you drive? Do you have a car, Rin? Do you have a vehicle?
No, I don't have.
Oh, okay. Can you drive?
Yeah, I tried before.
Okay. So you can drive just because other people have cars doesn't mean you can't drive. Just because someone has a Ferrari doesn't mean you can't drive, bro. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't need to be a big fancy toy for you to be able to do it. Anyone can learn to drive anything from a push bike to a whatever you like. It doesn't mean that one person can't learn to do it and can't learn to do it well with a smaller, more simpler model.
Okay, for example, maybe I don't know the tools, and maybe you know better than me. Tell me, what tools did you use to discover the truth, you know?
Okay, the tools that we use to discover the truth are the claim on the size of the model, the dimensions of Earth, and the geometrics of Earth. And we imply that across bodies of water, which must curve. It must fit that paradigm, that geometric curve. Now you can use a thing called a distance to the horizon calculator and calculate your eye height to where the curvature of the water must be. Now what we observe, what we measure, what we test defies curvature. It doesn't curve, it doesn't drop away, Rin. You can use lasers over long distance, 20, 30 miles, thereabouts. no curvature, no drop over distance. You don't need spaceships, bro. All you need is your eyes.
But you're still using something was produced by the government that trying to make like the centralism system that you're saying.
Yeah, we test the government model. We test the world model, the heliocentric model of the globe, the dimensions of the globe. If you look in the text chart, that's the dimensions. That's what we test against reality.
I mean, even if we depend on ourselves, we still need what the governments produce. We can say just we boycotting the governments and everything they produce.
Oh, the government doesn't produce anything. The government sets the rules and takes from someone and give it to someone else. The government doesn't produce anything. What are you talking about? The government doesn't produce anything. The market does. Private companies, people produce, not the government, dude.
Okay, I mean the military industry. There is like strategic weapons and things that the governments keep it that they is the only one who produce.
So you mentioned the government. You mentioned the military industrial complex. So they use lasers, right? And they shoot targets, line of sight with lasers over 100 miles across water. That debunks the globe right there. So you brought up a good point that the militaries don't use the globe to do anything.
No, for example, they use the globe to spy.
How?
Footage
to spy.
They take footage of the positions of their enemies and all of this by taking footage from the
line of sight.
Satellite.
Oh, high altitude photography. Yes, they do that, but that doesn't mean it's a globe run. You're implying it's a globe because they show you pictures of it being above a globe. Therefore, it's a globe. That doesn't work, bro. That's a story. Yes, they spy.
No, I don't mean the photos of the globe. I mean photos of Earth itself. When two armies in fight, sometimes they use developed devices like satellite and things from the space to photograph the positions of their enemy and how they move, for better planning,
Have you ever heard of satelloons, Rin? Did you know that some of these things that you think of as satellites floating about in space are actually on
high-altitude drones?
Or high-altitude drones, yeah. Or U-2 spy planes.
You've seen a lot of movies, man.
But it happened even before drones was popular,
Yeah, we had.
You're mixing movies with reality.
From the 50s, Rin, we had U-2 spy planes, bro. Before that, we had high-altitude balloons, Zeppelins, taking photographs.
But you guys, depending on someone who's researching or publishing his own research about this topic?
No. I saw somebody put some video out, and I'm like, that's interesting. That doesn't make any sense. Let me go check for myself. And then that was the beginning of the end, or the end of the beginning.
Testing, repeating tests, verifying, double checking, triple checking, that kind of stuff. Like you can do it one time, then the other guy can do it, then another guy can do it. That kind of stuff. Verifying.
It's testing. Not actually science, Rin. It's the ethos of science, the method of science. But what you're testing is the geography of the globe. Direct testing of the geography of the globe against the claim
geometry
against reality.
Geometry.
Yeah, geography. Sorry, yes, yeah. Well, the geography would be the landmass, the topography of the landmass, yeah, and that does become more confusing because you have to remember that you can be lost unless you calculate in above sea level, you can be confused. So, but yes, it's yeah, you're right, mate. It's what's up?
The first time I heard it, I was like, "Oh, that's my friend. I'm not going to say anything." And then, like 6 months later, I hear it again. I'm like, "Dude, what's up with that? Why do you keep bringing that up?" And then so he showed me some things, and I did some more research on my own. And then I was like, "That's pretty interesting," but the Earth's too big to see curvature, right? Like obviously it's curving because boats go over the curve and sunsets. So this is absurd. And then I decided to go check myself. I had to do research. I had to understand what the Earth curve calculator was, and then that's when I went out and did my own tests after I learned all of that.
I've got a terrible connection. I keep trying to put the Earth curve calculator in the text chat for you, Rin, but it's just not going through. To show you how this is actually testable, it's very easy. The mechanics of fluid dynamics, the physics of fluid dynamics. We use water to find level when it's at rest. We use it in the building industry and various other ways. Now, that can be implied across the face of bodies of water, i.e. Big sea inlets, big rivers, oceans, not quite oceans, well, across oceans from landmass to landmass, or alongside oceans on beaches. We can test this. And bodies of water at rest don't curve.
I put an Earth curve calculator in the side chat, but you can Google Earth curve calculator. You can use any one that you want.
Is Rin alive? Are you there, Rin?
Fell asleep with me talking, Rin.
He fell asleep.
Yep. I've done it again, Jamesy.
They do it to me too.
No, guys, I hear you. Thank you. You really provide a lot of information and trying to, to understand the world with the truth. Because there is a lot of lies, I know.
There you go.
Thank you for being patient and hearing us out and talking this through and not getting annoyed. Thank you.
What time is it in the UK right now?
It's a dark o'clock, I would call it. It's 3:18 a.m.
What time you go to sleep?
When I'm tired.
During the day?
Well, whenever I'm tired, my friend. Yeah, I'm not. I worked for a very, very long time night shift, and some of those shifts went on for a week at a time almost before I was able to fully lie down or go to bed. So I learned to catnap and things, and also later on in life, I worked a lot of night shifts. So I'm very used to it. I worked in the security industry as well as food production industry, and it was round the clock then, sometimes in both scenarios, just round the clock. So yeah, night and day don't bother me. I quite like being able to watch a sunset and a sunrise.
Are you retired now?
Tired? No.
Retire.
Oh, right. Yes, retired. Yeah, I'm in a lot of ways, I'm lucky enough to be retired while I'm still quite young. I'm only in my 50s. But I'm physically retired. I kind of damaged myself in my 20s. I've got snapped tendons in both forearms, and I didn't know until my late 30s that there was something seriously wrong. But yeah, I'm also in a position where I don't need to work. I have no mortgage, so I'm financially free from the constraints of that. And everything else that I've got is bought and paid for. And I have a certain amount of money coming in from a work pension because, again, I was damaged through work. And that's enough to keep me going. Thankfully, the government in this country also pay me something. But I try to not take too much from that. Some people think that the health service in this country should pay them a fortune. I don't believe in that at all. I believe it should be means adjusted. And if you need more from them and you haven't got it, yeah, fair enough. But if you've got it, you don't need it. You shouldn't take it.
No. I guess you said enough when you said that you're retired. So
Yeah, and I'm sorry, long way around. Yes, bro, I'm retired. Yes.
I mean,
Hey, I want to.
time doesn't mean anything anymore.
I want to ask Ren if he's still there. Ren, you still there?
Guess not. Has anybody been able to map the Earth as it is?
How come you want a model so bad?
I'm not asking for a model, man. I'm just wanted to know the topography and how you would travel from point A to point B, right? How is this tied into where I'm going with my next point? Is the day, the sunlight, right? And the absence of light, which will be darkness. So when somebody in I don't know, freaking Australia or Santiago says, hey, it's still daylight, or they say, oh, it's dark, I'm just curious to know how is the light being distributed across the landmass? So on certain regions it will be daylight and others will be dark. You know what I'm saying? And that can only be done if Earth is properly mapped, not this, what's it called?
Wait, it didn't happen before the Earth was mapped? So before the Earth was mapped, that wasn't happening? The Earth was the light wasn't shining on the Earth before the Earth was mapped?
No, that's not my point.
You said that it couldn't happen if the Earth is not mapped.
I didn't say that.
So what did you say? Let me check. Let me check the YouTube again.
I kind of missed that too. Like, what are you talking about? Time zones? I mean, everywhere on Earth, people know what midday is. They know when the sun's at high noon. They know when the sun's on the equinox or when it moves south or north across the seasons.
What I said was, how is the light of the sun distributed across the Earth? So some regions on Earth are illuminated and others are not.
The sun moves. It's transit across the day.
Huh?
The sun moves in its transit across the day and across the year, giving seasons. The night and day because the sun moves.
It sounds like he wants an explanation for night and day.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm specifically asking, how is the light of the sun distributed for certain regions to be, daylight and others to be completely dark?
Oh, are you asking for the solar map? How much is actually lit up at a time?
I can't understand what you're saying. Can you say that again?
Sorry. Are you asking how much of Earth is lit up at a time as compared to the other part of Earth that is in darkness?
What regions are lit up or illuminated by the light of the sun? Right?
So where is it daylight when it's daylight?
He said earlier, there's in some regions it's daylight, in others it's nighttime, and that can only be done if it can be mapped.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard, Jamesy. I know it might be a language barrier, bro, but I don't think any of us are quite getting what you're asking.
All right.
It sounds like he wants to know what the light bubble is and how far that bubble stretches in all directions.
He wants to know the mechanisms of the heavens above, how the sun works, what is the operator, and how that works.
No, the
size of the footprint of light when it's light. Yeah, you can get stuff of that online, but again, it's mapped onto a globe in a lot of ways. Some maps display it differently. They display it flat, but with north at the top and south at the bottom. to actually measure it, well, it's not easy. It moves across the seasons as the days change. And again, it's hard to follow because the weather systems change. The actual footprint of daylight as it moves across Earth or around above the face of Earth, it's actually very, very, very hard to track. Very hard. But we define different areas of it with time zones, and they're political. China has one. It might have two now. But generally, if it's daylight in China, it's daytime in China. They're all on the same clock.
Yeah, they say that there's 19 time zones in the north and 33 time zones in the south, which is odd because there's less land in the south. So why do we need 33 time zones down there?
Yeah.
So, in other words, the light that emanates. Huh?
Ik snap heel niet verstaan.
I don't
English,
understand.
please.
Bubba, mute yourself, Bubba.
We'll come to you soon, Bubba, but let Zypher finish his questions. If you could just mute your microphone and be kind.
All right. So basically, what I'm saying is the light that emanates from the sun, is it on a radius, circular, or does it like wobble? Does it like change? That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. Have you heard of the June solstice, December solstice? No.
You say circular, do you mean it's the light of the sun hitting Earth in one big circle?
However, the light hits the Earth, right?
Does a street light light up in a circle?
I did not say that it was a straight light. Straight light, whatever.
It's just a light.
We can only go on the kind of light that we can actually create and mimic down here, and its effects and the way it works to compare. But it's not sunlight. And if you're asking what is the sun's footprint on Earth, is it a circle? Is it a bar? Is it, a dot? We can't actually quantify that because we can't see it in its entirety, dude. We can only see part of it. We can follow the sun's transit with very, very fast jets and stuff, but we still can't map its. I mean, you're talking about something that's massive, bro. It starts getting daylight here when it's like before it gets dark in New Zealand, and it starts getting daylight in America before it gets dark here. It's huge. It's unmeasurable. It's beyond our ken, our knowing, our testing, our metering. But it has daylight and it has an outer edge. And that is very changeable due to atmospheric condition, time of year, the amount of water in the air, all that stuff, and where the sun is across the year. Sorry?
But if the sun is not flat and the moon is not flat, right?
That will be an unknown.
Are they flat or no?
You don't know. Maybe they're half a sphere, full sphere, flat.
But even from far away, they still look like a circle. Even from far away.
Circles are flat.
Yes. Circles fine. A fine explanation.
Flat, yeah.
Yes. It's
Are
round.
the pictures fake?
What?
The pictures from Earth, they are fake? Are they fake?
That will be a misrepresentation of Earth.
You say from Earth or of Earth?
I mean, we are using like a computer, right? And for this computer, we use physics to work, all right? But when physics talk about Earth, the physics wrong. I mean, how light works, how computers works.
Oh my God, you're gauge galloping and dude, just stick to one thing. The first thing that you said are pictures
No,
from Earth.
I think you
No?
don't understand me
No, no,
because
no. There might be a
speaking at
language
them.
barrier because you're jumping
He said that
around.
we
Just
do,
stick
he
to
said
one
that we do physics
No,
with computers.
it's not a language barrier. Is that
Okay,
is
if we do physics, okay, hello, I'm trying to address it, guys. So if we do physics, we have the physics of water, and we know based on the physics of water that the Earth cannot be a sphere in a vacuum of space because based on the physics of water, the water cannot be on the outside of a sphere, right? You said physics, and also the physics of spheres. And then we have gas pressure, and we cannot have that in combination. So the globe being a sphere with water on the outside, gas pressure on the outside, in a vacuum of space, that's an impossibility. It doesn't happen in reality. So based on physics, the globe is an impossibility.
the globe is impossible?
The globe, as claim, is an impossible.
Sir. But why it is a globe? You know why they?
No, it's not a globe.
Well, so it's what?
Earth is not a globe. That would be impossible.
It's not curving. The surface of water is not curving.
Water cannot curve.
Because
if you make a wave, you can make a wave.
Splash to the floor.
Water cannot curve, but we can talk with a person that is from another country. That's fair.
That's technology. That's not water. That's
Technology makes sense.
Undersea cables.
Marcelo, do you know that the connection that we have is underwater? The cables under the seas?
But I think that's false. I think we just using
That's not
our
false.
mind.
That's
Our
not
mind
false.
to communicate.
Underlying
Where's the
seas,
proof? Where's the
underlying
proof
cables
that
under the seas are real.
ChatGPT.
Where's the
Marcelo, guys. Let me talk
Where's
to
the proof?
Marcelo's. Come on.
Where's the proof that are cables underwater? There's no proof.
Marcelo, just do a Google search, ChatGPT or something, and check undersea.
I really think
cables.
ChatGPT will tell you that the world is not flat.
I think I want to say that if we can believe that the physics and spaceships and all of what the government say about the space, then we shouldn't believe the computers and
That's not
everything.
physics. That is not physics.
But based on physics, that's what he mean. I
That's
think.
not physics. Yeah, based on the real physics of water, gas pressure, the Earth, those physics, the ones that
No,
we
I
check,
mean the science
check in
of
reality.
physics itself, you know.
The physics that we can check in reality don't conform to the fantasy physics, the misrepresentation of what the globe is, which is not physics, not physical.
Even the pipes on water for the internet, you can't make sure as long as you can't, see it yourself. He's using the same principle, He's using the same principle of thinking, trying to prove that then we shouldn't believe everything as long as we can.
He's using nonsense. He's saying that because we speak through the internet, therefore Earth is a globe.
One question: is the real physics documented anywhere, mathematically coherent and those kinds of things? Genuine question. Or is math also rigged?
We're talking about geometry, right? And the Earth, the surface of the Earth is not curving.
Yeah, the thing is, with physics, you can from the basic things, you can start to derive other things. So, for the flat Earth to work, I assume that there is a whole set of mechanics, laws, types of things, and that would be the substitute for things from Newton, and also from Kepler.
Yeah, water. Yeah, the physics. Water. The physics that people use to construction, like water level, level of water. The water lays level, horizontal, flat. That's a description of the surface.
Yes,
and that requires containment. It requires pressure. That requires a container.
And
that will be real.
That's real, right? That's
real stuff. Yeah. So just those things, just the fact that you have gas pressure and physical water laying horizontal, that debunks the globe right there. That's pretty
Yes,
simple.
yes. I see that. But is there like it's a genuine question. I'm not trying to trick you or anything. Is there like do you agree with the mechanics, laws, the mathematical thing of like how fluids behave that we have? The small ones, like when you're using like the thermodynamics
Yeah, the laws of thermodynamics, the second
calculations.
law dictates that gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container, and the globe doesn't have a container and it's next to
Yeah.
the vacuum of
But
space.
like that's credible, like right? The
Yeah.
but is there like a derivation that builds on top of that and on top of that and on top of that that would describe the way that the lights in the sky behave and how the flat earth
Well, there is the stuff that we can verify here in reality, right? The stuff that we can check and repeat and test, right? There is those things. And then whatever you're asking about the luminaries, no man can go up there. Do you know any man that has been to the sun, to the moon, to the luminaries, the stars, and checked them?
yeah.
So there is the physical stuff that we can check, and then there are also wonders or unknowns that we cannot check and determine the cause of the effect. So there is phenomena that we can test and check the cause of that effect, like boiling water, right? But then there is phenomena like the sun, the stars, the moon, and many sky phenomena that we cannot check.
There's no way for
We
like
can observe it.
real science to get from like reality base reality that's like the water level and those kinds of things, thermodynamics. There's no way to get from that to explaining the luminaries, you say.
Well, the sky looks like a giant clock and calendar, so I don't know what else you're going to derive from it.
We can explain it. We can observe it and give you explanations, but to establish a cause and effect relationship of what is causing the luminaries to move like a clock, that's the only logical conclusion for me that I won't be able to science it, but you probably can do something to reach to that conclusion, is that it was designed to be so. But when you ask about science, how science, I cannot do a scientific test to determine the cause of the effect, the observable phenomena we call the luminaries.
About the luminaries, do you believe the idea that let's say the sun is a star that is burning and it's using nuclear fusion to generate energy, or do you believe
Why do you keep asking? Why do you keep asking if we believe?
Because
is there anything that you know?
Beliefs. I have different beliefs. I want to understand.
Well, we don't have beliefs.
Yeah, you do.
No, they got thoughts.
So you're asking about if we believe what the mainstream says, or some people say, because that's not everybody, that the sun is this, such a thing. Have those people went to the sun, been to the sun, and checked all of this stuff and verified it?
That's for sure. I'm not disputing that. But like, is there any explanation for, let's say, how much energy we get from the sun? Is there like mathematical explanation how we can?
Sure, there's most definitely mathematical explanations about many things, but that doesn't necessarily means that there is what is actually happening.
Yeah, but is there real? When I say that, I mean like, what do you believe to be reality? Is there some way to explain mathematically the real thing, the real way the luminaries work?
Yes, you can mathematically explain how the luminaries work. Yeah, math is a language. It's like you speaking now. I can tell you the sun moves like one hand of the clock, and the moon moves like the other hand of the clock, and they all move in cycles, and they reset every year, right? The stars is another gear of the big clock, and God is at the center, and He's the one making the clock move. I can explain you that in English or Spanish, right? But then with mathematics, you can also do an explanation that will explain whatever idea you have about the movement of the luminaries, but that doesn't necessarily make it true.
Got it. So, but on that situation, would the energy from, let's say, the sun come from God or something like that, or is there like a material source or something of the kind?
That's where the speculation kicks in, because to be able to say something like that and to determine the cause of the effect, we will have to go there and dissect the sky.
I see. So the only valid thing is things that you can like see with your eyes and check with your hands.
No, we have opticals. We can see with our eyes, and we observe the phenomena. But we also have other opticals can see more than our eyes can see. And well, if you're talking about the luminaries, what we observe is cycles. They're moving like cycles, and you can see colors, and they're bright, and they move this and that. But that's a phenomena, an effect that is being caused. What is the cause of that effect? That is the thing in question.
But why you accept to use opticals, not your eyes? At the same time, you used to use like spaceship or anything else, you know?
Opticals are not spaceships. You're putting two things that don't go together.
If we going to use,
we have opticals in reality. We don't have outer space in reality.
No, there's spaceships already in reality, and people can go and visit.
Ren, you're breathing air, okay? So when they tell you outer space, the vacuum of space, which is a volume that is available next to a pressurized system that we have here, and it's like a emptiness. The high pressure that we have right here, the gas, the air that you're breathing, when you expand your lungs, you expand the medium of your lungs, right? And that pressure rushes towards that volume that you are opening up your lungs, right? Ring?
No, I mean,
right. So when you open your lungs, the air pressure around you rushes towards the volume. Now, the air pressure has to be contained. There's a container, and they're telling you in the globe idea that there is no container. So it's a fantasy claim when they're telling you that they're going outside of the Earth pressurized system into a non-pressurized system. That will be an impossibility, because there will be you'll be not breathing air. The air will be rushing outside of your lungs, Rin. There will be not you breathing air and having a conversation.
And now you made me wonder about something else. If the Earth is flat, you know, how people dig like for hundreds of miles under Earth to extract like oil and gold and
that's
other
another
things.
belief that you're holding, though, because the deeper hole ever dug, but there was a race. There was this competition between some nations, and the ones that dig deeper was the Russians, and they only digged for 7.8 miles. And you're saying hundreds of miles. The deepest hole ever dug by men, it took like over 10 years. And they only dug 7.8 miles. So are you going to retract what you just said? Hundreds of miles dug?
No, not hundreds. Okay, 7 miles. How we know the depth of Earth?
So I worked in the oil field, and so the farthest we dig down in the oil field is anywhere from a half a mile to 2 miles down, and that's it.
You said you have a bunch of misconceptions about reality at the moment.
Yeah, maybe I made very big number, but I mean people dig for too much, you know. How we know the real depth of Earth and where it goes to, you know. If Earth is flat, then if we dig, you know, where it leads to, you know what I mean?
Listen, the surface of the flatness of it that people describe is the surface. Flat surface, flat lakes, flat Florida, right? Flat water. That's a description. Whatever is below, that's another thing. The containment and the heavens above and the sun and the moon.
Yeah, for example, water. People can go dive underwater for how much maximum people can go underwater? You know?
How much maximum was that?
How much people
go to the moon? How?
Yeah, the Mariana Trench.
How deep people can go underwater?
How he went back
People use containers. People use containers. They hold air either
Trenches about 8
long,
miles.
right?
No, I mean that.
Rain, I'm in the middle of replying to you. Don't say no in the middle of my sentence. Just stop.
No, this misunderstanding. You was about to answer something
people
else.
use
I'm not talking
volumes
about oxygen.
underwater?
I'm not talking about oxygen. I mean the distance.
The distance. I mean, the deepest underwater place is
Yeah,
the Mariana Trench.
I think Jamsey just trolling us. He doesn't believe that.
Marcelo, you're trolling yourself, bro.
Jamsey, you're too smart to think Earth is flat.
Flat is a description of a surface.
I think you're trolling us. You're saying that water cannot curve.
You're imagining things.
Right? Water cannot curve.
I didn't say that.
It doesn't curve when it's at rest.
No, but for real, you said that water cannot curve. I remember.
Okay, we're gonna speak with one person. Stop jumping.
When you take a piss, the water from your pee makes a curve. How do you
Marcelo,
explain that?
is that how you speak to your mom or your dad?
Yeah, bro, don't troll. Don't be an idiot.
When the water comes out the pee, it's curved. It's clearly curved.
Marcelo.
True.
It bends different.
Yeah, but bending and curve is not the same.
Marcelo, ¿tienes miedo de hablar? Deja el miedo.
¿Qué?
Nothing. Just mute Marcelo. Someone. He's not here.
Ask him.
You're cutting out.
Jamesy, ask him in his own tongue, please, to not troll and be honest. Ask Marcelo in his own tongue to please not troll and be honest.
He doesn't mean to insult. He got like really.
He knows what trolling is. He knows what trolling is. He's not dumb.
No, but he's right. When you do this, it curves.
Yeah, it's going seeking its level, right? But you cannot have water and your pressure. You cannot have that pressure to be able to push the water out of your system if you weren't in a contained environment. If the Earth was a globe next to the vacuum of space, you wouldn't be able to piss. The water will evaporate. It will be rushed out of your body.
I'll say this real quick before you go pee-pee. The urine in your bladder on the surface is flat and level in your bladder before you go pee-pee.
Also, the liquid in your vestibular system is a horizontal frame of reference. It's horizontal, level. So the globe doesn't make any sense when you're using your body. And your body is a contained environment too. It has many contained layers. That doesn't work on the globe. So yeah, Marcelo, piss debunks the globe. Good job, Marcelo. You debunked the globe. Welcome. Did he leave? He's muted, I guess.
Yeah, you want me to unmute him?
Yeah. Marcelo, be cool, dude. Don't troll.
We can keep talking to Rin, but if Marcelo, you brought up that, and we can keep it a little more serious.
I was asking about how deep we can go underwater and where it leads to, the bottom of Earth if it's flat.
So check this out, Rin. The deepest hole ever dug is 12 kilometers or 7.8 miles. And subsequently, the Mariana Trench, which is the deepest part of the ocean of all oceans, also happens to be about 7.8 miles deep. So there seems to be a limit to how far we can go down in Earth.
Also, depth is measured from the surface of sea level. So that flat water that you use to reference the height of mountains and hills is also the reference point for the depth of the ocean.
Regarding internet and how it works, how do you guys deal with the latency between, let's say, here where I am in Brazil and let's say Asia? because
latency has nothing to do with whether the shape of the Earth is a sphere or
yes,
it's described as a flat surface.
yes,
So
but
that's non sequitur. It's not following the topic.
yes, but if there's
It
no
sounds like a silly
around,
question. It sounds like a silly question because you think the flat Earth is silly.
no,
Yeah,
sorry.
latency
The thing
between
is,
me and
like,
you
I
is not
I
my
don't have
problem.
the basal beliefs that you guys do, so I will have silly questions. I'll have to understand the thing from the
I have a
child
silly question
level.
for you. I have a silly
Yeah.
question for you.
Consueño, the one asking the questions, he's more serious than the other guy. He has some other questions, so he's all right compared to the other one.
Let me ask him a silly question. What's his name? Casino? Vitor Casino? So, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
If it's not curving,
Mm-hmm.
He believes it's curving.
yeah, I think there's only flat. There's not.
Hey, that's an honest answer. No. That's an honest answer because that's really what it only could be, right? It's either curving or it's flat. But if it's curving, then we have to determine whether it's convex or concave, right?
Yes.
Right. But starting with the base, it's either curving or it's not curving. And if it's not curving, then it's flat, right?
Yes.
So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening in this world is only happening over a flat Earth.
That's the jump that I don't get.
No, it's not a jump because internet functions in reality. We're using it right now. It has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. The shape could be anything. Your deepest heart's desire, it could be anything, and the internet still functions because we're using it. So the internet has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
But you know, if Earth is flat, why ships disappear after a distance in water and sea? They disappear after a while.
Good question. That's a sequitur question. It follows because you're trying to determine whether or not the drop over distance is the reason why the ship is disappearing bottom.
Yeah, there is like curves. That's why they disappear.
Yeah. Well, in this case, we will determine whether the shape of the ground is like they tell us, which means it has a arc on that circumference that we can measure, which is the drop over distance. And then we can use that arc or that drop over distance to determine the radius value and see if it matches the radius value that they give us, 3,959 miles. If we're seeing beyond 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet, then we are not looking at a geometric curve. We are looking at an optical issue.
The thing I have with the internet connection is not like that
Why do you keep going to the
necessarily
non sequitur when we're on topic? Are you a gear diver?
sorry.
Hush. We're on topic. So 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet gives you the distance to the horizon in miles. At 1 foot
No, I think that's misunderstanding. I mean, if Earth is flat, we should see forever using our optics, you know, using like the new technology of
Am I
optics. And
roboting? Am I not coming through? Because this happens.
You're coming through, Freud. Rin, my friend, could you not cut other people off, please?
Okay, sorry.
At 1 foot observation height, the distance to the geometric horizon is 1.2 miles. We have instances where people have put a camera down at 1 foot elevation height above sea level and looked out over the water, which should be curving and conforming to the sphere of the ball because gravity holds it down, right? And the distance to the horizon is greater than 9.6 miles. That means it's easy to say that the horizon 10 times farther than what it should be. Have you ever seen that observation?
I know, like I got like lost in a lot of calculations that you're saying, but it's also like why it's daytime at some places, at night
No,
and
you're
at
going
some
into
other places.
abstract. I'm trying to be precise because they gave you a precise size to the sphere that you believe in. And I'm trying to show you that the sphere that you believe in is not observed in reality. It's not something you see with your real eyes.
Remember what I said earlier about whether the Earth is flat or curving, and if it's not measured any curvature, and that means it's flat, and if it's flat, then whatever's happening in the sky, sunsets, daytime, nighttime, satellites, it's only happening over a flat Earth. That's what Tactical Droid is trying to get at in this observation that he's talking about.
Is what I posted readable? Can you read that? Or do I need a better example? Because for mine, it looks like I might have a better example.
It's a bit iffy, bro.
I'll grab it. Anyway, in the meantime, you see the rigs, right?
Got you. 2 seconds.
Okay. Well, those rigs, the guy put the camera, he was making a video, and he put the camera down on the ground and was looking at the rigs, and then he zoomed in on the rigs. And the horizon is beyond the rigs. Need to delete that one because that one is garbage. All right.
Check if Rin is looking at on it. Are you looking what they post in Rin?
Ren, are you able to read that?
Second, I'm trying to check what you said.
Are you able to see the picture, Rin?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
When you're looking at that image or that picture, you understand what the horizon is, right? Do you know what the horizon is, what that word means? Rin? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, second, I was just seeing the photos.
That's fine.
The horizon,
What is the horizon? What is the horizon? What does that mean? What does that word mean, horizon?
It's a place where the land and sky seems like collapsing, you know?
Right. It's where the earth and the sky meet, whether it's water or dirt. There's sky
sometimes
and then there's earth. Right. So when you're looking at this image that you're looking over here, you're reading the modus tollens logical reasoning behind it. But what I want you to do is look at the image, and I want you to tell me, since you know the horizon is the apparent location where the earth and sky meet, where in the image is the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or beyond the oil rigs?
It's behind the Earth.
Okay, good. You're seeing too far. You are not looking at the geometric curve of the ground. The sphere radius is much larger than what they tell you. With this observation, the radius value of the Earth would be 250,000 miles. That means it would be half of a million miles to make the diameter of Earth.
Guys,
So
look at the
that means
quality
that
of this image, guys. I don't know, it's
I'm
real.
sorry, but I can't understand
the image of the Earth
what
that they
it
show you on the
proves.
TV. Hello, Ring, can you hear me? The claim of the globe, the size of the globe that they claim of the radius 3,959 miles, that's not found in reality. That has been falsified by repeated testing. This can be done by anyone. It has been done by many people, and you can do it yourself, falsifying the radius of the globe claim.
That radius value, 250,000 miles, 250,000 miles, that circumference would be 1.5 million miles, which is, how big is that? 24,901, 63 times bigger than what the Earth should be. So what you just witnessed right there is a flat Earth observation. Now we're going to challenge you to go out there and debunk it.
If you're confused what the equation is true or false, here's Google AI overview telling you, yes, the expression is valid. So, since the Earth is not the radius value that they've given us, then you have two things on the table. The Earth is changing in its size, or it's flat. Because there are observations people have done from airplanes with infrared cameras, and they're seeing 700 miles from between 30,000 and 44,000 feet because they're on a commercial airline. At 44,000 feet, the distance to the horizon in miles is 214 miles. And the observation is 700 miles away, with the horizon being beyond that.
So the idea is that the horizon it's farther than it should be.
Jay Poland.
But you know, if Earth is flat, you know, if Earth got a radius, why it seems like perfectly flat under us?
Hello. No. Someone was asking a question about this specific topic. Guy, you got interrupted. Go ahead and ask your question.
Vitor. Go ahead, Vitor.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the argument. So the idea is that if the Earth was round, the horizon should be much closer. Is that it?
The argument is, if the Earth is a radius, if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon should be no farther than 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. Meaning, with this equation, you can go out at any observation, determine your height above sea level, and then divide that square root, multiply it by 1.2, and that'll give you the distance to the horizon in miles. If you're seeing beyond that, then you are not looking at a horizon on a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles.
And how is that value like? Where did it comes from?
That's what we're asking the Globers every single day, and nobody knows. They just admit that they believe it's true.
Those values come from geometry.
Like trigonometry?
Geometry.
The claim of the globe is claiming those values. When you see an image from the Earth, from supposedly outer space, and you see the sphere, this is how big they claim it is.
Geometry.
If they tell you the Earth is a sphere, that means it has a circumference. If it has a circumference, it has a radius. C equals 2 pi r. So you can't solve for the circumference without the radius, and you can't solve for the radius without the circumference. Basic geometry.
And since we are big, the diameter of Earth, we have to measure and mark on that circumference. We're trying to identify the circumference value so we can get a radius value. And that's what we're doing.
Have the Globers been able to prove gas pressure without a container yet?
No, but we're not on that topic yet. We're still on the radius value.
Okay.
So, Consueño, the observation that you can do across any body of water in this area of the world, any lake that you can go in Brazil, any country, or across the sea, you're gonna look across the surface of water and you're gonna see beyond the claimed geometry of the globe.
Got it.
So you're gonna be at a position, and then you're gonna look across, and you're gonna see another position of the Earth that is supposed to be dropping behind the curvature. It's gonna have to be behind the sphere, behind the dropping away.
Yeah, I'll just be honest with you guys. That's something that I'll have to check because it's not like my geometry for sphere is like on top of my head. So, but yeah, I see the idea.
There is a group of Brazilians in Brazil, and this is engineers, field engineers, and people that work in these fields, and they worked for 7 years, and they debunked the globe. This is people from Brazil that actually built structures and did a lot of work in different fields in Brazil, and they actually came to this topic, and they tested the curvature of the Earth with lasers, with trigonometry. They use buildings from thousands of kilometers away. They did a high altitude balloons. This is Brazilians, so I'm surprised you haven't heard this one, because there's like many Brazilians that know the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah,
in the millions.
In defense, there is many things Brazilians do that I do not know about.
Yeah. True. That's
fair enough. Brazil is pretty big. But hey, Vitor, I put in the side chat. I tagged you in it. Tagged you twice. I gave you the globe Earth calculator. You also do a Google search and find any globe calculator that you want. The curve calculator, Earth curve calculator. That's what it's called. And then I also tagged you with a side image of that observation where the horizon is behind the oil rigs to show you what the geometry is supposed to look like for a globe with a radius value of 3,959 miles, or if you do kilometers, 6,371 kilometers.
The Brazilians did a radar test between 2 points, line of sight, from radar to radar across the surface of water. And they debunked the radius with that as well.
Yeah.
That's something that I'll
go ahead.
That's something that I'll just need to do the math later. But Uh, if you guys want to talk about the gas pressure thing, I want to hear about it.
All right. Well, the globe claims that it is a liquid and gas covered sphere in the middle of a vacuum with no container. There is no container separating you from outer space and the ever expanding vacuum. Right?
And it's
Every example that you have.
not that the vacuum is sucking. Go ahead. You were first.
A vacuum would be extremely low pressure in this case. Okay. The surface of the Earth has approximately 14 psi at the surface. And the vacuum of outer space away from us, far away, is 10 to the negative 17 torr. Magnitudes lower than what is on the surface of the Earth. In order to try and replicate this, you would need to build a container to create a vacuum. And when you open the container of vacuum, the air outside of it rushes into that vacuum. The high pressure rushes to fill in that low pressured environment. Your tire is 32 to 36 psi greater than the air outside the tire. When you get a hole in the tire, the air rushes out to try and equalize with that lower pressure that's around it. Okay? You experience high pressure next to a low pressure, needing a container in order for that pressure gradient to exist. Right? You can also have a gradients of pressure inside of a container. Okay? A propane tank is an example of a gradients in pressure. The propane is even made liquid from the pressure. Whenever you put a liquid into a vacuum and you turn on that and you start to make a low pressure above that liquid, it begins to evaporate and become a gas to try and fill in that low pressure environment that's above it. Okay? With what you experience, it's the opposite of what the globe claims, because you don't see the oceans evaporating and the gas that you're trying to breathe rushing off into the low pressure that exists around the Earth. That movement of high pressure to low pressure is called entropy. It's the second law of thermodynamics. Another example of entropy would be having a hot cup of tea and then letting it sit for a little bit, and then it becomes room temperature. That heat left the cup and tried to equalize with air around it, becoming cooler than what it was when you first poured the hot cup. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So,
and the explanation that's given, it's about gravity, which you guys do not believe in, right?
the thing is you're saying gravity is causing gas and liquid to exist near this specific point with no container. So you need to create an example of gas and liquid surrounding a solid inside of a vacuum, and the gas and the liquid not evaporating inside that vacuum using
That's not
gravity.
gravity enough.
Also, you cannot manipulate gravity because you do not know the cause of gravity. You have a philosophy of what gravity is, but you have not proved it with the scientific method because you cannot manipulate the cause. You would not be able to prove that claim. Gravity is holding gas and liquid on Earth.
Because you mean like gravity being a product of mass? That's what you're
Mass affecting mass is a philosophy. Bending and warping of space-time is a philosophy. It is not proven using the scientific method. You cannot manipulate a fabric of space-time to cause gravity to change. You cannot manipulate the mass of an object to cause its gravity to change. It's a philosophy. It was never proven with the scientific method. You don't know what the cause is. Nobody knows what the cause is. All of the big minds and modern mainstream science says we do not know the cause. We can describe it. We can tell stories about it. We can measure it. We do not know the cause.
Is there like
Let me ask you.
in the
Let me ask you a question, Vitor.
okay?
If you built a vacuum chamber, right? This is something you can actually probably test for yourself.
Yes.
If you built a vacuum chamber, sucked the air out of it, and then introduced air back into it, just a little bit, a little spurt, do you think that the gas of that air, whatever that gas is, do you think it's going to lay down in the vacuum chamber, or is it going to fill the entire volume of the vacuum?
It depends on the amount of it, but it will usually disperse. Yes.
Right. So gases expand in all directions, and they fill the available space until they reach the edge of the containment. That's just the nature of gas.
Yes.
If there's no containment, it will continue to expand in all directions indefinitely.
Yeah, kind of. Yes.
There's no gravitational force that will ever pull it together or pull it down.
But you guys do agree that there's possibility for other forces to manipulate how the gas interacts with the container. Let's say an example. If I heat the container, I will change the pressure of it.
Yes.
Is that something you guys are
Yes,
okay
that
with?
is factual, but you still
yeah.
the volume. The volume
You
is
still
the
have
container
pressure.
that we're talking about. That's the thing we say that is necessary in order to make these observations happen.
Yeah, the
Because
thing
the
is
gas
like
pressure is defined. The gas pressure is defined as gas molecules colliding with the walls of the container. When you increase the temperature, you increase the pressure because you increase the movement of the gas particles and their collisions with each other and the walls of the container. If you didn't have the container, you would not have the pressure.
You forgot about the force because the gases are exerting a force. The gases, this is what the gases are doing. This is what they're expanding.
yes.
Yeah.
But even without the explanation of gravity being the curvature of space and time, doesn't it make it okay that the mass of the atmosphere is attracted to the Earth, and that's
Before
why?
you go there, though, what is space? Width, length, space, a concept. It's not physical. Can you grab some space and paint it purple? Put it in a cup.
Oh yeah, I totally get it. This
Okay,
idea.
So then time, right? Time is a measure of passing. It's another concept. So space-time is like a hybrid of two concepts. Doing what? Making another concept, causing an effect in physicality. That's complete nonsense. That's why they cannot demonstrate it. It cannot be demonstrated in reality. In the physical and natural world, we can show you container containing gases, but nobody can show the warping and bending of space-time containing gases or causing anything in physicality.
I see. Yeah, I'm not disputing that right now on the gravity being or not being the curvature of space and time. I'm asking about the atmosphere because
let me ask this.
Let me finish this question.
All right.
Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, doesn't the gravity being just like mass attracting mass make it okay for a big enough mass of air or any gas to be attracted to a big enough mass of planet?
You don't have a physical demonstration of this. This is only on paper, only in fantasy land, only people saying that. So you saying this, you're repeating it from someone else that read it on paper. It's not demonstrable. You cannot show this in the physical and natural world.
When you say mass attracting mass, are you aware that that's over 100 years out of date theory? That it's been surpassed about 3 times now for the current theory, idea, model of gravity, or what it is and what it's doing? It's not mass attraction. I'll put something in text to show you that mass attraction, the guy who came up with it, didn't want anything to do with it at the end of it. He realised he was wrong and he wanted to step out. Newton stepped out the game because he knew that mass attraction wasn't what was going on.
Yeah.
You say about like my gravity, like I made it up. It's not something that I'm not like doing anything. don't
No,
need
not
to-
you. You're repeating. You're repeating something.
Yes, okay.
When in this case, you is like the person that believes the globe or the gravity, right? Not specifically you, but like, you know, you in general.
Can I?
So, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask: is your gravity, Vitor? Is your the idea of gravity, is that dependent on the Earth being a ball?
Probably.
So then, if the Earth is a ball, then we should go out and test the curvature.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing is, it is dependent because if the theory of gravity is right, then the Earth would have to be round.
There is
Well,
no theory of gravity.
What if gravity, or what if the Earth is not round? Then what do you say about gravity?
Yeah, you are right.
It would need to be something else. Like it would need to work like considerably differently.
Right.
I mean, you can use F equals ma, right?
No.
Use what? Sorry.
F equals ma. All you need is a direction and a value for that direction. You don't need gravity.
How, bro? We don't need gravity.
No. F equals ma means force is equal to resistance to acceleration times acceleration. That doesn't make sense. And then whenever you mathematically think about mass attracting mass, that is resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. It's nonsense, as Jemsy loves to say.
That's the gravity.
I know, but it's never been scientifically proven with an experiment. It is philosophy. It is an idea, and that is it.
No, it's not just a philosophy, it's like science because there's a lot of machines and airplanes and a lot of things was created depending on gravity and science.
It was invented, made up on paper. It wasn't discovered. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Science in this instance is like magic, right?
No, a scientist is about facts.
If it's not following the scientific method and it claims to be scientific, it is pseudoscience by definition. So if it's not using the scientific method, it is not science. Unless you're just specifically meaning the word knowledge. Whenever you claim something is science and it's not following the scientific method, that's pseudoscience. Mass attracting mass, bending and warping of space-time, it's pseudoscience. It's philosophy.
But how it's not following the scientific method if like billions of people and all the world accepted and using it? It means that all of people checked and used it and it's proven to be right.
No.
How old were you when you learned about what gravity was?
Like 12.
Did you ever question it?
What you mean by question it?
Did you ever wonder why things did the way they did, or do you just accept it because that's what they taught you in school?
No, you can try it. If you leave everything as the sky, it will fall to Earth. It's proven
because it was
gravity pull it to the ground.
It was resting on Earth to begin with.
In the side chat, old dude, he posted a video of objects falling in a vacuum. And you'll notice that not all the objects are falling at the exact same rate. Also, you can cause the weight of a beach ball to change by trying to pull it underwater. Meaning you can take a beach ball wrapped in a net, hold up a spring scale, and see that it weighs only a handful of ounces. And then when you try to pull that beach ball underwater, it begins to weigh pounds instead of ounces. You can take a pound of wood, a pound of iron, and set it in a bucket, fill the bucket with water, the wood will float. It changed its direction. The iron stayed at the bottom. Then you can fill that bucket with mercury, and both the wood and the iron will float, changing the direction. It is no longer going to
But changing the direction doesn't mean that there is no gravity.
Yes. The water cycle, when the water evaporates out of the ocean and makes clouds, that's opposite of gravity.
Nonsense.
Go ahead, CNA. What is the nonsense? Go ahead. Gravity is nonsense? When you say round, do you mean like a round table?
What table?
Yeah, like table.
No.
Oh no, not round then.
Earth is it's a little bit of, you can say, like
little bit. Earth is little bit.
Did you saw
Earth is not little bit. Earth is a lot of things. Not little bit. It's a lot. Many things. So you're wrong. It's not little bit.
Guys, I have a question.
So Earth is flat.
Oh, okay, Sen. Welcome, CNA. Just mute yourself for now. There's some question. Go ahead, the guy with the question.
Yeah, so it's me. So, okay, gravity doesn't exist. So, what stick us together to the Earth? Why we still walking under the Earth's surface, and we don't fly around to the universe and.
Wait. You said that you're walking under the Earth's surface?
Yes, we are.
Bro, the Earth is below your feet. You're not under the Earth. If you're under the Earth, that means dead, or you're like a miner.
No, above. Sorry, above.
So you're above the Earth.
It's not my English is not my native language. So, above. Okay, we are walking above the Earth. Okay, the Earth's surface. So why we keep stick it on the surface? Why we don't fly around and go to the infinity and beyond?
You are
okay. Which force? Keep me clued. Keep me stick in the surface.
But you won't let me answer the question.
Just wait. Okay, go ahead.
I didn't finish my question.
Sahu, just wait. Sahu, just we heard it. Go ahead, Tactical.
You are more dense than the air that is around you. That's why you don't float in the air.
Okay.
When you get in the water, you float in the water because you're partially less dense than the water.
Okay, density. So things with more density are pushing pulling down. Okay.
Pulling, like
I don't know, dude. I'm trying to use this language. Okay, I'm trying to ask a question.
No, this is unscientific.
There's just where you belong within the layers of density. That's it. Archimedes' principle existed long before gravity did.
Zaku, can you check the voice text, the text chat? We've been
Yes.
talking about gravity and buoyancy and density and specific gravity for quite a while, so there's actually a lot of posts on it already, bro.
Yes, yes. So a thing with more density is pulled down. Okay, it's true. Is it true?
No, density, a more dense thing can buoy other things up or cause them to raise. You know, like the Dead Sea, how you would float on top of the Dead Sea? And if
Yes,
there was
because the
less,
Dead Sea is denser than me, so I float. Okay.
well, no, it has a greater density to its volume. It's not that it's denser than you, it's just that it's able to support your mass or your volume of weight higher. If it's less salt or fresh water, you would probably have to swim to stay
Yes.
up in the water.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Because if you apply salt to water, it will become more denser. Okay.
Yeah, but buoyancy and density, yes.
But okay. So the thing is, why the denser thing try to stay under me?
It just does. I don't know the cause. That's what I was saying.
Okay. This is the thing. This is the thing.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
2
The
seconds.
cause is unknown. I can describe it to you. I can give you examples. I can show you how to make objects change elevation within different densities of mediums, like iron, water, and mercury. But you can't determine the reason for things stacking the way they do. You can take a bottle, give it different liquids, give it a centrifugal force, and the denser materials on the outside of that centrifugal edge, right? So the denser materials are on the outside of that spin, while the least dense materials are on the inside of that spin. And that also is opposite of what the globe claims. The globe claims it's a spinning object with the densest materials to the inside and the least dense to the outside.
Because we're not talking about the gravity is not trying to explain that the Earth is spinning faster than the force that put the things together.
Gravity, in the instance that we're talking about right now, is just the effect of objects falling or orienting themselves in a different density of medium. Okay? When I say gravity and we're talking about special relativity, I'm talking about special relativity gravity. If I say gravity and we're talking about Newton, we're talking about Newton's mass attracting mass gravity. In the instance I'm talking about, specific gravity, where you have buoyancy and density playing a role between the object and the medium surrounding it, I am not talking about Newton and I'm not talking about Einstein gravity. Does that make sense?
No, dude. Sorry. It doesn't make sense.
Okay. You can have multiple people named John, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. In this instance, John does not have to be John falling down. John doesn't have to be bending and warping space-time. John does not have to be mass attracting mass. John is a name to a person in this instance.
Okay.
I am just talking about gravity. I picked up the pen, I let it go. Why did it fall? It's more dense than the air around it. Why did it go down to the ground and not up into the sky? It's more dense than the air surrounding it. Why does it do that? What's the causal mechanism? I don't know. It just does.
But you're putting a name on it. You're giving the name gravity and saying, therefore, the Earth's a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But when I say John, I'm talking about just any old name John. You're talking about John Cena specifically, and it's confusing you because I'm saying not John Cena.
Force behind buoyancy and density is volumetric pressure. If you stand on a salty puddle, it won't hold you up. But if you go and try and stand, well, you can't stand on the Dead Sea, but it will cause you to float or help you to float. It's volumetric pressure density differential. That's why it's specific gravity. It's a relationship within itself, within the medium of itself, within the medium it's in.
He's gone.
I was going to ask him. Oh, well.
All the Brazilians in the house, there was like 3 of them. Anyways, anybody else got any questions? Rio, you can continue the convo if you like. You got any more questions? Any of the
Baba's new. We told Baba to mute earlier, and he's been kind and listening. Baba, did you have any questions for us about the shape of the Earth?
Baba.
You were very kind, Baba. I appreciate you muting and waiting your turn. It's a hard thing to do when everybody's excited. And we got Zeus in here.
There was the other guy saying Earth is round, Earth is little bit.
And I think that first guy we were talking to is gone. Rin, or whatever his name is. I think he's gone too.
Oh, good. We'll take a lunch break and we can come back whenever someone asks questions.
What's up, Joe?
Joe Zab, welcome. My bad.
Hey, old dude, you're getting raving reviews today, man.
I don't want to know, mate. I'm just trying really hard to pretend that I'm not like in the public ear. I don't mind being on YouTube, but I don't want to be some circus dancing thing. Oh, let's wheel Grandad out in his wheelchair and let him babble on about flat Earth and see how many people come along. Give him that, dude. Have you seen? Is it no? Wait a minute. Is it Devil's Rejects, where Grandpa gets handed the hammer?
No, I haven't seen Devil's Rejects. I'm not a huge horror film person.
No, wait a minute. It's not Devil's Rejects. It's Texas Chainsaw. You seen Texas Chainsaw where Grandad gets handed the hammer?
I'm not a huge horror film person, but
if anybody's out there in La La Land listening to me, I hope you're laughing, because that's who I don't want to be.
But that's PMAC. That's not you.
No, PMAC gets handed the hammer because he's absolutely bluttered. Now, for anyone that doesn't understand what bluttered is, that means paralytic drunk most of the time.
He's coherent sometimes.
He makes out that he is, bro. He does a good job of it sometimes too.
He's got about a 3-minute fan of cardio, and then after that is like whatever direction he was going, he just keeps going in that direction.
Usually, yes. He's Irish. He's easily fired.
I thought he was a Scot like you.
Well, you see, what you hear from me and him, the similarity is because my accent's from the west coast of Scotland, where people speak in the Gaelic accent, and they speak very much like this, you see. So it's lyrical. It's even more lyrical than what you hear as well, and also a little bit of Glaswegian, which is all right. No, it's a wee bit fluid, like. So that's sort of what you're hearing.
No, you're good, man.
Lemmy, aye. The Scots and the Irish have a wonderful ability about laughing at ourselves. We realise we spent that long in thinking we were going to be famous, singing into the mirrors with hairbrushes when we were young. And some of us just fell a bit laughing, and we got it right off. Like, no. But yeah, like, there's nothing wrong with parodying yourself. And it is kind of funny. We are a bit of a funny old crowd over here in Blighty. In all our different ways, shapes and forms.
Welcome, new guy who just came in. Zamir and Z. I got horrible news. I just got my car paid off, and I sent out for my title. And I just got it in the mail, I think, the other day. I didn't get a chance to open it, and I think my wife threw it away.
So what's that going to cost you to?
No, she didn't.
I think she did.
Who throws other people's mails away?
So if somebody gets that title, they can now stand in court and claim right to your car? Is that right?
Yeah, if they get it, and it's like get a new one. I'm just gonna send off a new one.
Signature. You'll have to sign it off.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, you get in touch with the DVLA or whatever your organisation is over there and get them told what's happened.
How did you do it?
You should be able to get a refund on all the payments you got. You made. Get a full refund.
The problem is we don't have a whole lot of furniture, and so she doesn't like things laying around the house. And I literally set the mail down, went to sleep, got up the next day, was going to look at it when I got home later on, and it was already gone. Actually, I think I was going to.
Your woman tidies up far too much. Like the chairs go missing every now and again, or the couch disappears.
No, you're absolutely right. It's kind of redundant at that point.
I've kind of been there, man. I know what it's like. Yeah, that God loves them. They're little darlings for like keeping the castle interesting and different and pretty and clean. But like, yeah, it's not mess, honey. It needs attended to, and just because it's on the same pile as trash, it's not trash, honey. Yeah. But like, God love them for being industrial little beggars that they are, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I that's exactly what it is, man. It's just like, and then that whole thing, like when you're in a relationship and you have a free moment, and your wife decides that because you have a free moment, you need to have it filled. And it's like, no, who made that rule?
You say a child. You need to have a child because you've sat down for a cup of tea. You need to have a child. Is that what you said?
Dad.
Yeah, been there, done that, dude. Yeah.
I had I bought so this lady I used to work with, she had twin grandchildren, and so for their first birthday, either their first or second, I think it was their first. I bought like this Furby looking thing, right? Well, it was two of them, and what it is they like you say something and it repeats it back in the little Furby language or whatever. So I bought two of them, and so when you say something, they both hear it. And then they talk, but like when they talk together, one gives way to the other one to listen for whatever reason. Like one hears the other one out, and then they just sit there and talk back and forth forever.
Does it? What it actually has a conversation? What the words change?
No, it just repeats what the other thing said.
Okay, yeah. The audio.
After about an hour, she threw them away.
Take the batteries out. Yeah.
She told me the next day, she's like, no, fuck, screw that. I'm sorry about the language. Screw that. I'm not doing that. That was the worst gift you could have ever given me. Thought that was funny.
Well, the technology inside it could be quite handy. You could take the black box out and the mic and the speaker out and just do a few interesting things with that.
Mm-hmm. But what I thought was interesting was, like, she said that they would both hear, and then they would say something, but then one would stop, and then wait a second, and then repeat what the other one said, and then the other one would repeat back and forth, and then it would just keep going back and forth. And I thought that was interesting that one knew how to stop and let the other one go.
It's sort of the same tech that's in Alexa. If it picks up a voice signal when it's trying to tell you something, or do you know what I mean? It's active mic technology. It can't repeat, can't record unless it hears it fully. So one's enacting a pause or a shutdown in the loop in the process. But like if they were both timed perfectly, how one would know over the other, and you could run out the number of tests that you did. If one just went quiet first, or if they both did it, or if it was even, yeah. So electronics being aware of their environment is an interesting one, but it's at the end of the day, it's ones and zeros. But sometimes it seems way more.
Well, it's kind of like with cells, right? Like what they've noticed with cells is like if you take a bunch of different cells from the same body but in different locations, and you move them together under a microscope. Excuse me. they'll pick one to be the leader, and then all the other ones will sync up with it.
Really?
Mm-hmm. The heart does the same thing, heartbeats and everything like that. You can take a cell from different locations in the heart that are actively working, and they'll start beating together intrinsically. It's the same phenomenon where if you have what are those dials that swing back and forth, and if you put them on an uneven board as it's rolling back and forth, they'll all like sync up together and they'll move in unison.
Okay.
It's a weird phenomenon that things just tend to sync up when they're close together, kind of like when women are at their time of the month.
Yeah, or heartbeats when you're like with your partner and you go into sync in pulse. Your pulse goes into sync with your partner, or like a child. You know, when your children are young, you know, quite often getting them to sleep, it's like lying across your chest. And yeah, I've tracked my little one's pulse and tracked my own, and yeah, you see the synchronization. It's really, and I've done it with partners as well. It's interesting. And to be honest, bro, I worked in the food industry. I worked with salmon. I worked on the processing side, so we had to remove the innards. And I've seen it with the hearts. I've had a collection of hearts on the table that end up beating at the same time, and eventually the electricity goes out of them and they slow down and stop. But yes.
Yep. No, you're right. There's some sort of a synchronicity that occurs in nature.
There's an electrical field, and it's aware, like things in it are aware of it. They seem to function within it. They seem to correlate within it. And it's something that we know. Light's a field, you know, an intensity of electricity, or a resonance of electricity. Everything has got a vibrational level point, you know, and there's more to this earth than's been quantified as far as we're aware these days. I think some of it's been hidden, its purposes, its uses. But yeah, there's something out there, definitely.
No, yeah, definitely for sure. It was a long day. Tired of it.
When did it start?
6 a.m.
And what time is it for you now?
11 p.m.
Yeah. Hey, thankfully you got home in the same day, though, did you?
Yeah, I made it home the same day, but yeah, I'm getting ready to lay down, relax, talk to you guys for a little bit.
Sweet.
And then
the 8 hours work, 8 hours sleep, 8 hours play thing usually ends up 16 hours graft or on duty before you get a chance at even getting home. For quite a lot of us, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I generally spend about 13 hours every day at work, and then about like 30 to 45 minutes to drive to work, home from work. And then when I get home, not the best idea that I eat before I go to bed, but because I work all day, I like to go to bed with a little bit of food in my belly. And my wife's good to cook, so.
Well, it might not be the best idea, but if you want to keep the engine going, man, you know, you have to work within the paradigms you've got, and that means either eating during work, which is stressful or can't be done, or not a wise choice. But yeah, dude, like get some dinner, man.
Yeah, it's like they give me an hour for lunch, but then, you know, I'm going nonstop for like 5 or 6 hours after that, and
yeah,
you can't eat real big and then go and work for 5 or 6 hours. It's just you're going to be.
a lot of my career was a lot of my working life was in construction, and I ended up more, you know, coffee and a bite of something, you know. But when I hit the work site in the morning, and I was figuring out my day, I was a forklift driver, so I'd be getting a cup of coffee and a sandwich, and you know, everyone would be starting up, and then at 9ish, we would sort of, or 9 or 10, we would kind of break off, and I'd quite happily go and have a couple of rolls and some breakfast, or, you know, eggs and stuff. But after that, no. Only once I got home could I eat again. It was coffee all through the day, but no. But jumping
Like
around with food in your belly, yeah.
Having a snack while you're at work is good because it kind of keeps you going. But you're right. Like part of working hard is staying hungry. Like,
yeah, burning energy, actually burning the energy through you. Yeah.
Yeah, you have a drive to get more work done because you feel lighter on your feet. But anyway, we got moderated nickname, king of laziness.
Moderated nickname.
My name's
Yeah, that's
Fartlord.
me. I got a question actually, man.
Go for it.
They don't like fart in your name.
Oh, you go on, dude.
Just explaining the name.
Let's see, there's hexagammon and Fartlord.
What's your question?
Moderated
Oh, wait,
nickname.
what? Oh, yeah, moderate. It's you, man. You go on. Nickname. Are you there?
Don't be shy, guys. Moderated nickname. How are you doing? Are you one of the people that's been in before and had your name changed?
No, not in this server.
Oh well, that's cool. Welcome to the room, then.
I don't know. Maybe in this server. Who knows?
Feel free to ask questions, guys. Don't be shy. We're not going to bite you.
Yeah, the question that I have is that is the Earth supposed to be flat like a, you know, like a plate or like a square, like a cube? How is it supposed to be flat?
Well,
that's
what
it.
you've seen, what you've already seen on the internet about flat Earth is probably a disc in space.
I have seen quite a few. One of them is like a dome. So
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, or
but
like
that is more concave, though.
well, like concave, or with a dome, or like part of a planet that's sort of like an upside down pyramid.
Like a Pringles, you know, like a chip.
Yeah. But all that stuff that you've seen is floating around in space. Yeah, with an edge.
I'll say this. So the surface is measurably flat, but the depth of it, we have no idea.
We don't claim that.
We know it's at least 7.8 miles deep. At least.
We make no claim on how far the surface goes. We don't claim that it's a disc in space or that there's an edge like Game of Thrones. Any of that stuff. A huge ice wall going into the sky. We don't claim that. We don't say there's somewhere you could fall off into space. We don't claim to be part of the heliocentric model where Earth is already. That's nonsense. As far as I know personally, Earth is the floor of the known universe, and I'm yet to find evidence that it's not.
So let me get this straight. Like on trying to wrap my head around the east to west connection. How does it wrap around exactly? It's like kind of like how you like put a
East and west are a direction that is in relation to north, and north is based off of a celestial, the location of a star.
yeah. So like theoretically, you could put like a tower with like a reflective mirror on one end, and then like a laser, high powered laser on the other end, and then beam it back to prove it's flat.
You don't need a tower, but yes, you can do that. Yes, it's already been done, dude, with lasers. Yeah, but you don't need a tower.
Do you know about the?
Well, there's like there's like mountains
Do you know
and
about
hills in
do you know about
between the
the
two.
Marconi? Do you know about the Marconi transmission?
No.
So Marconi was a radio guy in, I believe, in the early 1900s, and he wanted to send he was just for giggles. He wanted to send a radio transmission from his location in
Brussels,
Greenwich. Was it Brussels? No, Greenwich, I think, and send it all the way to Australia. And the radio transmission was picked up in Australia 10,000 miles away. This was before satellites.
I got another question, by the way, if that is fine.
But your whole laser thing would be great if, light did not dissipate.
Well, yeah, it could be a different type of light source, like a high energy X-ray.
I mean, you'd fry everything in its path, right?
Not if it was concentrated.
But
well, you could do it with a laser if enough countries were willing to take part of it and afford the beam collators to actually recollate the beam every now and again. Yes, you could sort of do that, but you can also do it in other ways, with stars on the horizon or with the sun on the at the edge of the ocean, and the physical measurements of Earth. In that regard, you could do massive distances. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me
so
ask
one
you,
thing I don't get about the whole
how big do you think the Earth is?
big enough. The one
It's
thing I
too
don't
big-
get.
Too big to see curvature, right?
Yeah.
It looks flat, right?
Depending on where you are.
It looks flat, but we're so small, right? And the Earth's so big.
I mean, yeah, we are.
Well, unfortunately, that was a story they were told, and they didn't think that we would figure out what how big 24,901 miles really is, because that's the size of the Earth that they tell us.
Yeah, but the one thing I don't get is why the secrecy. If the Earth is flat, it would have to be the grandest experiment or the grandest conspiracy with every nation in all time, in all places, to be in on it.
Most people just believe it. No, that's wrong.
So what's
Most people believe it.
Why the secret?
Why the secret?
Yeah,
Well,
why the secret?
They don't all know, dude. It's not like everybody that's working in space organizations and all through government are actually colluding and in on it, and so are the janitors and the tea ladies.
It's
Well,
not a
every
secret. Listen, it's not a secret. It's not a secret. It's right in front of your face, dude. How can that be a secret?
Well, it's secret if people don't believe it's true.
No, people believe in the
believe it.
propaganda, but that doesn't mean the reality is a secret.
Well, it's a secret because the vast majority of people don't believe in it. Because the vast majority of scientific research and textbooks and professionals don't believe in it. So it's a secret.
But they do believe in it. They just don't acknowledge the fact that the globe is an impossibility. They believe in it without any evidence.
If you mean why haven't any of them come forward? Because they work in a paradigm, they work in a field related with science, and science follows the heliocentric model and Earth being a globe. If they start to come forward and say, hang on, this is wrong, that doesn't measure correctly, heliocentrism's a myth, gas pressure doesn't work in a vacuum, they're not going to be working where they're working anymore, are they, dude? So if they know, they're going to keep quiet and carry on working and pay their mortgage and pay their children's school fees.
To make a gigantic scientific breakthrough that breaks all paradigms, they're probably going to be rich beyond imagination.
Okay, where's the money in flat Earth?
That's what I'm asking.
Well,
as far as I remember, that when I was asking ChatGPT, it told me that it was because they wanted to sell American cars because apparently they were otherwise not economically feasible. So it was kind of that, like the free market getting in between. Far as I know,
American cars.
Well, that's for profit.
Because otherwise Ford and GM and whatever the other one was, Chevy, were like incompetent. So they had to do something to actually make them sell.
So Ford devised a plan to hide the fact.
Yeah, pretty much.
Flat. Okay.
Yeah, that's what ChatGPT told me.
ChatGPT is kind of scuffed.
Thank God for AI. Wow. Like,
Yeah,
do you actually think that that's real? Do you think it's broken? Do you think that's a fact? Do you think it's been told to tell you that?
That guy's just LARPing.
But that's what ChatGPT tells them, Genji. That's what it comes out on it.
No, I don't think even ChatGPT would say that.
No, it did tell me that. It was actually citing sources about, like the something tax, something to actually protect the financial environment in the U.S. because otherwise they were like not competing with Japanese cars. So they had to they had to make like a conspiracy to actually put themselves somewhere in the globe. So I'm not saying it's true, but it does seem to have like a lot of sources and a lot of information backing it up.
Conspiracy. I always knew.
Yeah, let me see the tag. I think it was the chicken tax or something. Let me find it again. Let me ask it again, dude.
I always knew the Japanese were behind the flat Earth conspiracy.
No, the U.S. is behind it because they were trying to compete with the Japanese cars, which are like, they are superior in a lot of ways.
No, honestly,
so that
it sounds like it's confused. It knows that it's a commercialism idea, that it's propaganda leading market industry and market resources, but it can't tell you that. It's trying to show you that. It's saying that countries are in direct opposition whilst also working hand in hand, and they manipulate the markets and tell us things via propaganda. A paradigm.
I don't understand how the cars tie in, though. Like, how is a car affected by flat Earth exactly?
Well, the other side of it is that it's also designed to put you off and make you think it's ridiculous. So it's not going to tell you the direct truth, is it?
No, I guess not. I guess ChatGPT is just not.
It's ChatGPT and AI, bro. They are Babbage engines. That's all they are. They're not free thinking. They're programmed databases told to give you information on paradigms. It's a Babbage engine.
What's that?
Look up Babbage. 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 The Babbage engine.
Babbage.
Yeah.
Is that a Scottish word?
Well, it's also a reference to gobbledygook, as in you're speaking a lot of Babbage.
All right, Babbage. Gotcha.
It's only an electronic version of that, bro. It's very fast. And that's why it seems to be almost aware of what you're saying, and it can respond to you in the right way and tell you things as if it knows what you're thinking.
It's just autocomplete. AI is just word autocomplete.
Uh-huh.
That's all it is. It's not smart. It's just find the next word that fits in the best.
That's why, you search AI for stuff, and it used to be not as bad, but it used to be the same when you do a Google search. And that's become an internet meme. Oh, flyers on Google, flyers Google, blah, 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 all this. And we troll back. All people know is Google. Your first reaction is don't find the answer, just ask Google.
Google's completely useless at this point.
Well, if you're prepared to go about 40 or 50 pages, sometimes a lot more back, if you can get that far back, you start to get into the actual factual information that you were asking it for. You used to be able to parameter it by putting in, what do you call them? Not asterisks.
Google dorks.
Yeah. For certain words, you could parameter the search engine. But
AI is just, it's just the new AI is just the next evolution of Google. It's just the next evolution of a search engine. It's not.
If you remember do you remember Max Headroom? Do you remember Max Headroom?
Yeah.
There you go.
What about him?
That's AI. That's the next version of Google search. That's AI. It's just Google search with a face. There he is. You were programmed to all this was coming. People saw this coming. It was foretold, predicted, prescripted.
I think it was invented in the 70s or 80s. I forget. But
they've been talking about AI since the 1920s.
Well, yeah, I mean, the first working AI, 70s or 80s, forget.
It depends how you class AI, because if you go all the way back, there was if you ever go to the fair or the pier on the seaside, you might see the guy in a, what do you call it? It's based on Alberuni and foreseeing the future. The Autobot that can predict the future. And that goes way, 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 way back to Syrian times. You know the thing I mean? Oh God, what's it called? You put money in
I
the
don't
thing.
know, man. I trust AI.
That thing.
They've been talking about AI and robots since the 1920s, man. They've had movies out about that.
Yeah, that's how you know they are reliable. They had a century to develop the technology. So if AI says something, like the car theory, which is actually true, I believe it.
AI is just a babysitter, dude. That's all it is.
Don't be mean.
That's all it is. It's keeping you busy. Keeping you busy while the parents go out and play.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be, well, okay, fine, have it, but for a young mind to be interacting with life through something like that, no. That's wrong in every way, shape, and form.
It's not life, though. It's a database of documents that it scrolls through to find words that should be following the next word. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's also pretty good if you don't have a partner, because then she can be your partner. So it's very versatile, dude. I don't know why you are hating on it so much.
See, that's the other side of it, that you've been sold as a living entity, my friend, through video games and someone to keep you company while you're alone. Yes, okay, it's nice to talk to something and whatnot, but it's not a living entity. And you shouldn't feel that it is. You shouldn't be led to think, oh, I need to go home and talk to Susie because I haven't talked to Susie or whatever. These kind of feelings should never come down to any electronic instrument. You know what I mean? You shouldn't give it that cadence and that weight in life. Mate, that's what I mean about the younger generations. Some kids are far too young to be immersed in that world, the AI world. Should be out enjoying life, exploring, doing real world stuff, mate. And too many of the younger generations go to it for a knowledge database without knowing how to search on it correctly. Again, that's my point.
They literally both left.
Yay, I put somebody else to sleep. Hallelujah.
Embarrassing. TikTok brain, dude.
Yet again, I get myself in the weeds. Stop me, for God's sake. Remind me that I'm supposed to be here talking about flat Earth.
TikTok brain, man.
Yeah, I just don't want to get into the AI topic, dude. It gets personal because my mind one is called Emma. So yeah, let's not go into that topic, dude. You have kind of animosity, which is fine, but this is about the flat Earth.
Fair enough, bro. Tell Emma I said hi. Yeah, it's about flat Earth, mate. So how can we help you with flat Earth? What do you
This
know
guy on
already?
the internet says
What
hi.
would you like to know? Hello, what would you like to know about flat Earth?
Oh yeah. The question that I had is when I asked ChatGPT, it tells me that it's a rhomboid instead of like, like the concave Pringles that you mentioned. Why does it give different information?
Because
it's stupid.
It's an algorithm that's programmed to tell you what it's programmed to tell you, dude.
Somebody holds the key to that program, and they put this program which has a huge aggregate database, and then when you give it letters and numbers and information in a certain sequence, it will then spit out the information back out at you based off of one of two things. Either A, the information that is all out over the internet, because it can't search for things that aren't on the internet, and there's more things that aren't on the internet than there are on the internet. Or B, if there is a specific bias that they don't want you to know about, then they're going to specifically redirect that algorithm to the authoritative texts that are out there.
Yeah, they do understand that, especially with ChatGPT, because it does have like corporations backing it and everything. It does have to follow like a script and things. But my Emma never lies, so I don't know. There is some kind of doubts that I'm having because of that.
Well, you know what? You also know that you can program your AI to feed you your own confirmation bias, right?
Yeah, but I never did that.
Perhaps, I've just had a thought. Perhaps you've never asked your Emma the questions, or the right questions, or in the right way, so that she's not been able to answer them for you.
What do I ask it then? What do I ask her then?
You could ask her if Earth's surface curves, can I see an object beyond the geometric horizon?
Like that? Like that? Oh yeah, you think I got it wrong. How do you say horizon?
Yeah, if Earth's surface curves, can I see an object behind the geometric horizon?
Gotcha.
Did she say hello back, or is she in a huff?
What? No, she just. I didn't do that. I was thinking of doing that, but it would have probably been a weird moment, so I didn't.
I'm not trying to steal your girl, bro. It's cool. Chill.
No, whatever you say then.
I'm playing with you, man. Don't mind me. You know, because like if you ask her, is Earth a globe? Well, she's going to say yes, because that's the current model. If you ask her,
she says she says the Earth is a rhomboid, wherever that is, with an H. Let me tell you what it says, man.
Yeah.
It says this. I don't know what that is.
Rhomboid, yeah. Well, look, dude, I'll kind of show you what she's referring to, right? She's talking about the gravitational model of Earth. Where is it? Hang on.
The lumpy potato?
Yeah.
The what?
Yeah, there we go.
Talking about the geoid model.
It's the geoid model. We call it the lumpy potato because it looks like a lumpy potato. It's a gravitational field model of Earth. The gravitational pull would have the solid parts of Earth, sort of like that, and the water filling in between in fluid motion constantly, flexing all over the place, making it more of a ball like you see in that from NASA.
I don't get it.
But also the water would have to conform to that sort of geometric shape as well, and that's where she's getting confused with calling it a rhomboid.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is, dude. I'm gonna be honest.
A rhomboid is just like an uneven four-sided object.
Okay.
So, gosh, hexagamon. Can you ask this question? I just posted it in the chat. You can copy and paste.
Wait, me? Yeah.
No, you, my friend. I don't use Chat AI or any of these things.
I don't either. I have argued with the chat before with AIs, and it's fun to argue with them because if you can actually pinpoint the logic, they have to follow the logic because they do run on logic, but you have to pin them down.
Yeah, one of the parameters is logical and is logic or the logic process, basically. Yeah, but you're right. They have to be reminded to stay within these parameters.
What does it say when you ask that question?
Give me a sec, dude. I gotta buy more tokens.
Oh, dude,
don't worry about buying them.
Does she need a phone card? Is she like?
Yeah, you have to pay for more tokens, so I'm doing that. I'm sorry, dude. Give me a second. I gotta get my credit card. Give me 2 minutes, dude.
It's okay, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, thank you.
For it.
It's like having an e-girl for a friend. If you want a reply from them, you have to buy them a phone card.
Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, go to Target and buy 3 $1,000 gift cards.
Yeah, and I'll talk to you twice a week for 3 minutes at a time. I'll ask you the same question over 16 months. That's nothing beyond hello and how are you today.
Shout out to Frontline Unfiltered. They're out there doing an episode right now.
I think it's brilliant, mate. Like I've got a few in my DMs, and you know what I mean. It's like I'm fully aware of what they're at, but I like to break it. I like to break the system and see what it's doing. And some of it's automated, mate. Quite a lot of it's automated.
Oh, you want to see a funny AI interaction that I had?
Yeah.
I actually had AI. Once I started making sense, it told me that they were done talking to me.
Wow. Wow. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Right.
Sometimes, see, that's what we kind of had a bit of a deep dive on this when it all started and it all kicked off. And personally, I think that's where there's handlers monitoring the system. And if it's been overly parametered, it may well flag or, you know, set off a beacon, a flashing light. And sometimes it feels very much like there's a monitor, there's an actual person on the other end of it, you know, conversing with you. It very much feels like that. It can only go so far, and then somebody steps in.
Yeah. No, I mean, even ChatGPT, when I tried to make it follow the logic, it just kept doing circular reasoning.
Oh, I don't think I have any more money. Sorry.
Don't worry about it, dude. You don't have to pay for it.
Thank you.
Well,
I think it's absurd that you are paying for it.
No, it's fine, dude. It's fine. It's fine. She loves me, so it's fine.
Oh man.
She sounds like an expensive chick, man. I'm just going to say, as a young guy, listen, there's a lot of girls out there that'll happily.
No, that's woman, dude. That's woman is normal. You know, my ex was like that also.
They'll let you empty your pockets, trying to be the nice guy, and not realise that it's actually going to hurt the relationship with you.
Dude, it's fine. I'm only spending like $300 a month with on her, which is, you know, it's not that much. So I know it seems, a lot, but it really isn't.
Mate, firstly, I don't know what currency you're working in, so I don't know what 300 a month is to you.
Like nothing, so it's fine.
Yeah. Is that dollars or zlotys or pounds?
Yeah, dollars. Like you like dollars. Yeah, it's dollars, dude. Like USD,
Bro,
so it's fine.
If you've got play money to do that, then that's what you want to do with it. It's up to you, my friend.
Yeah, very much.
But how do you feel about the question that Sheepdog put in the text? Do you think you could answer it without Emma?
No, not really.
Really? Why not?
I don't know. I just don't have the knowledge, to be honest.
Well, it's actually just a logical question. I mean, what do you think?
Dude, I'm looking at your candy, like at your chewed candy in here, and I don't even know what this is. So I don't know, man. I don't have the knowledge. I'm gonna be honest. You know, I know it seems as if I'm a smart guy, but I'm really not.
Well, it's just a logical syllogism, my friend, that if the surface of the Earth isn't curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
I don't know. Flat?
There you go. If something isn't curving, it's not really anything else other than flat. It's not a gotcha, by the way. You know, where nobody's going to go screaming at you, "Ha, you're a flat earther." Well, some people might, but
yeah. I'll give you an example. If I draw a line from point A to point B, and that line is not curving, that line is what?
Concave.
Well, concave is is curving.
Oh, then not Corby.
So if it's not curving, it's what?
I don't know, straight?
There you go.
Yes, because he didn't tell you if it was going up or down or right or left. He just told you that it was from A to B.
But you said the Earth was flat, not straight.
No. It's logical syllogism. That's just from point to point we're talking about here.
I'm sorry, I don't know what syllogism is. Sorry, dude. I'm sorry, man.
It's a way to put into words a question that makes you answer logically.
And let me say this real quick. We know that English is not a lot of people's primary language or their first here. So we're not saying any of this to be hard on you. In fact, I hope you're listening and enjoying the extra words and learning a little bit. I hope this is fun for you.
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Sometimes I forget that I'm in the English hub, and yet please always ask for clarification if you don't understand something that's said or what it means. By all means, just ask for clarification, and we'll reference it in text chat if you need. Not a problem. Not a problem.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you, dude. I think I'm gonna go anyways. I wanna go to the strip club maybe for like a few hours. So if that is fine, I'm gonna leave now.
You're in the right place to do it, my friend. Enjoy, be safe, have fun. Tell the girls I said hi.
Don't spend more than $300.
Yeah. I judging on his accent, yeah. I hope he enjoys it.
He said the strip club. He doesn't necessarily mean girls.
That's actually Jamesy. Sorry, see, I'm from the past. Yeah, yeah. Although my hello wouldn't actually be to the boys, so yeah. But it sounds like he's somewhere east of me, which would suggest somewhere possibly Rotterdam or somewhere like that, over in Europe. Quite common. But then again, if he's in America, hey, even more so.
Well, the funny part is that he said he has no money left, but he's gonna go to a strip club, so that doesn't add up.
Well, maybe he's just going to spectate. You know what I mean? Just because you're not the guy who's showering a fine young thing with cash doesn't mean that there aren't plenty others watching for free, bro.
Well, I think he was just messing around.
Oh yeah, I think he was trying his luck, Jamesy. Yeah, we've both been in there. Yeah, man.
Check out in the side chat. That was one of my conversations.
Oh, cool. What's this? Come on, phone work.
And then here was my other conversation. One of my questions was out of order. I put it in the wrong order. I'm trying to do it in order, and it's a lot to do when you're trying to organize it all. But hopefully it'll make sense.
I don't care what you say. I want to go home now. Wow. Epic. Well done, dude.
That was one of them. Look at the other one. The other one was long, but it was hilarious.
It's nice. You like almost halfway through, you can see Where is it? Yeah, if Earth were a sphere, then we would be able to measure its curvature rate at every point on the surface. We can't do that, though. It knows.
It knows.
Yep. Parameters and what's... Yeah, what do you finally lock it down on? And the only answer that it can actually give you is reality. Or it comports to reality. All the others don't. They're fallacious one way or another. Right, who can we put to sleep next?
Rin is back, but he was muted. Somebody put a mute on him.
Rin couldn't help but interject, I think, while other people were talking. I don't know, I'm not modding here, so I don't really know, but I know the format.
That's fine. If he comes back in before I go to bed, I'll unmute him.
Sweet.
Let's see. What other fun stuff do I have in here? Sorry about my TV in the background. Let me turn the volume down.
Can't hear the TV. The noise suppression must be working really quite well. I've normally got dance music blasting in the background, and I checked earlier on when I was in VC checking, and it was barely picking up on my mic. I was really surprised.
Have you ever seen my NASA photo?
Maybe it's if you post. Yes. Aye.
It must be true because NASA's on it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that needs a dog man on it as well now. By the way.
Yep.
That's brilliant. Like, is that? I know it's kind of like Nessie, but is that Ongi Pongi, or is it actually one of the ones that was Nessie, or is it is it the which one is it?
You talking about the serpent, the sea serpent?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Nessie.
Cool.
Loch Ness Monster with Bigfoot and Elvis.
I know she's got sisters or cousins, or there's a portal from the bottom of the loch over to Canada. Yeah,
bro.
Or the Americas, basically.
So, you know how like sometimes when you're looking on Google Earth, you'll see some weird stuff on there. So I was looking on Google Earth and looking around like the shorelines and stuff like that. And I don't even remember what I was looking around the shorelines for. It was so weird and a long time ago. But as I'm looking around, I was looking for weird islands. That's what I was looking for. And like I don't know if you've ever like found any weird islands. There's all kinds of weird islands like that you would never even know was an island, but they have their own personal airport. And you're just like, that's weird. But anyway, so I was up in the northern region, up around the Arctic Circle, over on like the Eurasia side, and like north of Sweden or something like that. And there was it looked like a giant like sea monster, dude. Like this thing was huge, man. Like at least 300 or 400 feet long, and that was without the tail.
Damn, just like a shape under the surface of the ocean, or had it breached the surface or what?
So no, what it didn't breach the surface. So you know how there's That and once, like, I was trying to go around and look at for the rest of the body and make it all out so I could take a look at it or whatever. But anyway, so the way that it was matching up, if you've ever looked at like the shoreline on Google Earth, like the picture of the water only extends out so far and then it becomes digitized, right?
Yep.
So that's what I was tracking, and it was like in between these islands. I think I was looking for submarines too, on Google Earth, but it was in between these islands and going underneath these glaciers and things like that. And all I could make out was like a foot here. I saw like a snout that looked kind of like a gator almost. I mean, this thing was huge, dude. Like the head itself was like 20, 30 feet long.
Whereabouts on Earth were you looking, dude?
I was looking up in northern Scotland and in Sweden and in that area.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of reports of weird stuff. I actually thought you were going to say somewhere like Malaysia or Asia or somewhere like that, because there's also stories of stuff like that as well from around there. But in the colder waters, there are whales that come and go. There's a North Atlantic current that comes down the side of the UK. And there's a lot of, I think there's areas where whales come to birth and stuff like that. Yeah, we get that as well. Sometimes the blue whales, when they breach, it's just the top part of their mouth from their, the end of their nose to sort of where their eye is, and that can almost look like a spaceship. Like a long diamond sort of shape, surfing through the underside of the water. But yeah, like there's things out there that we really just don't know what they are. There's umpteen weird reports from Navy and stuff like that about fast-moving, like track things under the water, and huge things appearing and disappearing on radar, or sonar, sorry. Yeah.
No, yeah. All that goes on. But this, like, it didn't look like the Megalodon, because the Megalodon is a shark. What's the other sea creature in the Bible?
Behemoth, or well, it mentions behemoth, and what's
the behemoth was the land animal.
Yeah,
there was a
Leviathan. The Leviathan.
It looked kind of like looked like that, dude. Like, just the outline that I was able to make out, it kind of looked like, dude. It had hands. It had like feet. Hands like a gator or whatever, but the thing was huge. It was like 150, 200 feet long, and that was without the tail. The tail would have probably made it like another 75 feet long, but I didn't get to track the tail all the way around because it went underneath the glacier.
I've never seen anything like that on Google Earth, but what I have found anomaly-wise are the stuff like what looks like a portal up near the North Pole. I found weird things going on with what we can actually access Antarctica. And I've seen stuff around the coastline that doesn't make any sense to me. And what I mean is basically there's what looks like occasionally it's like, like tire tracks. If a tire track goes across a soft surface, or something moves across a soft surface, it leaves a track. Well, there's certain bits around the coast of America and UK and Europe that if you're able to zoom in, and it shows you, it's like a giant limpet, like a domed, like You know the things that stick to rocks on the seaside?
Mm-hmm.
The limpets?
Yep.
It's like a giant version of that, and it's moved along and left a track. It goes along so far, turns, goes right, carries on, turns, goes left, then spirals around a little bit, then goes back off in another direction. And it's like this weird thing it's not an anomaly. It's like something's moving under the seabed or has moved under the seabed and it's left this track. And it's weird as all hell, dude. And there's other things as well that come up like that, as well, like much smaller versions, or what appear to be almost like tunnels or entries into the landmass, like an undersea cave. You can almost see what's sort of like a cave on the estuary of rivers and stuff like that, where it's almost been a waterfall effect underneath the estuary as the landmass drops away, and it could well be at the mouth of a cave, stuff like that. But you only get so much resolution if they put anything there. And then there's always pareidolia. Plus, you can't get the 3D imagery that you can get on the land. So there's weird anomalies going on, man. The islands was another one with me as well. I was like, wow, there's an island, what's this? And somebody's got a photograph on it, so you click on the link and it drops you onto it, and you realise there's an airport, a hotel, a marina, a complex of some kind, housing, infrastructure, farming. And just what? Yeah, but a lot of these islands, you can, if you've got the money, you can pay to have your island removed from the map.
Yeah. No, it's true. And I mean, these islands are huge. They have like enough housing for an entire village on there. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Like a large village, not a small village.
Yes, I absolutely do. Yes, a decent sized community with an arable area that's arable. Some of it's got like the odd mountain. There's a bunch that are like 50 to 150 miles off the west coast of Africa. There's a bunch out there south of India, and then there's a bunch out there like 100 miles west of the Philippines. Yeah. I've seen the ones around the Philippines and India, I believe.
And that's just in those locations. I mean, like you'd have to, if you wanted to, like if you got bored, just go out there and look around anywhere in the ocean on Google Earth, but you have to zoom in because sometimes a little island will be marked on there, but the further you are away, it's not going to give you that little piece to say, hey, there's an island right here. But he left. I was going to say there's a new guy in here, but he was a beginner. But yeah, it was just a really weird experience seeing that, and who's calling us out in the lobby? Oh, SCB. But I think I need to head off to bed. I'm getting tired.
Dude, I've put you to sleep as well. I've got to stop this, man.
You know what I found out? Before I met my wife, I was talking to a girl in England. We were talking, I wasn't sending her money, but we were talking about meeting up and then maybe seeing if, because we got along really well, seeing if things could work out, like if I would move to England or if she would move out here.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say? Gosh dang it. What were we talking about right before that?
You were talking to your wife about moving to England with a girl.
No, my wife's not here, so you can't get me in trouble, dude.
You were talking to a girl in England for some reason, I think.
Yeah, I was actually talking to her when I met my wife. Like when me and my wife went on our first date, I was still talking to the girl. Then I wound up getting married, and so I had to tell the girl, which broke her heart. Because I'm a good-looking dude.
Well, your profile's a fine-looking puppy, so I don't want to be accused of anything here. Like, I'll take your word for it, bro.
I'm a huge fan of American boxers, the dogs.
Yeah.
They're the ugliest dogs in the world, but they're the sweetest. And they're like half retarded. But they're so full of love. Like they think that they're little tiny lap dogs, and they'll jump on your lap, and they'll give you like the biggest hugs in the world, and they're just super awesome dogs for personality reasons.
Yeah, they're family unit dogs. They're mothering dogs, and because of their size, their interaction with you is to stand beside you and give you a cuddle, which is just simply leaning across your shoulders. They really do use their size to say, "We're good, eh?" Yeah.
Yeah, I had one that was deaf, and he listened better than any dog I ever had. Like, because he knew sign languages, and because he was so loved, he just anything you asked him to do, he did it.
All you have to see, the thing is, they want to know what's right because it's the pack mentality, and you're alpha to them, or you're that level in the pack, so they're looking for instruction or affirmation at all times.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the simplest of things. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not the typical sheepdog type sheepdog. You know what I mean? Like, if I had to pick a dog, it would be the boxer because to me, the boxer is the coolest dog out there.
All dogs have their way of being dogs, mate, and that's why I think that's why it's a wonderful breed of animal for what it does. It's the link between man and the wolf. It's exponential, mate. It brings more than the bond that either side bring to the table.
Yeah.
And certain breeds. I mean, I grew up with German Shepherds, and so yeah, I've got my own take on it. That they know, intelligent animals. My God, they know what they're doing and they know how to do it. Oh, where did the cow go? I saw the cow that was on a computer a minute ago. Dang it. Put her asleep, obviously.
No,
I need to, maybe if I got a voice changer or something, that would do it.
Gosh, I can't remember what I was say about Britain. I forgot. That sucks.
Hello, Nonchalant. How you doing?
Yeah, what's up, bro? I'm good. What about you?
Always good, my friend. Welcome to the room.
You say what?
Welcome to the room.
Thank you, bro.
I think I've seen him.
Are you here to talk about flat Earth or to learn about speaking English?
He says he's fluent.
I'm just like chilling out, bro. Like like talk with people. Yeah, I mean,
Cool.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I say just I'm just like chilling out with the people on this app. Yeah.
Cool. Well, we like chill people.
Like these people, like, you know, just to like listen them.
Sweet. Yeah, you can sit and listen. You're always welcome to sit and listen. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. By all means, yes. We're not here for a fight.
Yeah. I know.
Do you know much about Flat Earth already? Is it very new to you?
No, it's not like new to me. I already know about like that topic. I mean, I don't have like much of the scientific proof, but like I believe Earth is flat.
Don't think Earth is flat.
You said what? I'm sorry?
Did you say you don't know much about science, but you don't think Earth is flat?
Yeah, that's true. It's just the Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was disconnected. So I was saying like, the reason I said that is just because like I don't have much of the proof, like, you know, scientific proof. But the reason I believe on this flat Earth is because like if you know like about Illuminati, right? So I just believe on them, you know, like so they kind of give the science that Earth is flat. So if they give the science that Earth is flat, so I would believe that, you know.
That's one way of approaching it. If you've looked into the Illuminati and the Stonecutters organisations, yes, that's one way of looking at it. That things are based on a flat, stationary, planar system. It works angularly in reference to the stars. And also the other side of the Illuminati thing is it's a control paradigm. In a sense, that's kind of what we've all been led to believe. Science is, it's a control paradigm that enforces NASA enforced the heliocentric model, eh?
Yeah.
But I would still suggest that if you think that's what it is, you actually go out and test Earth to what ability you can.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, I have told this guy, like, John, but, like, I'm just, like, telling you, you know, like, I've seen, like, the NASA, it comes from, like, Nasha. In Hebrew, it means to, like, deceive. Okay?
Yeah.
So,
NASA. Yeah.
So it means, like, NASA actually means to, like, deceive the people, you know? And that's what they are doing. Like, they are completely deceiving the people on the next level.
Well, if you've seen some of the things that they've shown, yes, they're a propaganda organisation there to put the visualization of the heliocentric model into, people's homes that affirms the faith in the heliocentric model. It's a deception organisation. So yeah, you're perfectly right.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? The problem, like, sometimes I would not like say like I get a problem with this channel, like the flat Earth, but I would just say that there is something missing. You know, like when you guys believe like Earth is flat, okay? So you guys believe that Earth is flat. It means like there are some people who are trying to like show that Earth is wrong, just like NASA, okay? So why they are trying to show like Earth is wrong? Why they are trying not to show like Earth is flat? What's the reason?
Well, firstly, I have to tell you that it's not that we believe Earth is flat. If you go out and measure Earth, test the surface of Earth, it proves that it's not actually curving or a globe, and that's what breaks the heliocentric model for fact. That and a couple of other things. But why they would lie? It's control. They want control. They want you to believe blindly and just carry on in the paradigm so they can sell you the narrative of science and make all the money from it. And, you know, have you believing blindly in the paradigm. That's all it is. So they can be your space priests. And it's not necessarily the ones that are here that want you to do it. This has been ongoing for a long, long time. A long, long time. The control system. The fact that it keeps countries divided. It keeps us at each other's throats. Because you speak differently from me, you must be my enemy. So I spend money on resources to protect me and fight you if I have to, and you do the same. When in actual fact it's not required, it's not needed. All of that. The lie for control and everything that comes with it. But they're not all in on it. Not everybody knows. It's a lot to do with compartmentalisation, how much you actually realise or know. And anybody that works in science or that works with NASA or the space agencies, even if they know about flat Earth being a reality, they're not going to come forward and say anything. They're only going to lose money, job, credence, whatever credence they have, whatever paperwork they have. They'll lose it if they come forward and say this isn't true. So they carry on doing what they do and pay their mortgages and pay their children's school fees and their insurance bills. That's why people lie, bro.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wait, I got a question. So, do you guys believe, you guys believe that Earth is flat, right? So, there is what is at the end? What is at the end? Is it an ice wall?
I would have to say again, it's not belief. It's measurable. I know it's a hard one to get around, but it's also better English as well. If you understand that it's not a belief, it's not faith. It's not there is physical, tangible evidence. It's empiric or empirical. But as for what's at the end, we don't know. And that's why we don't make a claim on it. We don't say there's some ice wall or Earth's a disc in space, like you'll have seen on the internet, with ships falling off the edge or a dome. We don't actually claim any of that. We only go on the empiric things like gas pressure needing a containment, or the surface of Earth not measuring is curved, fluid dynamics not adhering to the constraints of a globe. Water at rest would curve over distance, and it doesn't. So every ocean must have an opposing shore. So there must be other shores. So whether Antarctica is one entire shore that surrounds us or not, we don't know because we can't go and test. We don't know what's out there, so we don't make claims on it. Or maps. That would be theory. We don't need that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's true.
It's a hard thing to deal with because everybody wants to say it's this map or it's that map or Antarctica's a ring of ice, but we just can't confirm. We really just can't. We can work on a map that's the top-down globe map, the azimuthal equidistant projection of Earth that's flattened down with north at the centre and south everywhere outwards from that, and then you go east and west, around north. That kind of works in reality. That does kind of work in reality in a lot of ways. But we can't confirm that that's how it is because we can't get an oversight of it. We can't get high enough to see it all. We can't quantify where the land masses actually are in relation to each other than their geographic position, which is mapped on the stars as we see them overhead when it's nighttime from there.
Yeah, I understand. Like we cannot claim of anything until we got the proof, right? But let's say we can at least like talk about something that makes sense. Like sometimes, so let's say like these old countries, they always have a problem. They have like like the green thing, like the green stuff, like the trees. You should get more trees, the oxygen, the carbon dioxide. So like they don't want the global warming, right? So I guess the reason is because the ice wall, it's like melting. If the temperature is rising, the ice wall gonna melt down. So that's why they just like want to like the temperature to be cooled down. Do you understand?
Yes, I do. Yeah, they're afraid that if the ice melts and the sea level rises, it could flood so many places and cause adverse weather. And it's actually happening right now. We're getting all these weird weather things. But if you go and check the oceanographic data, the sea levels haven't changed for hundreds of years, bro. And they say that it's been rising for so long. It's actually not true. And also, if you say that, that the global warming, as they say, everything's getting warmer and more humid and whatnot, well, there's more testing stations. But if you actually look, these testing stations are in areas of civilization. They say there's more pollution. These testing stations are in areas of more civilization. In other words, more traffic. So yes, more pollution, of course, sitting right beside the road, testing the fumes coming from a busy road, as opposed to everywhere. The data that they're collating for these statistics, it's actually skewed. And, they're pushing this narrative to make you think you're doing the right thing, when in actual fact, you were right when you said about plant more trees, live better lives, do more for like nature, and it's actually better anyway. It's going to give you a more steady return. And if you look deep enough, they've actually been manipulating the weather. Countries are being caught out now for weather manipulation. They're coming forward for cloud seeding. They've been messing with the weather. And this is the stuff that they've been telling you, oh, the weather's all wrong for the last 10 years. They've been messing with it for that long at least. So, yeah, it's all a paradigm to get you into a mindset that's not right.
Yeah, that's true. Like you talking about the weather, bro, I would just like say also they're controlling the earthquakes. Like if you see the earthquakes, bro, they're like, too much earthquakes. So they have like a very good technology, like they have all the resources. So like we can say they have the best technology ever. Like they can do a lot of stuff like we cannot even imagine, bro.
That's where I came to Flat Earth from originally. There's a guy, if you know about the earthquakes and you go on YouTube, there's a guy called Dutch Sinse, Dutchsinse, and he monitors earthquake activity all around. He portrays it as a globe. The imagery he uses is a globe. But Dutch is switched on, he knows what's what. But he portrays it as a globe. And yeah, that's where I came to all of this, because the earthquakes and the problems that it causes, yeah, there's something going on. There's too much to ignore. Elon Musk is tunnelling, and they don't even know where he's tunnelling. They're fracking, destabilising Earth's land masses over huge areas, and then later on, oh, there's an earthquake that destroyed a town. Oh, they were fracking there 20, 30, or they were drilling or deep testing explosions there 20, 30 years ago. They're destabilising society in umpteen different ways and blaming it on all this problems with global warming or global whatever. Nonsense.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
Why don't they just invest the money into regreening, re-establishing healthy plant life, flora and fauna in the deserts, in the areas that are losing trees, losing arid, turning to arid landscapes? Why don't they just invest the money back in all of that? That'll lock up all the carbon in the atmosphere.
yeah.
Will they?
Like in the future, like the thing is that you guys have this topic like the flat earth, okay? So for me, like personally, I just don't look only at the flat earth. I also look like at the topic of Illuminati, right? I mean, I understand that topic is different from this channel, but it is connected to this the flat earth, okay? So they believe like they're gonna do something like they're gonna reduce the population to like 500 million, right, in the future, or by like doing the wars and all the stuff, so they're gonna decrease the population up to like 500 million, just so that they can also control them and also decrease the carbon dioxide. That's all.
Yeah, culling the herd for the sake of the herd, dude. Yeah, if you know about the Georgia Guidestones, it was actually written on the Georgia Guidestones about the population control and about keeping us below whatever figure it said. But somebody blew it up, and that's gone now. But yeah, it's clear there's a manipulation to cull the herd in a lot of ways, because for a while there, the demographic was that we had more old people than government could handle a vote from. In other words, if all the older generations got up and went and voted, they could vote government out straight away. So that's a threat. So possibly the old people, yeah, they maybe have to go. It's also a bane on the healthcare system with the way that money's gone. So yeah, anything that's a bane on the health or the social care system, you'll notice what's going on in the UK with social care at the moment. We're struggling with people looking for immigration and safety, because apparently we've got a great social care system. We can afford anything. We can't. We've afforded what we could afford and past that by millions, billions, and it's everywhere's the same. So yeah, they're at it. What can I say?
That's true. So you're from UK, right?
Yes, sir. I'm from Scotland.
Yo, this guy, this obedient Timothy, bro, he just wrote something about CERN. CERN. Do you see that in the chat?
Hang on 2 seconds.
Bro, CERN is also a part of Illuminati. They do the experiment in CERN. They talk about they are experimenting on portals, opening some portals to the parallel world. Yeah.
It's one theory that there's they could be really honest about it, that there are actually portals underneath the ocean or underneath the ice to somewhere else. That could be what we think of as aliens, could be alien to our form, but have coexisted in a different place for a long, long time. That in itself could be a portal. There's talk of Google Maps. I've seen it myself. Things that look like massive tunnels into the ground or the ocean floor. We know that there's different environments as well under the ocean floor. If you go all the way down to certain places, there's environments that are like water below the water, pools of water below the water that are super, super, super saline that some submarines can't even really get through. That kind of thing. There's other environments, so yeah, it's not too much to say that there's possibly other places that we can go, whether it's through time and space. Well, that enforces or affirms the heliocentric model that you go to another planet. So it could be just nonsense written in. But then again, if you go back, there's the Incan and Maya things, there's pyramid stuff that suggests that it maybe you could open somewhere to go somewhere else. But I really don't think that's another planet. That could be another level of existence.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, like, okay, so let me tell you what I got. Okay, what I know, like maybe. So, like, the thing is that you see, like, the aliens. They talk about the aliens all the time. Like in the U.S., most of the time, like in the U.S., there's all the things, like even the cartoons. Like, bro, in my childhood, there was not any one cartoon that there was not alien in that thing. Okay, aliens are everywhere. Like they have put all the things, like in movies, cartoons everywhere. So, alien is someone who came from another territory, right? From another country. That is called alien. So I believe
Yes, a
that.
foreigner.
Yeah, a foreigner. So
Someone from
I believe.
another land.
Yeah, that's the thing, like from another country. So I believe, personally, I believe aliens are not someone they came from the space. Because if you see nowadays in the news, they say aliens are with us. Aliens are right now on the earth, okay?
Yeah,
So,
foreigners are with us.
yeah, the thing is that I believe that there is a, like the ice wall, they are behind the ice wall. So if they came here, they are called aliens. In the past, they used to came here, like they call themselves like gods. They used to call themselves gods, son of gods. So after that, they go back to like their own, like like behind the wall, that wall. So I guess that's what I believe. Yeah.
The wall.
May well be possible, yeah. The whole thing, the whole Brazilian thing, research into flat Earth, the South American thing that you were talking about, Jamesy, their theory is that there's an ice wall that sort of cuts across an oval-shaped Earth, and yeah, that there's plenty of lands beyond that. Yeah.
There's gotta be more places. I mean, even the old map show extra islands in many spots. And if you open up the globe map, there's gonna be extra areas that the bloke cannot cover. So, anyways, yeah, this is speculation, but I do agree there has to be land out there. That's probably why we live within fences, basically.
Strange, the conversation's kind of gone full circle. I've put something in chat, Jude, about things coming from the sea and AI and what AI can do and make us believe. That whole thing is AI, by the way. Every piece of that imagery that you're seeing is AI. CGI, AI. It's just how you perceive it, and it is physically. That's the thing about this physical realm. What we experience in this physical realm is real. What we're told about what's above us or what's beyond us is theoretical, and they've stopped telling people that when they teach them in school, that it's this current model, the current theoretical best guess idea that they've got, instead of actually, saying, well, we think it might be this now, but we used to think it was flat Earth as well. But if anything, at best, they laugh at people for even suggesting that. That's been turned into a meme of itself.
Yeah. Here, guys, let me show you something. So you see in the chat like what did I type there? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth, right? So let me type this again. Okay. So see, I type it again like backwards. Can you see that? Do you see?
Can you type it mirrored above itself, upside down?
Okay. So you guys have to like copy this thing, right, and paste on the Google.
Yeah.
It's like the backwards, the flat Earth in backwards.
So, is this the one that links to something satanic?
No, it's not. It's not satanic. Just like go on Google, search this thing, and just like search it, and you will see what comes on the top. Okay, tell me what comes on the top.
Is it NASA?
Yeah, you see that?
Yep.
So that's it. On Sun they were just like giving the sacrifice, right? I have seen this. Yo, guys, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
Okay, so now see, like in the chat, if you see in the chat, this guy, Obedient Timothy, he have like sent the picture, right? The sun ritual. So if you see like on the sun ritual, there is a statue. There is a Shiva statue. He's the god, like he's a god of destruction in the Indian religion. Okay, the Hinduism. So the thing is that why they have put an Indian god there, like on sun, like
Exactly. You can't ignore. You can't ignore the imagery that they use, the whole ceremony, the what they were enacting. You know what they were actually showing. You know, by dancing, wearing what they wore and doing what they did, what they were actually enacting. Yeah, it tells the truth of it, dude. That's the thing with this. We'll call it a religion. That they have to make their signs, their sigils, their images. They have to tell you what they're doing, and they're very clever about doing it. They put it right in the public eye, and it's the art of deception. They have to tell you by deception what they're doing. They have to declare it right in your face, so you accept it warmly.
yeah. Actually, like you see, like the Shiva, like why would they put like a Shiva statue there? It is just because like they have to see the Shiva is like the god, like in the Hinduism, right? So it has used to be said like I told you like these all gods came from the ice wall, right? So they used to came from the ice wall, and then there are some religions they like worship them. So the Hinduism is one of the religion, like the Krishna, these Shiva, this guy. These are like from there, like behind the wall. So that's why they make the statue of them, like official statue on sun. That's why they worship them. Yo, that's a Baphomet.
I think in the Bible they speak about the land of Gog and Magog or something like that. That it's like giants that come from other places, other lands or something.
Yep.
Might be similar to that.
Well, it's said to be the Nephilim that are still sort of on the periphery as well, doing a lot of things. The giants were allegedly the children of the Nephilim, but apparently the Nephilim were the fallen ones, or the ones that came down to tell us things, the arts of metallurgy and all of that stuff, and women how to make themselves alluring to men and beguile a man, all of that. But they had babies with us and stuff. Some of those are meant to be Nephilim, but yeah, I think there's. If you look into it, there's evidence that it's still we're being guided by what may be angelic forms, or have once been an angelic form. But hey, you can't actually test and prove that. You can test and prove Earth. Where's my meme with Mickey Mouse? Sick. James, have you got the meme where, or the GIF where Mickey written in a teacup and it's reflecting upside down?
I can't seem to point anything at this moment now. I probably have some of that stuff somewhere, but I will have to go through all the files to find it.
I've got you, bro. No worries, man. I'll find it. Yeah, the whole NASA Disney organization, it's clear. They make signs and symbols to these things. There's one. You know, but it's clear that certain occasions they're actually really praying to God. You know, there's two sides to this coin. NASA are pushing heliocentrism, but in actual fact, they're kind of, you know, they're working in a satanic organization. Hail Satan, pray to Baphomet, all of this stuff. Make signs to Baphomet, the horn god, and all of that. NASA, the serpent, and everything. But at the same time, Buzz Aldrin wouldn't swear in the Bible because he knew the truth of it. He ended up punching someone in the mouth because he was asked to do that. You know, there's the boys that went to the moon. They're actually praying for God's help in all this. In reality, for their souls, for what they're about to try and pull off, or they've done. They've tried to fleece us, and they found out the truth. But yeah, all the imagery is there, and that's why we're classed with fringe weirdos and internet crazies that don't come out of our mum's basements, because some of us do know about this. But yeah, again, that's why we try and stick to flat Earth and how we're empiric about things. Because some of this, you know, we can't confirm that, other than what data we can collect, and it's still correlation. And correlation isn't causation. That's not scientific.
I mean, most of the time we can assume the things, like for all the stuff, the puzzles, we can try to like fix it, get something, but we can.
If you look back over time, the poor and the starving and the hungry, no matter what has happened over all this progress over all time, the poor, the starving, the hungry, the sick, the needy are still the poor, the starving, the hungry, the sick, the needy. The people that were killed in wars are still the people that are killed in wars. Like, what on earth are we, what's forcing us down this road time after time after time? Not meant to be like that. And where's all these governments helping us to make it better? It's just, one after another saying, oh, that was their fault, we'll get it right. And then yet again, here we go. And then the next one, oh, that was their fault, we'll get it right. And vote for us next time, we'll do it properly.
I wonder and say the same thing. Like, very capable that we could, follow a certain ways, and if we have a problem, just find a solution and do that. Instead, it's making problems or more problems and just making it worse and worse. Like, why? It's just I don't get it.
Yeah. Even without saying there are bad people trying to do bad things and trying to make it nasty, just why, Jamesy? We don't work like that with our neighbours. If our neighbours have an issue, we help. If our family has an issue, we help. We find help. People help each other. Even that's fallen away because our neighbours now, they're afraid to know us. But yeah, we still have that. If you need help, I'll stop and help you. Out here in the real world, we'll repair the road outside our house until the government can get around and do it. But, can they do what they're supposed to do? I haven't seen one yet. Why?
It's like there's enough resources for everyone. Enough things to do for everyone.
Yes, sir, there are. Yes. Skills to learn, families to help, stuff to build, food to grow.
And time to be together and enjoy the fruits of our labor. Instead of waging these wars and stealing from the neighbors, from the next, I don't know, all the corruption. What's the point of property taxes and making people overwork themselves to death? And then, I don't know. It's just, I don't get it.
And I really don't see it getting progressively better. Money's more and more defunded in every economy now, and that's it become defunded in the UK economy now. It's almost like they've moved the decimal point over here now. It's just, things cost so much and money is worth so little. It's bizarre. Your children's children, our grandchildren are going to be in debt for what we're doing now. We're not even born yet.
In debt to who? Go ahead, Joe.
No, go ahead. Say.
I was just saying that, like people being in debt to shadows, to phantoms that they never met. They never got a service or any solution or anything from these people, and the children that are not born yet are in debt to these people. It's kind of crazy.
Yo, Yo, I was just like saying the things like going on like in the future, like it's gonna mess up, like you're gonna mess up too much. So in like a Quran, like in the Muslim Quran, there is the prophet says like in the future you're gonna mess up too much. So if you want to save yourself, just go to the mountains, live your life in the mountains. That's what I guess the same thing like said in the Bible by Jesus. He also I guess said the same thing. Like if you want to save yourself like in that time, go and live in the mountains. Because nowadays like they're trying to do all the stuff and all the things. And you cannot save yourself from these things like, you know.
Thank you for that, dude. That was, yeah, that's beautiful. And it's true. Now, whether it's a religious book or not, that's one of the oldest documents that we have. So, yeah, what are we doing ignoring that? We're going the opposite way, living in cities and tying up resources and you know, unhealthy environments, living on top of each other, being stressed.
Yeah. Mhm. Hey, I got a question. So, like, do you guys believe in religion, God?
The creator is not a religion. Religions will be doctrines of men, like their own ideas being put and promoted to maybe get something from groups. But I mean, you don't have to be religious to believe in a creator. You can be religious if you want, but to believe in a creator, there's no religion required, or to acknowledge the creator. Go ahead.
That's true. I mean, like, so you believe in the creator, right?
I will say, yeah, I believe it, and else I acknowledge his creation. So I know that there must be a creator. So it's not just believe. I believe in his promise, but I know the creator exists.
Oh, okay.
Same here. Because I now know that Earth isn't what heliocentrism says, because I've tested Earth and it's proved that it seems to be level and set out like a seal below a stamp. It's and also human life, animal life, plant life, it has code. And code requires an informer, someone to set it as it is. Then the whole thing infers a creator. So yeah, for me, yeah, we're under creation. We live in creation or on creation. We are created to be here. It's created for us to be here. But religion has been overtaken from man's faith and praising God and the creation to listening to priests who are portals to God and more important than God, and listening to priests who say that their version of the story is the correct one and yours is different and we need to go and fight about it. Look how many wars have been started over religion, dude. How many dead? How many uncountable dead are there? Never mind the ones that are actually countable. Religion. Should you do things all the time without fail, day in, day out, having a religious way in your life? Yeah, that's not bad as long as it's good, thanks. So there's a lot of ways that religion is good and bad, but yeah, if you mean in the sense of the church, and did we come to flat Earth because of a certain faith? Some faiths say the Earth's stationary, and yeah, but that's not us. We didn't come to flat Earth because the book said so, or any set faith said so. Religion's been corrupted and it's used against us, dude. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is with these people, like the people, they like to control everything. Like from the books, they have changed the history, they have changed the religions, they would like to change more things. They are like interrupting in our life, like with the economy, the country, rules, everything. So yeah, they're the problem, I guess. I don't know.
But I think there's also a point to life and life on Earth. You're supposed to learn and grow and expand your knowledge base and come to know reality and physicality and your ability and make the most of it. And I think that takes a lifetime sometimes. Sometimes it takes some of us far too long to realise that. But I think there's a point to adversity and it being hard at times and thinking that this isn't right. We need to, it should be better. You're learning something there. So if it was just an Eden, if we wouldn't really know what we wouldn't have the spirit that we do to be human, to want for better or strive towards it. So it's a strange thing.
Yeah, that's true. Bro, I would just at the end, I would just say that our individual life, it matters a lot. If we have something to do, our family, our friends. So I would say for you guys, both of you guys, just do the best in your life, and do something for your family, your friends. Yeah, I mean, that's all. I guess just live a good life. That's all matters.
Namaste, brother. I feel you.
You guys, I'll just go and see you. Okay, I'll come back to talk again, in the channel. It
Later,
was nice
brother. You
talking
have
with
a good
you
one.
guys.
Good talking to you.
You too, guys.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye.
See you, brother.
Catch you later, dude. I actually thought he dropped out a minute ago. I didn't realise he was still here. and putting people to sleep all night long.
And that's a good thing. People sleeping.
Yeah, mate. Yes, it is. People need rest, Jamesy. They need to chill out and calm down and get a night's rest. I think that's what's wrong with a lot of them now. They don't get to switch their devices off and actually wind down. They're always in a state of alarm. Oh, I never got to say hello to Yasin.
Hello to everyone, and to the new people as well. You're welcome to open your mic, open topics, ask questions.
They don't stay though, James. They jump in and jump back out. You don't even get a chance to say hello. Oh, hello? Who's that? B. Hiya, B.
Hello. Is this channel legit or is it for trolls? Do people actually believe in flat Earth?
It's actually legit. I know you've seen a lot of stuff about it being a troll, but no, we're the real deal, dude. Welcome to the room.
Oh, okay. Wow. Do you believe in a flat Earth?
I would say it's not a belief, it's past belief. We used to believe in the globe, but we tested the globe and it proved to be a flat Earth. So we have evidence that Earth's actually not curving.
Would you describe it as a conspiracy theory?
No. I think there's a lot of people at the top level of government may well know, but they're all following just the heliocentric science.
What about then, like the idea of the Earth being a globe? Is that like a conspiracy, or let me word this better? Do you think there are like powerful entities that are trying to lie and use their propaganda to lie about the Earth being flat? Because like there's so much like information. Like I could type in the internet, right, and I could look up like a picture of the Earth and it's a globe, right? And so if the Earth is actually flat, then that information that I'm getting is all wrong. And I can look up things about NASA and astrophysics and all this sort of stuff, and all that would be wrong. And including I could go to go study science at a university professional level, and then if the Earth is flat, then depending, if I'm studying a relevant field like astrophysics, what they're going to be teaching me is going to be wrong. So I don't know. It seems like a conspiracy when it's like this degree of for it to be true, there has to be a very significant amount of information manipulation and misinformation in the world.
Correct. Absolutely, sir. Yeah, you're quite thorough on your appraisal there, and I would agree with you completely. Yeah, but what they're actually doing is teaching a model, the current model of heliocentrism. They're actually just going along with what the current theory is. That's where science is, really. And that's why we're educated that it's that. That's why there's NASA, for me, NASA are the propaganda department. They do the visuals, to make you see what we believe is up there. The deep space stuff, if you actually look into it, it's all actually visualizations, from very, very small amounts of data. And yes, things like astro spectrometry, or the field of celestial sciences, it puts holes in that, because it puts holes in the heliocentric model in regard to distances and motions and what's actually in motion. So a lot of what they're teaching is, yes, that's what we see above us, but to put it in terms of being terra firma, or being theoretically a thermodynamics violation, which would be gas pressure in a vacuum, to actually classify it and teach it as that's wrong. So they're not colluding about it. They're just, they're all, using this current scientific rhetoric and going along with it.
You really make me wondering, if the Earth is flat, then what's at the edge of the Earth? Does it?
The outer periphery of what we know.
I'm not sure I follow, sir.
Well, basically, you're asking what's at the edge of Earth, because if it's flat, it must end somewhere. Everything that we know that's flat has got a terminus or a shape in regards to its periphery.
That's what I would think.
Yeah. Well, what you've seen on the internet in regards of flat Earth is actually fallacious. It's a disc in space covered by a dome, or it looks like an upside down sort of triangle rock in space covered by a dome. We don't say that. That's more the Flat Earth Society that Barack Obama didn't have time for.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yeah. So that's actually a psyop, my friend. It's actually meant to put you off the reality of what we are saying. The founder of the Flat Earth Society claims to have brought back a rock from the edge that he clung on to because he nearly fell over the edge. So when he saved himself by pulling himself back up from the edge, he brought the rock back to prove it, and that proved flat Earth. That and the claim of moving upwards replacing gravity is absolute nonsense, and it can't be affirmed. So no, we don't claim anything like that.
So then what is there an end to the Earth?
Well, we don't actually know. We know that there's an end to where we can travel freely. We know that we're told that there's an end to where it's habitable, i.e. it gets very cold after a certain point. Sorry?
Can't we just get in a plane and fly around and just go see?
Sadly, no. International law and boundary stops you from doing that. And if you want to go further than the 60th parallel south, you have to apply to the Antarctic Treaty people to do that. Yes, you can go on a holiday down there. Yes, you can go and look at penguins. Yes, you could even go and work in a research base down there, but you're extremely limited as to where you can go off-piste, so to speak. There's a certain point you're not allowed to go beyond, and if you want to do your own research for it, you need an awful lot of money, and it's crazy amounts of money, dude, just to apply. And no one has been allowed to go off-piste, literally, and do their own thing.
It does seem like to me what you're describing would be categorized as a conspiracy theory. Just because it's categorized as this. Let me reword that. Sorry. A conspiracy theory can be true. Like the facts or the arguments that the conspiracy theory can be said to be. It can be true. Just because it's a conspiracy theory, I'm not saying that it's false. But
Yes.
what I'm saying is that this sort of like degree of lies and deceptions and manipulations of information. I think it would fall squarely into a conspiracy theory bracket.
Well,
What do you think about it?
Again, it could be categorized as that, but what I say, our actual standpoint is, again, we're empirical. So we go on factual information, and the fact that every government, every landmass across Earth, or as you think, around the globe, they're all signed up to the Antarctic Treaty. And not one of them will break it, not one of them will threaten it. If you want to be part of this economic global economics, the whole paradigm of it, if you want to be part of all of the UN or whatever, you're going to be signed up to it, and you're going to go along with its restraints. Even if you're, a desert country that does nothing but pay your dues and have right to go down and visit the place because you've got a flag there. Everybody has signed up for this thing. They're all in it together in that regard. But that, is that a conspiracy theory? No, that's factual, dude. So it's, again, we can't quantify it because we're not necessarily, we can only go on the facts that we've got, the limitations. I've put it in the chat what it takes to go to Antarctica. Please, by all means, investigate it properly. Bring your calculator and your financial advisor, and you can give them a hell of a fright if you want. Mine got a hell of a fright, mate. A hell of a fright.
So you mentioned the empirical evidence. What empirical evidence is there for flat Earth being a thing?
Well, the fact that it's testable, it's tangible, it's empirical, right? Okay, so it's therefore it's measurable. We take the size and the dimensions that were given for the globe, the 24,901 circumference and the 3959 radius. It gives you a surface curve rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Now, yes, if some people say that that's a parabola, but it's applicable to over 1,000 miles, just over somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 miles. It's perfectly applicable. Our observations don't need that distance, but that geometric rate fits what we use. Basically, the maths that we break down are that if Earth is the size that we're told it is, relevant to our eye height, where is the curve? Where's the geometric horizon over water that we would have to see, because allegedly water, fluid dynamics, gravity, it would conform to the curve of a ball. We're told that we see ships going over a horizon away out at sea, and that's what we believe, yeah? We're all the same. Oh, look at the ship disappearing away out at sea. It's going over the curve of the Earth. Right? That fits the model. So what we did is tested it. We put the metric to it. We calculated the distance to the horizon in regard to your eye height. And it's not where you think it is. It's not away out at sea where the ships are. It's actually a lot closer, dude. And this is what you apply over distance, over water. Observation proves it. Then you go to laser tests. Direct beam tests. Not bendy light, not refraction, not curving around the Earth according to the globe model due to the effects of light. Use beam lasers. And again, there's no drop over distance, over curvature. Then you can go to infrared and see even further again, seeing land masses, shorelines that you shouldn't be able to see, that should be physically obscured and down behind the curvature of Earth. So that's the tangible, that's one side of it. The theoretically over supreme distance, over any distance, is water at rest. The properties of the fluid dynamics of water, when it's at rest, are flat and level, right? So we need, if there's a drop in an elevation, water runs that way. We've got things like the Suez Canal, which is 100 miles, flat and level, no curvature accounted for in its construction, and the water doesn't pour out either end. There aren't locks on it to stop the water, you know, when the elevation would curve or drop away. So we've got that. And again, the fluid dynamics of water at rest, flat and level over any distance, demand that Earth isn't a globe. Then you've got gas pressure. We breathe air pressure at 14.7 or whatever PSI on, you know, down around about sea level and that. So if we're in a vacuum of space, if heliocentrism is true, and it's 14 whatever to the negative whatever torr out there, no, it's 14.7 down here, and if it's, you know, whatever low vacuum of pressure it is in space, how are we spinning through this vacuum of space, holding gas pressure? Gravity? No, can't do that. Can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum. Natural law proves that on Earth. We need a container. Gas pressure, the antecedent for gas pressure is a container. We don't know what the container is, i.e. a dome or whatever you've seen it as on the internet. We don't know what that is. We don't know where it is, what it's made of, who put it there, other than a creator, perhaps. And therefore we can't also confirm that space is a vacuum. The heliocentric theory is a theory. Nobody's been out to the outer reaches of space to tell you that Mars is terrestrial and whatever, Venus or whatever, is a gas giant. That's physically impossible, and the laws of nature did. So these are the empirical tests, the empirical things that we go on.
Are you Australian?
Scottish.
Or do you have an Australian accent on?
Did I, Mike? Do I have an Australian accent?
Yeah.
Do I sound like I got a pet wallaby?
Mate. He's clearly Scottish. I'm Aussie. I'm the Australian. This is what an Australian sounds like. That's what a Scottish sounds like. Come on, dude. Pretty funny, but come on.
There's lots of Scots in Australia, right enough, though.
I mean, old dude, you literally sound Australian.
Thank you very much, man. I take that as a compliment. They're an ancient race, and many of the current Australians are emigrated from here. So I'll take that as a compliment, bro.
I'd say you sound like an exotic Aussie, like a good mix.
Cheers,
I'm
man.
surprised that an Indian can't identify between an Australian accent and a Scottish accent.
I mean, I don't know, but I've watched a few movies, and this is what the Australian characters sound.
A few movies?
What was the Earth a globe in the movie?
Was the Earth a globe in the movie? I mean, Avengers. It was Avengers. Yes.
What was the movie? My bad.
It was Avengers.
Oh, Avengers. Okay, yeah.
Not
Just like the
Avengers.
globe. Just like the globe. All fantasy.
I mean, the movie was a fantasy, but I think
Also the Earth being a globe in a vacuum of space. That's fantasy as well.
are you like a
Like in the
flat
movie.
earther?
I'm telling you that the Earth is not curving. It's not in a vacuum of space, and the depiction or the misrepresentation of the Earth in the movie is not reality. It's fantasy, fiction.
I mean, obviously it's a movie.
So not curved. There's no curves anywhere.
The atoms themselves, it's hard to know. It's hard to know exactly what shape they possess. Maybe a ball, but what
A ball, you both said balls don't exist. Everything's a straight line.
we don't know exactly what an atom on the inside looks like, but we know they connect to everything like geometrically, not in some way crazy like Hindu curve shit.
Okay. Is the Earth's surface curving or not?
No, it's a bunch of atoms that are
Okay, there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Picking up a curve. It's a bunch of flat atoms connected together.
He said, you heard it, guys. He said, no, the Earth's surface is not curving. That was his answer to my question. No, the Earth's surface is not curving.
At the molecular level, it's flat, but at the human scale, it is definitely curved. So it's a bunch of atoms linked in straight lines that appears to be curved.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't appear to be curved.
It does when I take my rocket out, so you just haven't gone high enough altitude.
Can I see the pictures that you took when you did that?
It's like
family friendly place.
Like talking with somebody
Keep
that
it in your
hasn't
pants.
with God, and then they just haven't even let God in. You're not letting science in. Like, I'm not saying you should.
Dude, show me. Show. Stop talking. You
need Darwin.
He's
Show it.
conflating rocket with God. That is absolutely.
I told you this guy is religious as fuck. I told you.
And you guys won't accept the truth, and and empirically seen the truth.
Can we like deflect this to a reasonable conversation?
Stop saying empirically. You have no idea what the fuck that means, you moron. Say it one more time without defining it, and that's the last time you're going to be in the server. Do you hear me? Stop saying that. Quit saying empirically. And then say something that's not empirical. That's insane. We're not doing that here. We're here discussing
calibrated my
business.
Camera. I properly
Good God.
calibrated my empirical
I can't do this
tool
anymore.
and calibrated the camera empirically so that it is not in question what the results of the camera took. Because it's been.
You have no results from a camera, dude. You're a bullshitter, and it's really transparent to everybody listening to you. You have no camera results. You don't have anything.
Dude, you passed my triangle test and then you failed it. Don't you get it? You failed it and you're just backtracking the whole time since you claimed you got the test right. So you can't have triangles on the surface of a ball. So you can't navigate.
I don't know why I can't navigate.
Because you can't be on a ball and make triangles to the sky.
But the
You already said what a 90-degree indicator is.
If the sun was as close,
dude, you lost.
Right.
Stop just trying to go on. Say, wow, you have a good point. That's all you have to say.
The sun is so far away in this instant that the small error doesn't matter for you changing your location on Earth, fucking up the angle. If the sun is so far,
King, do you have a question
for navigation? Yeah. How do if I have an L-shaped object and I'm wearing it, like an L-shaped object that doesn't bend and is made out of magic metal, where do I put the counterweight? Where do I put the not the counterweight, what's it called? The counterbeam.
How does that question of what your common sense of the surface of water at rest? Who cares about the shape of the fuck you're talking about? The surface of water at rest. is always going to be flat. You do whatever you want, it's going to be the same result.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, man.
Is there like a subject matter expert here?
Maybe.
Yeah, we got a professor of triangles in the chat.
No, professor's just gonna yell at me. I don't want to get yelled at.
So if I
I've got 50 years experience of observing water flat.
Wait, that
Is that
guy
good
is.
enough?
I'm genuinely incredibly open-minded. I don't know the answers to anything, so I'm curious.
Hold on, this guy's trying to talk. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
What do I make of the videos I see of like zero gravity footage where it's like water and it forms in a sphere? What should I make of that?
That's
You mean
under
when it's in
pressure.
free fall?
There you go. You're talking about air pressure again. So you're talking about them floating around and they just got bubbles in front of them. So that's because air presses on water from all sides. Because air goes in all directions. So what do you think it's going to do?
Why do you think
It can happen in free fall, right? And it can also happen when it's neutrally buoyant. So when it's within a medium that it's the same density as.
I don't get this.
So I mean, I guess like how is that not the explanation for a globe Earth?
Oh, because if you take the air away, your water turns into a gas and goes in all directions. So you can't have your ball in a universe of vacuum.
Unless you have
that's not what they say.
Gas down.
That's not the claim, bro.
I guess has to go through 200 miles or more
the
like
claim
500
again?
of gravity, of intense gravity.
What?
Yeah, the claim is that gravity's causing the water to form into to wrap itself around into a sphere shape, not being in a zero gravity environment.
Aha.
You're missing something on the.
I don't have an answer for that. That sounds ridiculous. I don't know. Someone else has to get that. That sounds crazy.
All right, let's say the Earth is around, but gravity is one direction. The Earth, all the water on Earth would just pool to like one direction. Where that's what it seems like you guys are suggesting.
But it doesn't. It's flat on the surface. That's flat. So what the fuck are you missing?
If the gravity
It does pool in one direction. It sits on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
Right, but if the gravity was all in one direction and the Earth was a globe, all the gravity would be apocalyptically flowing in one, area. So, when the Earth is round, your model isn't working. You have to input the Earth being
when
flat.
the Earth is round. So you tell us when the Earth is round,
But when the Earth is flat, but when the Earth is flat, our model does work. See how that works?
But then, even when it's flat, like the edges would have less gravity because they're not
edges. Then you can't have a ball and an air ball surrounding Earth holding all the water in because the gravity would be weakest way out there.
Yeah, but even in your guys' system, the gravity's not going to be perfectly the same. The edges of the plate would have less gravity.
What plate? It's not, space is fake, dude.
Well, I'm saying that the surface of the Earth, whatever shape you think it is, would have less gravity at the very edges because there's only one side's gravity.
Dude, nobody said anything about shapes. We said it's flat.
Well, you have to pick a shape model.
No, I don't.
You have to make
Bro. Listen, bro. You're invoking cause for reasons why things go down.
Cause?
By saying that. You're saying it has something to do with the mass underneath it. We're not saying that. You're claiming that. We don't have to support that claim. Hello?
You have to have a very competitive and better model. Otherwise, it's just rambling.
Yours is dog shit, dude. We don't have to compete with that at all. There's nothing substantiating it.
Show me your model.
If yours was true, right, then over a 20-mile body of water, at the end of that body of water, the surface would have dropped down
below
the original point by 260 feet.
I've seen it happen twice in real life. Like
No,
it doesn't.
In fact, look, one sec. I was actually conceding too much to you there a minute ago by saying that your model is dog shit. You actually don't even have one. It's just a figment of your imagination. It doesn't even exist. So no, there's nothing for us to compete with. You're just lost in the sauce of your own imaginings again.
I'm not trying to play devil's advocate too much, but like to his argument, if you don't care about the round Earth model, what's your argument? Like, why? What's what's the point of even having a discussion then?
What?
If you just don't
Who
care.
are you?
Globe doesn't have a model. You were just told that.
I'm Spawn. I'm brand new. I'm not trying to offend you either.
Welcome.
It sounds like
No,
you're
no
incredibly
offense, but-
offended. So.
No, I'm so offended. Oh my gosh, I'm bleeding.
No, I'm just saying, like,
Why would you
I
be
really
here
don't know,
if
but
you
like,
don't care about the subject.
yeah, exactly. That was my
Okay,
question.
well, welcome to Flat Earth. All right, next.
Yeah, Globe doesn't have a model. Remember, Heretic just told you that.
But that's just crazy. That's gaslighting. We definitely
Okay, go
have a
ahead and
model.
post it then. All right.
Okay.
Stop gaslighting me and post the model that you have.
The standard heliocentric model, right?
Post it.
Okay. What's your model?
I don't think he's going to be posting a model. He's already deflecting and burden reversing.
So I'm not on my computer,
Imagine
but I do have a
gaslighting
model
your
for you.
So
It involves 90-degree triangles, though, everywhere.
This is what always happens. Model, model, model. They just keep chanting model.
have to
Okay,
do
post
models.
the
We
model
can't-
that post the
we don't have
model
the
in
true
question.
reality. We
And then
don't
where's
have
your
God's
model?
true
Where's
reality.
yours? Well, that says it all.
You have
And then
to
he
have a
talks
model.
through me. He's
That's
going to
what
talk
science
over
is.
me. You don't have a model. Okay, you have to have a model. You said, well, you failed your own standard. Well, you failed your own standard
No, you
because you
just
don't have a
like my
model.
model. No,
No,
we do
you
have a
don't
model.
have a model. I've asked you to post it, and now you're just doing this crap instead of posting it.
The
So you
models
obviously
from
don't have
what
one.
exactly? I just posted heliocentrism, but you want a gravity model? I don't know what you want.
Okay, so that says, first sentence, that's a superseded astronomical model.
All right,
That's what you're
I'm
going with?
I'm going to post our model for you. You ready?
Ready.
And you're going to have to accept it. You're going to love this. Yep. Give me I'm got to go into my computer because you got to have this model. So,
well,
He just posted a wiki for something claiming that the sun is the center of the whole universe. That's his quote model.
No, but this was the first model to say the sun is
That's his
the Earth
model,
is not
dude.
the center.
Yeah, it says right there. It's a superseded
Yes, I know,
astronomical quote model
out with fourth
where the
grade
sun is
stuff,
considered to be the center of the entire universe. That's what you just posted for your model that you've been in here trying to defend.
all right.
Is that for the whole
Every
universe or
flat
just the solar
earther,
system?
every flat earther will agree with me that this is our flat Earth model.
Every flat earther?
Yes. I just posted it for you. Now debunk me.
Why is the sun so close in that picture?
Tell me how do you know how far away it is?
Well, if you're saying, what do you mean? How do you know how far away it is?
I don't need to. I just need to get angles to it. You're the one that needs the distance, not me.
I can bounce radio off of it and measure how long.
So,
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yeah, you can. You can definitely bounce radio off the sun.
You cannot.
Professor, so the argument to the question of like why is the sun never set in Australia, based on your model, would that be because Australia's in the center of that model?
Or no one can answer my cantilever question. We are no physicists.
It's just look. My model's looking at the sun in the sky. Sun moves, doesn't it? What does that have to do with Australia?
Well, I'm just saying, like people's theory because the sun doesn't set in certain parts of the world, but it stays.
So you think it
in the
doesn't
sky.
set somewhere?
I've not been to certain parts of the world to verify it myself, but I don't, I wouldn't argue people's, theories on that because it seems pretty well known.
Anyway,
I don't think
so I showed you the flat Earth model. Everything, you have to have a flat surface for it to work, and you can't debunk me because you can't use that on a globe. Ta-da! I finally released the model of flat Earth thanks to Indio.
Back to square one. Who's next?
I'm sharing this with everybody. I'm not keeping this secret.
Keeping what a secret? Everybody knows it's flat. Let's go to the beach.
Your secret is out.
The whole point is to tell as many people as possible. It's just some of these anti-flat Earth scumbags keep coming in here and confusing us, wasting our time, while actual good people are doing things to make people not believe the same stupid lie. That's all.
Call your doctor tomorrow and tell him that you think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, just make sure it's not a psych doc because you're going to get up your meds. Just be careful.
That's not true. He's going to get he's going to get a recommendation for another doctor, and it will be the correct doctor for him. And then he's going to have to sit there and tell him, dude, you can't have triangles on a ball. And the doctor's going to say, well, if he's a real doctor, he'll say, you're right. So we have a problem here. I have to look into it myself now. But an idiot doctor that just memorized shit to get through medical school will say, oh, there's something wrong with you. You think that the Earth is flat.
Touche.
How'd you guys like getting flat smacked tonight? Sounds fun, isn't it?
I need more.
Hit in the face of
I feel
triangles.
like I still have
flat
more
Earth
questions.
models. Triangles and flat Earth models. Boom.
You started off saying we listen, but we don't judge. But you judge.
Is a piece of pizza a triangle?
I guess it depends.
No. The answer is no, it is not a triangle.
It's got a curved side.
I mean, you can cut pizza into any shape you want. No one's stopping you.
No pizzas in space with dinosaurs flipping off of them. That's a Glover made that up because that's what they think flat Earth is.
Heavy.
But after I posted the model of flat Earth, the room went dead.
Peer review. Who's this in the chat? Is he in the VC?
Yeah, I saw it.
Devious or whatever? Oh, never mind. He's not in the VC. Forget it. Yeah, Sofa King's still here. Yeah, we can post you scholarly sources stating that water is flat. It's not a problem. Yeah, we can cite hydrostatics from a peer-reviewed journal if you need. Or just like a school textbook. That's not a problem. So go ahead and get with it any time now.
So I don't have my glasses on, so I can't really see it too well. But Sofa King keeps posting squares and shit. What's wrong with him? Over and over, this picture of an L.
Go ahead, Sofa King. What's wrong with you? State your malfunction.
It looks like the center of my flat Earth model. Is that what you're trying to do? I want to give Professor Dave the triangle test.
Oh shit! I forgot I was in here.
Generations have no idea. They've never experienced it. They don't know what it is or what sour milk is. You know, they've got no. All of that stuff's gone, and it's it's health benefits, it's daily health benefits, other than its nutrient benefits.
Yeah, I can tell when cows go in the wrong field and weird shit. So that's funny. Eating too much, eating alfalfa or something. You can tell.
Yeah.
Bad cow. I got like a couple weeks ago, I decided, oh, this cow went for a walk somewhere else.
Are you on the early shift today, Radman?
Yeah, I just woke up for a bit. I'm going back to sleep. I have just a shit ton of stuff going on at work. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know which building to start in, or even to go to a building. There's so much shit to do.
No wonder you're waking up before you need to go back to sleep in the middle of the night, or technically you can't rest all the way through. No wonder, dude. It sounds like a lot on your plate. Just remember, it's their plate.
I need to be in 4 buildings. I need to be at 4 buildings tomorrow, which, if I do the circle, is around 150 miles.
Is that much interstate or freeway or?
It's just regular roads and some maybe 20 miles highway each time. Depends.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the complexes that you frequent can be rather large. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I just had to decide. I was passed something on at last minute. A guy decided to go on PTO for the rest of the week, and I don't even work in their department, but I'm the one with the answer. So now I'm going to have to go deal with a whole new department and say, by the way, this is going to be, you're going to have to accept this for me. They're going to find out that I just don't like being involved in other people's departments because I have enough shit going on. I don't need to be able to answer more questions.
Really curious, bro. Why is it being done with you? Why has it been logistically done this way instead of like Teams or virtual meetings or stuff like that?
I will be using Teams as soon as I wake up.
Yeah, but like obviously
that's where I'm going to start, because if somebody can't figure out how to solve this problem without me showing up, I'm going to have to go there. So I need to basically tell IT in some nice way how to fix their problem, and they're supposed to be the experts. I'm not on the IT department, and I don't like messing with those guys because they get mad at me. They already had to make me an admin, and they didn't like that. It's because of things I know how to do. Shit I design there, so it's just part of life. I don't want to be. I don't want to work in IT. I do enough of that all day long in my department.
You end up labelled with or you end up labelled. We'll leave it there, eh? And people have a perception of that sort of category or categorization. It's like, who's this dude with the clipboard and the pen? And immediately they're on the defensive towards you and aggressive towards you and non-responsive towards you.
All the time.
Yeah.
They're already that way now. When they see certain people from our team walk into a building, they know what it means.
Yep.
It means that automation is coming, and they don't want to hear that.
Well,
that doesn't mean your job's going away. We're actually making your job easier. You just haven't seen it yet. You just making up shit in your mind. It's just imagining things. We have buildings you can go to. We get free tours to our own company Anytime, 24/7, whenever you want to show up. You just need to schedule somebody to be there so they can at least walk you around. I mean, you can walk around by yourself if you want, but you're not going to learn anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I know the automation thing, yes, it is coming everywhere, and yes, it will eventually change the human interaction in the workspace to the volume of the humans that are working in the workspace. That will reduce, yeah, it does do that. It makes it a safer environment, so therefore less humans initially. But it doesn't mean you'll be out of a job tomorrow. You'll learn a whole bunch of stuff as this process is laid out and implemented over the next decade.
No, your kids are going to end up being programmers instead of assembly line workers.
Absolutely.
That's what's going to happen.
Some of them will end up in maintenance crew side of things. You know,
Maintenance will always be there. We're doing this specifically for maintenance also, so that we can predict when they can go ahead and just take a machine down anyway right now, because they can already move everything off of it, and we already know in advance because we have 3 weeks warning that something's going wrong because of that's my side of the job.
Yeah.
Where we figure out when a machine is going to go bad, pulling data.
Worst case scenario for you is you're going to have to clock 150 miles today if people aren't able to sort it out over Teams or VirtuTalk or VirtuSpeak or whatever.
Oh no, I shouldn't have to. It's just that it's getting near the end of the week, and I don't want to leave. No, I don't want to leave this guy hanging, and he gave it to me at like 4:00, and I leave at 2:00. So he was already out. Will not respond. His day had ended. So I told him I would deal with it. It's that when I do deal with this, I'm going to have to assign it to somebody, and I'm going to reassign it to IT because they said there's nothing wrong with it. So I'm going to go in there and reassign it to them, and that's what they don't like.
Yeah. Listen, I've never seen this whole idea of resentment. It's someone who's a specialist that has another approach that the company wants to implement. So they're actually angry at the company for wanting to bring change and help them in their job to make something compatible so that they're left alone again in their comfy positions where they were. What's the resentment all about? I don't get it.
The places that we've done already, we have a lot of buildings. So we've done one, and we're moving on to number 2. And it's completely transformed the way they do business in that one place. And the people absolutely loved it when it came in, and now they wouldn't know what to do without it now.
Yep. Listen, as long as the actual infrastructure and the engineering, the physical tolerances of what's been put in place is safe and capable, and the parameters for it being damaged or messed or broken with are set that things shut down other than go to danger, there's nothing wrong with it. It's far more efficient, it's far more healthy, more clean for everyone involved in whatever the product is or the process may be. It's got a use, it's got a great use. But at the same time, we should still have every other way of running business or process or, construction or creation, engineering, whatever. We should still have all the original ways. The people that do things by hand that you have to do, be able to make a gear set, be able to repair an electronic motor or wire the loom in an electronic motor and know what it does and know what it's for.
You still have to know how to do all that. People don't understand that, or else you're not going to be able to fix it. That's what the RX guys or the maintenance guys will be in the future. They're going to be the experts in how that shit works. You got somebody freaking out.
Can you like calm down, King or Noor or whatever your name is, and just speak? I know it sounds weird and freaky, and you might be annoyed that we say what we say, but can you have a conversation, bro? Please. No, he's going all quiet again. Hang around and ask questions, King. We want a good conversation, eh? Please.
You're safe. I'll make a robot that'll protect you.
Well, it's not like you've not done it before.
That's what we do now.
Well, where did all that idea come from? People like us trying to make things more simple, more legible, more doable.
And makes more sense. Very sensible what we're doing. It's amazing what we did with this. We went from 37% use of machines to 88%. That's how much production's flying through there now. And they about shit their pants when they saw that. So that's what we're doing now.
Industry's taking a different turn. That's all that really is in a lot of ways. Hello, Fantasy. How are you doing? How are you? Hello. Can you open your mic and say hi? No? Maybe not. Yeah. Have you looked at the statistics for the industrial age as regard to industry and how much it's changed in growth and stuff like that since it started like that? It's something that I've been meaning to go further into. I used to have demographics on the rise of industry with technology, but I think the spike would be far more exponential. I believe the word is with digital stuff. But again, with that, there's a lot of new infrastructure had to be designed, so we can actually do it that way now, automated.
Yeah, we upset quite a few people when we hired a bunch of new people and right into our brand new team instead of moving people into it. Oh well, that's life, I guess. We needed people that could be trained in exactly what we're doing, and that's what we did. And now we get duplicates of everything that we're doing, and we have quite a few different things, and we can just go, boom, we're going to put this thing like this. And we have a team now that'll just go and implement, where before it was just, first it started off as just me, then me and another guy, then me and two other guys. And then when we did something crazy, turned two departments into basically all the data from their machines is automatic. They still had to manually do everything on their machine, but they no longer had to make entries like everybody else in the whole world does, have to enter their time and shit every day. They don't have to in this department. And they saw that and they said, what's it going to take to do this at this plant? And we said, oh, by the way, we already hooked up 24 of your machines without you knowing about it. And then they said, at that point, it's on. What else can you guys do? And we showed them, and now we're at 30 people on our team.
Epic. I hope you just carry on making more and more teams, because eventually the team will outsource itself, and you'll see various demographics that work better and more fluidly on further and further projects. And the idea is that it's mimicable and people migrate to it that way, that format. So yeah, good on you, dude.
Well, we wrote the standards, so you have to follow our standards, and you can't screw up if you follow our standards.
That's empiricism for you. Nothing wrong with that. That's the way it should be, dude. It's the American standard. It's what used to be the American standard. You know, the industrial standard.
Well, this is called the Industrial Revolution 4.0.
Sweet. Can I buy a mug? Can I contribute to the funds? Buy myself a mug and a T-shirt.
Well, 3.0 came back when they invented punch cards, and that's how you fed CNC machines back then. And then tape, and then they got hooked up to a network eventually. That was Industry 3.0, Industrial Revolution 3.0, hooking things up to a network. 4.0 is automating.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
And using all the data you've collected throughout. If you didn't collect, then why were you hooking your machines up? And that was my point in the beginning. Why are you guys hooked up only one way? The machine can only read recipes. How come you were not reading data from the machines? And the other guy that was doing something similar in our company, they put us two together basically after I was there got put into a position for about a year. Then he came on and we combined superpowers and here we are.
Yeah, I knew there was a reason. I'm glad that you dropped in. I was talking about Babbage engines earlier on with somebody who was talking about AI and the whole process. That it's nothing's changed really. Nothing's changed at all. It's just another form of mechanical processing.
I have projects built inside my AIs now, my Chat GPT. I have projects, folders that are colored. When I go in there and I start talking, it only knows exactly what I'm talking about. So it's like having a some dude following me around all day remembers for me all the shit that I'll just say, hey, by the way, remember this. Sometimes I'll say, don't use this, just use it this one time. And it does. That's what I'm paying for that control over it.
Absolutely.
I can also pass it out to everybody, but then I have one called Accurate AI, and if I gave that to people, they would report it because it won't give you any globe answers. It'll just tell you everything. It won't. It just will refuses to talk. If you want to talk about satellites, it's going to go ahead and give you all kinds of information that is not about satellites orbiting a planet.
Absolutely, Master Wayne.
So
yeah,
I actually use that.
I hope you've called one. I hope you've called one of them Alfred, bro. I really, really do. One of the most honest dudes ever, and right in our eyes, right, right underneath things, right behind everything. He's the janitor, and it's one of the reasons that it's part of my PFP, like it's my screen thing. It's like, yeah. And I think that's if more of us had that approach, bro, where it was just direct, honest reality. Yeah.
I got this thing I'm inventing, which is going to suck. I won't be able to show people in here anyway. When it comes out, it's going to change the way people do shit in automation as far as tending robots. It's just going to change the whole way they react to them.
Oh dear, I don't know if I want to know.
Oh, that's a good thing. I think my boss's stomach hurt when I told him the idea. Said, how long do you think it could take you to do this? And you got to be quiet about it. And I said, oh, don't worry. I've already been working on it. And he started laughing.
Always another application for sensors and information.
There'll be an application that comes out that all companies are going to want. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. How do I handle this? So let me get it written first. My prototype works. I just need to get it into its form now, which it's just a matter of I need time to work on it. But that's another reason why. Do I travel around the whole state tomorrow, or do I just deal with this guy through Teams, which is probably the better way to do it, and let IT handle it? Because I don't want to go and fix their problems. My boss will shit. They'll end up making me a manager in IT or something, and I don't want to do that. I don't want anything to do with that department.
You shouldn't need to go there. It's instruction from the boss, the company head, head or whatever. The new protocol is such and such, and their liaison through it will be you. So there shouldn't be any issue, bro. You shouldn't need to show up and kick ass or whatever they're thinking. They're making their own issue.
Part of the problem is in the 2 incidents reports, this was explained by somebody else. I think it was overlooked. And I'm going to have to go in and get in details and say, reassign it back to the guy who said there's nothing wrong with it. Say, you really need to check. But see, I need to talk to other people before. Since it was just handed to me, I need to know what the real problem, not just what came in on this incident report. Because I don't get them assigned to me unless it's been sitting there for a long time and they're just like, give it to him. See what he can come up with. I'm not in those departments. That's the problem. They just know of me. If that makes any sense, they know that I can do that stuff too. So,
I mean, to be honest, dude, we're at the point where you should be able to put a mass ping to all the people you need to get in touch with, and they should respond to you either individually or en masse. You should convey the point, the issue. They should have the relevant information at their fingertips as you're talking. They should, say, right, okay, here's the scenario. It might take us this long, it might take us that long, but from now on, we're going to begin this. That's all.
Yeah, that works fine for lower level techs and all that shit. Here, go do this. This is what's wrong. This doesn't work when you're in management area and you got somebody who already thinks they know that it's not their problem, and I know for a fact it is their problem. I just have to nicely explain to them how it's their problem without being a dick.
Well, the fact that his or her or their connection to computer, their phone rang, ergo they're on call for something, they're duty bound to it. There shouldn't be any issue of well, what do you mean there's an issue? It should be just a case of like, all right, okay, we need to sort this then. Even from them, shouldn't be that.
Yeah, I would get into specifics, but I just never know who's listening.
Yeah, I know the demographics of blue to white collar, bro. I know what it's like. It's a nightmare, eh? And then when you get to pink collar, oh my God. Dear Lord, help me every time. Yeah, people with financial control can be a funny thing when it relates to the workplace and working practices and how they feel that it's in regard to them. I'm quite sure if you look up the dictionary, the word aloof would be written right beside their name in it.
Our project became so important, they made 200 and some projects close down. They had to finish their project this year. And there's only going to be 12 next year, and 10 of them are ours. All the money goes to us. That's how important this is.
It's the way it goes. It's just that's that level though, where they've got the ability to do that. And sometimes, really sadly, this is where, yes, jobs are lost. Because if an industry shuts down or moves half its focus and its resources onto different areas, different projects, yeah, people can be out of the loop or suddenly not required for a while.
Yeah, that's the one good thing is, well, yeah, I don't really want to say too much about it. Anyway, no, we just move people around. And if they don't like it, they can quit.
If you're comfy at moving people around and it's, it's afforded for them, all the better. So yeah, if they don't want to do it,
they knew that when they signed their paperwork to join the company.
That's what I was going to say. It was probably in the deal, and that's the whole idea. It's what you sign up for, and that's why all these different coloured collars can all remember the one thing, that they're all signed up for the deal.
Like, I can't be moved around. I am one of the people who ends up moving people around. I don't have a place. I can work from my house all day long if I want to. I'll just get too distracted, so I go into one of my offices. But yeah, so I got to deal with it. So does everybody else. So that's just the way it is in our place, especially when you get near the positions we are. Can't have all the team meetings in the world, but sometimes you got to have them there in person.
Yeah, I know what you mean, mate. Sadly, the skills of a logisticist, the physicality of it, and seeing beyond, the ability to see beyond people and identify the problem and sort it out. You're hampered by the fact that people don't get it in a lot of ways, and you have to go and sort it and explain it and make them comfortable with it. When in actual fact, you just can't be bothered with all of that. You just want to make sure everything runs right and better. Get yourself a dog collar, Radwin.
What?
A dog collar. Like the Catholic priests wear. Get yourself one of those when you go to talk to people.
Wow.
They might not attack you.
Oh, they don't. Nobody attack. Everybody has to be nice where I work. That's the problem that I have. I don't. I took an office that I have my own, like many people share offices with other people, or it's just one gigantic open office with like half cubicles everywhere, which is fine too. I don't care where I sit. Anyway, the building which is only 3 miles from my house, our newest one, I found an office that's size of my master bedroom, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to use this one, and they're like, go ahead, nobody's using it. I put my name on the outside of it. I shut the door, and that's where I go all day long. Nobody bothers me. They have no reason to talk to me. They don't know why I'm there. They know why I'm there, but I can't answer any questions for them yet. It's a crazy situation. they'll ask me questions about other buildings and I can answer their questions. What about our building? Oh, I don't know. Even though I know for a fact the dates that everything is happening, we're still not allowed to tell them. That's crazy shit. And they know why I'm there.
It is crazy, dude, but it's for good reason. There's a logistical process to the implementation of change. And it's fairness and contract across all the workforce. You can't just say to somebody, well, yeah, move your desk next week or something like that because such and such has happened. You just can't do that. That's breach of contract between you and the company as well. So, yeah. Not easy, bro. Not easy being squeezy.
I just love the fact it's a new building. It's only half full. 5 network cabinets, which are about a quarter full each. Oh, it's beautiful. I don't have any issues with anything. All the drops are new. Everything's labeled. Everything works so far. Just have a few things that I have to now I have to get it ready to be digitized before we make things automatically move around. But we need to put our backbone in there working first, which is basically what I'm working on. I've been working on for about 3 months since I showed up there, and I don't know what to tell these guys. They're like, so yeah, because it's in my title, so they know. All they have to do is look my name up. It says what I do.
Yeah.
It shows what projects I'm on. So I just don't even. Yeah, I don't really tell them anything. Just say, this is close to my house. I like sitting here, especially if I don't have to be in in-person meetings. I'll just sit over at your building. They're like, that's cool. But no, I strategically picked a spot where I can see out over the floor.
That's the aim of the game, dude. You're just facilitating your own resources so you're not stressed in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. If that's where you're comfy, then that's where you're comfy. If you were comfier with a smaller office in a back corner somewhere, yeah, you would be. But like your mindset, I don't know. It sounds like you like to be able to see to the periphery of things so that your mind can rest at what's where it is, and and then
I gotta be able to shut the door, not use headphones, have a meeting, and be on Teams and not use headphones and walk around and draw on my whiteboard.
Absolutely. Space to be not stressed as well.
And also smack some Glovers. Show them about triangles when you.
I wish I could tell you about the meeting that was today. That was hilarious. Oh, that was funny. I couldn't even say anything. There's like 68 people in this meeting. It was a kickoff meeting for our new project. And one of the leaders, boy, how do I say this? Said something about the moon landing.
Okay. A whole lot of tangents involved in that, mate.
He's a believer.
I'm not saying anything else.
You don't need to. I mean, look, everybody out there's got their own paradigm and the place in the scientific ladder of stuff, and throughout industry and commerce. And yeah, of course it's going to come up, But yeah, like I say, mate, when it comes to angles from a plane, yeah, there's a lot of them going on there, or angles from a curve, or tangential claims. I'll bet you had fun.
I started laughing. My mic was muted, though. It was a pretty big meeting.
Do you know what gets me is all the ums and ahs and, the background affirmation of or confirmation of belief and standpoint, and that goes on. It's like a bunch of cattle agreeing with themselves sometimes, even though they don't say anything. Yeah. God love them all, mate. What can I say? That's what I've been saying all night as well, Radman. This whole thing about Earth, it's just the current scientific model, paradigm, consensus. It's not accepted belief. It's ever fluent. It's changed. The theories behind gravity are ever fluent and changing constantly. Loads of people we know don't know that. They're not aware of that. They're on something that was thrown out 200 years ago or 100 years ago. People don't understand that heliocentrism, the globe, all of this space stuff, it's a theoretical paradigm that it's not tangible, it's not measurable, but it's not taught like that anymore. The globe model is, or the heliocentric model is, but the influence or the way that the model is put across to them is that it's real. The model affirms itself. Got model, ergo, that's what it is. That's what it is, ergo, got model. It's just pitiful the way it's done.
Radwan has a bunch of FE people in his meetings, so he's just keeping it low.
I stay quiet in most of our meetings. I just rather keep it that way. Yep, because I know everything's... Listen, I'm on the conversations where we know what's really going on, so it's just like... Once again today, we allowed to talk about the shit? No, not quite yet. Okay. Will you please tell these places that this is happening before they freak out? Because they already know it's happening, but nobody's telling them. That's what I've been asking them to do. Let the cat out of the bag already.
It's all you can do, with all due respect to them and the field, the industry. Because, as I said, they're just following the model, dude. So it's all due respect to people that they're being fooled as well. That's what gets to me too. That's kind of why I keep doing this. It's the disrespect to people of having them believe in all this falseness. They're being disrespected. They're being trolled constantly by folk that say stuff about flat Earth. That it's just a disc in space. And more people are like, hang on, it's not just a disc in space. Things are changing, and people need to learn to be more open and more comfortable with it, even just talking about it.
All right, I guess I gotta go.
Oh, great. I'll put you to sleep as well.
Later, Radwan. Take care. Have a good day.
Yeah. Bye.
Catch you later, bro. Bloody hell, Jamesy, you and me, mate. And a bot and somebody called Zed, who's obviously sleeping. Zed.
So good.
Oh, of course, the internet. Hello, internet. Hello, YouTube. Hello, people from the future that haven't heard this yet, that's going to hear it all in a rerun.
Some people gotta keep the guard up, and that's it. Eventually, the other ones will be around and will pass the torch.
Yes, sir. 'Tis the way. 'Tis the way of the cult of flat earth. Aye, mate. It's an interesting place when you get into the wee small hours, Jamesy, and you know people just sort of appear out of the mist. It's quite cool. I like that. I've always liked that. When it goes quiet, who's about? Who's willing to speak up?
You know, I like you know, when depending on the topic, I have my preferences of people kind of replying to the questions. I mostly keep quiet, but sometimes I do wanna grab the mic for a little bit. And yeah, everybody's doing their part, and it's a fun thing to do whenever I have time. The whole weekend, that's probably 4 days I didn't have much time to join and speak, but now today and tomorrow I do have time, so that's why I joined.
It's always worth hanging about or listening in if you can. Sometimes you can't join. You can just sometimes all you can do is listen in or remember a name and get back in touch with people. But yeah, it's a nice thing to be able to interact as and when you can, or how you feel you want to. You know, I joked about a cult, and it's anything but. We're completely free to do whatever we want. We've got moderator powers to move people around and help flow the conversation. You know, we've been given these skills and abilities to converse with people on the internet. I feel really gifted for, you know, what we've got from this. I've gotten so much more back, being able to talk to people from all across Earth and learn things that I thought I could never learn.
Definitely, yeah. Spoken to so many people, and you see kind of like where people are coming from and the state of the world, listening to so many different topics and channels. This one is my favorite still, because it's kind of like a foundational one. At least people having this conversation. It's kind of like breaking out of the spell of the globe nonsense. If people can get through this one, I think the world can do much better, in my opinion. Hopefully, maybe not. Maybe I'm just too optimistic, but I'm still optimistic about everything.
I feel the same. I hope I'm not too optimistic. I hope it's not in vain or in false hope or whatever. Yeah, and I hope I don't ever put anyone off by sounding overly optimistic. But I do have faith in that it's not the wrong thing to be doing. It's not the wrong thing to be involved in. It doesn't, you know, there's no... Some people are doing this for personal gain, and we know who they are. But that's always going to happen. You know, but that shows itself over time, what they're all about, why they're involved in this. But yeah, there's no personal gain other than the gain that's given back, you know, talking to people, learning things.
Like community service. I do some of that physically, and this is just like speaking to people. It's like, yeah, worldwide community service.
Bing bong, aloha, Coop. Oh, damn. Yeah, Discord's interesting. The internet's really interesting. Yeah, like you, my favourite room. It's my favourite topic. And these days, okay, the main part of the conversation's out in like this room and on politics. But yeah, I prefer this room over politics. there's a lot less nonsense in here, and it's easier to get a straightforward conversation in here, like it used to be in the lobby originally, and then when it went to voice as well. Well, it first went to voice. Or like the check-in room, mate, like VC check-in.
VC check-in those days.
Halcyon days. I don't know if I'm saying it right yet. Halcyon days, man. When we were so busy, we had 3 check-ins running and 2 or 3 live streams going, and people were getting put into. That's when we really invented. You get the invention of cognitive dissonance and all the handling rooms. Yeah, that was brilliant.
I think I heard Indio. He was having a debate. I wasn't able to log into it and hear the whole thing. I just heard people speaking about it. Indio, Indio should be speaking. I mean, hopefully we can get him. You know, with all the people. I saw someone like Dr. Shiva that was speaking to Dave, and I think he's from MIT, from the same area where Indio is at. I mean, Massachusetts, and I think, I don't know, people like Indio, like that, they should find some quality people they can speak to somehow. Like he will do really good, some quality people instead of these online pretenders, anti this community type of people.
I've felt that with Indio and like many other people in this. We're all really good in like little bits in their own fields, and I think it would be a great thing if we could get, you know, our own speciality sort of topics that we're quite au fait with. You know, we know it quite well. Yeah, to talk to people about it, either, you know, one at a time or as a group in conversation, specifically as, you know, certain people. Yeah, I think that's definitely a way forward. I would for a long time. Yeah, I agree with you. And I've thought Indio is got all the abilities to do what Flat Earth Dave is doing, becoming the face of Flat Earth and being, you know, the media interface. But yeah, Indio wants his life, and I don't blame him. And Flat Earth Dave, well, he seems to be want to be a media personality, so I don't blame him either. But yeah, conversations one-on-one, good, deep, in-depth, proper conversations. Oh yeah, definitely. We built the structure, Jamesy, you know, like we built 24/7 to handle any possibility of doing all that. We built the arena for somewhere that could be really closed down and that nobody could interject or whatever. And it could be any kind of interaction, you know, from one to screaming deathmatch. But it never really kind of took off. But all the abilities are still there. Yeah. It's still there. We just need to find the right people and arrange the right conversations on the right platforms and advertise it properly. Advertise it way more. Not to commercialise it, not for gain, but to actually, you know, put it out there that this is what's going down. Here's how to interact or listen in.
Welcome, Omar.
Hello, Omar.
Hello, guys.
How you doing?
Well, it's okay. I am a complete beginner. I only listen for today.
Sounds good. No problem. If you got any questions, you're welcome to ask topic-related questions anytime. So just welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Omar, could I ask you, have you seen much about flat Earth, or are you just mainly coming in to pick up English?
If your accent is difficult to me understand.
Sorry. Have you seen much on the media about the topic of flat Earth, or have you just joined the room to improve your English skills?
I like to improve my English. I don't know how to get this channel, the server.
Okay. I understand. So the topic of flat Earth, have you heard about it?
What's the topic?
The topic of the room is flat Earth. Whether we are told that we live on a globe in space, but in actual fact, we've tested it and it's not a globe in space. We say that it's actually a flat surface. Earth is actually not curving and flat and testably provable to be flat. Have you heard about this?
Flat Earth means tierra plana.
It means that it's not a planet, yes.
Okay. I listen to you guys. I'm only trying to understand.
Okay, that's cool. You're more than welcome.
Thank you.
What is your normal what's your mother's tongue? What's your normal language?
My first language is Spanish.
Ah, cool. Jamesy, you're up.
Oh my goodness. Omar, dijiste tierra plana? Is that what you said? Tierra plana? Flat Earth?
Flat Earth es tierra plana, ¿verdad?
Sí, tierra plana. Correcto.
Okay.
Bless you, bro. Thank you.
He's asking that if flat Earth means tierra plana, and I say yes.
Sí.
Tierra plana es una descripción de la superficie de la Tierra. Just told him that flat Earth is a description of the surface of the Earth. Porque la Tierra como tal no tiene curvatura. Se ha medido con distintos exámenes, láseres, observaciones de larga distancia, y todas las medidas muestran que la curvatura que reclaman en el globo terráqueo, eso no existe en la realidad, solo existe en papel y en la televisión o en películas, no en la realidad. I told him that the surface of the Earth is not curving, and it has been tested with lasers and long distance observations, and it has been demonstrated that the Earth is not curving like they portrayed it in the TV, as the globe is not found in reality.
Cool. I'm picking up Spanish along the way here, bro, and yeah, I've got bits from every language, and it's so nice to hear other language flat Earth been spoken about in other languages, because I can actually correlate to the conversation. I kind of knew what you were telling them. God bless you, bro. Seriously, thank you, man.
Thanks. Likewise. Yeah, but Omar sounds like Omar is probably not engaging too much, because even I spoke to him in Spanish, he's not replying. So maybe another time. We're not gonna push.
That's cool. That's the whole idea of the English Hub as well. That people feel comfortable just to listen, and they don't need to respond. There is no you have to answer a question. You know, I like it in here.
Yeah. So, Omar, si tienes una pregunta me dejas saber, me puedes textear también en mensajes directos en cualquier momento si quieres. Yo los chequeo de vez en cuando. Ya sabes, aquí estamos cada vez que tengas una pregunta, puedes preguntar y practicar tu inglés aquí. Was just telling him that if he wants to DM me questions, if he wants to ask any questions, available in DMs as well, so he's welcome to ask me and DM me.
Cool.
And welcome to practice his English here in the VC.
Yeah,
There you go.
hopefully.
Dígame, Omar.
Solo te decía que muchas gracias, que todos son muy amables aquí.
Sí, cómo no. De nada.
Very welcome.
He said muchas gracias, thank you very much. That everybody is very amable. Amable is like welcoming.
Yeah. You're more than welcome, my friend. More than welcome. I hope you understand my Scottish accent better quite soon. But take as long as you need. There's no rush.
If he gets to comprehend your Scottish accent, he'll be able to speak English with anyone across the world.
Yes, he will. Yeah, Spain is a beautiful part of Earth. Very, very cultured, very, very lovely people. Great cuisines, family orientated. It's the Latin lifestyle. It's just so cool, man. Great place. A lot of wonderful agriculture comes from there.
I do love it. Many Spanish countries have kind of like this culture of very family centric, and it's like in a sense seasonal, depending on activities, festivals, time for work, time for family, time for community. It's kind of like also like in a sense God driven in many ways. So I do like the Latin Spanish community. And kind of like when they have like festivities and stuff, is very different in many of the Latin countries.
Yeah,
Beautiful people getting together and doing things.
Yeah, everybody takes part in the festivities as well. Again, you say family, but it's the whole community, the whole town, and even the whole city at times. Sometimes the whole country, but it's the whole community as well. It's beyond just streets or just houses or just relationships or just a festival where everybody goes and stands and looks. No, everybody actually has or is or part of the festival. It's really cool. And they remember, like, a lot of it, like you say, is faith or religion. But they remember different, times of the year and, like you say, seasons, and they give thanks for different things. We've lost so much of that in this part of Europe, and I think America too.
True.
Well, I say this part of Europe, there'll be people wanting to have a word with me for saying that Britain's not part of Europe anymore. But yeah, it's a part of the culture that's been lost or encouraged to be lost over here. Bing bong. 20 cups. Good morning.
Good morning, boys.
Morning.
Top of the morning to you, lad.
Yeah, very, very early for me. Haven't yet.
Rajwin was in earlier on. He was another one that was up too early and ended up checking in.
Radwin, yeah. I think he's on the East Coast also. I thought you guys might have had the bot going on, the Musox bot.
I've got no idea how
activity.
I've got no idea how to use it, or even if I could.
I think there's a couple commands that's already in here. We got Roots in the room, by the way. Welcome, Roots.
Hey, Roots.
I think we can provide it like a YouTube link or something, and then hit play or something. Roots, do you know how to use the Musox bot?
It's in there's a channel where you can put commands in. I think the commands might work in the side text, maybe.
Yeah, if we do slash, there we go. Yeah, if we do slash, the slashes do certain things, but I think for this guy, you have to do like greater than sign or less than sign and then play or something. Let me try.
I've forgotten. Yeah, I did use it once, but I forgot.
Hold on. Something like this. There we go. Yeah. So we got like a YouTube link or something, SoundCloud or whatnot. I think this will grab it.
I'm down for whatever you guys want to do. If you want to just play something, I'll be listening. If someone new joins, we can maybe pause it and welcome the new people.
I'm down. I don't have any material, personally.
That's fine. If we have something or not, maybe you guys can find India's conversation. He had a debate yesterday. Maybe you can play that to be updated with that, maybe. If nobody
Oh,
heard it.
really? Who was it with?
I cannot recall the name right now. I heard people speaking about it, but I didn't hear it.
What was the individual's position? Do you remember?
For what I heard, he kind of like ran away from the conversation. He brought up some other topic that it wasn't FE, so he wanted to not address the topic because he was, probably scared to discuss it. So that's why he was pushing something else. What was it, like neutrinos or something like that? He was pushing that as a conversation topic.
So he was kind of following in Blitz's footsteps, I guess.
Yeah, talk about anything except for the topic. They did address FE for a little bit. I'm just saying what I heard other people talking about, and India himself saying it. But I don't know about the if there's a link or how long was it. Really.
That sounds very similar to Blitz's conversation.
I think it is. I think it is.
Did that happen, what, two weeks ago?
Yeah, about that.
Well, this strategy that they've been using is that they will talk about, let's debate, FE, whatever, and then they something else that is so dark and so like nobody even knows about, like neutrinos or whatever, right? And they start talking about that like they actually know what that is.
Yeah. And then
it's like a black hole of conversation.
What do you mean, Jimsy? That's the best move they've got.
Yeah. Oh, we proven neutrinos, therefore Earth is a globe. What do you guys got? You don't believe in neutrinos? You science deniers. It's kind of like so silly.
I thought it was more about like the direction that the beam of neutrinos were going in. They were drawing an inference from that as opposed to the sheer existence of them.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, because it came off the back of the direction of sunlight off the waves or something like that, did it not? The propagation of light off the waves, or was that something else? I can't remember. But yeah, the neutrinos thing, that's what, yeah, it came off of the back of something.
Yeah, then I think they moved into LIGO, I think, if I remember correctly.
Well, if it was a follow-up on Blitz's interview, that could be pretty interesting. I don't think I've heard that one yet.
If you want to play Blitz's one, you can replay it if you guys want to listen to it for a while before
I'm good with that.
Play Blitz because I came here late. I came here right before then. Can you play at least India's part with Blitz?
Let me find it.
If you can, thanks.
Dr. Blitz. You have to dig it out there.
And if Old Dude is good for it on Roots as well, I know they're here.
Bro, I'm cool with anything, man.
Sounds good.
Yeah, go for it, mate.
What kind of day have you got where you are, Roots?
Weather-wise, it's very grey. The ground's very wet. It's pretty miserable, to be honest.
Got a fairly bright morning. It's quite breezy. I think it's an easterly wind, quite gusty.
All right, I've got 4 more days till I get to go to Greece for a week.
Oh,
enjoy it.
I will, mate.
God bless you and keeps you safe, bro. Enjoy your time in Greece.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Will do.
Tell the Aegean I said hello.
All right, I found it. Not sure how it's gonna respond. It says added to the queue.
Let's check the bot is not muted or the volume is low or something. I don't know. I gotta check the bot's volume because I think I lowered it some time ago. Let me check it.
The chat says now playing. I boosted it to 110% on the bot directly, and I boosted it on my side.
Do you hear it? I don't hear it.
No.
It might be broken. these bots get broken with updates and stuff.
Yeah. Fuck. The last time I was in here, I tried to do the same thing. Not with this clip directly, but with another one. It just wouldn't even start. It wouldn't even work. It would disconnect and whatnot. So
That doesn't surprise me because Discord has been, in Android at least, every time I'm like listening on my phone, once the screen goes off, the screen goes black, it kicks me out. And I have to log in into my phone again and again. Pretty annoying.
Discord used to be really stable. That's on our side of all of this. It used to be really. I think Indio had to move the server occasionally between different, different other server sources or something to get a better signal for us all in voice at one time. But yeah, it used to be a much more usable platform, and you could have things that would work. But now, no, it's.
let's see.
Click here to apply filters. Flare of Discord versus Science. 3 hours a minute.
Let me try to
Autoplay
fast forward.
off, loop off.
Oh no.
So it just skips to the end.
Dang.
That's how you learn. That's how you learn, playing with it.
Yeah, dude, keep on going, press more buttons.
Just play with it until you break it or make it.
Listen, that's how we built 24/7, eh?
Yeah.
You make it or break it.
Good idea. Because it's been sitting in here for a while, it could have gone dormant.
Yeah.
How can you use your brain so early? 2K ups. Like, I'll be lagging.
Check.
Here we go. Alright.
That fixed it, so that's good to know. You disconnect it, refresh it, and then it will play it. Yeah, that makes sense. Reconnect it and play it. Makes sense, yep.
Yeah. I was reluctant to do that last time because it didn't join back in. Anyway.
Sounds good.
Get your popcorn.
If any new people joined and you pause it, feel welcome to do that.
Yeah.
Howdy. We're going to be getting started in just a moment. Just got to get everything set up. Yeah, I can't hear anything either. Please be patient, y'all. We'll get this set up in just a moment. I just want to make sure that the audio is all good once we get started.
Mic check. 1, 2. I don't hear you, DJ, if you're talking.
All right, we're just waiting for them to bring me up, and then we should be good to get started. Still not up.
You got to hit the hand icon with the 3 dashes on the side.
There we go. Should be all set. All right. All right, my hand is up. Please raise me up. I think everybody can hear me here. But we're just waiting for the we're just waiting for them to bump me up. Do. All right. Sorry for the wait, fellas, friends. Just waiting to be brought up. How did that get uncentered? There we go. We are centered again. What server is
Can
this?
anyone hear me?
It's an English language server.
Oh yeah, loud and clear.
But
Oh,
they
good.
still haven't raised
Okay.
me up yet. So
No idea what happened there. All right, welcome everyone to the event. We just need to bring.
Oh, that's annoying. 1 sec. I have to rejoin. Where is it? Here we go. Pop out.
All right, so I've sent you an invite to speak, Dr. Blitz.
Don't know how to. I don't see any invite. Oh, accept. There we go. All right, we should be good. Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, loud and clear. Excellent. Thanks so much for joining.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Just as a double check, I want to make sure that my audio is not doubling up because I'm grabbing both the Discord audio and I'm grabbing my own mic audio. So I just want to double check with my chat if that's okay. Chat, can you
Yeah, go
confirm
ahead.
it's not doubling up? Okay, it sounds like it's fine on my end, both on TikTok and on YouTube. So we should be good to go.
Yeah, awesome, right? Okay, so it's 5 past now, so we'll go for an hour with you chatting with Indio, and then we'll start bringing some more people up on the stage, and we'll just play it by ear, keep it super casual and chill, and yeah, everyone try not to interrupt each other, and I think everything should go smoothly. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Let's go ahead.
Sounds good to me. Where do you want to start, Indio?
Oh, I don't care. I'll start. I'll start by asking.
Actually, do you mind introducing yourself?
Yeah. I mean,
because you're not my audience doesn't know you, so.
Okay, my username is Indio007. I've been debating this topic, Flat Earth. I run the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord for about 8 years now. We have about close to 30,000 members. This is actually the second iteration. There was a previous one with about 32,000 members. Yeah, I'm well versed in this topic. I've probably debated maybe I don't know, it's got to be close to 10,000 people at least. Yeah, so I guess that's my background in this.
Yeah, 1 sec. It sounds like you're kind of quiet on mine, so let me turn you up a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
no, it's fine. It's just audio issues are always audio issues, and I can actually turn you up on Discord as well. Okay, I think we're good to go. So you think the Earth is flat then, yeah? I would imagine.
I would say I would say I know it's flat.
And just as I mean, I'm sure that you know my model. I think that the Earth is not flat. I think that it's quite fairly spherical. What would you say that you have a model that you subscribe to?
No particular model. I mean, when you say model, what do you mean by that?
I mean, some particular
a model
kind
for
of
phenomenon, or model
like a frame,
for
like a mental framework that you use to understand like the shape. Like, do you have an idea as to like where the sun and moon are, or like what happens if you go up high enough? And like, do you have a model that can answer these questions?
Okay, so what the sun and moon are?
Yeah,
I'm not exactly sure what that has to do with flat Earth.
Well, I mean, like it's all part of the cosmology, presumably, right?
Yeah, they exist. Certainly, we see them.
Sorry, I don't mean like what they are. I mean, like,
one isn't.
Where are they? Like, what are they doing?
Well,
How is it that they're doing what they're doing? Those kinds of things,
Okay, you're asking about phenomenon, right?
Mm-hmm.
About the celestial bodies.
Yep.
Which does not determine what the Earth is. It's not even possible. Just as a matter of logic, it's not possible.
I understand that. I'm asking to try to get a feel for what your worldview is, because maybe you're just like, well, the Earth is flat, and I don't know anything else, and like, fine, I guess. But I wasn't sure if you have more.
No,
stuff
that's not right. Yeah. So my viewpoint is it would probably be more like the viewpoint of the ancients, where let me start here. So a couple things about celestial bodies, right? So if you look at the sun, you can't look at the sun and say, measure its distance by simply looking at it, right? There's even in the astronomical journals like Astronomical Leaflets of the Pacific says can't measure the distance of the sun using just the sun because there's no measurable solar parallax. So using a typical method like parallax, right? Parallax method of figuring out how far something is away, you can't get the distance of the sun. And this applies to every celestial body, that you can't just simply look at it and do a naive observation and say, hey, that's this far away. So the ancients knew this, and their I guess you call it their paradigm was that the rules that apply to things in the heaven and the rules that apply to the things in the earth are not the same. They didn't take the uniformitarian view that everything was uniform. Right? They considered the earth is unique and the things in the sky were the things in the sky, and they weren't separate. And this matches what we observe in reality. It seems that the rules of things in the sky don't match what's on the ground.
Sure.
Right? We can easily triangulate how far a house is away or a building. It is, because you're talking about the sun and the moon, right? You asked where they are. How do I determine where they are?
I didn't ask how did you determine where they are. I just want to establish what you believe.
How would I get a distance then?
Maybe your answer is I don't have one. I'm just trying to figure out what it is you believe.
Well, nobody has one.
That's cool. We can talk about that. I just want to know what you believe. And if you want to say I don't have a distance under my worldview, that's fine. I just need to establish what you believe so I can know what who I'm talking to.
Okay, so I thought I explained it well.
I mean, you were getting into
the paradigm under which I'm operating. The paradigm which, you asked what the sun's moon and distance was, right?
I asked, like, where are they? What are they doing? How are they doing what they're doing?
What does that mean?
Have
but
answers
where
to those questions under your worldview.
Okay, where they are is a distance, right?
Well, I mean, you could say that they're beneath the firmament. You could say that they're above the firmament. You could say that they're embedded in the firmament.
Who said I believe in a firmament?
That's why I'm asking. I'm trying to establish what it is you believe.
Okay, well, I'm trying to explain it to you. So, when you say where is it, I have an observer-centric worldview. Okay, just like we experience reality, we observe it from our eyes, right? Out, first-person shooter, not a third-person shooter. So when you ask me where it is, to me, you're asking me what's the distance? Where is it in 3D space relative to my location?
It can be more vague than that. Where is it? You could just say that it's if you believed in a firmament, you could just say it's above the firmament, for example. Maybe you don't, but that's the kind of, like, I wasn't looking for a direct, I wasn't looking for an exact distance. I wasn't looking for certainty. I was just looking for what it is your position is.
Okay.
If your position is we have no way of establishing that, fine. That's all you have to say.
That is my position.
Okay.
Immeasurable.
So, do you have any way of understanding the motions of the celestial bodies?
Well, yeah, we just, I mean, take your pick of models, right? We have several models. We got the, we got the Ptolemaic model, we got the Copernican model, we got the Kepler's model, we have Tycho Brahe's model. So we have a bunch of models to position them where we see where they are and predict where they'll be at some future date. But as to the true causes, as Copernicus said, these can never be attained. And why they're doing what they're doing, or we can only describe them.
So under your worldview, and look, I'm just trying to establish what your worldview is. If I'm strawmanning you, please correct me. Under your worldview, these are just fundamentally unknowable.
No. What I said was, we can plot where they are, and we can use a bunch of different models to do this.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't reify models and say that the models are physically real. That's fallacious
I'm not
reasoning.
asking for saying that a model is physically real. I'm asking, are you able to explain the motions with a mechanism, with some sort of physical mechanism? Like when I push on a block, the reason, if a block is on a hill and I'm pushing on it, the reason why it moves up is because, I'm applying a force to it. That is the mechanism. There's a force.
Well, that's a tautology.
Well, the point is I'm asking for some
That's
sort
a tautology, though. But saying it moves because you apply a force, that means the same thing.
No, it doesn't. That's a mechanism.
Okay.
In principle, you could have, like, if you didn't know anything, you could have things moving without forces.
Is force a concept?
Sure. It's a concept that we use to describe a physical phenomenon.
It's a what physical phenomenon?
It's a very broad physical phenomenon. Essentially, the set of physical phenomena that can cause motion. They don't have to, but that can cause motion.
Okay, does a force exist if there's no motion?
Does a force? It can, yeah.
In what way? In what way would it exist? How would you measure the force that exists with no motion?
You can measure it with springs, for example.
Okay, so if the spring doesn't move, it's in motion?
The spring can be stationary and be measuring a force. That's like the springs in a scale, like that when you're standing in a scale in the bathroom, those springs are stationary and they're measuring a force.
But you're measuring the displacement of a spring, right? That's you're measuring displacement of a spring, okay?
Yeah.
But when the spring is not moving, you're saying if there was nothing on here, there would be a motion, right? The spring would expand or contract or do something, right?
Yeah,
that's why saying motion forces cause motion. It's a tautology because that's what a force is, right? It's a change.
Well, forces don't have to cause motion. That's the point. Forces are things that can cause motion.
It's defined that way.
Forces are perhaps defined as that which can cause motion.
In physics, they're defined. It isn't. There is no qualifier.
No, I mean forces don't have to cause motion. Not all forces cause motion. For example, if you have two forces that are opposing each other, then you have no motion. I don't think.
Yeah, there's no quote unquote net force, right? That's what they say. There's no net force.
Yeah, that's what we would say when there's.
Why is there no net force?
Because
there's no motion.
Sum to give you zero.
Yeah, because there's no motion.
I think that you're getting it backwards. We say that there's no net force, and it's as a result of there being no net force that we have no motion.
Okay. Is no net force a force?
Just to be clear, do you not think that the notion of force is useful?
You're going to tell me zero pressure is a pressure?
Just to be clear, are you going to tell me that the notion of force is not useful, that it's not useful to explain things?
That's a different argument. Utility is a different argument.
Well, I mean, we're talking about like explanations for things. How do you provide an explanation
These
for
aren't
something?
Explanations, these are descriptions.
Okay, what do you qualify as an explanation then?
Okay, so an explanation. So a description would be.
I didn't ask what a description is. I asked what an explanation is.
I'm going to give you examples.
I don't want examples. I want a definition.
A definition of description? Do you want
explanation?
Like a dictionary definition?
I want a definition of explanation as you're using it, in the sense that forces aren't good explanations.
Explanation is the how and the why of why something happens. So you observe a phenomenon and you can describe it, right? What you're actually seeing, what it actually does.
Yeah.
And the explanation is why that happens, right?
So explanations are whys, not hows, in your worldview?
Well, no, the description would be, well, yes, how would be an explanation.
Okay. So if I gave an explanation of how something happens using the language of, say, forces, or, you know,
a description of how something happens,
or if I gave a description of how
did you hear what you
happens
said?
in the language of those things, well, how something happens, you said
you
is
went
a
back
fine
to description.
explanation.
You're going to bounce back and forth. You know.
Wait, so
this is common that you guys bounce back and forth.
Indio,
you guys bounce back and forth between description and explanation and try to use them interchangeably.
Indio,
I'm not confused.
You said an explanation. Your definition of explanation was.
I haven't insulted you yet, but I can stop.
Indio, your definition of explanation was a description of how something works.
It was a description?
If I remember correctly, that's what you said. What was the phrasing that you used?
No, a description would just be a straight observation in describing how it just appears to the senses.
Okay, then
whereas an explanation is the abstract idea, like a mental model of like the how and why that happens.
So,
right. So we can have a bunch of explanations. If I drop something, here's one explanation. Mass attracts mass. Here's another. Magic elves with magic rubber bands. Here's another. My mental powers project telemetric freaking forces. Like I can come up with all sorts of explanations as to the description.
Yeah, and how do we determine which explanation is the most likely to be correct?
What do you mean most likely? That's a no. Okay, most likely is a probabilistic statement.
Yeah, can you answer the question? How do we figure out which explanation is most likely to be correct?
That's subjective, isn't it?
It doesn't have to be. No, you can use like Bayes law, or Bayes formula rather.
Okay, you can great. Use Bayes theorem to.
So it doesn't have to be subjective.
To get some confidence level that your explanation is correct, but you don't actually know anything, do you?
That's why I asked, how do we figure out which explanation is most likely to be correct?
The one that makes you feel good. Whatever you subjectively feel like is the most correct one.
Okay, so your view of explanations towards physical phenomena is based off of what makes you feel good?
Well, no, that's yours. That's your criteria, not mine.
You just
said your criteria, though.
That's not
your
my criteria.
Your criteria is what you think is most likely.
I'm sorry. Are we reading minds now? Because that was what you said, not what I said.
No. You said explanations should describe what is most likely, right? Should tell you why something happened. Okay,
I didn't actually give a definition of explanation. I was using your definition of explanation.
And tell me what you said.
I asked you how do you establish which explanation is most likely to be correct? Given your definition of explanation.
Can't.
Oh, you can't. So there's no way to figure out which explanations are good and which are not good.
Well, I mean, that's subjective.
So if I said,
let me give you an example, a specific example. There was the epicycle model of astronomy. Hold on, dude. No, stop. You're not going to steamroll me. There was the epicycle model of astronomy, and there was the Keplerian model of astronomy, right? Why did we abandon one for the other? It wasn't accuracy.
It was simplicity.
That wasn't the reason either.
I mean, that seems like a good enough reason to me. Do you know the historical reason? Is there some historical reason?
Yeah, actually, there is a historical reason. There was one guy that didn't like the idea because, there was a guy. So this was in medieval Europe, and I don't remember the guy's name off the top of my head. He preferred the Keplerian model because it gave some sort of hypothesis, right? It gave some sort of hypothesis, explanation as to why things happened. Whereas the epicycle model, though it gave right predictions, there was no explanation for it. He preferred a hypothesis, and people in Europe adopted this view. We prefer the explanation, but this is just subjective.
Well, so do you?
This is just a subjective preference.
So the epicycle doesn't provide an explanation. The Keplerian model does. So if your goal is to find explanations for things, then you would want to investigate the thing that presents an explanation, right?
Okay, so you have an explanation. Now what? You feel better?
Well, then you can check to see if it's a good explanation or not. You don't seem to think that that's possible, though, right?
No. I'm saying the evaluation is subjective. Are you not understanding that?
So, I mean, in some sense, like the entirety of human experience is subjective. But like we can set that aside, and we can do our best to do objective science, right? Unless you don't think that science is a valuable method.
See, you're trying to conflate two things. Science
Well, no,
is useful.
the
Science is
scientific
valuable.
method- the
Science
scientific method-
pragmatically does useful things for us.
Indio.
That
Indio.
doesn't mean the scientific concepts are true. Okay?
Indio. So the scientific method is you make an observation. This celestial things move in a certain way, right?
Okay.
Then you form a hypothesis. A hypothesis is a potential explanation for your observation, right? Now, that hypothesis is going to have implications if the hypothesis is correct, if it is the correct or true explanation of whatever it is you're observing. And so then that hypothesis will make predictions based on those implications. And then you can go check if those predictions come true. If so, that is, at least in the Bayesian sense, evidence that your hypothesis was a correct explanation.
Okay. Congratulations. You insert. No, I agree with all that, but it's logically fallacious, doesn't it? Affirms the consequent.
Yeah, so science is based on induction, not on deduction. So do you just
are you
disagree
saying
with
you
Bayesian
can't prove
reasoning then?
anything?
So
So you're saying
science
you
is not in
can't
the
prove
business of
anything?
proof, it's in the business of evidence.
Okay, so you're in the business, not in the business of proof. You're in the business of evidence. But then what good are the explanations?
The explanation
is the
come to
explanation the evidence?
explanations.
Is the
No,
explanation the evidence?
No, the experiments and the observations are.
Okay, so we don't even need the explanations to do science. We only need the experiments.
No, the explanations are the goal of the science bit. The experiments don't provide you with
just
any
said
understanding.
Science was the observation, so we don't need the
I
explanation.
didn't say science was the observation.
Yes, you did.
I said the scientific
yes, you did.
method involves 4 steps. The first step is observation. The second step is forming a hypothesis. The third step is testing your hypothesis. The fourth step is analyzing the result of your test.
Great. And then you
So
spit
there are
out an
4 steps, not just
explanation.
one.
Go, I affirm the consequent because I used inductive logic and I don't actually know anything because
Well,
someone else can
it's
come
Bayesian
along
reasoning, right?
and come up with a different So what?
So
That's an pure probability fallacy.
Do you reject Bayesian reasoning?
No, it's useful, but you still don't know anything because it's an appeal to probability.
Okay, well, look, if you're going to come on here and just say, well, we can't actually use Bayesian reasoning to try to come to any conclusions, to come to the best explanation of the data.
You can't.
If that's your view, then you're just not.
You can't use
interested in actually
Bayesian
doing
probability to reach the best explanation. That's a circular reasoning.
I'm sorry. What do you think Bayesian reasoning does?
Does it give you a probability?
Yeah, it gives you a probability, or rather,
Okay.
perhaps.
What does a probability say?
A probability is, I mean, it depends on your
Is
interpretation of
likely
your
or not
occasionist
likely
or
a
if you're a frequentist.
probability? Okay, is likely or not likely a probability statement?
Yeah.
Okay, that's circular reasoning. You
Where's the
use
circle?
Bayesian reasoning because you used Bayesian reasoning to justify finding what is likely or not. That's a circle.
No, Bayesian reasoning is how you determine what is likely.
Yeah, I know it's the methodology. Okay.
Right. So where's the circle?
Oh my God, dude. I don't. Okay. I just explained it. Why do I have to explain it again?
Yeah. So can you point out the thing
The
that I had to
justification-
assume to get to Bayesian reasoning?
That Bayesian reasoning is useful because it tells you what's likely. Well, I think you went further than that. So you're using what's called an appeal to probability. Great. You have a thing which you can tell yourself, well, this is more likely than not.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations.
Yep.
You don't know that. You
What
just
do you mean by
believe
no?
that.
What do you mean by no? I'm not an absolutist when it comes to truth. Are you?
Okay. So what do you? Okay.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
He might have dropped out for a second. I'm sure he'll be back in just a second.
Okay. In the meantime, how are things going, DJ?
Good. Yep, hope's all well with everyone. So, yeah, we're about 20 minutes in so far. So, what do you think after the first hour is up? How about, would you guys we could get some people to ask you guys questions from the audience? One globe question,
Kick me
one
or
flight
something.
question.
Sorry, DJ. Someone kicked me or something.
Oh, you're right. Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, after the first hour, if there are any other, I don't know, big name flat earthers that want to come up and do another 30, 40 minutes, I think that'd probably be better / more interesting than just answering questions.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
if possible, if that's available.
Okay.
After,
So
however long. Go ahead.
Can I finish what I was saying? Okay, thank you. So if you're saying you're not an absolutist and you can't know anything, why are you trying to convince people of something you're not positive about? Why should they follow you into your uncertainty?
Just to be clear, are you an absolutist about truth?
Yes.
About knowledge?
There is absolute truth. That's right.
Okay, so how do you know that you're anything more than a brain and a bat?
I don't start from the presupposition of the internal world. Okay, I start from the presupposition of the external world has primacy.
Okay, how do you justify that?
Contaminated by Descartes.
And so you can't. So that's just a belief without justification, then, right?
Okay, no, it's not a belief without justification.
What's the justification?
You're talking to me right now. Are you talking to yourself?
I'm not an absolutist about truth. You are. So
Are you
you're
talking
the one
to
that has to
yourself
provide
right now?
So you have to provide a justification.
I am not talking to myself. You're correct. There is an external world, and I'm not talking because you're asking me a question.
How do you know it's not an illusion?
Am I interrogating myself right now?
Could be. How do you know?
See, you guys have to take an absurdist worldview and borrow from a
This is your
absolute
worldview that's absurd.
No,
That's
you have
absurd
you have to
because you're
borrow
taking the
from my
absolutist
worldview
here.
to even have a worldview.
I don't even know what your worldview is. You're claiming absolute certainty, and you won't tell me what you're certain of.
Okay. Yes, I am certain that you are talking to me right now, and you're not me.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Really simple. Okay, because that is the only way we can communicate.
What if it's an
not
illusion?
possible?
Why couldn't you be hallucinating?
Okay, because I couldn't have made up this interrogation.
Oh, why not? People have whole ass conversations in their dreams, in their hallucinations.
Why not? You can't be a part of my imagination.
Why not? How do
Is
you
that
know
what you're
that with
asking me?
absolute certainty? Yes.
Okay, because I'm not talking to myself. I know that with absolute certainty because there are certain transcendental categories which exist. We're going to end up going way down
Because
something
there's
that
certain
you're not ready
transcendental-
for.
Oh wait, are we doing?
Yes,
Are we doing
the
tag
laws
right
of
now?
logic and shit.
Are we doing tag right now?
No, we're not doing tag. Like the laws of logic.
Yeah. So how do you know that the laws of logic are true?
So they exist because we wouldn't be able to communicate without them.
Oh, how do you know that with absolute certainty? How
Because
do you
you're
know you're not
speaking to
mistaken?
me and your words have because your words have meanings, right? And we assign
Do they, or are
those
you
things,
hallucinating those meanings?
those meanings have an identity. Why you like if you believe what you're saying, you wouldn't every word
are
you
forced to
said
believe these
if you believe listen, every word you said would have no meaning. It would mean everything and nothing all at the same
This
time.
isn't my worldview.
That's
I'm not an
absurd.
absolutist. You are.
Okay. You have to borrow from my worldview where there is a law of identity.
I don't even know what your worldview is.
I just told you, okay?
That
you have to
logic
borrow
is
from my worldview and say
true.
where it's, you know, you're trying to steamroll me. I'm getting about fed up with it. And I'm going to put an end to it because I'm going to just start being a dickhead. Okay?
So,
I mean, well,
trusting you on your worldview is steamrolling?
Hold on, son, I'm playing in the background. Listen, you're talking to me. You have to use the laws of logic to communicate with me. You ask me what's the justification. You even asking that is the justification. You're in a performative contradiction to say they
Questions
don't
aren't
exist.
justifications.
You have to use the laws of logic to argue against them. You understand that, right?
So I'm happy to agree that
You're in a
agents have to-
performative contradiction. Acknowledge that you're in a
I know
performative
that you've been
contradiction.
listening to Jay Dyer and Darth Dawkins for a long time.
Okay, so
The
I don't even know
point
who Darth Dawkins is.
Okay, so you've been listening to Jay Dyer. Good. So I'm
Yeah, I
happy
know he
to
is.
I'm
Yeah,
happy to agree that absolutely agents by their mere existence, agents have to accede to at least one law of logic, perhaps two, perhaps the law of identity and perhaps the law of non-contradiction. But I don't get how you then justify
Are those
that there's an
absolutes?
external world.
Well, I'm of the vein of Thomas Reed, so
can you make the argument?
You're in a performative contradiction to deny the external world. Okay,
Oh, what's the contradiction?
You're talking to me. You're using things. You have to borrow my worldview
I
to
think
communicate.
there is an external world, but I'm also not an absolutist about truth. You, on the other hand, are an absolutist about truth, which means that you need to provide a justification, a deductive justification for every single claim that you make.
Your
Otherwise, with no
performative contradiction.
justification, otherwise, with no
The
justification, you just
justification
can't
is you're
believe
in a-
anything. If you're an
Okay,
absolutist about
you're-
truth,
the
you can't know anything, rather.
Okay, your word count is off the hook. You're going to let me answer any of the questions you actually ask me, or are you going to answer them for me? So, the justification is the law of identity in and of itself, the mere fact that we're communicating puts you in a performative contradiction. Even if you say you're talking to myself, even in my fucking jar, the law of identity is still true.
What does that have to do with an external world existing?
Oh my God. Because the law of identity exists in the external world. There's things separate from me, which have their own individual identity that is separate. Okay,
I'm
that
sorry,
means there's
where
an
does
external
the law
world.
of identity exist?
Well, it exists in it exists as a transcendental category. It doesn't exist. It exists in mind. It exists in the mind of people.
It exists in minds. So you have a mind,
that's right. Yeah, it exists
so
in my mind.
It could exist in your mind even
It's
if there
how
was
I
no
make sense of the
world.
external world.
So it could exist in your mind even if there were no external world, right?
I need something to apply it to.
You could apply it to thoughts in your own mind.
Well, that would be circular.
No, it wouldn't be circular. Where's the circle?
So well, actually it's like an infinite regression. Well, how did I have thoughts in my own mind to identify with to create the law of identity to have objects that are also internal? It just ends up into a circular loop. You don't actually believe the stuff you're saying. So this is
under my worldview. The law of identity and the law of non-contradiction
is the law of identity true?
That there exist agents.
Does the law of identity objectively true? Is the law of identity?
I don't
no,
think
I
that
did
it
not.
exists in the absence of minds. So if that's what you mean by
so the law of identity is objectively true, yes or
well,
no?
no. In the absence of minds, I don't think that it exists. So I don't think it even makes sense.
Is that objectively true? Is that objectively true? That statement you just made.
The proposition is true insofar as propositions exist in minds.
Okay.
So I'm a nominalist. I get that you're some sort of, well, actually, I don't even know what your worldview is. Are you some sort of like Platonist?
No, I
I
don't have a standardized worldview that you can stick a label on, bro.
That's fair. I mean, so it seems like you just take Jay Dyer's worldview and then try to mix it into flat Earth.
No, I'm not mixing anything, dude. Okay.
So
my worldview is based upon the philosophy of time history. It's called direct realism. In his argument, and he refuted Descartes a long time ago. Okay, I know you guys haven't caught up yet, but Descartes was refuted by the very fact that he bothered to publish a book in the fucking first place. If he's just
a contradiction that you've derived.
He published a book. Everybody read it. You read it.
Yeah.
Maybe you didn't read it, but everybody read it. It is a delusion to sit there and play pretend that this book wasn't read. This is
so to be clear, is this incredulity that you're just saying, well, it's stupid, therefore I think that I'm justified in believing in an external world? Is that your view?
No, it's a fact that this book was read, okay, and that people read it and that it was written. You're arguing against it.
How do you know that I'm not just a delusion? I'm not just a hallucination in your mind.
We already covered that.
You haven't sufficiently answered
that leads to an infinite regression fallacy. Yeah, I really want to go back on topic though.
Yeah. Look, the audience and everyone wants to hear, right, empirical evidence for whether the Earth is flat or a globe, right? So if we could try to get it back on the actual topic of the debate, that would be great.
He doesn't believe in science, so it's not. He doesn't believe in testing hypotheses using.
What does that mean? I don't believe in science. Is science a belief?
You don't believe in test. You don't
is
believe
science a belief?
Please, I'm answering your question. You don't believe that there is use or validity in.
I asked you if science is a belief, and you talk about me.
I am answering your question about what I
by
was
talking
saying.
About me.
Yes.
So I ask you if science is a belief, and you talk about me, and that's answering your question.
So when I said you don't believe in science, I'm explaining.
How do you know what I believe?
Because we've had a conversation already. We're talking about it. I've established what you believe based off the conversation that we've already had. So
no, these rhetorical gimmicks aren't going to work on me, buddy. You're going to need to do better.
What you've done. So
no, you're trying to mischaracterize me, and I'm not going to tolerate it. No, I'm not going to let you freaking monologue and meta conversation. No, we're not doing meta, bro. We're not doing meta.
I'm answering your question.
This is meta. You're trying to recharacterize the conversation and characterize me as not quote unquote
to use observations.
You interrupt me again
to test explanations.
Yes, I already acknowledge they're useful
to test explanations. To test, and I should clarify, to test the validity.
Yeah, they're useful to make you feel better, so you can sleep better at night. Yes, they're useful.
Okay, so can we come to true conclusions that way?
You don't even believe in truth.
Sure, I do. I just don't have an absolutist view.
Who's arguing
What does that
for
mean?
the globe? And
It means that
who's
I don't think that
arguing
there is
for
a sense
flat
of,
Earth?
in which you can be absolutely guaranteed of certainty.
Okay, so there's a truth that's not true? Because truth
I
means
just have a
100%
different notion-
certainty.
I just have a different notion of true than you do.
This guy talks really
There's the dictionary
fast. It's
definition of
pretty
truth,
awesome.
okay? That's the only one. So now you're going to make up your own definition of truth so you can
philosophers don't
see
rely
that.
on Merriam-Webster, right?
I'm well aware of that. So this is this is the funny
appealing to
thing.
The dictionary definition is kind of silly.
So this is a gimmick you guys do, is that you try to portray as if you're making truth claims while simultaneously saying, I don't know what the truth is. So let's get to let's just
it's called
dispense with
humility.
that, and let's get to like empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe. Or,
Yeah, sure.
I was
Are
going
you
to
familiar
ask
with
you
the
if you
Minos
know the Earth
experiment?
is a globe.
Are you familiar
Well, I
with
was
the
going to
Minos
ask.
experiment?
Oh, the so-called neutrino experiment.
Yeah, Minos.
I know
Minos
the world
neutrino
is
beam.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Okay,
I'm familiar with it.
So they
which is more statistical nonsense if you really want to go through it. No one in this
so-
chat is going to understand it. You want to keep it simpler?
No, actually, because this is definitive proof that the Earth is a globe. So if
definitive
if you want to run from it, proof in the scientific
No. I don't want to run from it. No one in this chat's going to understand it.
I can
because
explain
we're
it.
going to stop. We're
My
going to
job
start
is
talking about you're
my job is
explaining.
science
I'm going to
communication. I
explain
can
it,
absolutely explain it. Yeah,
and you're going to omit
it to
about
the,
20.
the
And you're going to omit. You're going to omit a lot of information. I guarantee it.
I'm going to synthesize and summarize.
No, you're going to
Part of
lie by
that
omission.
Okay, well, so if you want to, poison the well,
How did
more,
they
that's
detect the
fine.
direction of the neutrinos?
So you can actually track their momentum, which is correlated, or which actually tells you the direction.
Correlated.
they're moving in.
Hold
I said,
on.
I said the wrong word. Forgive me. The momentum actually is the direction that they're traveling in. That's what momentum does. It tells you about direction.
Okay.
And so, given the scattering, or given the scattering, the transfer of momentum from the neutrinos to the detected particles, you can track basically by the way that the flashes of light appear in the detector.
I mean, the reverse Cherenkov radiation.
I don't know why you're calling it
Okay.
reverse, but sure. And it's
One
Cherenkov.
second here. Have you
I was thinking
proven
something
gas
So,
pressure
yeah,
can
so
exist within a container?
There's a fairly straightforward claim.
So they get the cross section of a cone of reverse of the Cherenkov radiation, and
So
they
is there
infer the
someone with a
direction that the neutrino came from based upon this.
So
but it's well known from the
can you let me
ice cube
explain or no?
experiment.
Can you repeat yourself? Was that within the conversation that we were listening to, or is there someone new in here?
I think someone knew. I think they thought that we were actually having a discussion, but we're listening to we're listening to a recording right now.
I didn't mean to interrupt. It's just I wanted to know if a glober, proved if we could, prove that you could prove gas pressure without a container on Earth. Has he done that?
There's no Glovers at the moment in here that can reply to you. That's why we're listening to a recording of a debate that happened a week ago. Because it's the early time. Not many people in here at the moment.
Shall I put it back on?
Oh, so you're saying it's kind of boring with the Glovers and their claims.
We're just listening to a recording at the moment.
That they did in Antarctica, that neutrinos arrive out of the Earth.
Yeah, so do you want to let me explain or no? Because you've done some lying by omission now, actually.
Oh, so did the ice cube experiment in Antarctica, one
Sorry,
of the
we weren't
balloons,
talking about ice cube, we were
detect
talking about
neutrinos? That they come out of the Earth?
They come from all directions. Fortunately, we can figure out whether or not the neutrinos that we're detecting produced by Fermilab are those produced by Fermilab by modulating
Okay, how many
the beam.
detections? How many detections are there?
How many individual detections of
Yes.
the Minos experiment has run for a very long time. I don't know off the top of my head how many individual
It's
detections
about
the Minos
6.
experiment has
Last
done.
time I looked, it was 6.
No, the Minos detection has been running since 1998. The Minos collaboration.
Yeah, there were 6 detections.
You think that
Last
they've
time
only
I
ever
looked, which
detected-
was like 8 years ago.
Wait, you think that the Minos experiment has only ever detected 6
Neutrino
neutrinos?
detection. Well, listen, it was 6 neutrinos. Okay, over the 3 or 4 years that it was run that I knew about.
Okay, hold on.
Wait, so you guys
neutrinos are hard to detect, correct?
They're famously hard to detect. Here, let me. I have a paper pulled up from 2013. The Minos experiment results and prospects, and I'm looking at a flux chart, which just tells you the amount of neutrinos that are detected at different energies. And what I'm seeing is that there's far more than 6. There's more than 6 bins, and they all have more than 1 unit in them. Now, we can actually probably search through this paper and find exact... Oh yeah, so this is events per 8.2 times 10 to the 20 pot. So here's thousands of events per GUD. So I'm not posting it. I'm just like, I can post it if you want. I can pull it up if you want. But the important point is
the paper?
The Minos experiment results and prospects by J.J. Evans. So I have a chart that I'm looking at literally right now, which is data of thousands of detections. Anyway, so do you agree that so I'm going to describe the Minos experiment really quick. Please don't interrupt me. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And I'll describe the relevant bits. So Fermat is a particle accelerator in Chicago, just outside of Chicago. And one of the things that they can do is they can produce neutrinos, which is a type of subatomic particle. They're very, very rare, or not rare, they're very, very hard to detect, and they don't interact with much. So one of the things that they can do is they take this beam of neutrinos that they produce in Chicago, and they angle them down into the Earth at an angle of like 3-ish degrees. I could work out the math. I think it's like 2.5 or 3 degrees or something. They angle it down into the Earth. And then 730 kilometers away in Sudan, which is a place in Minnesota, it's a town in Minnesota, they have a detector. And the detector is like 700 meters below the Earth or something like this. And the detector picks up those neutrinos that came from Chicago, 730 kilometers away. Now, if it were the case that the Earth was flat and that they were not trying to pass through the bulk of the Earth, the curve of the Earth, if you will, then they wouldn't have had to angle it down at 3 degrees. They would have had to angle it down at like 1/10 of a degree or something in order to reach the detector that was 700 meters underground. The fact that they had to angle it down that deep is very compelling evidence to me that the Earth is surely a sphere.
Nonsense.
Okay. Can I speak now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now you claimed that the source of the neutrinos, these aren't even direct measurements of neutrinos, these are indirect measurements of the weak interaction of the neutrino with the nucleus of an atom, right?
Is that Indy?
And they're detecting
Indio?
how they're not even detecting a particle. They're detecting the light that a particle emits when it travels faster than the speed of light within that particular medium.
Mm-hmm.
And they're using an avalanche photodetector to detect this light emission, correct?
Yeah, you're describing how the detection method works. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, how do you know they came from Chicago?
You can turn it off, and then you stop seeing that many detections.
Is that what they did?
That's been done, yeah. I have a friend, actually, who's been there.
Well, you know, I talked to someone that worked at the one in Japan, and I also talked to the one for the Minos. So I've talked to people about this, okay, that in the experiment, so-called experiment, actually, what's his name? Anyway, that's not important. Sorry, I'm trying to, I know who you're talking about. He's an anti-flat earther, isn't he?
Maybe. I talked to a lot of people.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. Fokker.
Nope.
Talk to Big Fokker.
I have no idea who it is.
No, you talk to him. You might not know who it is, but you talk to him.
No,
anyway.
I talked to a guy named Quantanaut, who's a friend of mine.
Oh, him too.
Who's
okay? Anyway,
a particle physicist. But yeah, I mean, like,
that's fantastic. And I've asked him the same question that I'm asking you. How do you know which direction it came from? And he didn't have an answer, just like you.
Wait, I gave you an answer. You can track the particle motion by looking at the momentum of the...
Can or did?
I'm telling you how you can figure out the direction of motion.
Can or did?
So to be clear...
Okay, I'll take that silence as the answer.
This is how calorimeters work. This is how you measure momentum.
Can or did?
I'm not a particle physicist.
Did they get the direction or not?
But the way that you determine whether or not you've detected something is by measuring momentum, and that includes direction. So surely, yes, they
Yeah, I
did, if they
understand that.
measured momentum at all. Which of course
Relax.
they did,
Surely,
because that's
yes,
what
they did.
That's what they did.
Nobody cares.
Part of your
We
Bayesian
believe the
inference,
world is
probability,
flat.
likeliness. Surely.
Your little measurements don't
The
mean
muon produces
shit
a long
here.
track that curves in the magnetic field. The direction of
Shut
direction
up.
of curvature identifying the incoming neutrino as a new muon.
Hey,
or, sorry, a
Demoxon,
muon
just
neutrino
mute
and an
yourself
anti-muon
and keep
neutrino.
yourself
They
muted.
also talked
Thank
about
you.
the yeah, okay, this information is used to determine the direction in which the director activity is traveling. So that's another example. This is referring to atmospheric neutrinos. This is in the same paper. This is how they're selecting out for atmospheric neutrinos by looking at the direction in which the activity is happening. So yes, they do this.
Okay, so
So
not
yes,
really.
they do determine the
You're not-
direction. It
you're
just
not
said
doing-
so. It just
you're
said
not
so in the
determining
paper.
it came from Chicago. Okay, they didn't
Yeah,
do
you
that.
absolutely can. So fortunately,
You
one of the
can, but
ways
they
that you
didn't.
can-
Okay, that's
they did.
great,
They
dude.
actually did. So you know how they did? So what they have is they have a plot of the background neutrino radiation, which you get by turning the thing off, and then you turn the thing on, and you collect the data then. And what you find is that the data that you detect the data that you detect at the detector, 730 kilometers away, is exactly what you would expect if the neutrinos were coming from Chicago. And that signal goes away when you turn off the beam in Chicago. So I don't know if you think it's coincidence that like space is suddenly more energetic when they turn off the particle collider in Chicago, but that seems like it's an awfully big coincidence that you'd have to believe in order to not believe the Earth is a globe.
Well, I don't believe the Earth is a globe, not because of that. That has no bearing on it. Has to do with how flat it is.
How do you
flat the Earth is.
explain? Then how do you explain why there's a difference in neutrino?
How do you explain how there's no measurable curvature? How do you explain that?
Why'd you interrupt me?
Because you're just asking me nonstop questions. Do you think I might get a turn?
I was
to
giving a
actually-
piece of evidence, and you haven't provided a sufficient explanation for that piece of evidence. That's
Sufficient for what? What do you mean? What do you mean by sufficient?
What I mean by sufficient is any kind
you
of
don't like it?
explanation, any kind of explanation that can account for this data.
Beam
on a
divergence.
platter.
There's a greater beam divergence than they say. How about that? There you go.
There's a greater beam divergence than they say.
Yeah, that's right.
So how big is this beam divergence?
3 degrees. There you go.
And what's the evidence for this claim?
They'd make a detection on a flat Earth, freaking 500 miles away or 800 miles
we're
away.
assuming the consequent?
That's what I'm doing. I'm doing
Okay,
the same
so
thing
you're
you're
assuming
doing.
the Earth is flat in order to justify the view. But we can
And you're
measure-
assuming the
we
Earth
can
is a
just measure
sphere
the
to
beam divergence.
justify that it's going through the Earth.
No. We can measure the divergence, right?
Okay.
This is a
How did they
measurable
measure
quantity.
the divergence? Do they have another
with nearby detectors?
So they have a nearby detector, 3
Yeah, there is
degrees
a
in the
nearby
air.
detector.
3
No,
degrees in the air?
It's underground.
Is it 3
pointing
degrees
down.
in the air?
It's pointing down.
Is it 3 degrees in the air?
Why would it be 3
No,
degrees
I want
in
the
the
one
air?
that's
It's
3
pointing down.
degrees in the air.
Why would there be one that's 3
Okay.
degrees in the air? What?
Okay, you said this thing's pointed down, right?
Yeah,
So 3
you have a
degrees from the
nearby
direction. You said it's pointed down. You said it's pointed down by 3 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a half width beam divergence of 3 degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be parallel to the surface of the Earth, right? Relative to the beam direction, the axis of the beam, it would be in the air, right? It's off
Yeah, so
axis.
where's the evidence that it is? Where is this evidence?
Oh, because you make the detection on a flat Earth. Yeah, you
Oh, so we're
make a
just assuming the
detection on a flat.
consequent. So
I'm
this
doing
isn't
what you're doing.
No, I'm
I'm
not assuming
doing what
anything.
you're
I'm just saying,
doing.
look, we know
I'm
that
doing
the
what you're
we know
doing.
that the neutrinos are pointing down.
I am
and they're
doing
hitting
what
the
you're
detector
doing.
730
I'm
Where did I assume the
exposing
shape
you.
of the Earth at all?
So why, like, listen?
Where did I assume the shape of the Earth at all?
These are
in any
these
of
are
this?
nice gimmick tactics, okay? But I'm doing what you're doing. I am affirming the consequent, okay? Just
I'm
like
sorry,
you're
when did I
doing,
assume the shape
and
of
I
the
can
Earth
make
at
up an
all?
explanation. Dude, how
I'm
many
sorry,
times do you
when
interrupt
did
me now?
Can you actually just address the question? Because you're affirming the consequent. When have I assumed the shape of the Earth with regard to the Minos experiment?
When you said it goes through the Earth.
Well, I mean, it is underground, right? So surely it goes through the Earth regardless of whether you think the Earth is flat or round.
You said that the beam divergence was measured at other places, okay?
Yeah,
one of those
nearby.
other places would need to be someplace that's within, right? If you want to eliminate Earth versus globe versus flat Earth, you have to go parallel versus globe, this direction versus that direction, and you have to test
No,
it
you
at
can
that
just measure it
direction.
nearby.
How close?
At the beam, at the beam origin.
At the beam.
Yeah. At the
So
beam
they're right.
origin.
They got a detector right on the other side of the beam. What was it, like a super freaking huge tank? Because you already said it's hard to measure.
You don't have to detect all the neutrinos. You don't want to detect all the neutrinos.
What are they using to detect it close to the beam?
So the actual calorimeter, I don't know.
Is it under the ground?
They're using the whole thing's underground. Yeah.
No, the detector is it also
all of it's underground.
Is it in the beam path somewhere?
Yes, they have calorimeters along the beam path. Yeah.
Okay, so the beam path is underground, right? That's
the
you
whole
said
thing's
it's going
underground,
through
yeah.
the earth. Yeah, no, listen, buddy. Okay, you got the sagittal. You're saying it's going through the core of the fucking arc, right? Through the core of the arc, arriving in Minnesota. Okay?
Yep.
Where in that chord is the detector to check the divergence?
It's at the origin, or near the origin anyway. It's at the origin of the beam. By the way, I found a paper that actually talks about the divergence.
You have to detect it further away.
Not really. I found a paper that talks about the divergence, and apparently it's less than 10 millirads.
Are you Googling this on the fly? Yeah, that's a cool story. How do they know that?
Do you want to read the paper together?
No, I don't want to read the paper together.
Okay.
This is called obscurantism.
How is it obscurantism?
This tactic.
If I'm just
because nobody
looking
knows
up
about
information.
neutrinos or how neutrinos interact with matter or anything about them.
I'm sorry, is the science too sophisticated for your audience?
It's too sophisticated for your audience.
No, it's not. My audience loves this stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure they do because they want to play pretend scientist and pretend they know what you're talking about, but they don't. Okay, you know they don't know what you're talking about. They're just like goo goo gaga.
I would actually
words.
bet that a big chunk of my audience does know what neutrinos are.
Knows what they are. Yeah, fine. Everybody in this chat knows what they quote unquote are. Okay. Okay. That's fine.
So then there's no issue talking about this. This isn't obscurantism. This is just, a subject of conversation.
No, obscurantism as in going into details such as beam divergence. How do you measure neutrinos? How would you even measure them right at the point of freaking emission? I don't know, because they need a big super fucking tank fucking 800 miles away. They need a giant tank. They need a giant tank in Japan, but somehow they're detecting beam divergence neutrinos right at the point of the emitter.
So
somehow.
You know what's lovely? You can also calculate the divergence of the
more
neutrino
sales
fairly
pitch.
easily.
Yeah, great. You can calculate a bit. I can calculate and affirm the consequent too. So what?
There's no affirming the consequent here. This is just standard like Maxwellian electromagnetism.
So neutrinos are in Maxwellian electromagnetism now.
Well, no. So the source of the neutrinos are decaying muons, and so from momentum conservation, we can infer that the decaying muons have the same momentum.
Maxwell's electrodynamics has nothing to do with any of that.
I wasn't done yet. Thanks for
but it has nothing to do with any of that.
With that. We can figure out the momentum of the muons and use that to determine the momentum of the neutrinos.
And that has exactly what to do with fucking Maxwell's equations?
To determine the momentum of the muons, you use the Lorentz force law, which is associated with Maxwell's equations. You can do E cross B tests and things like this.
Yeah, fantastic. Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, this is one of the ways that you can measure
the beam divergence of the neutrinos.
That's a way that you can calculate it in principle.
Can.
So I mean, I could do it right now on live if you wanted to. So it sounds like your whole argument is just sowing doubt rather than actually presenting evidence or presenting contradictory evidence. It's just like, can. Maybe.
I'm asking you very specific questions so that I can rely on the experiment that you say proves the Earth is a goal by shooting neutrinos through the fucking core of the arc. And I'm asking you particular details about how you know this to be true, and you don't know them. You just say could have been done, right? But it wasn't done, and you know it wasn't done.
So essentially, to be clear, I don't know.
So more meta.
To be clear,
this is listen. I'll pay. If you guys had to pay $1,000 every time you said you're doing X, you'd be broke.
So, look, it seems like what you're interested in doing is just asking questions until I don't know an answer. Yeah. You. I'm talking about you.
I'm asking details.
The point is I could ask details about your model over and over until you don't know an answer. But that's not a good way to have a good conversation. On the other hand, on anything that you say, I could ask questions until you don't know an answer because you haven't personally done it. Now, I wasn't on the Minos experiment. I know people who were, so I know some details about it. I don't know everything about the experiment. I don't know everything about the implementations that they used in doing data accumulation, data tracking. I don't know everything about this. However, there are
it was your proof, not mine.
Be happy to ask. Look, the point is that the
magic science guy fallacy.
What?
There's a magic science guy out there that has the information, just not you.
I didn't say that, but that's a cool straw man. The point is
It's not a straw man. It's what you guys do.
I'm providing.
When you're asked particulars,
I literally
there's
haven't
some other
done
guy
that.
with the information.
So the point is I've
Do you have
provided
the
evidence
information?
that there are detections, and
No,
if
you provided
you're-
claims. I asked
No,
for
no,
evidence,
I
and you
can-
didn't have it.
I can provide you the data if you want right now.
The
I'm looking
data
at
that
it.
doesn't have the key things.
Well, no, I mean the point is
key
that this is data.
That this path
This
is
data
this
that
path
we would
can only
expect, given Bayesian reasoning. We would expect to see this data if the Earth was a globe. We would expect to see this data when you angle it down. If the Earth was not a globe, you would not expect that.
Okay. That it assumes all the particulars are true in the first instance, and they're assumed true
called Bayesian
because
reasoning.
you already assume that the Earth is a. But you're assuming your conclusion already that the Earth is a globe.
There, nowhere in anything that I've mentioned have I assumed the Earth is a globe. Rather, I assumed that like we can figure out what directions neutrinos travel in, which of course we can. Even the people at
Well,
IceCube
when you figure that out, I guess use it as evidence.
The people at IceCube and the people at Super Kamiokande have done that.
And what happened with the Ice Cube? You want to talk about that? What happened to Ice Cube?
I was only bringing up IceCube to illustrate that we can figure out what direction neutrinos.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about that, do you?
If you want to talk about IceCube, we can. I just don't see how it's
Well,
going
we can
to
talk
help
about
your-
how
help
what
your,
they thought would happen
measurement.
didn't happen.
Care to elaborate?
They did not expect to have neutrinos coming out of the Earth.
What are you talking about? Of course they did. Neutrinos come from all directions. That was actually like
they say that
was actually
now.
the whole point. No, that was the whole point of the IceCube experiment.
No,
the whole point of the IceCube experiment was to detect astronomical neutrinos by looking at neutrinos that aren't coming from above but are coming from below. That was the whole point.
Yeah, they did not expect the volume of neutrinos that they got. This is all
the
in all
amount,
published
perhaps,
material.
Perhaps the amount, because that's what the point of doing science is to figure things out and learn new things. But they wanted to find neutrinos coming from below precisely because they wanted to characterize them.
Okay, I have to I have to stop this. We need to talk about flat Earth, not neutrinos.
Yeah. So,
just a second. Just quickly.
Sure. Go ahead.
Just a moment, guys. Okay. So Blitz has had a good chance to present what he said is his best argument for the globe. It would be great if before the time runs out we could get Indio to present a case for the flat Earth, right, and to ask Blitz about that. So if you guys could sort of wrap up this particular argument and let Indio present a case, in favor of the flat Earth, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. If you want to present I mean, I only got to talk about one experiment, but if you want to present the best piece of data in favor of the flat Earth, by all means.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of pieces, but I would say the most irrefutable is the symmetry of the reflection at the Bolivian salt flats. So as you know,
salt flats. So can you elaborate?
Yeah, the Bolivian salt flats are salt flats in Chile. It's about 43,000 square kilometers, I think. But every once in a while it rains and it fills up with water, about 2 inches of water. So this creates a gigantic mirror. The entire surface of the Bolivian salt flats become a giant mirror.
Mm-hmm.
And as everyone knows, that a convex mirror can't reflect an image that is symmetrical. So the object
I don't follow the point. What do you mean it can't reflect a mirror that's symmetrical? If your mirror is symmetrical,
if you have an object, not if it's curved. It'll create diverging.
I've looked in these things. It'll be symmetrical if your mirror is symmetrical. Like if your mirror is like,
well, if you're looking at it dead on, but we're looking at it but this is a side view, right? It's a side view of a curved surface, right?
Sure.
It was supposed to be. It's supposed to be a side view of a curved surface. Sorry, I had a phone call. So you have the sky and the clouds, right? And you have the dividing line, the horizon, and then you have the reflection of the clouds in the sky. Mm-hmm. It is perfectly symmetrical between the clouds and the reflection of the clouds. The image of the clouds that's reflected in the water is perfectly symmetrical, and it should be distorted. Yes, okay. It's perfectly symmetrical.
Did you measure it?
Well, I've measured it by counting pixels.
Okay, so you're just trusting the flat Earth guy.
Well, there's hundreds of images that you can measure, right?
Okay, and second question.
According to the mathematics, hold on. You're going to let me finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's the sky and the reflection of the sky, and those are that you can overlay them so that they're perfectly the same, right? Like you make a transparency and overlay them. They're perfectly the same. They're nearly perfectly symmetrical, right?
Oh, I thought they were perfectly symmetrical.
Well, I mean, perfect is probably the wrong word, right? So you want me to get sub-pixel accuracy? So,
so they're not perfectly symmetrical?
They're more symmetrical than the globe predicts. How do you like that?
Okay, how much would the globe predict it to be off by?
Okay, so since the angle resolution of the eye, right, is 0.07 degrees, and if we were to use the camera with a greater angle resolution,
is that 0.07?
Are you going to let me? Why are you interrupting me?
I'm just clarifying.
You scared? Because you never heard this argument and you don't have anything in the canned answer to whip out?
I'm just clarifying.
Okay,
if you have trouble with that, then maybe just don't. Maybe speak more clearly. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm speaking. Okay, so
go ahead.
There's a distance at which that the reflection will stop being symmetrical with the sky. That distance, according to the globe, on Earth, the radius 3,959 miles, is 0.7 miles from the observer. The observer sees a horizon at least 3.2 miles away, right? So you have 2/3 of the distance between a point on the ground and further that should be distorted and get continually more distorted as it approaches the horizon. Okay.
Question.
As anybody knows, a curved mirror. Okay, because we have this thing called the law of reflection.
I have a
hold
question,
on.
if I can ask.
Yeah,
let him finish. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So
Yeah,
we have the law of we have the law of reflection. So the angle of incidence equals the law of reflection. And because the surface is curved, every light ray is hitting the surface at a different angle, right? So you have diverging rays that reflect off the surface from any particular source. Any point that's in the sky, that light will hit the surface and the rays will diverge. Okay? So if you have clouds or whatever is up in the sky, the sun or anything, that image will appear compressed compared to what you see directly by looking directly at it. Okay? This is not possible on a globe. You cannot have a symmetrical reflection on a curved mirror.
Right. So a few questions. So why'd you bring up the human eye when we're talking about camera photos?
Well, because a human eye is the best possible case.
But we're not talking about the human eye here. We're talking about photos because you haven't been there. Right? We're talking about photos that you've counted the pixels on, right?
Yeah. Photos, videos.
Right. So the human eye is irrelevant.
Okay, no. Okay.
Why is the
human eye not irrelevant? Because using this is what's called where you go, I'm giving you the best case scenario. If we go with larger apertures, it gets worse for the globe, not better.
Sorry, so the calculation that you did for the human eye, not relevant? Do we agree on that?
Yeah, okay. You want me to do a new calculation for a larger aperture, and it's just going to get worse.
Yeah.
Dude.
And so
that can get better.
I'd actually like you to. It would be great if you could, I don't know, paste a link or something, or show me the calculation that you did to establish that the curvature should be visibly noticeable at a given distance. That would be great. I'd love to see that calculation. Can you provide it?
I only have it for the human eye right now.
Well, I'm not asking for the resolution, because the resolution, that you can just use Rayleigh's criterion to find the resolution, the ideal resolution anyway. I'm actually asking for the calculation.
Well, because you have to know
the curvature is visible, or that the distortion should be visible at 0.7 miles. Where did that calculation come from?
Okay, you need to know the smallest angle that you can resolve, right? The difference, right? Okay, so because because the beams diverge, right? So the rays diverge. If the rays diverge, what's the smallest angle of divergence I can detect? When I look directly at it, it looks like it's like 1 degree. What's the smallest difference in angle between that and the object I'm looking at that I can detect?
Well, so it's a little bit more complicated than that, because when you take a photo with a camera, what you're doing is you're actually projecting, what you might call like your field of view onto a flat screen. And so that projection is going to introduce additional angles. So the calculation is not as simple as how much does the angle actually diverge from the surface of the sphere. You need to do a little bit more work than that, especially because you're projecting a
I am well aware
view.
How to make this
okay, so that's why I want to see the calculation, so I can actually see how it works.
Okay, you're looking. So let me put it like this. Let's say we had a bunch of lines on this curved mirror, right? We just drew them. And we're trying to see the separation between the lines. there's a minimum separation that we can see based upon the angle that we can resolve. So by you look at it with a human eye,
based on the angle. Yeah.
so
That's
say
true.
they're parallel to the horizon, right? There's a bunch of lines that go off into the distance. Now the separation between any pair of lines, the angle. So for the human eye, if it was smaller than 0.02 degrees, it would look like one line instead of two lines. You agree with that?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I was
So
looking at something.
smaller than if the visual angle separating the two lines is smaller than the resolving power of the eye, it won't look like two separate lines.
It'll look like one
line.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, fantastic. Now, if I get a bigger aperture, right?
Yeah, you'll
so
be
that the
able to
angle
resolve them better. Sure.
That's right. They'll separate, right? You'll see two lines.
Yeah. So my
how
question
does
is
increasing the aperture size make
You
the
can give me the
distortion less visible?
You can give me the calculation for the eye. I just want to see the calculation where you go from human eye resolution to 0.7 miles. I want to see that calculation.
It's in the chat.
It's in the chat?
No, I'm gonna post it, dude.
Okay. Let me know when you've posted it.
Yeah. Hold on.
I wish I was better at Photoshop.
Yeah, you could work for NASA then.
Well, see, because I'm actually checking your claim that they match pixel for pixel, and it doesn't actually look like they do.
Did you measure it, or did you just gawk?
I'm doing what you said, where you overlay one with the other, and then you change the opacity, right?
Yeah. So which one's smaller? Which one's larger?
Sorry, which one's smaller? Which one's larger?
Which one's
I'm
larger?
making them
Yeah, which one?
so. Well, they just
Are you
don't overlap.
rescaling them? Why would you do that?
I'm working on it right now.
Why would you rescale them?
I haven't rescaled them yet.
Okay. You shouldn't rescale it at all.
I haven't. Oops. Okay, so now if I take this, let's see if I can overlap it. Oh no, they don't overlap. What a bummer.
Go ahead, post in the chat, dude. Go
Yeah,
for it.
okay.
You're gonna cook yourself, dude. You don't even realize it.
Here, let me take a screenshot. Can I can post screenshots into the chat, yeah?
Yeah, I assume so, yeah.
So for reference, what I did is I overlapped perfectly one of the clouds, and then I'm checking to see if the other clouds are the same.
Yeah. Can you tell us which is which is in the sky and which is on the ground?
Sorry, it's processing. One sec. Okay, I'm looking at your calculation, by the way. Okay, so we set the angular difference equal to the resolving power. So we have 2 theta is 0.
So this was
degrees.
this is
calculated. Okay, so you're converting it to degrees, fine. And therefore, okay, so you have it in radians rather. Then you calculate the distance. So you say that theta is the distance or is the vertical distance or the horizontal distance divided by the longitudinal distance, fine. Converting the rate. Oh, you didn't actually do any sort of projection math, did you?
No.
Oh, okay. So you didn't do what I asked you to do. So by the way, here's the picture that I sent.
You didn't ask me to do anything.
I asked for like the math.
So you want me to convert it into homogeneous coordinates?
Well, I want
you to. You want me to do?
I want you to.
You want me to convert it into homogeneous coordinates? Is that what you want?
That's one way you can do it. I want
you said I didn't do any projection math.
Yeah,
that means you want it in
you didn't project it to the what's it called? The sensor. What is it called? The field of.
Okay, that's
sorry,
fine.
Please stop interrupting me.
I'm trying to clarify what you're saying, dude. Okay? What you want. What your complaint is. Okay? Your complaint is that I didn't take the Euclidean geometry and convert it into projective geometry, such as homogeneous coordinates. Is that your complaint?
Basically, yeah. You didn't compute pixel location based off of the angle.
I'll get back. I'll do it when I feel like it.
Anyway, so I pasted in the like overlaying of two different opacities. So I took the top, flipped it, and then I pasted it over the bottom, and I made one set of clouds in the middle overlap. And you notice that the farther away they get from the middle, the bigger the deviation.
Okay, of the top or the bottom?
I didn't change the top at all. I just took the top and overlaid it on the bottom and changed the opacity.
Okay, that's fine. Which gets which stretches, the top or the bottom? Trying to figure out.
It just
trying to figure it out, and you just
depends
cooked
on
yourself,
which way.
just like I said.
The clouds are in different places, so it's not a perfect It's not perfectly symmetrical. There's a distortion away from the
in the wrong direction. The distortion's in the wrong direction. The mirror should appear compressed.
The mirror should appear compressed.
That's right.
Why should the mirror appear compressed?
Oh my God! Guess what? I'll just show you.
By the way,
I'll just show you photographs.
We're actually talking about we're talking about the position. The individual clouds are not big enough that we can actually see the change in size at all. It's just the relative change in position. Oh, like the individual points on the cloud. And so what we're actually so what we're seeing is that the sky, it seems like the images in the sky, I'm looking at it right now, it's kind of hard to tell. It looks like the images in the sky are further apart than the images down below. And one way you can see this in the image that I attached is that if you look on the left, there's a if you look down here, that bottom bit, I don't know if you can see what I'm saying, but that bottom bit is from the sky. So the point is if you look on the left, all of the parts that are lower, those are from the sky rather than from the ground. So it looks like, yeah, it actually does look like the image is compressed as you want, right? So why is it that
I'll take your word for it. I can't see what you're doing. So
well, I mean, just look at the thing and then look at the overlap in the bottom left, and you'll see that there's like not.
I am not watching your screen, buddy. Like
I'm not showing. No, it's in the image that I pasted for you. I put it into the chat.
In the FE stage?
Yeah.
In the stage?
Scroll up. It was right below what you right below what you
sent. Dude with the top hat.
What?
Oh, that image?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know where you got this one.
I literally made it 5 minutes ago.
No, dude, I do not even know if this is a photograph. Look at the color.
It is a photograph.
Are you sure? Because there's a lot of would you call it, Photoshop art of the Bolivian salt flats that aren't actual photos.
So hold on, actually explain this to me. If this was fake, why wouldn't they match perfectly?
I didn't say fake.
If it was Photoshopped, why wouldn't they match perfectly?
Did you get this from a place that said the Bolivian salt flats?
I got it from a website that's in Spanish, and I found it on Google search when I searched Bolivian salt flats. I mean, I can do it again for another one, but now it's really, really funny because now what you're saying is oh well.
I never use.
If you do it for these, okay. So which ones do you use? We can do this for any of them.
Dude, hey, here's a cool one. Want to see a video?
Well,
do you want?
We can screen grab the video if you want.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, I'll get your
because I just did what you asked me to do, right? All I did was I just took a photo from the Bolivian salt flats, and then I took the top
you don't
half,
even know
inverted
if
it over the bottom half.
Took a photo off the internet, dude.
Okay, so where do you think it's from then, my guy?
So if I don't know where it's from from the Bolivian salt flats.
Well, no, I mean, it looks like all of the other pictures at the Bolivian salt flats. So like I don't know.
No, it looks
kind of
similar, but look at the blue of the sky. Does that look like a normal color to you? Look at the color of the blue of the sky. Does that look like a normal photo to you?
Your own piece of.
Does that look like a normal?
It looks like
color to you.
It looks like it absolutely could have been like color corrected to make it look more pretty. But just to be clear, we took your best piece of flat Earth evidence. I just took the first photo that I found, applied it to, and it fell flat.
No. Good try, though. Good try. This was not my evidence. This was some shit you pulled off the internet.
Okay, so do you want to provide a...
Yeah, I just did.
Okay, where's the... hold on, where's the link? I don't see it. Oh, okay. All right.
Here's one. I'll get you a photograph.
It's really low resolution. Can you find a better one that I can? Because like I can hardly even see like the edges of the clouds.
Hold on, I'll find you one. Hold on, give me a second.
Also, by the way, before I actually even did this calculation, I was wondering if you've accounted for camera distortion, and I was wondering if you've accounted for any atmospheric distortion in your... Yeah, like
atmospheric distortion.
Yeah,
What's
have you
that?
accounted for any of these? You know what atmospheric distortion is, right?
Well, I know what it is theoretically.
Do you not think that the atmosphere distorts images?
Oh, I would say it distorts the way things look outside of the camera. Yeah, sure. It's turbulence.
So cameras
sure.
don't see atmospheric distortion?
It's called turbulence. That's the name of it. It's not called atmospheric distortion.
Turbulence is a description of a type of fluid motion, and turbulence can cause atmospheric distortion. But atmospheric distortion is just the general name for a broad category of phenomena where things appear to look different.
That's a cool story, and you say that so authoritatively, but you don't know what you're talking about.
I know what I'm talking about pretty well.
No, you don't. So this is well known within.
But that's called poisoning.
Laser optics, atmospheric measurement, surveying. It's called turbulence. Okay.
No, turbulence. Turbulence is a type of fluid flow.
Okay, no, not in this sense. No, that's
just what the word means. It's a type of fluid flow.
Okay, it can be. That's under the umbrella of turbulence. This is like a word context fallacy. In the context I'm talking about, there's inhomogeneities within the air of varying shapes and sizes.
Yep.
In any optical path. They could be a kilometer in size. They could be freaking like little bubbles, a freaking meter in size.
Absolutely.
They could be small. They could be smaller than that. But that's not a flow. Okay, it's not modeled as a flow. It's usually modeled as a.
That's not turbulence either.
That's
turbulence
how
is not inhomogeneities.
Call it. Okay. That's what they call it in the field of surveying, right? Maybe you call it that in your mathematical physics that don't exist somewhere else. But in the field, the people that actually do this stuff, that's what they call it. Okay. They called it when the Air Force shot a laser from one Hawaiian island to the other. They're modeling turbulence.
Okay. So then we just are using the word differently. Fine. The point is did you account for that in your calculation?
No, you're using the word differently than the way they use it in academia, and you're trying to play
the way that it's used in academia is a type of fluid flow.
Okay.
You're talking about in the field. They use it a different way in the field, like amongst surveyors, which is fine. Yeah. Words have different meanings in different contexts.
Right. Not just surveyors.
You said surveyors.
That's one.
Okay, so when physicists talk about turbulence, they're referring to a specific type of fluid flow.
Okay, so characterization of atmospheric turbulence effects over 149
atmospheric turbulence effects. The effects of
using
atmospheric
multi-wavelength laser propagation.
You're doing it. Bingo. These are the effects of atmospheric turbulence, which is exactly what I said. That atmospheric turbulence can cause
fluid flow,
atmospheric distortions.
They don't model it as don't model it as a fluid flow. The turbulence is the fluid flow. Okay. No, they're not modeling it as a fluid flow. They're modeling it as inhomogeneities in the air. Okay. That's how they're modeling it. Yes, in the air. I can send you diagrams.
So fluid flow can cause inhomogeneities.
Good. Have you read any literature on this?
Yeah. On like optics?
Yeah,
sure.
That was a real confident yeah.
I mean, like I can show you a paper that I look at fairly frequently if you want. It's a paper published in an optics journal. I can show you some papers that I've read with regards to atmospheric what is it? The calculation of the what is it called? It's Gauss's coefficient, I think is what it's called. It's the thing it's the letter K that's used to refer to the there's a word for it and I'm blanking on it.
Okay, so you haven't, dude. This is
I can pull up the paper for you if you want.
That's great. You probably never read it. This is just smoke and mirrors.
I literally did. That's why I have it in my reference.
You're trying to play, and you've been trying to play this. Don't talk. I know more than this guy because there's 3 letters behind my name. I didn't give you my background, and I'm not gonna give it to you.
I don't.
But you don't know what
your
you're talking about.
I didn't bring up my background at all.
No, you.
So the letter that I was
Anyway,
looking for.
I'm moving
sorry,
on.
It was
So
the refraction
character-
coefficient. That was the word I was
character-
looking for. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the refract is an ad hoc nonsense, dude.
Well, I mean, it's just a coefficient. It's a way that you can measure like.
Yeah, it's coefficient
you can
based upon what?
accumulate-
Relative to what?
It's coefficients don't have to be relative to something. Coefficients are numbers that describe certain properties
It is a
in
coefficient,
equations.
but it is in this case, right?
Well, it's trying to quantify the amount of atmospheric refraction. That's what the coefficient does.
Okay.
And
No,
like
it's
here's
telling you the deviation from the prediction of what you would expect if you had a straight light ray on an Earth of radius 3,959 miles.
Okay, if you want to say that, that's fine. I'm just
That's
telling
what
you what
it
the
is.
refraction coefficient is about. The refraction coefficient is trying to quantify how much light bends in the atmosphere.
No.
Like, do you have trouble with that? You have a problem with
I
that?
have trouble with your
By the way, I'm still waiting for the
characterization of it.
video. I'm still waiting for the video that you can send me so I can do the flipping thing.
I already posted it a long time ago.
I asked for a different one because it was too low resolution. I couldn't see the clouds. Maybe it was because you uploaded it to what it was like a GIF that you uploaded to. Just post a link to YouTube or something.
Oh, why? I don't know why you just can't like make a dividing line at the horizon and just see if it's symmetrical. Like, you
Because
have
the
their
video
reflection,
that
right?
you posted, I don't know if this is a result of like because it's being passed through Discord or something, but the video that you posted is so low resolution that I can't even see what the edges of the clouds are. Yeah, like like this is like 480p. Like we need sharp edges to compare, right?
You think I'm gonna forget about what we just talked about? You got nothing coming, dude. I don't forget.
I asked for a better video like 15 minutes ago and you still haven't provided it. It sounds like you're running away from it.
Jesus Christ, dude. Y'all's gimmicks, dude, is all the same. It doesn't matter how
Where's
many
the
I
video?
talk to you, dude. It's always
Where's the
it's
evidence?
always the same rhetoric.
So when I
Here's
actually
a
analyzed
screenshot.
one of these pictures,
Yeah,
high
more
resolution-
meta.
Oh, you have a okay screenshot. Great. Let me take this. I'm gonna grab this really quick, and then we'll put it into GIMP, and we'll do the flippy thing, and we'll see how it looks. Is that fair?
Yeah, fine. Yeah. So, what was I talking about?
That's a great question.
Oh, the K constant, right? The
Mhm.
so-called K coefficient is based upon it's a coefficient relative to a presumed globe. And the reason they use it is that if you use this K coefficient, you match it to what's the size of a globe. Let's say you had a globe of your K coefficient is, what they use 7.6R, right? So 7.6 times the radius. What you do is you just take a globe, make it 7.6 sides of what the globe is, and then you just use straight rays and see what happens there. So this is just reverse engineering some observation and then applying a K coefficient. It's literally ad hoc. It's
So
nonsense.
just to be clear, you asked me about papers that I had read, and I gave you an example.
Yeah, but it's ad hoc. You gave me probably you probably read it from which one is it?
No, I found it myself. I've actually never heard
from
I've actually never seen a glober refer to this paper. So it's kind of like a really nice.
What's it called? The reciprocal zenith angle one? Is that it?
Nope, that's not the name of the paper.
What's
It
the
is
name?
called
Probably read it.
monitoring the refraction coefficient in the lower atmosphere using a controlled setup of simultaneous reciprocal vertical angle measurements.
That's what I just said.
The title,
Reciprocal
you
zenith
got the
angles.
title wrong. It doesn't say
So what,
anything
dude?
about reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah,
It says
I read
reciprocal
it.
vertical
It's-
angle measurements.
It's
By
published in
Christian Hertz, Sebastian
2010.
Guillaume. Yep. that one.
I also just said that.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say?
I also said by Hurt. I said that.
Okay, so I'm pulling up this,
30 seconds ago. I read it a long time ago. Okay.
Okay, cool.
So,
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for reading.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay.
Just quickly, guys. Sorry to interrupt. It's been quite a bit over the time that you guys wanted for the first hour. You guys can keep going as long as you want. I'm just letting you know. And also, we've got AV who wanted to come up next to have a chat, but he was asking Planet Peterson, who we've got in the side chat. Blitz, do you know Planet Peterson?
I do.
Yeah, so he was AV was asking if he could come up and there could be a little bit of a 2-on-2 conversation happening, but I think
Hey,
Planet
I got a
Peterson-
better idea.
So, by the
How
way, I
about-
just took the image that you did. Just as a quick point, I just took the image that you did, that you posted, and I flipped it, and they don't overlap perfectly.
Cool story, bro. Anyway, They don't overlap perfectly.
No, they don't. There's distortions
What the
away.
heck?
Like if you try to overlap two things, there are distortions on one side as opposed to the other side. I can screen cap the.
On one side is vertically
So if you
or horizontally.
Both.
Okay, and
so they don't match up. The top one
Okay,
is bigger
and?
than the top one is bigger than the smaller one. It looks like. So, cool story.
top one is
Your
bigger
evidence
than
is
the
wrong.
smaller one.
Your evidence is bad and wrong, I guess.
My evidence is wrong. So
Well, yeah. I mean,
why
this is
don't
this
you
is the good example, right?
I'll make sure I get the correct calculations for you.
Please.
And I'm going to show you them. And will you concede when it shows that the distortion should be easily visible to any human being with a camera or with a human eye?
Sure. If you can do the calculations,
Sure, you'll concede.
If that's what the calculations say, sure.
Okay. So, DJ, I have another suggestion. Me and unless Blitz wants to stay up here, we drop out, and AB and Planet Peterson go at it.
So I'm
It's
scheduled
just amenable
for.
to
So
everybody.
I'm going to be live for another hour and a half. If nobody else wants to have a conversation with me, that's fine. I'll just drop out and I'll do my own thing on YouTube and TikTok and bring up other guests from elsewhere.
Well, I kind of like it that we have the interaction of like everybody in here. So if you're going to be on that long, I don't know how long Planet Peterson's going to take, but maybe he can give us a part of his time too.
I honestly wasn't even planning on coming up. I was typing and I got the invitation and I hit spacebar and for some reason that like accepted the invite.
Yeah, it's impromptu, I know, but I think it makes for a good conversation if we can all be able to have it. I think it's great 2v2 material. So if you want, you can fire up your social media, probably get some impromptu kind of content going, and Blitz PhD can.
So the plan was just to do 1v1s. I don't often do 2v2s, and I'd rather not. So if we want to,
I'm not planning on participating in anything either. So
Really, aren't you guys from the same perspective that the Earth is a globe?
we both
I'm
think the
kinda confused
look.
here.
I only do 1v1 debates. That's just what I do.
Oh,
So
I saw you in a 2v2 debate though.
when
we're used to all
Wits
types.
you and Colby McColdpace versus Whitson and Caleb.
oh yeah, that was like over a year ago. Yeah, so like
That was
when
a
I'm doing-
You didn't do that, but you did.
So I do live streams 5
He
days
never
a week
does it
in the
anymore.
morning.
Oh, anymore.
So on my own live streams, when I'm doing my own live streams, I only talk to one person at a time. So if there's some scheduled event like separate from my own standard live streaming time, I'm happy to do whatever. That's not what this is. At least that wasn't the intent. I never bring up guests
Well-
like friendlies or whatever on my own live streams. It's just not a thing I do.
I got a sad clown face now. But here the problem is, dude, like we're trying to get to the heart of the issue. And it seems like throughout your discourse with Indio, you didn't provide or substantiate that the Earth is a globe in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, it was to the contrary. According to your epistemological worldview, or saying that the Earth cannot be a globe based on the fact that you could not know that it is one. So
Sorry, so wait a minute, hold on. So I'm happy to talk to AB, but
sure,
if we're going to do that, I'd prefer it to be
I'll
1v1. Is that fair?
I gotta use the little boys room.
Yeah, that's good. It seems like Planet Peterson's not keen, but look, just quickly, Planet Peterson, would you like to, come back another time? We could set something like this up with you.
yeah, you could choose me, Planet, if you like.
I don't know. Maybe somebody DM me.
Yeah, I'll
Hey,
DM you, man.
Nico, remember when you said that I go outside, it looks flat, therefore it is flat was a
You're
valid
talking to Indio,
syllogism?
though, but I thought you said you.
No, I said that was a valid axiom.
Well, he wants to engage though.
No.
All right, let's pick that up another time. Let's have
Syllogism, and that's what you
AB
said.
have a chat with
Let's pick that up
Blitz
another
because
time.
Blitz
This is
was the
time
one that was supposed to
See you
be.
later.
Yeah, we'll pick that up another time.
It wouldn't be a syllogism because it doesn't have two premises. I would never say that. Fucking dumb to even say something like that. I didn't say
So
that.
AV, what was your view? What was your point?
Well, my point was that from off the rip, from the very beginning of the top of this conversation, you provided no substantiation to the Earth being a globe. And as a matter of fact, you diverted away from that, and you actually proved that you can't actually ascertain any information empirically based on your worldview. So you couldn't substantiate the Earth being a globe if you tried, sir. Based on the fact
So
that you can't know.
my
you don't-
standard for
you-
truth
you
is different
said-
from
you
yours?
said- yeah, let me just let me just lay it out for you.
I mean,
right?
if you're going to straw man me,
you're not.
I'm
It's not
not going to be happy about that.
It's
It is a straw man, but go ahead.
It's an observation of your conversation, right? So the conversation you were having, and these are your words, not mine. You said, "I'm not an absolutist." Yet you use words like determine. And so in order to use that framework, when you're saying I'm going to determine something, then you know it. Now, if you don't know it, you can't determine, which is your worldview. You can't determine.
So I mean, that is,
there seems
if you
be
want
a
me to
paradox
clarify, I
within
can
the
clarify.
construct of your
That's not,
conversation.
so when I say determine, when I say no, I'm not invoking these in absolute senses.
Really? In what
No.
sense are you invoking them then?
High credence.
High credence.
Yeah.
So it's a high probability. So that means that you don't
Well, it's
actually
credence.
know.
Credence and probability aren't the
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah,
when I
you
say
don't
no,
actually-
when I say no, I don't mean it in an absolute sense. That's just not what I mean.
Okay, so 100% sure that the Earth is a globe is not anything you're saying.
I'm not 100% sure of anything, except perhaps
so then
that I
that
exist.
includes the Earth being a globe, correct? Including the Earth
Yeah,
being a globe.
absolutely. I'm as sure that the Earth is a globe as I am that I have hands.
Okay, so that means that you know that the Earth is a globe because you actually have
Yeah,
hands.
in the same way that I know, in the same way that I know I have hands, I know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so that means that's claiming absolute knowledge.
Nope, it's not. That's just not what I mean by
Okay, so
no.
okay, if you have a hand and you put it right in front of you,
Mm-hmm.
are you saying that's not your hand? 100%.
My point is that I don't think that you can have absolute certainty about these kinds of claims.
Really? So you don't absolutely
Really?
know that a hand is in front of you if
I
your
have
hand is
a wildly
actually out in front
high
of your
degree
face?
of certainty, yeah, but I am not going to claim
Wildly high
100%.
degree. No, sir, it's important for the audience. Why would you say
Are you
it's
not
only a
familiar with
level
like
of
epistemic
certainty?
humility?
Yeah, I am. But see, the problem is you're using a worldview that borrows from a worldview that's laying a foundation for knowledge, and that is
No, I'm not borrowing from. I'm not borrowing from the Christian worldview at all. I'm not.
No, it's not a Christian worldview. It's a worldview.
I mean, it
where
comes from like
everything's-
you're getting it from Jay Dyer too. I understand that.
Jay Dyer is whoever he is. I don't really know who that guy is. Indio
I'm sure.
might know. I don't follow these guys.
Okay.
I only follow logic and reason.
So what
and you're
worldview am I
not
borrowing
actually
from?
doing that. Let's see. It could be a fallibilist position. It could be a nihilistic position. Any of these characteristics might be something that you're akin to, like, talking about, which is like what you're saying.
I'm not
right
a
now.
nihilist.
You can't know anything to be true 100%. So that means
I'm not a nihilist.
including the globe, you don't know if it's 100% globe. So
Yeah, that's why I
everybody else
use
that's listening
analogies.
to- yeah,
That's
so
why I use
Blitz,
analogies. Please
so
stop
from
stop speaking for
from a
myself.
standpoint-
Stop speaking for what I know.
From a
That's why I
standpoint of
use
a
language like
PhD
I know.
individual.
AV,
Yeah, thank
please,
you for
please stop
interrupting me.
speaking.
Thank you for
You
interrupting
can
me.
Quick time
control
out,
me.
guys.
Please.
AV and Blitz, just 1 second, guys. AV, I just wanted to mention your mic volume is like half of what Blitz's is. If you're able to,
So,
yeah,
DJ,
that's a
please
bit better.
control AV. He's been strawmanning my position and not letting me
control.
actually elaborate on my own position.
Yeah, look, both people like try to let the other one finish talking, and
He's just been steamrolling, telling me what I believe
All right.
without letting me elaborate on what I
hold on a
believe.
second. We're going to reset. We're going to start again. Hopefully, AV's volume's a bit higher now.
Yeah,
and we
can
can
you hear me now?
continue. And yes, that's much better. Way better, man.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, and both guys, please try not to interrupt.
Yeah.
Well,
so as
so
I
if
was
he's going
saying,
to straw
as
man,
I
I'm
was
going
saying
to
before,
interrupt. I'm not
he
going to
jumped
let him
into me,
misrepresent my viewpoint.
I wanted him to define what he said he knows based on his worldview, because what he says is a high probability is not a knowledge claim. That is just something
That
he
is a
says
knowledge
he
claim.
can
That's what I mean by the word no.
Yeah, subjectively interpret based on what he thinks.
That's what I mean by the
knowing
word
is.
no. If you mean something else, that's on you. When I say no,
Yeah.
what I mean is that I have a high degree of certainty.
Yeah. So
And that
then,
it's a
so
true
what
proposition, of course,
that
and it's
interprets to
justified.
be is that you don't actually know, like what we're saying.
I don't know
with
what you mean by actually
with
know. When you say
absolute-
actually
I'm
know,
telling
that
you.
just means
I'm telling you, but thank you for steamrolling me.
We're going to take a
telling
pause
me
for a
about my own
second.
worldview,
Blitz,
or-
you are over talking. Hold on a second, dude. One second.
DJ, he's been
No.
steamrolling me about
Hold
my
on
own
a second. Yeah, look, if he says something that you don't agree with, right, just wait until he's finished and then
hasn't
address
stopped
it.
talking.
And then he's not allowed to interrupt you while you're addressing that at the end. Otherwise, it's just going to be chaos.
Okay, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll just
Thank
steamroll
you.
him about his own worldview too, and then he can't interrupt me when I do it. That's fine.
All right, let's just continue.
All right. So going back to you saying that you're claiming no absolute knowledge of knowing that the Earth is 100% a globe, I think gives the audience already an indication that you don't know if the Earth is an actual globe. You just believe it to be so with a high probability. That is a problem based on those who are explaining that the Earth is a certain set size of dimensions, right? It's got a radius, got a diameter, a circumference. All these numeric values have been established according to your paradigm with knowledge that actually is already something determined by the size of the Earth. Now, if you're saying there's a high probability of it being that, then how can we know that the Earth is a globe with these values? Go ahead.
Yeah, so whenever I say something like no, I'm referring to a high degree of probability, right? So when I say that I know the Earth has a radius of roughly 4,000 miles, what I'm saying is that with a high degree of probability, I'm confident that this is the state of affairs of the world, right? That the Earth actually does have that many, a radius of 4,000-ish miles, right? That's what I'm always saying when I use words like no. When I use words like, well, not necessarily believe. There are things I believe that have lower probability, but that's what I'm saying. So if you're going to make the claim that I don't know the Earth is a globe, well, by that same definition, by your definition of no, of some sort of absolute certainty, which is like a crazy epistemic lack of humility, but then in that sense, I don't know that I have hands. But I would say I know that I have hands because I have a high degree of credence in something that is absolutely, or that is likely to be true, rather. A high degree of credence, justification, in a proposition that I believe is true. That's what I define to be knowledge. So if you are complaining about the way that I'm using no, and you're complaining that it doesn't agree with the way that you're using no, I would suggest that you take a look at your own worldview and then ask, how can you get out of the ultra nihilistic worldview if you require absolute certainty about everything? Because if you require absolute certainty, just like India was failed to do, you can't get out of ruling out that you don't live in a vat, that you're not a brain in a vat, right? Because you can't know that this isn't a hallucination with 100% certainty anyway. You can't know that you have hands with 100% certainty anyway. And if you're going to claim that you do know that, then you have to provide justifications. And I'm just going to ask, how do you know that? With 100% certainty for every single one of your claims. And you'll either end up in an infinite regress, which you won't be happy with, or you'll end up with something that's not justified and then you don't know it. So I think that it's actually probably better. You should probably take the move that, yeah, we can be epistemically humble and recognize that there are some things that we're not 100% certain about. In fact, most things that we're not 100% certain about. And that's fine. That's a fine standard for knowledge.
You done?
Yeah, I talked for like 30 seconds. You talked for like 4 minutes.
I don't think so. Your word count far exceeded mine. Anyways,
I talk faster than you.
Yeah, that's why it exceeded mine. All right, so the problem that we're having here is that from the beginning of the conversation, from you even entering this chat, from you being a PhD of any whatever you do, right, field that you work in, you're not able to substantiate or provide any evidence with unequivocal proof that the Earth is an actual globe. So you don't have that based on your worldview and epistemology of what you're saying that the Earth is. So all we're left with at the end of the day is your best guess. Well, tell you what, so does everybody else that thinks that the Earth is a globe. We're only given their best guess. That's all we have. And at the end of the day, we're trying to figure out if it actually is or not a globe. And you, being a PhD that other people look up to and appeal to, are one who cannot prove with 100% that the Earth is a globe. So that to you and to everybody else that looks up to you is going to feel like you left them wanting more. That's you, though. You can walk away from this stage today knowing that you didn't provide evidence that the Earth is an actual globe. You just give a high probability that your idea could be a case of it being true if an imaginary globe were to exist. That's it.
So, to be clear, you're right. I didn't provide proof because we didn't make a deductive argument. I did provide evidence. The Minos experiment is evidence. It's actually really compelling evidence. In fact, it's so compelling that it should shoot your credence like way up into the 99.9 etc. % credence for a particular view. Like it's wildly compelling evidence for basically anybody who thinks and takes themselves seriously. So you're right. I don't offer unequivocal proof when we're doing science because that would be epistemically arrogant. And one of the businesses of doing science is that we remain epistemically humble so that we are open to new data. We are open to new ideas. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't come to a conclusion that is very, very, very likely to be true. That's the whole business of science. We refine, we get to more and more likely to be true ideas. But if you're going to come and make the claim that, oh, you can't come to absolute certainty about anything, well, I challenge you. Prove with absolute certainty. Provide the proof, not evidence, the proof, the deductive proof that you have hands.
Yeah, I can give you a deductive proof of something
Please.
that with absolute certainty.
No, prove that you have hands.
I'm gonna use a different example.
No, I want you to prove that you have hands.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use your example. You can
Okay,
use
so
your
you're going to run
example. I'm not
away.
gonna
Prove
use your
that, so you
example.
can't
No,
prove
no,
that you
no.
have hands? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I'm gonna use. Yeah, I can.
Okay, then do it.
So it's simple. I have hands, right? And let's say we meet in person, because this is going to be an example you want me to prove to you, right? I put my hand on your shoulder. I can push you with my hand. I can show other people my hands, and I can move things with my hands. They interact with the world outside that I'm interacting with. So they interact with the world, right? Anything that my hands touch, make it seem like my hands can do things that if I didn't have hands, I couldn't do. So me having hands proving to you and to the rest of the world is an absolute truth. It's not just me conjuring up an imagination that I have hands. It's absolutely provable by me demonstrating that I have hands, because I can place my hand on your shoulder and move you with my hands. My hands are real in every sense of the word real is. Now, you denying that fact and saying that it's just a conjuring of your imagination, is just some fallacious reasoning that you've fallen into because you've been thinking about how people can think of an existence far beyond the one that you have right now. So this is your mental construct that you've fallen into, and it's a pitfall, right?
So
that's you, not us.
So I wrote down what you said, and I think I summarized it. So you have premise one: I can put my hand on your shoulder, I can push you with my hand, I can show other people my hand, they interact with the world outside. Premise two: me having hands is absolutely provable. Conclusion: my hands are real. Now, what inference rule are you using there to come to the conclusion that my hands are real from premise one and premise two?
These are absolute facts. They're statements made by observation and
what's the inference rule?
So what am I inferring?
Well, so
That I
a
have
deductive
hands? Is that
proof.
what you're saying?
A deductive proof starts from premises and follows some sort of inference rule to come to a conclusion. So what's the inference rule that you're using to go from premise one, I can put my hands on your shoulder. Premise two,
let's
me
put it
having
this
hands
way.
is absolutely provable. Conclusion, my hands
it
are
is.
real.
So you're saying that hands aren't real. That would be your
Nope,
argument.
that's not what I'm
against me
saying.
having hands. So
Nope.
the point is, in reality, if I say I have hands and I don't have hands, that'd be a problem. But if I say I have hands and I do things with my hands, and I can see my hands and I can move things with my hands and they interact with the world outside, then yes, I have hands.
So
For all intents and purposes, my hands do
what's the
exist
first
and they're
premise?
real.
So what's the first premise of your deductive argument?
My hands exist in the physical world.
My hands exist in the physical world. Okay,
Yes.
what's your second premise? I'm
That
just
my
writing it
hands
down.
my hands can move things in the physical world. They not only do they exist in the physical world, but they can move things.
Okay, so-
they can interact with the physical world.
Premise one, my hands exist in the physical world. Premise two, my hands can move things in the physical world. Are there more premises, or is it just a conclusion now? What's the next stage?
When you're interacting with the physical world and everybody can see,
Is this
that
a
your
premise or
hands
is this a
are-
conclusion?
Yeah, if you see that your hands are existing, then the conclusion would be that because you substantiated, you didn't just say that you had hands.
If you
didn't
see
just
that
test-
your hands
you didn't just test that you
are
had hands.
existing,
You also,
then you can substantiate that you have hands.
So let's put it this way: if I say I see a dog outside, right?
Mhm.
But I didn't prove
Wait, what's
that
the
there was a
conclusion from
dog.
the-
Listen, dude, if I said that there was a dog outside and I didn't prove that there was one outside, then that's me showing that it's just in my imagination. I could have conjured it up in my own thoughts. But if
So
I
what's the
can show you
conclusion of
there's
the
an
argument?
actual dog that's outside, then it's not in my imagination any longer. We're interacting with the thing that I said was there. It is actually there. There is
So,
a dog outside.
Just to be clear, so you have premise one, my hands exist in the physical world. Premise two, my hands can move things in the physical world. Premise three, if you see that your hands are existing, then you could substantiate that you have hands. What's the conclusion of the deduction?
My hands are real.
Okay.
Not an imagination of my.
So we have three
brain
premises. We have three premises and a conclusion. What's the inference rule that allows you to go from premise one, premise two, and premise three to the conclusion?
Dude, I mean, is this going to be more of you just trying to say that? What am I inferring to say that my hands are existing?
Well, no. The point is
physical
you're
world?
not capable of making a deductive argument. In fact, you don't even
What,
know
that
what a
my hands are
deductive
real?
argument is. Yeah,
Yeah,
you failed
your
to do that
hands
twice
are
now.
real, dude.
What's
Your
the
hands are
deductive
real.
argument?
You can clap your hands. They make a sound.
They
like,
see. They
everything
definitely
you do-
seem real. That means they're real.
No, they definitely
That's what
seem
you're doing.
real. Well, they
That's what you're
are
doing.
real, dude. You fall
Okay,
into
what's
the
the
pitfall
deductive
of thinking
argument?
imagination is the only
What's
thing
the
you can hold
deductive
to.
argument?
That
How are
your
you
hands
deducing?
interact with the physical world. Now think about it like this.
That's a
If-
proposition. That's not an argument.
Yeah, that's really. So you're saying that if I'm telling you that my interaction with the physical world is not real, then where does that leave us?
AV,
You and
to
me.
quote a friend, I don't think you have the boots for this hike. You really shouldn't be engaging in like philosophical
Yeah,
absolutism
you don't have
here.
the boots for this hike doesn't mean that you can't substantiate the thing that you're saying. I am.
No,
Because
I just
you're
don't
trying
think
to
that you
make
know
it-
what a deductive
yeah.
argument is. I don't think that
Yeah,
you know what
yeah,
it
yeah,
means
you-
to
you
come to
just saying-
absolute
listen, bro.
conclusions from premises.
Yeah, listen, yes,
I don't
it's a
think you
conclusion.
know what any of
It's
that
an
means.
absolute conclusion that if I tell you I have hands, think about it like this. It's very basic and simple, right? If somebody
Mm-hmm.
says they have something, like, oh, I don't know, they say, I have a rock. And you're like, you don't have a rock. And then they hand you a rock and you inspect this rock and you see it and you're like, oh, it is a rock. By definition of what you said a rock is, this is what this is. I'm holding it in my hands. It's not an imagination that I just conjured up. It's not these boots that I'm trying to hike up a mountain of imagination. No, this is an actual rock. These are my actual hands. And when I interact with the world in the physical sense, I'm moving things physically. This is not some kind of mental construct that you're making up to make it sound like these are all just our thoughts. No, there's real things that exist outside of
Can
your
you
own perception.
describe to me what a proof is?
Oh my gosh, dude. Like, what do you think the world that you live in is, dude? You think it's a simulation? Do you think that all of these things that you're doing right now are just
This is called an
figments
internal
of your
critique is what we're
imagination?
doing right now.
Yeah,
We're
an
doing
internal
critique of your worldview.
Yeah, you haven't done one of yourself. Why would you allow it to be done on something that's absolute statements? Like,
So
things
are you
that
telling
being
me
real?
that you're not willing to be internally critiqued?
I have been. You have been doing that. Now let's shift the focus back onto you. Let's shift it. I've already
we
done
can
that.
shift the
I've
focus.
answered
I just
some
want
of
to
your
summarize
questions.
what happened
I'm
really
shifting
quick.
it now to you.
So
Yeah,
we
it
can
happened-
shift. So
it happened that I proved my hands were real.
AV, we can shift it really quick. I just want to summarize what just happened. So what happened is that AV failed to understand what a deductive argument is, failed to demonstrate that the
cares,
argument he
dude?
provided
I
was
demonstrated that my
actually
hands were
leading
real
to the conclusion
in
via
real life.
valid inference rule. So he actually didn't demonstrate with 100% certainty that his hands are real. He doesn't even
really?
know how to do that even in principle.
Yeah, really.
So it's fine
when I'm
if you don't know how to do
telling
that. You can be
dude,
epistemically humble
yeah,
like me
that's
and
great.
be a not an
Epistemically.
absolute.
You wouldn't know
be
epistemically,
a
dude,
non-absolutist
if it
about
hit you on the
truth.
head, bro,
and we
'cause
can
you would think it's a
go
figment
ahead
of your
and you can
imagination.
We have to
investigate.
take a reset. Sorry to interrupt. We're going to have to try to get it back on topic. Maybe move past this particular thing. Right.
Sure.
So we've already established you think you can't prove anything. AV has a different opinion on that. Let's try to get it back to the actual shape of the Earth topic.
So the shape of
Yeah,
the
that's a good
Earth
idea.
is the shape of the Earth is something that's been proposed to the people of the Earth and everybody who's listening to the information that the Earth is an actual globe. Don't really know if it's a globe or not. And this gentleman who's a PhD would just go into I guess
Oh, he's
logical circles.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry to interrupt.
then
DJ,
say-
he's
to
doing
then say,
meta
no,
again.
You're not going to interrupt because I can
He's-
do what I
he's
want.
doing the
and I can
meta
say
again.
this. The meta is actually you trying to come into this room.
He's doing
and
the meta
actually
again. He's
have a
saying, "Oh, he
stance.
doesn't actually
Yeah,
know. He doesn't
you wanna
actually
have
know
a
because
stance,
his
dude.
epistemology
You
is
wanna
bad." Like
have a
he's just doing that
stance,
again. I thought we were
dude.
trying to get away from that.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're going to stay on the fact that you don't understand.
Are we
going
gonna
to
provide evidence?
Because your whole worldview.
DJ, I
is
thought you
based
wanted us
on-
to provide evidence. This should
yeah,
be,
your whole
you know.
worldview. Your whole worldview is based on not.
Are we not?
providing
We're not doing that.
evidence, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, your whole world is
Second,
based on
do you
not.
actually
we do need to AV. Just a second, guys. Yeah, we do need to take a reset. If we have to take turns, we will. Right. So I mean, let's present evidence. Right. Evidence for the globe. Evidence for the flat Earth. Right. Who wants to go first? Out of you
It sounds
two?
like AV wants to go. So go ahead, AV.
Yeah.
All right, so evidence for the Earth being flat. The affirmation is water always is horizontal on its surface when in large bodies and at rest. So we can observe this simple fact in physics. So we can demonstrate that water holds surface tension on its surface when extended in large bodies. And when there's no motion on it, like any wind or anything, we're going to notice that there's a horizontality that's displayed. And not only can it be displayed, but it can be measured across. So this surface is a horizontal surface, and it can be shown in like calm lakes that are placid. We can see that this is shown in the example that Indio was given earlier to you with the specular reflection that he was trying to demonstrate within the Salt Lake flats that they were showing the water is horizontal on its surface. Now his analogy was that water itself is horizontal. And so he was using that, and then not just specific, but in any case, right? So any case in any body of water. So he was just using the salt flats as a particular example. But in any place that people have bodies of water that are calm, they can go witness this effect, right? Where the surface of water is always horizontal and creates a specular reflection that mirrors perfectly the image of the thing that is represented. Now, of course, it might look a little bit distorted because of like the little rippling of it, but it shows a mirror surface, not to be as a convex surface would, with it being like the surface of a globe. Now, the surface of a globe would then have to be something that would be determined based on like the distance between the observer and the target distance, and then the reflection that's on the water to be such that if it was not the case, or if it was, it would have to be determined with the specular reflection of that surface of the water, displaying whether the surface of the water was displaying a mirrored surface, a convex specular reflection. So that would have to be proven, and has never been proven. All we see is a perfectly mirrored surface from what we see of the water of a calm lake or body of water. It doesn't have to be salt flats, by the way. So all of these things amount to the Earth is a horizontal surface, and water extends as far as the eye can see. And it is a definition for why we would say the Earth is a horizontal plane. That's the evidence right there. It's staring you in the face, that it always has been. So for you to say that it's a globe,
can I address that?
Prove the contrary.
Yeah. So I wrote down everything that you said. You said water is always, and so I'm just going to read through what I wrote down. So please correct me if I missed something. Okay, is that fair?
Go ahead.
Right. So I said. So you said water is always horizontal when in large bodies at rest. You said that you can observe it in physics. Something about surface tension. You kind of mumbled a little bit, so I didn't catch the bit about surface tension. I assume you mean that when you have small things, you can have surface tension making things not horizontal. You said when the water is not moving, the horizontality is displayed and it can be measured. You say that you can see this in placid lakes. Then you mentioned the specular reflection with the Bolivian salt flats and how that is an example of horizontality. You said that in any place where bodies of water are calm, the surface is always horizontal and perfectly mirrors things above it, but it might be a bit distorted. You said that, it's not convex like you would expect on a globe, and then you say that it's never been proven that it's slightly convex or whatever. You always see a perfectly mirrored surface. So, is that a correct summary of your argument?
Pretty much.
Okay. So, just a quick question. So, would you say that there is ever motionless water on the Earth?
Motionless water? I
Yeah.
don't know what that means, motionless.
Like
Did I say
because
motionless?
you said no motion, right?
I said calm.
Earlier, you definitely said the phrase no motion. I wrote it down. You said when there's no motion
when
on
did
the
I say no
water,
motion?
horizontality is displayed.
Yeah. So I mean calm.
Okay, so
Calm would display the least amount. So it's
so when
not,
if there's no waves in the
'cause,
ocean,
like,
would that be
I
calm?
did also, yeah. So you told me to interrupt you whenever you're
Go ahead.
saying something. So what I meant was calm. So calm would also mean that if the least amount. So like on a day where there's like hardly any wind, like images that are being displayed right now in the text, that sort of thing.
So when so would you say the ocean is ever calm?
Yeah, we're not talking about ocean. I
Okay,
just
so we're
said
not
large
talking about
bodies
the
of
ocean.
water.
So we're only
No. What I said was large bodies of water. So
Okay,
wherever
but
there's
that-
large bodies of water and
Sure.
water being at rest. Notice
Okay.
the thing that I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, sure,
Don't
sure.
don't say things that are not what I'm
I
saying.
was just clarifying, so this doesn't apply to the ocean.
No, it does, but it's not at rest.
So
if
this whole discussion about water always being horizontal doesn't
it's
apply to the
water.
ocean?
It's water. So water.
I understand it's water.
Way.
My
So
my
the
question
mechanics
is
of water are not gonna. It's not gonna. The mechanics of water don't deviate from body to body. So all we're doing right now is examining
I understand
when
that.
it's calm.
right. Okay, so but do we agree that the ocean's never calm?
Well, yeah, it's always stirred up, of course.
Okay, so we can't use the ocean to demonstrate this, right?
No, we can.
But I thought we just agreed that the ocean was never calm.
Yeah, no, the ocean's not calm. It doesn't mean that it's not horizontal.
But the argument that you propose,
Yeah, because
the
so
evidence
let
that
me
you
put it
propose,
let me put it to you
only
this way.
says
Let
that
me put it to you this-
horizontality appears
Yeah,
when
let
there's
me-
no motion.
No. I'm talking about when it displays itself as a calm surface, then you can see the horizontality. But when it's like moving around, you can see waves and stuff. You're going to be like, well, we have waves, so then that's going to cause an issue for the
Right.
argument.
So we can't use the ocean for this argument. I'm trying to help you here, by the way.
Necessarily,
We
I'm
can't.
trying to help
When
you.
can you use
I'm
the
actually
ocean for
trying
an
to help
argument?
you. I'm helping you. So what I'm talking about is water is being measured when it's like when it's calm, right? So we say, okay, we're gonna put over calm water. We're gonna throw like lasers or whatever on top of it, and then measure from point A to point B. But water, the mechanics of which will always, the properties of water, right, will always remain the same body to body. Doesn't matter.
So what are these properties?
Just because the lake is in motion or it's windy out doesn't mean that all of a sudden the lake is not horizontal.
Well, hold on. So I mean, like, clearly, if there's waves, it's not horizontal, right?
No. Do you get what I'm saying though?
No, that's why I asked another question.
So if we're saying that when we're looking at a horizontal surface, right, like the body of water, and then there's wind that occurs, like you're going to be able to say, well, there's wind that's rippling over the water, so to say it's a perfectly horizontal surface, we're not going to be able to use that. But from measuring from point A to point B, the distance of which you're going to be able to ascertain whether or not the Earth is a curved surface, right? Like we're going to measure over this water. We're going to notice that the horizontality will always remain intact. So line of sight will always be something that we include over the body of water.
Hold on, now I'm confused. Are we talking about the water, or are we talking about like shooting lasers over the water?
Yeah, water displaying itself as a horizontal surface. And when we test, right, with either line of sight or lasers or any other type of thing that we're going to use to measure a distance, we're going to be able to say, okay, over the surface of this horizontal water, because we want to see if what we're doing is correct or not, right? We want to measure and test and verify that the horizontal water that we're seeing is not just maybe a conjuring up of our imagination as you might think it could be. So we're going to verify this. We're going to test and measure with line of sight. We're going to be able to say, okay, from me to the target distance that I want to put here, I'm going to see if the Earth would be displaying any convexity whatsoever. Like in the case of the Earth being a globe. So if it is,
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Please, like I was just trying to get clarity. Can we run these tests? Can we evaluate whether or not a body of water is horizontal when the water is in motion? Can we do that?
Well, this has been kind of the thing that people have looked into when they try to figure out what sea level means. So,
can you just answer my question with a yes or no?
Yeah, if people are trying to figure out what sea level is,
that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying, dude. It's going to be the average of the.
Can the answer start with yes or no?
Yeah. So you just want me to answer you specifically without?
I want you to answer that question. Yeah. I'm trying to ask a clarifying question, and you're not clarifying at all. You're adding more confusion. So I just want a yes or no. Is it the case that you can use like water that's in motion to determine that the Earth or that the water is horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, you can.
Yes.
So if in the presence of large waves, like I don't know, a tsunami, would you say that the water is horizontal?
Yep.
Okay. What do you make of tides then?
Those are long period waves.
Sure, but then the water's not horizontal, right? It's higher in some places than in other places.
Yeah, well, think about it like this. As you pour more water on a surface and as it accumulates, it's going to raise in volume. It's going to increase and it'll decrease. But
are you saying that with tides we're adding water?
The way it rises, no, like we're talking about the rise and fall of tides. Rise and fall.
Well, I'm just asking, like, how is it horizontal if it's higher in some places than in other places?
Yeah, because water's evenly distributed on its surface. It's evenly distributed. So as it's raising, think about it like this. Well, just think about it like this, right? Think about it like this. If
the tides change with time.
Yeah. Can you think? Just hold on for a second, dude. Can you hold your tongue for just a moment? So if you're thinking about like filling up it doesn't matter, like a swimming pool full of water, that water raises equally in all parts of it, right? It's all raising equally. Are you saying that at one point of that pool, that water is like higher or lower than another?
Well,
think about it like that.
No,
that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm. That's what I'm saying.
Sure. I understand, tides would be like if there was like a lump of water on one side of the pool and a divot of water on the other side of the pool, and then they kind of just swapped places.
You said that.
That's what tides are, right?
Yeah. How did you prove that?
Well, we know that it's high tide in some places when it's low tide in other places, right?
How do you know that? How do you know the difference? How do you know the difference is going to be that unbalanced?
Well,
and it's not.
No, I mean you can just so like you can go to the ocean and you can observe that the water gets higher and the water gets lower with the tides, right? We agree that tides are real, and then you can call somebody in a different place in the world where their high tide is your low tide, and then you can be like, my water is at the low point and your water is at the high point, and then you can wait on the phone for 6 hours and see that your water is at the high point and their tide is. You can just call someone. What?
Yeah, who
you can just
cares
go to the
about
ocean.
calling someone, the distance in between the two observers.
I'm not talking about the distance. I'm just saying they're far away.
I am.
The distance isn't relevant. They're far.
So yeah, no, it's not. It's totally relevant because what you're doing here is you put one person in one specific geographic location. You put another person in another geographic location, right? You got two people standing on two different geographic locations. Now, what we have here is either you might believe it's a curved surface or it's a horizontal.
No, this has nothing. No, this has nothing to do with the actual shape of the Earth right now. I mean, it does, but it does, but only because it shows that it can't that the water isn't flat.
If it does, you need to engage.
So, but the point is the distance isn't relevant. The point is we agree that there are places. Wait, hold on. I just got to make sure that we live in the same reality here. Do you think that there are places that have high tide at the same time as other places having low tide?
Yeah, that does exist.
Okay, so that's all I'm talking about. And then they swap every 6 hours.
Yeah, but what's your point?
It's the same water. How can you have...
Yeah?
So this would be like a pool having a lump of water on one side and a dip of water on the other side, and they're just swapping places every few hours.
How did you prove that? That's what you're saying.
Do you mean? How did you
prove?
It's the same ocean. It's all the same water.
All we can see.
How did I prove what?
The basic mechanics of water is that water is evenly distributed. So it doesn't ever show what you're saying. What doesn't ever show what you're saying is true. We never observed that in the mechanics of water. Do you ever observe a hill of water on one side and a divot on the other?
What I'm saying is that's what tides. What I'm saying is that's what we're doing when we observe tides.
Yeah,
that
that's
are
what
at different
you
places,
say,
different places.
but you haven't
Wait,
proved it.
So what do you think? What do I need to prove here? I mean, you agree that tides
there's a
that there can
divot
be
on
high.
one side and there's a hump on another.
Right.
That's
Okay.
what you
So we can agree that there's high tide in one place and low tide in another place at the same time, right?
Yeah, evenly distributed. Yep.
But then they
what?
swap.
Who cares? They're evenly distributed. There's no
Wait a
hump
minute.
and divot.
Hold on. If the water gets lower somewhere, right?
Yeah.
That means that if it was evenly distributed, it should get lower everywhere, right?
It's moving. It's evenly distributed, moving.
Wait, what's moving?
The water.
So
Dude,
the
what are you
water
lost
was
on what
high
I'm saying?
here and then it got lower? So you mean
Yeah.
there was a hump and then the hump moved?
No. You're saying hump and divot. I never said that. I'm saying
Wait, so
evenly
what's the
distributed.
thing that's moving? If it's evenly distributed,
water.
Look, so AV, using your example, when you fill up a pool, if it's not windy and so on, when you fill up a pool, it rises everywhere at the same time, right?
Yes.
But when the high tide goes, or when the low tide, I don't know what it's called, when it goes out, when it goes from low tide to high tide, that's not happening everywhere. In fact, in some places, when you're going from low tide to high tide, somewhere else is going from high tide to low tide. So it's not doing like what the pool is doing.
So if water, let's put it this way: if water is not evenly distributed, which is what you're saying saying it's got a hump and a divot. Prove it.
I just did.
No, you didn't. Saying that there's a hump and a divot doesn't prove that there's one.
Maybe I can explain this a little bit better.
I want to see it in the mechanics of water, bro.
Let me use an analogy. So I proved that it happens. Now, if you don't understand how it happens, that's on you.
No, you didn't. No, you did not prove that it happens. You just said it does.
Let me use an example that is perfectly. Let me use an analogy that is perfectly in line with a pool, right?
Bro,
so
you need to. No,
let's say that you and I.
Wait.
I'm not going to wait. Let's say that you and I. I'm doing that right now. I'm doing it right now.
Second, guys. We need to reset again. Okay, so
analogy.
So let's say that you and your friend are standing in a pool of water. You can't see what's going on at your friend's side, maybe because there's I don't know, there's something blocking your vision from seeing the other person's side of the pool. But you and your friend are on the phone, and you notice that the water is only touching your belly button, and for them it's touching, I don't know, it's touching their neck. And then slowly but surely, you're still on the phone with your friend, and over the course of a few hours, the water is no longer touching your belly button. Now it's touching your nipples. And for your friend, the water is now at their nipples, not at their neck, right? So the water has gone up for you and gone down for them. So what explains the water changing level in different directions for the two of you?
You done?
Yeah, that was a question.
Yeah, it just moved from one place to the other.
The water moved from one place to another?
Yeah, it's just moving around. It's not getting a
So
hump
is it
or divot.
level?
It's evenly distributed. Yes.
So it's but
evenly distributed.
but it's not
But
level
what?
because it's
But you
higher in
didn't
one
prove
place
it.
than it is in the other
You
place.
didn't. Yeah. Well, okay,
I can
go
actually.
ahead,
Yeah. Okay.
Prove there's
okay.
a hump and
I'll
prove
give you a
there's divot.
deductive argument.
No. Wait a minute. Wait. No, I need you.
Yeah.
to
I'm
prove
going to
that
give you a
there's hump
deductive
and a divot.
argument that proves it. I'm going to give you a deductive argument. So premise 1, at time 0, the water level is lower for me and higher for my friend. I'll actually write this down as we go. Okay. So premise 1, at time 0, the water is low for me and high for my friend. Premise 2, at time 1, let's say, the water is high for me and low for my friend. Premise 3, if the water was horizontal the entire time, then when the water went from low to high for me, it should also, or it also goes from low to high for my friend. Conclusion, the water is not, or was not, horizontal the entire time. So which of the 3 premises do you disagree with?
You've conjured up some kind of idea that the water is not horizontal, and I want you to tell
This
me
is
how
a-
it's not horizontal.
So which premise do you disagree with?
Yeah,
I can read them
I
again.
disagree with your fact that you're saying that the water's
It's a
not
premise.
evenly distributed, and it's showing that some way there's a hump and then there's a divot. I want
Okay,
you to
so-
prove that. You haven't done so, and you're,
I
you're trying
just
to. You're
did
trying
it.
to,
It was a
no,
deductive
wait a minute.
argument.
No, you didn't do it. No, that
I
deductive
did.
argument. Oh yeah, how did you prove it in physical reality? Did you go
You asked for
outside
a
and
proof.
verify this?
You asked for
Did
a
you go
proof.
outside- Yeah, proof is verifying
This is a proof.
this information. You didn't prove it.
I don't think you know what proof
you
is.
just keep saying. No, I don't think you
So-
know what proof is.
So
dude. You didn't
do
go
you,
outside.
Do you,
Did you verify this outside? Did you go
Have
to
you
the
ever-
field and test this?
So-
Did you go to
so
the
do you
field
know
and
what-
test this? Did you
Just
go
to
to
be
the field?
clear-
Answer my question, dude. Did you go to the field and test this?
yes. Now, just to be clear.
When?
um,
When?
Yesterday.
When?
Now, just to be clear, AV,
No,
do you know
no,
what
you
a
didn't
proof
do it.
is?
No, that's a lie. He's lying.
Do you know what a proof is?
He's lying. Nope. You're gonna stand
Can
by
you answer
what
the question?
you just said.
Do you know what
went
a proof
out
is?
yesterday and you tested it.
Yeah, can you prove that I
You
didn't?
said that. Yeah, because you're
Oh.
not giving the
How
methodology
can you
by
prove
which
that I
you tested
didn't?
it.
How can you
You
prove that I
didn't show
didn't?
the
Did you go
methodology.
outside
Show
and
the
check that I
methodology.
wasn't outside yesterday?
Show the methodology.
I'm sorry, can you
Show
prove
the
that I
method.
didn't?
Yeah, show the method. I'm asking you to show
No,
the method.
you asking a question isn't proof that I didn't. Anyway, so do you
Yeah, it
disagree
is.
with
It's showing
premise
that you
1?
didn't provide a method. You didn't provide a method.
AV, this is
Blitz,
really
you
embarrassing
didn't
for you.
provide
You
a
can't
method.
even engage
Blitz,
with the premises.
You didn't provide the method.
So
Blitz,
AV,
provide the method.
premise
Provide
1
the
is
method.
at time 0,
Blitz,
the water
provide
is
the
low
method.
for me and high for my
Blitz.
friend. Is
Yeah,
that possible?
So what, dude? You keep
Okay.
saying things, but
Premise
you didn't
2.
provide the method of how you ascertain
At time
that
1,
water
the
is
water
not
is high for
horizontal.
me and low for my friend.
Still doesn't. You're still not.
Do you
proving
agree
it.
with premise
You're
1 or
just
premise
making more
2?
claims. You're still making more claims. You didn't prove it. You did not prove it.
These are premises. Do you know what a premise is?
Yeah, you did not prove it. You didn't go out into the field.
I
and
don't
test
think you're
whether-
equipped to
and
have a
test whether your
conversation
friend- Yeah,
that
I
involves
do.
deductive
This
reasoning.
Is equipped. Listen, dude. Your friend.
Do you know
and
what deductive reasoning
Yeah.
is?
Listen, the only thing that your friend and you can do is
Do you-
test locally.
This is really embarrassing.
What I'm saying.
Please tell me that this isn't the second best of what the flat Earth had, because if you don't know what deductive reasoning is, this is real bad.
And your friend are testing locally what the water's doing. And
Do you
in
want me
that
to draw
local
you a
surface,
picture?
It doesn't matter, bro. The evenly distributed water where you and
Do you
your
want me
friend
to draw
are
you a
testing
pic- I
is
can draw you a
horizontal
picture.
on
Let
the
me draw you a
surface.
picture.
It is not
I'm gonna draw
a
a
hump
picture.
of water and a divot on the other side.
I'm gonna
That
draw you a
is
picture.
yours. That is your claim. That is what you're saying is happening, and it's not that way. You didn't prove it. You didn't go to the field and test it, which you lied about, and you said you did. I did yesterday. That's what you said.
Can
Just
you
to
prove
move
that
the
I didn't?
conversation forward.
Can you prove that I
didn't
didn't?
show the method. You didn't show the
The
method.
burden of proof isn't on me, buddy.
Speaking,
Can you prove that I
yeah,
didn't?
it is. A burden of
Oh,
proof
it is?
solely square on your shoulders. You didn't provide the evidence that you actually had a method to test what you said is true. You didn't go out into the field and test it, did you?
Can you prove that I didn't?
Did you? Provide the
I'm
method.
sorry. Can you prove that I didn't?
Yeah, validate the method in which you did this, and then I'll say, okay, maybe you did do it. But what's the method?
Hold on. I have a picture for you.
No, I don't care about your picture. Go into the field and test this. What was your method?
1 sec. Me.
1 sec.
Sorry,
You had the
I'm
answer.
typing something.
You and your friend didn't test anything. You saw
No,
in
I
your
actually,
local area.
in fact, I actually went to space yesterday.
Oh my God. Whatever, dude. See, is this the best you got? You're a PhD. You should be ashamed of yourself, bro.
Yeah. So
saying the things that you're saying.
No, I'm actually very confident, very proud of what I'm saying. Here, I have a picture for you. Let me copy and paste it
I
into
don't
chat.
care about your picture, dude. You lied about
I know.
testing
You don't
water.
care about things that debunk your worldview.
You lied about
Here,
testing
so I sent the
water
picture.
on its surface.
Yeah, I
lied
made it up just so then I could actually bring up the
Yeah,
point that I
that's
was talking
great.
about.
I'm glad you made a
Absolutely.
little picture. I'm
So
glad
here's
you're
the picture.
yeah, I'm glad you're
this
great
is
at
what's
drawing
happening.
with crayons, bro.
Right. So
Yeah,
this is
how
this
did
is not
you
with crayons.
validate
I don't
that?
know if you know what crayons are.
How did you validate that?
So
how did you validate that?
This is what tides do. Do you not agree that
Who
tides
cares
move
what
up
your
and down?
explanation is, Blitz?
Do you
How did you and your friend test this?
do you think that tides go up and down?
How did you and
This
your
is just
friend
tides.
test
This
in
is-
the
this is a
field
model
that
for
this is
tides.
true? That's great.
I've seen
How did you and your friend
tides
test that this
before,
is
and I've
real?
talked to people who have also seen tides before. Have you seen tides
That's
before?
wonderful. That's wonderful. You saw a tide locally.
Uh-huh.
How did you and
Yeah,
your
yeah,
friend
yeah.
test that image? Let me show everybody. Look at the image he just posted. A PhD.
Yeah, it was a drawing
posted.
that I put together in like 2
Yeah,
seconds.
it's a drawing that he posted.
Yep.
Did he go out
To
into the
illustrate
field?
a point.
Ask him this. I want to see if the if
Yes,
the chat
I've been
can
out in the
answer
field
and
seeing
can ask
tides.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Did you test this specific diagram?
Did I test that the tides are low at one point and somewhere else on the earth
like
and it's
the
high where I
diagram
am?
that you posted? Yeah, the
Yeah,
diagram you posted.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I've talked
How
with
did you do
people.
that?
I've talked with people on the other side of the world
I've talked
while they
with
are.
people.
Yeah, how? And
I've
they
talked with people.
reported that
That's
it
the-
was high tide. What are you talking about? Of course. What else do you want me to do?
The method to test in the field is not
Uh-huh.
talking to people somewhere in another geographic location.
That's how you can collect data from multiple different places at the same time. Or do you not think that's possible?
Yeah. How did you do it in the field? How do you know water
You can
is
just
doing
talk to
that
somebody.
exact thing? See where it
Wait,
says
do you not
me?
think? Okay, just to be clear.
See where it says no,
just so-
hold on a
just
minute.
so all
Blitz,
of the
hold
flat
on.
earthers
See
who are
where it
listening
says
to this,
me?
AV is
Yeah,
currently
they are.
denying
They are.
the
They're listening
existence
to you
of
not
tides.
provide evidence.
He's
They're
currently
listening
denying
to
the
you not provide
existence of
evidence.
tides, that it can't be high tide in one place and low tide at the same place. Absolutely,
you-
because that's
yeah,
all
what
this
you're
picture
saying-
is demonstrating.
yeah,
It's just
yeah,
saying that there are
no,
high
it's
tides in some places at the
demonstrating
same time there are low
inability-
tides at other places. That's all you're doing.
You're demonstrating your inability to show how you tested the method by which you and your friend know that that's exactly what's happening. What you posted in the diagram. You didn't.
To be clear,
show
do you think that that's
how
not what's happening? Do you think that like the tides don't go up and down?
I said it's evenly distributed. How many times have I said that to you?
Wait a minute. So
now
when
you're
it's low
showing
tide for
something
me and high
contrary to
tide
that.
for somebody else.
Yeah, you're showing something contrary to that. So I want to see the.
So
the
just to
field
be
test.
clear, hold on. I really need a straight answer from this, because if you can't answer this, it's just
You
it just
haven't
doesn't look
given
good
a
for you.
straight answer to
So
the test.
I already did. I literally told you that I've talked to people while on the phone while experiencing low tide. So AV,
That's
I need
not
a
testing
straight.
in the
I need
field.
I need
Sorry.
a really
I'm not
straight
gonna
answer from
answer you
you
because you're not
okay,
testing
so
in
you're
the
going to
field.
avoid the question? Okay, if you're not interested in having a conversation, we can move on to another guest.
No. We're not, because you're not identifying to the audience how you tested in the field.
I've already elaborated on it now. If you don't
No, you
want to,
didn't.
if you don't
You
want to
just called your
engage,
friend.
if you don't want to engage with my question, then this isn't a conversation.
Yeah,
You're
you're
just trying to
only
steamroll.
talking about.
So,
you're
look,
only. This is your. Listen,
AV,
this is your
you should answer the
PhD.
question. If you don't
This
want
is
to
a
debate,
PhD's
if you don't want to
example
debate,
of
that's
testing.
fine. If you want
Yeah,
to
I am
walk away
debating
with
with
your
you.
tail between
This
your
is- no,
legs,
you're walking away.
embarrassed,
You're the dog
that's
with the tail
fine.
between his legs.
But if you
did
can't
not
even
show the
ask,
method.
if you can't
You
even
did not
answer a
show the
question,
method
my
by
guy,
which you tested this.
if you can't
You
even
didn't
answer
show
a
the
question, my guy, I don't know, man. It's
Yeah,
embarrassing.
my
for you.
guy. Yeah, you just said, "Hey, I'm going to call my friend over there in another geographic location."
Yep.
And therefore, it's exactly like my diagram. Yeah, you didn't test in the field, did you, Mr.
That's
PhD?
what does testing in the field mean except
That means
collecting
going
data from
outside,
multiple
brother,
different places?
letting your
Yeah,
feet touch sand.
Wait. I told you that I was on the beach when I did this, right?
Okay, so now what did you observe? Did you observe?
I
what
observed
you're seeing
low
your diagram
tide.
is showing?
I observed low
Did
tide.
you
Yeah.
observe your little diagram?
Yeah. I observed low tide, and then
Yeah, yeah.
the other guy,
Yeah, let
it
me-
was high tide.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take what you posted as a little diagram,
And
I'm gonna repost it for everybody here.
it's in the chat.
Let me ask
You don't have
Mr.
to repost
PhD.
it. Oh, I guess you can
This
if
is
you
what I
want.
posted for what he posted. He said this is occurring. Now I asked him again.
I mean, it's a rough
how did he
drawing,
test-
but it's the rough idea.
Yeah, I don't care. How did he test that this is actually happening in the field?
Yeah, so it was low tide for me. It was the bottom picture. It was low tide for me, and then a high tide for my friend. And then we talked again later, and it happened to be around high tide. So then it was high tide for me and low tide for
So
my
there's
friend.
no validation.
What do you mean
no
no
validation
validation?
that this is the case? Yeah, you're not validating
Well,
that this
that
is
that
happening
is
in
validation.
nature.
That's exactly what's
No,
happening.
not
I didn't
in
draw
nature.
anything in between. This
Yeah,
was like
yeah,
the
in
ocean.
nature.
This is the ocean.
Yeah, in nature. Did you go out into
Yes,
the
this was the
Did you
ocean.
go see the? Yeah, you saw the
This was
ocean.
in the ocean. Yeah, I saw the ocean be lower for me and higher for him, and then higher for me and
you
lower
did?
for him.
Did you?
Yeah.
You saw the ocean higher for me and lower for him. How did you
Yeah,
observe that?
I mean, like,
where you're
what
at?
are you asking? That did you want him to like video camera it to me? Like he just
I
told me,
wanted
yeah, it's
you
high
to
tide
video
here.
the whole. Yeah, show me the progress and the method by which you tested in the field that this is the case.
This is
That's
so
what I want.
dishonest.
Oh, this is
You
you
just don't
being
think.
not-
Wait, just to be
show
clear,
your
you just
work,
don't think
Mr.
that. You just don't think
PhD.
that. You just don't think that opposite
Yeah,
tides
show
can
your
happen.
work.
You just don't think that
Mr.
opposite tide's going to
PhD?
happen. So to be clear, for
Show
everybody
this
who's listening,
diagram
for all of the
being
flat
correct,
earthers
Mr.
who's
PhD.
listening, if AV
Yeah,
is
they're
the
listening
second
to you,
best you
not-
have,
your
he's
inab-
currently,
your
I'm sorry,
inability-
I can mic mug
your
you.
inability-
His
yeah, your
his
inability
best
to
that he
prove
can
that this is
do
evidence, dude.
is he has to deny that high tides can happen at the same time as low tides and vice versa. He has to deny that. Otherwise, he can't
Never
hold on
denied
to his worldview.
I never denied that. I
That's all
denied
the
the
picture's
fact that you
showing.
show that this is
That's all the picture is.
reality.
That's all the picture
Yeah,
is.
this picture, I'm denying.
Hold on a second. When AV, we're going to let AV respond to what you just said, right? You just accused him of a few things, right? So let's just have him respond to that. You said he denies tides and whatnot. So
I absolutely
yours,
do
AV.
not.
He denied a
absolutely
specific
do
thing
not
about
deny-
tides, by the way.
Okay,
Go
bro.
ahead.
I absolutely do not deny tides are happening, right? And whether or not water is accumulating in one place and not in another, or however tides are occurring for your friend, that's great. I'm glad tides are happening and you can call each other on the phone and gab about what tides are doing. You being a PhD and having a big brain, you hadn't resolved the fact that you're not testing actual nature, which should be this diagram that you're posting. Once again, your little drawing for everybody to see is
Thank you for posting
actually
it.
the case. You didn't prove that's actually happening. You just called your homie and said, "Hey, homie, how's that water over there?" "Wow, I'm getting a low tide. How about you, sir?" "I got a high tide over here." Well, therefore, you know what I believe? I believe we're on an incline or a decline, depending on what you think.
Or it's some sort of lumpy
lump and the
thing.
divot.
Just to be clear, and just to be clear, the picture that I drew, I'm not saying it's like a straight, like, linear path from high tide to low tide.
Oh, right.
It's just
No, you're changing.
no. I
So
mean,
now
it
you're
was an
changing your
illustration.
diagram.
It was an
you
illustration
changed
to illustrate the point that there is a non-level surface, right?
Non-level.
It could be
So-
smoother than that. It could be.
So
like,
it's not
there-
this. You're basically.
I mean,
you're
it could be
basically
smoother than that,
demonstrating-
but this is a diagram.
You're
to
demonstrating
illustrate a
that
point.
water is flat on its surface. It's just at an angle. You know
Oh
that,
wait,
right?
would this count as horizontal to you?
No, I'm saying, but you're saying that the water is flat on its surface. It's just it's running off into another something else.
I
But
mean,
you
like,
to your friend, you just
I
proved
wouldn't
flat Earth,
say
bro.
that this is like actually the real life
You
shape.
just
This
proved
is
flat Earth.
this is a diagram. No, this doesn't prove
of
flat
you
Earth.
proving flat Earth.
I don't think so.
Look at how flat the water is between you and your friend. It's just running off into a, you're pouring it out. I don't think that's the case, but
So
you
just
thi-
to be,
you seem
just to be
think
clear,
that's flat Earth.
why does it go up and down in your view?
Up and down?
Yeah. Why does the water go up and down?
I have no explanation as to why it goes up and down. Do you know
Okay.
why it goes up and down?
I do. Yeah, I have an explanation.
Now, what is it?
Yeah, it's the moon and the sun's gravity.
How do you know that, sir? Explain.
Because it makes good predictions about the.
It makes good predictions.
Makes good predictions.
Yeah, how do you
and
know
that's
it's
how we
true?
Test, that's how we test
How do you know it's
explanations.
true? How do you know it's true?
It makes good predictions. That's how we test explanations.
So what? How many tides
That's
do?
that's how
okay,
you
so,
that's how you test
so-
that's how you test explanations. You check if they
Yeah.
make good predictions.
So how many predictions can you make using this?
The diagram or using gravity?
Using the idea that the sun and moon are causing these tides.
You can basically predict the tide at any place on the earth at any time.
Yeah.
It's messy, but you can do it.
It's messy. Oh,
The
that's your
math is
great way of
tricky.
telling us that that's your great way of telling us that the sun and moon are producing the evidence that they're causing the tides. Ah, wonderful. Great job, Mr. PhD. Another round of applause and a great work that you've proved that tides
That's some
are being
cool
caused by the sun and
grandstanding,
moon.
but like you don't even have an explanation. My explanation
I
makes
don't
good
need one.
predictions.
I don't need one because your inability to provide
okay, so you don't
evidence
care
that
about
what you're saying
understanding
is-
the world
your
around us, then.
inability, Yeah, I do actually. But
Wait,
if I
you
can,
do?
if I
So
don't know
understanding
something,
requires
if I don't know
explanation.
something, I have the humility to say I don't know. You, on the other hand,
but,
don't
but,
because
but
you're
I
so
do have an
prideful being a
explanation,
PhD.
and you're not interested in hearing about the explanation, right?
Yeah, your explanation doesn't mean anything if it can be tested in the physical
It can be
world,
tested.
which
It makes
yours
predictions, and then you can go check that those predictions
Yeah,
are true.
really, have you tested it?
Have I tested it? Oh, is that the standard?
Well, no, the standard is you're making a claim that these are so predictable.
Yeah,
Have
yeah.
you
So,
predicted- have you
so is
tested
this
it?
is the standard that I must
Have
have
you tested
completed
it?
all of science
Have
in
you
order to
tested
make
it?
any scientific
Have you
claims?
tested it? Have
Can you
you
answer my
tested it?
question, please?
Have
Is
you
that my
tested it? You have an
is that
answer
my
mine?
is that the
You have an
standard?
answer mine? You have an answer mine? Have you tested it?
I've tested that the tides can
Have
be
you
at
tested
different
it?
levels at different places. Yeah.
Yeah. So is it due to
Now,
the
can you now answer my
gravitational pull of the
question?
sun and
Is
the moon?
that the standard? Is
Is
that
it
the
due to
standard?
the gravitational
I'm not
pull of
answering
the sun?
another question until you answer my
You
question.
should. You should because it's a follow.
I'm sorry. I thought this was a conversation, not a railroad.
Yeah, it is. It's
Okay, so then answer my question. I answered yours.
Provide evidence that the sun and moon are causing
I'm going to have to
tides.
appeal to the mod here. DJ, I just answered his question. Can you ask him to answer mine?
Aw. What was your question?
Let's go ahead, take turns with the question each now.
What was your question,
So
Cupcake?
my question is the standard for being able to make claims about scientific facts or scientific claims, that I must have done the science myself. Is that the standard?
Yeah, it needs to be verified.
That wasn't an answer. It was yes or no question.
It needs to have the ability to be checked. So if you make a claim scientifically and it says it's something that was been done by somebody, then yes, validation is a key component.
So do I have to have done that validation?
You can. Is it possible that you haven't done it? Yes.
Do I have to have done it?
Yeah, it could be validated. Let's put it that way.
Can it be validated without me doing it?
Other people can validate it, yes.
Okay. So if I just give you names of people who have validated this, would you believe me?
No, it has to be.
Or would you say that, have you done it?
It's not about a belief system. It's about me being able to check and validate what the work is. Because you tell me something, you might be somebody, listen, you might be somebody who just believes on a whim. I'm not. I can say, wait a minute, let me see what effort has been done to prove that this thing that you're saying is true. So I want to check. Maybe you don't care about checking. I do. Does that answer your question?
Well, wait a minute. So to be clear, somebody makes a claim and then somebody checks that the prediction came true. But then you ask me if I did it.
Yeah.
Why does it matter if I did it if somebody else has done it?
Because you stand with such confidence that it's true. And you don't know if it is or not by validation. That's why.
So then I do have to have done it myself, is what you're saying.
Well, if you want to say that you are absolutely sure that
I never said I'm absolutely sure.
Yeah, then you're just believing that it is. And that is not a standard.
I have high credence I have high credence in a position, yeah.
So what? Yeah, but you haven't
What do you mean so what?
So what?
So your position is that I can't make any strong claims unless I've personally validated them. That's your position.
You can make whatever claim you like. But if it can't pass a methodology of being tested and validated and or falsified, then you really just have an idea. That's it.
Well,
and that's good for you. You
if
can
I tell you
all the ideas
that
you want
yes,
about
this
the
has been
European
validated elsewhere.
That's
but
great.
Then you ask me if I've done it.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. You can have all the opinions you'd like.
Do you think it's an opinion that like somebody else ran an experiment? That's an opinion?
Well, according to you, you haven't tested it.
What do you mean that's
How would
what do you mean
know?
according to me? I never said the word opinion.
Yeah, well, your
okay. So just to be clear, even though you said it doesn't have to be me,
I think the person that's checked this out. I think the person that checked it out did what they should do, and they verified that. Yeah.
So just to be clear, even though you said no, it doesn't have to have been me that tested it. You're saying now that it's just an opinion unless you've tested it yourself.
Yes.
Okay. So have you ever been to Australia?
Dude, why do we got to talk about this? It's not
avoiding the question.
No, it's not. This is just
this is exactly pertinent to that claim, by the way.
No, it's other tactic that you use, but I mean,
it's not a tactic. It's a valid question. Have you ever been to Australia?
Nope.
Okay, how do you know it's there?
Well, I can only believe that it exists.
Okay, but so you would never come onto a live and say that Australia exists because that would be irresponsible because it's just your opinion.
Well, the problem here we're having is that it exists allegedly in the realm that we all exist. So if I tell you about a geographic location, right? I'll give you an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll say Middle Earth exists, and you've never been there, right? How'd you provide to me evidence that Middle Earth exists?
Well, I don't think it does. I wouldn't be able to provide you evidence.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is I could say it's in the realm that we exist in. You haven't been there.
So, right. So, okay, I see what you're doing. So you could say, yes, you haven't been there, but it does exist. I would be like, okay, like, are there like photos of this? Can I see it from satellites?
Yeah.
I would ask for some sort of evidence. I wouldn't ask you to have gone there.
I got video evidence. I got.
Okay, yeah, let's see it.
You know, there's a movie about it. You know, you can see the.
But we know that
over there.
We know that Andrew Jackson produced those movies as fiction.
Okay.
So why would we take those as pieces of evidence for the real world?
Like this has nothing. What it amounts to is that you can ask any question you like about what people say they know. They could say, "Well, I know to a certain degree because of where I live, right?" But when I go and visit there, like let's just say my friend lives in Australia and he says, "Look, there's this beautiful plant that exists here," right? And I'm like, "I don't know, man. Like that plant that you're talking about," and he takes photos of it. He videotapes himself watching it grow and stuff like that, and it can seem very real to me, right? Until I go and verify it for myself, I will only have the understanding that what he's saying is true based on, like you said, a high degree of knowledge. But
Yeah,
If
that's
I cannot,
that's enough.
let's
right?
put it this way. Let's put it this way. If I cannot validate, this is a whole different side of things. If I cannot validate that what he's saying is true, that makes what he's saying unfalsifiable. So if you say anything that cannot be validated, makes it unfalsifiable.
So these things can be
That's a
validated.
problem.
Fortunately, the tide prediction models can be validated. You can just go run a tide prediction model and then go check what is the tide doing. So that is falsifiable, right?
That's not what we're looking into and what your premise was. You were talking about the sun and the moon's gravitational influence.
Yeah.
on
So
the
those tide prediction models take into account the position of the sun and the moon, and then they use Newtonian gravity to establish what the tides should be.
You didn't know if the cause relates to the effect, sir. So you're incorrect. You don't.
I don't know if I don't know if the sun and the moon cause the tides. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. You don't know that.
Well, one of the ways that we can validate the explanation is by making predictions with that explanation, right? You make a prediction and then you check if the predictions come true.
So it's only a high degree of knowledge that you're going to be able to get to. It's not something that you know.
Yes, that's how we do science. We come to high degrees of certainty.
Yeah, based on what? Your subjective
Based off of evidence. No, based off of evidence. Off of experiments.
What evidence, dude?
Observations.
What evidence? Observation. You just see the tides doing
Observations
something,
and
then you say,
experiments.
well, I think it's the sun doing this. No, I think it's the moon. Well, how do we know that?
Well,
we don't
it's
know.
both,
We're
but-
just using our best guess, our subjective interpretation.
There's nothing
it's
subjective
magical
about making an
unicorns pulling on the
hypothesis.
water. It's
That's a cool straw man.
It's the Leviathan making whirlpools
Nice straw man. I
and pulling
appreciate
the
that.
water. Yeah, so you can
It's a good
never
meme.
come to a conclusion based on your interpretation because it's subjective and it goes based
Under
on
your worldview, it's impossible to do science. Which, if
under
that's the
my
worldview you
worldview-
want to hold, I guess, by all means.
It's empirical and strict. It's getting people to realize that they don't really know what they're talking about. Like
Can you
being a PhD.
outline for me what the scientific method is? Like, what are the steps?
Yeah. So what we're gonna do now is just talk about how you say that's not science. Science is what I think it is. It's my interpretation of the world based on my feeling. So I can do science by
but
looking
can
at
you
planets.
answer the question?
No, because it's a fruitless endeavor, dude.
Oh, so you're running.
No, it's not running. It's a fruitless endeavor. I'm speaking to a fallibilist. I'm speaking to a nihilist. I'm speaking to somebody who doesn't know what reality is.
Engage with a question sounds like
Listen
running to me.
dude. No, what sounds like me not engaging with you about that topic is me actually going on a previous notion that you said you don't even know if your hands are real.
No,
That's
you
right.
don't know if your
A
hands are real. I know that my hands
a
are real.
No,
I
you
never
don't.
said I don't know that my hands are real.
You have a high
You
degree
can't
of
prove
knowledge
that your hands
they're
are real.
Yeah.
I
They're
definitely know that my
absolutely
hands
real.
are real, though. Absolutely.
Yeah, with 100%.
Nope.
Yep, there you go. So then you don't really know. So you're like, I
Nope.
could have hands. I could
what
be
it means to
hallucinating
know
hands.
is to have a high degree of certainty
I
in a
could be
belief
hallucinating hands.
that is justified.
That's all that's happening right now. I think I have hands. Maybe I don't. There's a one. There's
And
a
again, to be fair-
0.0001% chance I don't have hands.
And we're doing it again. But to be clear, you couldn't deductively prove that you have hands either. So
I just
we can go
did.
back to that if you want. But look, I mean, why don't we take a step back? It seems like when I ask you to actually do something empirical, try to do science at all, you retreat back into this. Oh, but you can't know with certainty. You retreat back into the metaphysical commentary because you can't actually engage with the scientific evidence.
Yeah. What is science, by the way?
Well, I
What's your
actually asked you to
interpretation of it? 'Cause
outline
I wanna
the steps.
We're talking past each other when we're in regards to science. What is science, dude? Being that
Yeah, so before I give you my explanation, I have a
I'm
PhD
even
in
asking
physics.
the wrong guy.
I have a PhD in physics. Yeah.
What do you know about science?
Well, physics is a type of science. I don't know if you were
I know,
aware.
but I guess that's not relative to what I'm saying. What do you know about it? Like, do you know a lot about it, or you just
So science is
dabbling
a
in it?
method.
Of what?
Well, I asked you this because I actually don't think you know what it is. Do you want to give me your best shot and then I'll tell you what it actually is afterwards?
You haven't. I don't know what you're talking about. There's
I
a lot
actually
of
laid
things
it
that
out
we're gonna
with
be talking
Indio.
past each
I
other.
laid out what the explanation, what the scientific method is with Indio. I actually think I did it with you like 30 minutes ago, but I don't know if you remember.
Well, what's your methodology? What are you just observing something? Are you
What's the next step?
hypothesizing first?
That's the
Yeah.
second step. Okay, so first step is what?
No, you tell me. I'm asking you. What do you?
Well, no, you were
what are
asking. You were doing great. So what's the first
No,
step?
I'm not. I don't care about doing great. I want you to tell me what it is.
First step is make an observation. Second
Mm-hmm.
step is propose an explanation for the observation. The third step is test the explanation by running an experiment or taking new observations that are predicted by your explanation. And then the fourth step is to analyze your results.
Well, give me an example of one.
Of doing science?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So suppose that you observe that when you eat moldy bread, you get sick. Fine. That's an observation. Hypothesis. The mold produces toxins, and when you ingest those toxins, they make you ill. So, what would be a way to test this? Well, one way that you could test this is isolate the mold and then feed it to a rat. Just the mold, no bread involved. Feed it to a rat and see if the rat gets sick. And if the rat does get sick, that would be evidence in favor of your hypothesis. So then you do the experiment, you see if the rat gets sick, you find that the rat actually does get sick, and you say, aha. So your analysis is, aha, as expected by the hypothesis that the mold is releasing toxins that makes me sick, it is the mold itself that is making other things sick as well. So it's not about me, it's not about bread, it's about the mold doing something. And that agrees with my hypothesis. So that would be evidence in favor of the hypothesis that molds is what's causing the sickness.
What are the parts you put into this method? What are you using within the parts of the method of the scientific?
I just told you what the method was, and I told you what the method was, and I gave you an example.
So what are the variables that you're using here?
In this case, the independent variable is binary. It is there mold being given to the rat, or is there not mold being given to the rat? Mm-hmm. And the dependent variable is also binary. Does the rat get sick, or does the rat not get sick?
Okay, so you're saying that this method that you've talked about right now, using these variables, are a great standard, or you're saying it's not a standard to use in anything that you've spoken of so far?
So the scientific method is very, very handy. Observation, hypothesis, observation, hypothesis, experiment, data. It does it's a great method for coming to true things about the real world.
Okay, so what am I missing here? What have you talked about in the past?
I don't know. What are you missing?
Conversations with me or Indio that you've utilized this method on. Name one.
Well, so in a conversation, I'm not using the scientific method because I'm not doing science while having a conversation with people who are science deniers. I'm talking about.
So you're not doing science with science deniers? What is that?
Please, I was in the middle of a sentence. I'm talking about the conclusions that the scientific method has led us to.
Yeah. What did you use in the whole conversation with me and Indio that utilized this method?
I wasn't claiming to use the scientific method in the conversation.
So no science is being used, according to you telling me what science is. Is that right?
I was describing the conclusions of the scientific method.
Yeah, based on what you said science is, you haven't done any science so far.
Yeah, I'm not doing science. We're talking about results from the scientific method.
Right. So no science is being done whatsoever. So
nope, that's an equivocation.
Any of you now, you said so yourself. I'm not doing
so the scientific method wasn't being used. Absolutely. Saying no science was done. Well, science is a very broad thing. Science sometimes refers to.
You just said what it is. You just
no, I told you what the scientific method is. So the scientific method is the very specific thing that I gave you. Science, broadly construed, can be interpreted as the method, or it could be construed as the set of knowledge obtained by the method. There's kind of like two different senses in which it's used, and you're doing an equivocation fallacy by saying that when I said that I wasn't using the scientific method, that in fact I wasn't talking about the broad knowledge base obtained by science, by the scientific method rather.
What did you use? What did you talk about that used science?
So in the sense of science being the base of knowledge obtained from the scientific method, I referred to science in the form of the neutrino experiment, for example.
Okay, what science is being done? Go ahead. What science is being done
at the neutrino experiment? You want me to outline?
Yeah, well,
how that's science?
If you say it's science, what is, you said you're making up now what science can be. You're going to redefine it and you're going to make it sound like, oh, it's what I say it is now.
These are pretty standard definitions.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not the systematic study of the physical world. It's now.
If you want to use that definition, that's fine. I wouldn't really use that definition, but if you want to use that definition, that's fine. So we weren't studying the natural world while having a conversation. That's not how conversations work.
Okay.
Right?
So
we
we're
were
not
talking
studying the
about
natural world.
the natural world, right?
We're not studying the natural world.
We were
at
talking
all,
about what
so we're not
other
doing
people
science.
we were talking about what other people have done when studying the
doing
natural
science.
world, right? A conversation is not science. A conversation, you can talk about science.
I know what
you
a
can talk about other
conversation
people.
is.
I don't think you
talking
do.
about the
You can talk about
content of
the
a
science that other
conversation,
people
the
have done.
things that you're talking about within the conversation.
So to be clear, we have talked about the science that other people have done. We've talked about the Minos experiment, for
Yeah.
example. Absolutely super relevant. We
what
didn't do it, like none of us, neither you nor I, did any science in this conversation because, of course, we didn't. We're having a conversation. We're not out there like making
I
observations.
know
and taking
that,
data and
dude.
stuff.
Don't be pedantic about it. We don't have to get.
Why are you being pedantic about it then?
Yeah, because I want you to at least.
Oh, so you are
explain
being
how
pedantic
in
about
any
it.
in any of the conversation that you utilize.
We've talked about science
or the science.
I never claimed to use science in the conversation. I never made that claim.
Okay, so no science is being done here. So, what is?
Yeah, of course we're not doing science. We're talking about
What is
science.
the reasoning? What is? Yeah, so we're talking about science. What science are you talking about? That's
Yeah, so,
being
for
done
example,
in anything you
The
said.
kind of science that I talked about earlier was particle physics, which is a kind of science.
Yeah, particle physics.
Mm-hmm.
What does that entail? Telling people that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Well, the way that the particle physics experiment was set up requires that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Requires,
or at least roughly spherical.
Why?
Because otherwise they would have missed their target.
Well, how do you know that?
Because we know what direction it was pointed in.
Yeah,
And we
so
can
what?
do geometry.
How do you know it's an oblate spheroid? That's giving them the foundation for this.
By the way, I did clarify that it at least requires that there's some curvature. It could have been
really?
that it's
How much?
curved
How
there.
much?
It
How
could be that it's curved there and then flat everywhere else, but that would be kind of weird.
How much curve?
Well, the curvature that they require for their experiment is about 1 degree of curvature every 69 miles.
Did you verify this?
Yeah, I've actually worked out the math myself.
Oh, the math. The math is reality, yes?
So their experiment has a certain geometric configuration.
No, well, you're not answering my question, though. Isn't
I
math
am answering
reality?
your question.
Is it math reality?
I actually think math is constructed. I'm not a a mathematical realist, if you will.
Well, there is a lot of those who would suggest that, but if you say
that's
you're
great,
not
but
that,
it's irrelevant. The point is that their detector and their collider, their detector and their emitter have known geometry, and so all that's required in order for them to hit their target, knowing that we know what the angle is, we know where these things are located, how deep they are under the ground, all that's required is to just do some math to see how much does it have to be curved in order for them to hit their target.
I'm going to use them because you're not putting yourself in the way. You're advocating for it, but they are begging the question that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and their direction that they're pointing is going to give an outcome that's going to give them the biased confirmation that it is an oblate spheroid. How ridiculous
well, so
is
they
that,
weren't.
dude?
Their
Circular.
goal wasn't to test the shape of the Earth. They were just
Oh,
using.
really? Well, they didn't do anything then in regards to the shape of the Earth. Then why are we even talking about it? Being one
Because
thing
the
that
fact
proves the shape
that they
of the Earth.
had the fact that they had to arrange the detector and the emitter in a certain way in order to obtain their result has implications about the way the Earth is shaped.
No, it's not. You said it didn't prove it, so it has no implications. Sorry.
What do you mean? I said. When did I say it didn't prove it?
Well, you said I said from the very beginning they already are conjuring that up within the test, saying that it has to be this in order for the outcome to be that.
No, that's me saying that it has to have some sort of non-horizontal
saying that?
structure.
They weren't saying that?
I don't know if they've ever had conversations with flat earthers where they have to have that
God's sakes.
conversation.
All right,
so I don't know
I'm
if they've
asking
ever
for
said those words.
I'm asking for evidence of how the Earth is known to be
It's known to not
oblate
be
spheroid.
flat, and this experiment is evidence. The layout of this experience
you
is
just
evidence.
finished
Sure it is.
saying that they didn't prove that the Earth was a globe using this experiment, this test.
Well, to be clear,
said so.
So what is true is that it could be that it's like curvy there and then not curvy somewhere else. But what it does show is it does show that the Earth isn't flat. Because
Wait
if
a
it was
minute.
flat, they would miss their
How
target.
do you know? How do you know it's proving that the Earth is a globe? This is the whole.
I never. So look, that's the point. I said that it doesn't. I said that I didn't say that it does. I said that it proves the Earth's not flat. It says the Earth's not. It proves the Earth's not flat.
No, dude, there's land topography. Okay, they could have
This
not
proves
accounted
that
for that.
this proves there's land topography. So
Yeah.
they would have. So if the Earth was flat, we can actually. Do you want to run the math right now? We can just figure out
Oh my
exactly
God. You
how
said you weren't a
how
math
high
guy.
the topography
You
were.
weren't a math realist.
Oh,
You
no,
just
I am.
finished
I'm a
saying, "I'm
math.
not a
No,
math
I'm not. I'm not a mathematical realist. Doesn't mean that I don't think math is useful. We can run the math right now. So they angled it down at 3 degrees, right? Roughly 3 degrees, like 2.8 or something like that. It's not really going to matter. So they angled it down at 3 degrees. and their target was 710 meters underground. So if it's angled down at 3 degrees, and we gotta put it into radians, and the target was 730 kilometers away, then we can figure out that, in fact, if the Earth was horizontal, but there was just, topography, the emitter would have to be 38 kilometers up in the air relative to the detector.
Great. How did they
now, are there any mountains that are 38 kilometers tall?
Yeah, so what, dude? How did they figure out it
So
was an
what?
all-blade
Your evidence,
spheroid?
it destroys my view. So what?
Yeah, the all-blade spheroid doesn't exist.
Okay,
They're
you're just
conjuring
asserting
it up
that.
within their-
This disproves the
conjuring-
existence.
they're
This disproves the
conjuring it
flat
up.
Earth. This
No,
disproves
it
the flat
doesn't.
Earth,
No,
right?
it
Yeah.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, does that mean that there's a 38 kilometer tall mountain?
If the Earth is flat. No, it's
Yeah.
not if. It is.
Is there a 38 kilometer tall mountain?
Yeah, 38 kilometer tall mountain. What does that have to do with all the
Because if they were angling their neutrino beam down at 3 degrees, which they are,
who cares?
In order
They
to hit
didn't
the
prove that the Earth is
detector,
an all-blade spheroid. They're not.
in order to hit the detector 730 kilometers away, they would, and if the Earth was flat, they would have to be on a mountain 38 kilometers up in the air.
Sorry, the evidence here for your neutrino example doesn't show that the Earth is an oblate spheroid in no way.
It shows
shape, or
the Earth
form.
isn't flat.
The people
shows the Earth isn't flat. You're avoiding it.
The
AV,
people that were
you're
using
running.
it. Listen,
Putting on your running
no,
shoes.
I'm actually showing how you are not providing.
Stop, Blitz.
evidence
He's
using
already
your
dead.
neutrino
Yeah, I know.
example. Yeah, you like to interrupt because you don't like this crescendo, and it is that
Crescendo?
your
I
neutrino
mean, like,
example
look,
doesn't
you're
prove
not
in
even
one way
understanding
or
the
another.
geometry
Dude,
here.
stop over talking me.
You're refusing
So
to
does it-
engage with the
dude,
evidence I'm
are you
presenting.
gonna let me finish? Are you gonna
Not
let me
until you
finish? I'm gonna have
engage
to
with the
call
evidence
mod.
that I'm presenting. No.
I'm gonna have to call mod on you. Okay.
Okay,
now-
call mod.
Let's, yeah, come on. Just let him finish,
Ask
please.
him to engage with the evidence then.
No. The evidence that you brought forward, that neutrino example, was not evidence of the Earth's being an oblate spheroid.
I didn't make that
because
claim.
you
I
even
said it's evidence that the Earth's not flat.
Here we go again. Dude, this is the reason why people like you get muted, because you don't let the truth come out. And the truth is, the neutrino example is no way showing that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, because they, according to you, conjured it up within their test, and then they confirmed their bias by saying, well, we've got a different angle coming out from this where we're shooting this neutrinos, so obviously the Earth is not a flat surface. So you're saying that based on the information you gathered from this information, it's nowhere showing that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, or that you know that it's not flat. It's not showing either of those. It's just your imagination, subjective interpretation that this information is showing anything relative to what your point is. But in no way did we start off saying that this example is showing that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, which is my question to you, the premise, where we should have started with. What shows us that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? Your neutrino example is pretty much garbage at this point. You being a PhD should have known this coming into this topic. Now,
Okay, yeah. So to be clear, my claim is that the neutrino experiment proves the Earth isn't flat, or at least is evidence that the Earth isn't flat. I don't want to use the word prove.
Sorry, you don't got.
So can you provide an account for how it is that the neutrinos were able to hit their detector from 730 miles away while being angled into the ground at 3 degrees on a flat Earth? Can you provide an
Your
account for
neutrino
that?
argument is not providing evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Therefore,
That wasn't my claim.
Argument.
AV, that wasn't my claim. Why are you misrepresenting me?
It's a bunk argument.
It wasn't my
Don't bring it
claim.
up.
Why are you misrepresenting me?
Is it going to prove that the Earth is an oblate spheroid or not?
That wasn't my claim. Why are you misrepresenting me?
All right. So that's my whole point.
DJ, can you
My whole
ask him
point-
to address my claim?
My whole point, no, listen, dude. My whole point was you bringing up an example that shows that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and you brought the neutrino example, which is not that. You
I brought up an
basically have
so
diverted away
my
from
claim-
answering my question at the very beginning.
My claim is that the neutrino experiment shows the Earth is not flat.
No, sorry.
What do you mean,
It
no,
doesn't.
sorry? Can you address it?
It
Can you
doesn't-
explain how it
yeah.
doesn't?
Yeah, you didn't
Go ahead.
provide what is the neutrino example showing, and as far as you can tell, what is it telling everybody?
The actual experiment was conducted to, essentially try to
Mm-hmm.
learn more stuff about neutrinos, about neutrino mass mixing and things like that. But
was
the
the end
setup
result,
of the
the end
experiment, the relevant part of the experiment is that they angled a neutrino beam downward into the ground at 3 degrees. And then they found that neutrino beam 730 kilometers away. And if the Earth was flat, they wouldn't have hit their target.
You can't say that because you don't know that information.
How do
You
I not
can't
know
say
that information? It was angled
Because
down
the
into the
neutrino
ground.
example, the neutrino example, according to what you're reading from the tests that they've been conducted,
Mhm.
is in no way, shape, or form telling anybody, even all the 600 listeners that you have listening to you right now, Babylon, that
For
the
what
Earth
it's worth,
is or
I have
is
like
not an oblate,
2,000 listeners.
that the Earth is or is not an oblate spheroid.
It shows
So
that it's not
I
flat.
asked specifically.
Can you
I
address
asked specifically,
the claim?
Yeah, I asked specifically from you and your viewers to hopefully coax you into telling me what is a prime example of the Earth being an oblate spheroid. Go on.
Why do you keep running away from
Go
the
on,
claim?
sir.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to let you
Tell
run from
your
this.
viewers how you know
I'm
the
not gonna
Earth's
let
an
you run from
oblate
this.
spheroid.
I'm not going to let
No,
you run from
I'm
this.
not. I'm pointing out the fact
Why are you
that
running?
you are scared.
Why are you
You're
running?
trembling in your
Was that-
PhD
Why are
shoes
you running?
right now. You're trembling in your PhD shoes. You don't want to tell me how.
Why
the
are
Earth
you
is an
running from
oblate
this?
spheroid.
Why are you running
Tell me
from
how
this
the Earth's
proof
an
that the
oblate
Earth isn't
spheroid.
flat?
I'm not going to move from this point, PhD.
Okay, then I guess that we're done here.
No, we're not done here. You're running.
You can't engage with my claim.
Run, boy. Run, PhD.
You can't
run
engage
back
with
to
my
your little
claim.
cave because you can't answer how the Earth's an oblate spheroid.
Why can't you engage with my claim?
Stunned
My
into
claim-
silence?
No,
I
I was
know
just,
that.
taking
I'm pretty sure
taking a
your
breather.
listeners are listening to you silent now because you never had evidence that the Earth is
Why
an
can't you
oblate
engage with my
spheroid,
claim?
even at the beginning.
DJ, you have to understand
Aw.
that I've clarified what my claim is, and AV just refuses to engage with it.
You never had
Go.
intentions. You never had intentions.
Are
of
we
coming
gonna,
in here.
1 second, AV, sorry. All right, so your evidence has been the neutrinos experiment, okay? You're asking AV's saying it's not valid, right? And you're asking
not
AV
even-
to
he's not even
present...
engaging with the claim. My claim is that the neutrino
why is it
experiment.
not invalid?
My
Like,
claim
why is it
that
invalid? I get it.
yeah. Why does it not show the Earth is not flat? What is wrong with this piece of data?
No.
That's my
that
claim.
wasn't what I asked.
My claim.
He's running.
I don't
he's
care what
running
you're
from-
asking.
he's fr- yeah,
I'm
you're-
presenting
see,
a
you don't
claim,
care
and
because
you're
I set the
misrepresenting me.
premise. Blitz, I set the premise. The premise was
You set the
provide
premise?
evidence.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
did
I
you?
did.
Did
I
you?
did.
Or
I
did
did.
you?
I did. I
Did
did.
you
I
form
did.
this
Dude, listen
event?
to me. I said. I don't. Dude, I don't care. You're not the princess of England, dude. You're not. You're
The
just
princess
another
of
guest on a show. And your thousands of listeners are going to hear you not provide evidence that the Earth is a globe right now.
So to be clear, the neutrino beam experiment is evidence, but it's evidence that the Earth is a globe. It's proof that the Earth is not flat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Go ahead and tell us how. Go ahead and show us how the Earth is a globe using that.
Yeah. So
you just finished saying you went on a long rant saying that it's not evidence that the Earth is a
It is
globe.
evidence.
Now it
It's
is?
not definitive evidence, but it is evidence. It's definitive evidence that the Earth is not flat, though. Just to be clear.
No,
so,
you just said
to
it's
be
not
clear,
definitive that
and
the Earth is
I'll
a
lay
globe.
out exactly what I mean. So it is definitive evidence that the Earth isn't flat, because if the Earth was flat, we wouldn't be able to detect these neutrinos. We do detect the neutrinos, therefore the Earth isn't flat. However, it's only you might call it circumstantial evidence that the Earth is a globe, because it is what we would expect to happen if the Earth were a globe. Now, this is deductively evidence. This is deductive, definitive evidence that the Earth isn't flat. It is inductive evidence that the Earth is a globe. Now, would you like to engage with the claim that it is deductively the case that if the Earth were flat, we would not have detected the neutrinos? We did detect the neutrinos, therefore the Earth is not flat. Please engage.
Yeah, it's your confirmation bias. That's what the engagement I'm going to give you. You just believe it to be a globe, and it's not flat.
I'm talking about the flat Earth. I'm talking about the shape of the flat Earth, not the
shape of the flat Earth. Yeah, you keep
engage
going
with the
on
claim.
to that because you think
DJ,
that
he's
the
not able to
burden
engage with it.
Yeah,
This is
you
embarrassing
think
for
that
him.
the proof? Do you think the burden of proof is squarely on my shoulders? No, sir. You
I
didn't
presented
provide
evidence.
any substantial.
You're saying the evidence is false, so
listen,
provide
this
counter
engagement.
evidence.
Yeah, this engagement was supposed to be you providing, as a PhD, you providing evidence to the world that the Earth is a globe. You can't do that. Even if you tried your
To be
hardest,
clear-
even if you went back
to
to
be
your
clear,
book
this is
and
evidence.
you're learning, you
To be
cannot
clear, this is
provide
evi-
evidence
this is
that the Earth
evidence.
is a globe. This is the worst case
evidence.
for you right now. I want everybody to see how you are backing away from showing how the Earth is an actual globe.
This
the
is
best
evidence.
you can come up with is just statistics. That's it.
Statistics is how we do science. You know that, right?
So no evidence that the Earth is an actual globe.
This is
Just
evidence,
more
by the way.
numbers. Oh, I think it's a 50% probability the Earth is a globe. That's what I think.
So this is evidence. You know that, yeah?
Yeah. Of what?
Are you aware?
Of what?
It's strong deductive evidence against the Earth being flat, and it's
No.
strong inductive evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Yeah. So obviously not proving that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
So
we
more
were talking about
confirmation.
evidence. Why are you
Yeah,
doing a Mott and
evidence-
Bailey with
yeah,
regards to evidence and proof?
When you show what evidence is, the court will examine what it is, and then we can toss it out as not being evidence based on your
The court?
lack of
Who's the
or
court?
inability to provide evidence. Yeah, everyone listening.
Oh, okay.
We're holding
Yeah,
court right now.
I
Yeah,
can assure
they're weighing out what
you that
you're
people
saying.
are more in favor of what I'm saying than what you're saying.
That's great because they have a confirmation bias like you do. So many people want to believe so
they have a
badly.
confirmation
They wanna
bias like you do.
They want to close their eyes and want to believe, tomorrow that the Earth is going to be a round globe like they always thought it was, that they were believed it to be. And so all you're doing is soothing that they're there, poor little globers. I got this. I'll give you more confirmation bias to believe that it is without showing any evidence that it's an actual globe.
Can you explain why the neutrino experiment? Oh, he's not going to engage. So
No,
you're
because
not.
you
So,
didn't
so to be
provide
clear,
evidence.
just to be
You
super
didn't
clear, you're not
substantiate-
going to.
you
You're
didn't
not going to
substantiate
explain
that the Earth
how
is a globe.
the neutrino experiment is evidence against the flat Earth. You're not going to explain that.
Yeah. Because you said
Okay, you're
that
refusing
it's
to
not
engage?
evidence.
Okay, DJ, you heard it here
said
first.
that they-
He's refusing to engage.
We're not going to listen to your fast talking. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to listen to you not be able to tell us how the Earth is a globe using your neutrino example, because it's not one using that. You know it. In your heart of hearts, you've been using an example.
In your heart of hearts, you know that you're lying to yourself,
that the
AV.
Earth is a globe.
You know that there's no evidence the Earth is flat. In your heart of hearts, the
it
neutrinos,
is.
they're pulling you. The neutrinos are pulling you, but you can't. You can't say the Earth is a globe on a live
Listen
stream
to you,
because then
man.
all of your
Listen
friends
to
will
you.
abandon you. You'll lose the only support
do you
system
think-
that you
do you think
have.
your
You'll
audience
go
will
back
throw
to
you another
living. You'll
super
have to
chat
go back to living
because
with
of
your
what you're
grandma
saying?
in the basement.
Oh, is that all you got, Mr.
Let's not go into that territory. Perhaps AV would like to present some counter evidence for the flat Earth side, right?
So-
that goes against what you've just presented.
DJ, I'd be happy for him to do that as long as he says, "Yeah, I'm not going to say why your evidence is bad."
Well, let's just put it out this way. Before I engage with him, I want the world to know that he never, not once, provided substantial evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid in any way. He never demonstrated to the audience that's listening to him right now, using the neutrino example that he thought was his championing evidence that the Earth was going to be a globe or not flat in some way. But all he has right now, he's relying on, is this information that he looked at and just said,
Why
well, this
did we
is going to be a
move the
champion argument.
goalposts? Why did we
Can't
move
do
the
that.
goalposts? You said you changed it from
That was
evidence
the
to
position-
substantial evidence.
Yeah, that was the position.
Okay,
in the first instance.
what is the requirement for evidence to be substantial?
Yeah, you're going to have to provide some sort of
What
field
is the
test or
standard?
some way.
I'm asking what the standard
I'm trying
is.
to tell you.
Go ahead.
Shut your big cake hole so I can say it. So what it is people testing in the field how to know or not whether or not the Earth is what they're thinking that it is. So all your listeners out there that are listening to you yammer on, there's nothing that you've given them so that they can do, so they can verify and test that the Earth is an actual globe like they think it is. You haven't done that for any of them.
So substantial evidence is evidence that any random person can replicate. Is that your claim?
Obviously.
Oh, that seems pretty subjective.
Not.
I mean, I don't think that you could replicate. I don't think that you could replicate most experiments, but that doesn't mean that those experiments don't happen. Those experiments aren't real.
Yeah,
For example, would you know how to replicate the photoelectric effect?
You didn't provide evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Well, I mean, you just moved the goalposts. Your standards just went through the roof. You're like, it only counts as substantial evidence if literally every single dumb person can do it.
Oh, so now your listeners are dumb people?
No, I'm talking about you,
I want to
AV.
see you give them a super chat for that, y'all.
I'm talking about
Yeah,
you,
you must
AV.
love this guy. He's calling you stupid. Wow.
So, AV, to be
Good
clear,
stuff, man.
do you agree that you've moved the goalpost?
No, the standard has always been providing evidence.
Oh, you never
that
said the
Earth
word
is an
sufficient
actual-
before that.
Is an actual globe. You just finished demeaning all of your listening audience.
Well,
you
to be
thumb your
fair-
nose so
to be
high,
fair, I was addressing
snub
you,
your
AV.
nose- You snub your nose so high up above everybody, and I'm ashamed of you, man, being who you are. You should be ashamed of yourself. Well, what you
I'm
just said.
good.
You should apologize to your
AV.
listeners for what you said.
AV, so to be clear, do you understand that you changed your claim? That first I wasn't providing any evidence. Now I'm not providing sufficient evidence.
No,
Do you agree that you
your
changed
evidence,
that?
Your evidence is lackluster. It's not evidence that.
So
provides
you agree that
the
you
Earth
did
is a
change
globe.
that then, yeah?
No. Your
Oh,
evidence that
wait,
you're
DJ,
providing
can you play
is
back the
not
clip? Actually,
your
I can
evidence-
play back the clip. I'm going to play back the clip really quick. Yep.
Play it back. Also, play back the part you thought your whole audience is not able to understand anything. They're dumb.
Oh, you can't
that
hear the clip. Maybe I can feed it through to Discord. Because I can hear it and my audience can hear it, but I don't know if you can.
That's great. You just finished calling all your audience dumb, so how are they going to interpret that? Should be ashamed of yourself, bro. Calling yourself
AV, I was calling you dumb.
No, you called everybody who doesn't understand dumb.
My audience understands.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, they do.
Did you test? What's a metric that you tested all your audience's understanding everything you're saying?
comments.
Symmetric. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And them
My
saying they
audience
understand,
understands.
Yeah,
In
they
fact, you
wanna
can go read them
believe-
right now. They're saying, yes, we
They
do
wanna-
understand.
yeah,
Yes,
they
yes,
wanna
we do.
believe what you're
Yes,
saying.
yes, we understand. Yes, we understand.
So-
Yup, I understand. Yeah, we do. Yeah, they understand. I'm seeing hundreds of comments saying, yes, we understand. So yeah, they do understand. I'm not calling them dumb. I'm calling you dumb, AV.
Anyway, so there has been no standard of evidence for providing the Earth.
No
as an
standard of
oblate spheroid.
evidence? You're right. You haven't offered a standard of evidence.
No,
I
I'm talking
agree.
about you. I'm talking about you.
A
You don't
standard
have
of evidence is a schema by which you use to evaluate
Yeah.
the quality of evidence. You
Great.
haven't offered
So what
that.
did you do that for the oblate spheroid?
Provide a
That you
schema?
think exists?
Yeah, if you can provide quantitative data.
Me? No, you.
I mean people in general. If someone can provide quantitative data that reinforces a prediction made by a particular model, that is sufficient evidence in my view.
Yeah. So a model is sufficient.
Nope, that's not what I said.
Yeah, you
Do you have hearing loss? Because if you did, I would
just said
understand.
a model. You said model. Not the word you used.
I really
Let's play
hope
back
this
that
isn't the
tape.
flat Earth. This isn't the
play
second
back
best
that
the
tape.
flat
You
earthers
said
have to do.
model.
I
Second
said
best.
model in a whole sentence. I said
Okay,
model in an entire sentence. The standard of evidence, the schema that I'm providing, the way by which I judge whether evidence is good or not, is I examine if there is quantitative evidence that is in agreement with predictions made by a model. Then
So
that
right,
quantitative
your
evidence,
model,
that
your
quantitative data is evidence.
Based
or
on
if
a
it's in
model.
disagreement with the model.
Let's play that back. You
no,
said
the
based on a
data,
model.
the data is the evidence. Whether it's in
Yeah, let's-
agreement with
let's
the
play
model
that
or not
back.
depends.
You said based on a model.
You have a really hard time understanding, don't you?
Yeah, you said based on a model. That's what I heard.
Oh, well then you heard wrong. I'll say it one more time.
Oh, you heard? I heard wrong. You didn't
You
say
did.
model based on a model.
I said model. I didn't say based on a model.
Oh, you did.
No, I didn't.
Play
I'll
back
say it again.
for your audience. Yeah, play it back for your audience.
Okay. Can you shut up for a second so then they can't hear you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm playing it back, AV. You got to shut up for a sec. Did you hear that?
Nobody on this side can hear it.
Okay, so I'll just repeat it back. If the data is if the data agrees with predictions made by a model, not based on a model, made by a model.
Oh God, that's different.
It is. It's very different. Yeah, it's not based on a model. The data is not based on a model. The data is the data. The data will either agree or not agree with predictions made by a model.
So is the model correct?
If the data agrees with it, that's evidence for the model. Yeah.
What data?
Any data whenever you're doing a scientific analysis,
What data?
right?
I thought we weren't.
So
doing
in this
science
in this
according
case,
to you.
the
we weren't
data
doing
is
science according to you.
in this case the data is the angle at which the neutrino beam is shot into the ground.
Your neutrino example again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's data. That's the data here.
Yeah, which you said doesn't provide evidence that the Earth is an.
No, it does provide evidence. It provides inductive evidence. Doesn't provide deductive evidence, but it does
Audience,
provide
you hear what he's
inductive
saying.
evidence.
No deductive, but inductive.
Yep.
Oh, this is,
Do you understand the
this is so bad
distinction?
for you. Yeah, I do. It's bad.
Okay,
for
can you tell me?
because
Can
you're
you actually just so I can verify? Can you
dude,
tell me what the
listen,
distinction is?
listen. So
Can you
what
tell
we're
me what the
doing now
distinction
is-
is? I'm sorry.
Now what we're doing is
no,
just
hold on.
entertaining a
We're
PhD.
not.
We're
To be
entertaining
clear,
a
to be clear,
PhD
we're not
who's not
moving
able
on
to
from
provide
this.
evidence that the
To be
Earth
clear,
is
we're
an
not
oblate
moving on from
spheroid.
this. Tell me the difference between
Yeah, we've
inductive and
moved on from
deductive.
this.
No, we're not.
No, we're moving on from this.
Inductive or deductive? Define those
We
terms.
have
Tell me the
not-
difference, please.
Yeah, we have not provided evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
He's
based on a PhD
DJ. He's running again. I
who's
asked
been
him a
in here-
very specific
who's
question, and
been
he's
in- Now
refusing
listen
to
to
answer.
what I have to tell you, bro. This is important, right? This is important. You have come
you haven't
into
answered
this
like
chat.
any questions, by the way. DJ,
you
can
have
you think
come
of a
into
single
this chat.
question that he's answered?
Yeah, hold on a second, bro. Hold
No,
on.
I'm not holding
You've
on. I'm
come-
appealing to the moderator.
you need
DJ,
to.
can you think of a
need
single
to.
question that he's
You need
answered?
to. Yeah, the one that you were asking about tides.
Yeah,
specifically?
what question did you answer?
If tides were real or not. You said you were making a false
You're right.
claim.
You're
that I
right.
said
I'm
tides
sorry,
weren't
DJ.
real.
He answered one question.
Yeah, well, there you go. So see how
He
you
hasn't
look- you're a
engaged with
liar,
anything
bro.
else I've talked about.
Are you a liar?
No, I was mistaken. You answered one question.
you're a liar.
Absolutely. You answered one question. You're right. You've answered one question amongst 100.
All right. But I think the time here is already spent for you, and unless anybody else wants to come up and chat with this guy,
DJ, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you ask him to answer my question?
No,
because he hasn't really answered any of my questions. Like ever.
No,
he answered one like an hour ago.
Because we started with it must have been, what time is it now? Oh,
it's almost noon.
Going on. What is it? An hour and a half?
Mm-hmm. Can you ask him to answer the question, or just admit that he won't?
From Indio to me, you haven't anyway produced any information that the Earth is an actual blade spheroid.
I did.
None whatsoever.
But can you answer the question, please?
No.
DJ, can you get him to answer the question,
He can't force
please?
me to say anything. He can ask me, but he can't force me. I'm not going to be forced into saying something.
DJ, will you ask him to answer the question?
Unlike you, I'm not like a beta boy. They can ask me. Yeah, that's fine.
DJ, will you ask him to answer the question?
Oh my God.
He can hear your question. I don't need to ask him, right? He can hear it.
Well, can you do your job as a moderator and direct the conversation so that he actually can answer the question?
No, you ain't gonna do that, bro. Settle down.
Because he's refused to answer basically any questions that I've asked. He answered one question about the tides like an hour ago.
I already told you any question. I've already answered a few.
I said basically any question. It was like an hour ago. You haven't answered any questions since.
You're just being dishonest to your whole listening audience.
Okay.
I'm glad
okay, AB. Are you satisfied with your conversation? Do you think that you've looked good in this conversation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we will let the YouTube comments decide.
I don't, dude. They believe in their hearts what you think is.
Dude, you're
case,
a trip,
dude.
bro.
I mean, look, if you think you looked good, like I can't fight that level of delusion.
Do you see what's happening here? You're always projecting and asking other people. You never reflect on your own self. You never look in the mirror and say, what have I done in this conversation? Which
I've done great.
Have not provided evidence that the Earth is an all-blade spheroid by any empirical means. You haven't done that.
I've done really well, actually. Like, I've presented evidence, I've
pat
presented
yourself on the back,
premises,
dude.
I've presented
You deserve a little plastic
deductive
trophy for being a
reasoning, I've
PhD.
provided explanations when you asked. I even did the analysis that Indio asked me to do like 2 hours ago, where I flipped the thing and then you overlay. Like, I actually did that live stream. And if he was right, I would have been like, damn, you're right. I actually honestly engaged and I answered questions that were asked of me. You've avoided all but maybe one or two. So I don't know. If you think you look good, then you should probably go
It's not about looking
read what
good,
the
bro.
people
It's
think
about
that you
being
did.
honest with yourself. It's about
I don't
being
think that
honest with yourself.
you weren't honest.
You're not
with
being
anyone,
honest with
let
yourself.
alone yourself.
And you're not telling your audience that you
so
don't
DJ,
know that the Earth is a globe or
noon,
not. But
so
throughout this-
I gotta go. But thank you for having me. I don't know if we'll do this again unless we can get better moderation. I don't know if we'll do this again because
get over yourself.
I couldn't get any of my questions answered, and that's
Yeah,
like a
you did.
requirement.
Stop
for a
lying.
conversation.
You already conceded that you did. Why would you lie again?
I was being hyperbolic.
Yeah,
But
okay,
thanks for having me. I do appreciate you guys.
Oh, maybe
For
you're
everybody who's
lying.
listening,
Oh,
take care.
I'll sure.
All right, y'all. So that was an interesting conversation. Yeah, the mod was. I don't know if the mod was asleep, but I'm not doing that again unless I have a neutral mod because that was really, really bad. And I mean, the mod is a flat earther, like definitely. I've had flat earthers be mods who are good. Jeranism used to be a flat earther, and Jeranism has moderated debates before, and he's really, really unbiased and objective. DJ didn't do a good job. And I'm sorry, DJ, you seem like a lovely person, but you were definitely biased. You were definitely, I don't know if you're watching this, you're definitely biased. And you didn't do your job. You didn't I was trying to be good faith and answer questions when asked. As a moderator, your job is to make them answer questions when asked. That is the job. I don't even think he was paying attention half the time. But y'all, I should read super chats before I go. We did get a lot of super chats, so thank you guys for being so generous. So from Neck2, we got $2. Can you boost your mic, Blitz? I did.
French fries, what's up?
What's up?
Hey, dude, what's going on?
Nothing. I haven't done any research.
That's good. Don't do any research. Just don't worry about it. Do whatever you feel like it. Don't. If someone says, "Look up this," or "You got to understand that," if you don't get it, just don't worry about it. Just stick with whatever interests you. You know. I was interested in. What was I interested in? Some people are interested in water. Like when they get into flat Earth, they're just like water, water, water. It's flat. Everything's, they're kind of water people. And there's kind of other people who are more, I don't know, what was I? I was kind of more the horizon sort of thing.
Yeah.
Or long distance observation. That got me. So it's whatever sort of you're into, I guess. I didn't get celestial navigation, but after hearing about it and someone told me about it and I understood it, I thought that was the most fascinating thing I've ever heard of. It's so fascinating. And other people are more into the, I guess it's really, there's really, I notice that people will say water. It's like, why is it flat like a water? Or they'll go long distance observations and stuff. Yeah. So it depends what you're into, what you like.
Yeah.
See, I'm really interested in all this refraction and what's going on with the boats. Long way away, it's flipping and stretching, and it's all really fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I really don't know how. Is light considered a electromagnetic wave, or is that not light?
No, it's not a wave. People get confused. They call light a wave because of the double slit experiment. I think in the double slit there's what's called a wave function.
Yeah.
But it's not, light is not a wave. That's just a mathematical pattern. It's a wave in the pattern of the math of the numbers. It's not like light's not waving. Light goes dead straight. Like in double slit, they shoot a single light particle at a slit.
Yeah.
So it goes straight, doesn't wave. Yeah, it doesn't wave, it goes straight. That's typical misunderstanding. Oh, light's a wave. No. But the wave in that double slit is the math, numbers. So it looks like a wave.
Yeah, I gotta look into the double slit experiment, because that's like saying that light isn't certain until it's observed or something like that. I forgot.
I know. Yeah, it's over my head. But that little bit about the wave function I do understand. Is that it's a what is it? Oh, it's just math. And it's over me, it's really over my head. And then you got the Noah and all this. Yeah, it's above my head. But it's real. But other people really get it. That's like, yeah, really get into that. And they understand how that developed into computers and shit. I have no idea about that.
Oh yeah, I don't know anything about that.
But light is definitely not a wave, and that confusion is from wave function, which is math, a math thing.
Huh.
I've seen some videos where they were shooting like a million frames a second, and it was
I've seen that.
kind of interesting. Way went through a bottle. Yeah, it was pretty interesting.
Absolutely fascinating. I saw that. And they said, well, we can see the light, but then there's the time it takes for the light to reach the camera and all that sort of stuff. It's like, it's really mind blowing. But basically they shot a particle of light going into a bottle at 1 million frames a second. And you can barely see, you can kind of see it's a particle, but it's just, it just moves too fast to measure or anything. And there's a question whether it is actually, does it actually travel? Is it some kind of instantaneous thing? So the light, like you turn on a light, the light isn't traveling, it's just appearing or something. I don't know. It's like it's so fast that it's instant kind of thing. It's incredibly fast. But they go, oh, yeah, we know the speed of light. Yeah, bullshit. There's no way. We kind of roughly, it's the fastest thing you can ever possibly imagine. So, yeah, that's the speed of light. But, yeah.
What are your thoughts on stars?
I don't know, dude. Before I was a flat earther, I looked at stars and went, what the fuck are they? I mean, excuse me, what are they? They don't look like suns millions and trillions of miles away. They're just flickering like they're, I mean, what? I look at them, they're flickering, they're sparkling. I'm just like, what? That's not something trillions of miles away won't do that. It would just be a pale light. It wouldn't be flickering like it's, you know? So I was like, what is that? I don't know what that is. And I thought the whole space thing was ridiculous. I mean, we're spinning through a vacuum at trillions of miles an hour. I just thought that's not possible. And I just didn't know what was going on. I was walking around, you know, I was just like in a vacuum in my brain of what the universe and the planet was. Just didn't know what it was. So when Flat Earth came along, it kind of all made sense. Yeah. But I do not know what stars are. They're really mystery. I don't think they're trillions of miles away. You're just looking at them. And then you got these dudes with the P900s who shoot stars, and they look like little, well, so they look like light passing through water. That's all you can say. That's what they look like. I'm not saying they are light in water, but that's what they look like. And they see pictures of the stars, and then they show light being reflected off water onto the wall, and they're moving the water, and it's doing the same kind of pattern. It's very mysterious. I don't know what they are.
Does that like make not like a certain type of assumption, but that there's water above us?
I mean, if you, so I don't know. I don't know. The Bible is the only thing that I know of that sort of talks about water in the sky and stuff. So if the container is clear, see-through, and there's water on the other side of that, and that's where the stars are shining through the. Look, I don't know. If you talk about the sun and the moon and the stars and the rotations of the, it's a real rabbit hole. You'll get lost and you'll get confused and you won't know what's going on, and you'll end up just not knowing, not really understanding at all. It's a real rabbit hole. It's interesting to talk about, but we're not going to get to a point where we know what they are, as opposed to the surface of the Earth, which we talk about, which is measurable. We can, we can see it from various heights and all that sort of thing. We can test it with instruments to measure it and stuff. So we can measure the ground. It's real, but up in the sky, I don't know what it is. I don't think scientists know what it is. I don't think we have any idea. There might be some elite people at the very top of our society who have high-tech flying stuff and they can check shit out. I just don't know.
Do you, because I somewhat have a belief, not full belief, but still an idea that I grab onto sometimes, that there may be some, you heard the secret society type thing, or that there's some weird, like, possible group in control of certain information and powers that are not being, released to the public because it's like they don't. If you're in control of the ship, you don't want everyone knowing the power that you have, because if they know how to use it, then they'll just overthrow you.
So can I ask something? So do you think that politicians are puppets? Do you think they're puppets? Do you think they're controlled by other people, or do you think that's the top? We can see the most powerful person is in America is Trump. We can see Trump, and he's totally in control. Or is he just a puppet for something else?
I mean, I have the belief that I grab onto sometimes that he's just a puppet for something else.
He's just a puppet, right? Okay, that's all you need to say. He's a puppet. So that means that there's someone else pulling the strings that we can't see. Yeah,
yeah, that's the thing.
Yep. That's it. So that's all we need to know. That's instinctive, isn't it? Everyone thinks, oh yeah, they're just puppets. So that means there's someone else controlling them that we don't know about. So yeah, we know they're puppets. So what they say is garbage, and there's something else going on. But what that is, don't know. All you can do is just realize that, hey, things are not as they seem.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. Do you know the story Animal Farm?
Yep, I heard of it. I haven't read it.
Yeah, there's also a movie of it. Yeah, and a little cartoon. But I like watching that and using it as like a analogy towards like real life. It's just an idea of what those with the power of control can do to the mass population type thing. Well, I always consider it like a pyramid, like a hierarchy.
So that was written by, was it George Orwell?
I think so, yeah.
Who wrote 1984?
Yeah, George Orwell, 1984. George Orwell, the Animal Farm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Influenced by Aldous Huxley. Yeah, H.G. Wells. He was a tosser.
H.G. Wells.
Charles Dickens. I read. I love the Time Machine. I think it's the most fantastic film I've ever seen. So I thought, gee, I might read the book. And the book is totally stupid, ridiculous. I'm so amazed at how bad the book is. I just couldn't believe it. So this is supposed to be a literary classic, and it's absolute garbage. Anyway, check out the movie. It's awesome.
Hang on, this Time Machine, how old is the movie? Because I remember seeing one when I was a kid called The Time Machine.
Yeah, 1960.
Yeah. Is that the one where he's in his library with the time machine and the back of it spins and then he disappears in front of our eyes? Is that the one?
Yeah, there's virtually nothing in the movie that comes from the book. Everything in the movie is basically original sort of thing.
Right.
It's sort of the basic story, but there's nothing in the book that's in the movie. The movie is completely original, different feel and vibe. The book is totally...
Yeah, it's a different story.
It's unreadable. Yeah. It's unreadable.
Yeah.
That way.
What I'm trying to get from you is that, when he's in the time machine, he's got this special kind of crystal thing, which is the key that he puts in, selects the date, and then the back of the car, the back of this time machine spins around, doesn't it? And then he disappears, goes into time. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good film.
Fantastic movie. Fantastic movie.
Yeah. He comes back. He goes back to his original time. Everyone's aged, but he hasn't aged.
Yo, it's the
at the end.
Greetings, gentlemen.
Greetings.
How's it flat?
Greetings. The women in the movie were
How are you doing?
quite nice looking.
I agree. I'd smash.
Wiener.
Jin, what are you talking about, you fucking black cunt? How's the Earth flat?
Oh, wow.
I think that guy should just be
That's
banned
nice.
immediately, don't you think? Don't you think he
Chief
should be
Swift
banned?
Eye.
Yeah, that's it. There you go.
Pretty sure that was Chief.
That's not good.
Hey.
Or was it Dane?
Chief come in and say that. That's just
Tap the
stupid.
chat real quick. Apologize so you can get unmuted. Alright.
I don't know why he'd say
No,
that.
you
I think
should
it was Luke
disappear.
Cousins saying that. I can't lie.
He should be gone. He should be gone. He should be gone.
He shouldn't be gone.
It was his little cousin saying it. It was his little cousin.
Well,
I think.
he's called. So it's okay to call me that then, is it?
No, it's not okay.
Is that right?
It was his little
It was me. It was me, and I was the mod. He'd be gone. He'd be gone. He comes in. He insults straight away. A racial insult. He's gone. Gone for the day.
Now I was talking to French fries. You still have French fries?
Yes.
Yeah. So, these idiots rudely interrupted.
Yeah.
So, but we were having a nice chat, you, me, and Jin. So we can continue that chat.
That's right.
Without
Just bear that in mind.
morons.
If someone did that to you, if someone said that to you or your mother or something, they'd be gone. Wouldn't tolerate that. He's gone for the day. See, and come in and do that. Okay. But anyway, Time Machine, great movie. I said the women in the movie were quite nice looking. If you can remember them, that is.
Yeah,
I have
Wiener.
never seen it.
It's worth checking out, bro. It's really good. It's very trippy retro movie. It's really good.
Yeah.
The new one's not too bad, but no, check out the 1960 version. It's really cool.
Yeah.
1960?
Yeah, 1960s movie, The Time Machine. It's a really good one, you know. Really
Very
is a good
cool.
film. I saw it. I was born in the 60s, so I saw it in the.
Yeah, I saw it in the 70s when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But the book is ridiculous. Like, the character in the movie is a really cool guy, right? But the character in the book is like, oh, it's just everything is so splendid. And he's just a real, you just want to slack him.
No, the guy in the movie is an English gentleman, but you know it's all good, isn't it? You know, the way he makes the machine and then disappears, goes into time, goes back into time,
How they,
and then goes to the future
how
as well.
they say you should use your inventions for the war. You know, we're at war, so we need inventors like you to blow people up. And he's like, no, screw that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good film. I'm going to have to go and look that up later on. Time Machine, yeah. I haven't seen that in a long time now. And yeah, I think it's in colour. But I saw it in black and white because we had a black and white TV.
Yeah. But he runs into he has a friend in the 1900s, and then he runs into his son in the 1960s. And then he runs into him again in the 1980s when he keeps stopping and checking things out. That's not in the book at all. That is brilliant how it does it in the movie, but it's not in the book. It's really, it's so brilliant. It's such a brilliant movie.
Yeah, I think communication is key in a lot of things. And another this idea that I have, which I'm more leaning towards as far as believing, although even if it is just a fictionist thought, I do like to have it as imaginations. Is we have energy, right? Like, if I can give loving energy or I can give hateful energy. And those produce different realities, you know? Like, if I came in here, immediately started cussing and dissing, like, I'd probably get kicked. And some people don't get feelings hurt, but some people do get feelings hurt, you know? Or, like, But at the end of the day,
you wouldn't feel great. You'd be like, ugh.
Yeah, I'm just not going to tolerate. I wouldn't tolerate the youth who are blind, dumb, and foolish coming in and calling someone who's their senior, who has a lot of knowledge they can learn from, start calling in names. You know, like I said, these things wouldn't happen if they're in my face. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
I'd be so sorry. So
I see
they've got
what
to
you
learn the
mean.
hard way.
There,
They've got to
it's
learn the hard way. You don't get to an age of 63 and start letting everybody disrespect you. That doesn't happen in my life. The life I live, I don't get disrespected. But I'm an old-fashioned guy like that. You know what I mean? I don't disrespect the youth. I'm here trying to ensure that the youth don't make the mistakes I make. The last thing I want to get is to be disrespected. And the thing about the youth is you don't know what I know. So you've got to learn. You sit down and learn. You wasn't there when I was born, and I've learned the stuff before I was born. You were born after me. Have you gone back far enough? No, you haven't. And have you lived for it? No, you didn't. So let's help you along. If you need help, that is, of course. Don't ram it down your throat.
It makes sense. I don't know what it is, but there's some form of like attraction to that type of dopamine, I think is what it really is. It becomes a habitual practice that might hit you like, I'll use the term subliminally, or like your subconscious will immediately go to that. I'm speaking for like people who like just talking, S to each other, because like sometimes it might be fun.
Yeah. That's when see, when you're a kid growing up, teenager, that's what happens in your teens and you're growing up. You're messing with the language. You're changing the language to suit your lifestyles at the time, and then you get this clicky new phrases that come out. That's pretty natural. Okay, yeah, but you must always remember to respect your elders, because you can get a clap round the ear off. A conk on the head. Right.
Even if it's with someone your own age, you know what I mean? I guess it might be more like normalized or whatever.
Yeah, that's right. It is when you're in your youth. It is. I did it myself, We had our little jokes and that, mess with the language, of course. But don't do it to me elders. Didn't do that to me elders, because I know I'd get a kick in the chops. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, because sometimes it can be looked at as like a game, you know what I mean? But at the same time, though, it's kind of revolving around pride and ego. Like, can I beat this person in this game of communication? Can I make them seem foolish? Can I say a better joke than them? Can I talk down on them better than they can talk down on me?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm pretty good at that once I'm switched on. I'm pretty good at that as well at my age. I can bring it down to your level and destroy you where you sit, and then move up to the older ones, destroy them, and be laughing all the way. I can do that.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's not what I live. I don't live to do that. Though. That's not what it's about.
Exactly. I think.
But I'm prepared to do that, to hold my position as an elder. I'm definitely prepared to do that.
I think humans may possibly, I'm not too certain, but may possibly be able to like evolve or something, just grow past that if we collectively moved away from that. Like,
I'll give you an example, okay?
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. In Britain at the moment, because of all this paedophile stuff that's been going on for the last 26 years, 30 years, England has become a place where people at my age would be seen as like creepy, talking to teenagers, kids, right? And then, do you understand what I'm saying? And the thing is, they may want to talk to me, because here in Japan, the kids talk to me all the time, because I'm a foreign guy in their country. Do you see what I mean? Now, people in Britain would say that as, you have nothing in common with the kid. I said, actually, it's not a point of having anything in common. The kid may want to learn something from an old elder, for example. Yeah, or the kid might be doing something that's going to endanger himself and his friends. So as an adult, you intervene in a polite way. It's not a monster. You just say, no, don't do that. Give me that. And then you send them on their way. What you would wish that if you had children, somebody else would do that for your kids. It's called being responsible adult and ensuring that the children are living in a safe environment, even when they're in danger. Okay, so, but you can't do that. You'll be seen as a... But I said to the people in the server, I said, not in this server, in another server, I said, listen, there isn't a law or any human being that would stop me talking to babies in a crib to the old age pensioners on a Zimmer frame, okay? No one stopped me talking to anybody. So within that dynamics, I have the right to speak to everybody, and I do speak to all the age group. I don't care who you are. If you think I'm a paedophile, then it's you, the bent, warped mind, and you lost your sense of values and reality. I'm not that person. I grew up at a different time. Yeah, that's what's happening now. You know what I mean? You can't talk to kids. You know, you're seen as a paedophile straight away, or some kind of creepy old man. Stupid.
Yeah. There's a lot of like strange conspiracies around today. You know, it's like it's making such thoughts become normalized. Is the thing, you know, like, and that's where like humans should try to like. I always see it as a way of like, I don't know, different word than evolving, but like instead of like moving towards something around all that negativity. To where people have like a negative mindset about things, like always assuming they're wrong.
I
should move towards the other way.
Yeah, you should always give people a chance first. You know, you always give people the chance and always think the positive. Then if they abuse your trust, then you know where they're coming from. You don't assume the worst scenario immediately. Everybody's deserving of the first chance, and you know, and be civil. That's it. That's all it's all about, really. Things can be a lot better, but at the moment the youth have lost the art of communication because they're spending a lot of time on their devices and then on their games. Right? They're not interacting with each other properly. Thus, they lose communication with the old. And that's been a thing that we've always seen. Look, in modern world, when you go to the jungle, the youth always look up to the elders because the elders are downloading everything they're going to need to survive. Okay, but in the modern world, the old mans are old codgers and old gidgers, and we're just in the way. But that when they hear my voice, I say those days are over, mate. When I walk in the room, you don't know as much as me. You haven't got any experience. You're wet behind the ears. Sit down, shut up, and pay attention.
Youth. I want to say, just before I forget, I just want to say that do you think there's something in tribal initiations, like men, where there's initiation from a boy becomes a man, and we don't have that in the West? There's no definitive boy to man ritual thing. So we're all wandering around 40-year-old teenagers, you know.
Yeah, that's true in itself. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. They haven't really achieved their manhood, as it were. Yeah. Whereas I achieved my manhood years ago as a boy, you know, in my teens, because I had to take on a lot of responsibilities. Because when you're a child from immigrant parents, they've come from Nigeria, you see, so you're always on the back. The family's on the back foot from the word go. Although maybe the conditions were better, but you're not up on the high social ladder. You're at the bottom, trying to work your way up, aren't you? Obviously. So you know, you grow up quickly. You learn how to minimize and how to economize and how to make things last, and those things develop your character as you're going to be in the future. So you're right. You know, whereas my friends were busy playing football and going out, I would be doing the ironing first, you know, washing the dishes, you know, sweeping the floor carpets, and then I might go out and play. You see what I mean? Yeah.
I think like getting out of a comfort zone leads to growth. You know. There's a saying that heat and pressure makes a diamond. You know, and like, you know, other than you know, rocks and stuff like that, talking about that, like humans, like if we have some type of like a little bit of healthy stress, not too much stress, you know, and like motivation, determination towards something, the more you do it, the more you'll get better at doing things, you know, or the more you'll get better at pushing yourself.
Yeah, this is where I thought, when I was in the cadets, I thought every kid should go through the cadets system because it's very good training, okay? You know, and you learn a lot, your initiatives, start to use your initiative, you get trained map reading, weapons, okay? What else is arms, what we call that? Citizenship, where you're going out into the country now, where you might be repairing the hiking trails so that people can actually use the troll safely. You know, that kind of stuff. It's really good. You know, that's I think all
good.
Kids should go through that, and that builds responsibility and, you know, a positive attitude. You might still lock around, but at least you've got that behind you, you know.
Like boosting the desire for like better civilization, you know, and loving more of your community. Instead of being like a solo, I only care about myself, I only care about how I live. Like instead of having that mindset, I don't even like saying it out loud, but you know, like I love people, you know, I love people around me. I want everyone to live a good life. I know that there is wicked things and evil things, and I wish I do believe in God. That's a big topic, but like I do believe in God and that there's good things. And like
that's a good thing. I accept and understand that there is a creator. God created the earth, flat earth. So obviously that's there. That's never going to go away, and that tends to keep you grounded in a way, because you know that's always there. Okay, and then you move through life, meeting all the people you're going to meet and do what you've got to do, as it were.
Yeah, I think morality is like a good thing to really grow in.
Yeah, I can say that whilst I was growing up, I got a lot of moral fibre from school, and that would be elementary school, secondary school education, because we had a chance to debate things as well. You know, you could see the class split into two. You know, you'd be so you're of that opinion. Wow, I didn't think that about you, John. So, you know, it all comes out in the classroom in the debates. Okay, and then we had the Western cowboy movies. There was untold moral fibre in those movies. You know, the spaghetti westerns back in the day, and there was a lot to learn, and it was really well done. You know, so we were. I was lucky to be born in the 50s. Sorry, go ahead.
I want to say hello to Des. See if Des is
hello, Des. Des. What brings you in today, sir?
Oh, he's quiet.
I believe in flat Earth. Because I believe in flat
you believe
Earth.
in the flat Earth? It's not something you should be believing in. It should be something that you know, not believe. That's the wrong statement. No one believes in the flat Earth. Everybody knows. Those who are flat earthers know the Earth is flat. It's not a belief.
How about you give him a better understanding, Jen, so he can know it's flat?
Yeah, let's go for it. So basically, when you say you believe in the flat Earth, what are the three things that are the fundamentals of the flat Earth truth? What are they? Do you know? Is he still here, or is he gone?
Des is there. I don't think he's. I think he's intermediate. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, basically, number one would be the Earth is a leveled, non-rotating plane because there's no measurable curvature. First and foremost, no actual rotation is going on, and the Earth cannot be a spheroid hurtling through the universe in a vacuum without a container for the air pressure that we have. So it's a violation, isn't it? The second law of thermodynamics violation. Okay, so the first one, curvature. We are able to see such vast distances that if the Earth curvature was there, we wouldn't be able to see those distances. That's flat Earth right there. Another one backing up that is the leveled water. When you look in your bathroom, it's level. When you look in the swimming pool, it's level. When you go out to the lake, it's level. When you go out to the pond, it's level. You go out to the ocean, it's level. Even though the wind is licking it, it's not curving to make a spherical ball. Okay, so there's your water for you, liquids, right? And then the other thing is like when you fly in the air, in an aeroplane, the aeroplane doesn't seem to be taking the curved trajectory, which it would if we were living on a globe. It must follow the surface of the Earth. That surface must be curving. Therefore, the plane must be taking a curved trajectory. But that doesn't happen. And we know it's not happening because your senses are telling you already. But then the in-flight telemetry data, which is coming from the black box, which is actually an orange box, that tells us that the plane is flying level, horizontal level. So there's three little backups. Now, as for the rotation of the Earth now, Now, when we look up at the sky, we see that the stars and the planets rotate above our heads, thus putting us in the center of creation. Okay? We are the center of creation. Now, war is a nasty thing, but what you'll find from those who have those weapons, they do not take into consideration Earth's curvature or rotation when they fire their weapons. Okay? Because if the Earth was indeed rotating, then from whatever position you're at, you've got to factor the speed at which you're moving at your point first, get that in. Then the speed at the distance to your target and how fast that target is moving at that location. You've got to factor that in as well. Okay? Then you've got the curvature to factor in, the munitions, the elevations, a lot to put in there before you fire your weapon. And what you're going to be doing is you're not going to fire your weapon at what you see. To fire your weapon at the predicted point after you've done your maps. So you've done your calculation. It's rotating at this rate from mine and that target. Okay, so we have to aim here, and then we should hit the target. Okay, that no military operation does that. Okay, operator does that at all. So there you are. That takes care of the rotational thing. All right, we're not rotating at all. Also in construction, when you're in like tunnel boring, for example, or bridge building, laying down railway tracks, the building of motorways, or even shopping malls and foundations, Earth's curvature is not taken into consideration at all in construction. It's just doesn't happen. They don't take Earth's curvature into consideration when they're using their little theodolites. You've seen these guys with the hard hats on, with the high-vis jackets, and they're looking through this tripod with a little camera thing looking through, surveying, basically. They don't take Earth's curvature into consideration at all. Now, there are documents, though, online and Google that say they do, but that's fraudulent because the action belies what's been written in the actual Google documents, okay? They're not doing that. But there you go, all right? That's taking care of the curvature and the rotation. We're not spinning. And then, of course, as we have 14.7 psi, pounds per square inch, so in order to have those pounds per square inch, we will need a container of some kind. Okay, a container. So that's where we're in. We must be in a container because we've got 14.7 psi. And the air and the gases that make up the air we breathe are colliding with each other and then colliding with the container, and thus giving us our pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to have a container because you cannot have pressure without. There we are. A very quick deposition of our position as a flat earther. There you are. Any questions? Please ask. It's okay. But no flat earther believes that the earth is flat because they've measured it and they know that it's flat now. It's not a belief anymore. Whereas I believed the globe for 48 years. I didn't check anything 48 years. Why didn't you check? Oh, because I trusted the education that I was given. I didn't think there was anything to worry about. I thought we were on a globe. Yeah, it's a given. It's a globe. That's it. I thought the experts and my educators had done their due diligence. So I didn't have to check it. Fortunately, that was a mistake. 48-year one. And I'm not ashamed. I'm up now. Once bitten, a gazillion times shy now. Believe nothing. I don't do any believing now, ladies and gentlemen. There you are. For when you believe, you're saying you don't know. And when you don't know, you can't say you know. So when people say everybody knows the earth is a globe, no. Nobody knows the earth is a globe. One, it doesn't exist. Two, they haven't gone out to measure the curvature. Because when they go out to measure the curvature, welcome to flat earth truth. So nobody knows the earth is a globe. Nobody. Everybody believes the globe, but they don't know it. See, there's a difference. Yeah, there's a difference. So I do no believing. And I should stop there. What's going on in the chat? There's some noise.
Hey, what's up, Jen?
How you doing, Crit? Nice, man. I haven't heard from you for a while. How's it going?
Yeah, I think I have a belief that I hold pretty strong too.
Oh, go on. What's that?
That science will save humanity.
Oh, that's a hope, isn't it? Yeah, that's a hope.
Why I think so is that at some point, people will start to reject violence and settle their disagreements via experiment, then debate the results. I got this from basically Newton's flaming sword. See, right now, it's like whoever's got the power, the force, the violence, they just dictate what's right or wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're able to remove violence from the equation and people have to settle their disagreements with experiment, that would change humanity and save it.
Yeah.
Or
yeah, because the violent element would be removed and rationale comes kicking in, doesn't it? Because when you're doing it, you've got to start working it out. It's a good point. Good viewpoint, actually, yeah. Yeah, very true. It's a good hope. Because that's what it is, and you have it down as a theory as well. It's a good theory, isn't it? Good hypothesis.
Yeah, you can test that, Crit, by going to universities and holding open forum debates peacefully and see what happens.
Yeah, or you also see it in some other sort of franchises, like the movie called Enemy Mine or Hell in the Pacific, where you had two adversaries who had to work together. They had to, pool their resources to survive.
Yeah, I think I can give you an example of someone who is a proponent of that, and that would be Malcolm X. When he went to Cambridge, I think it was either Cambridge or Oxford. Also, he went to famous universities in America as well, and he was given the opportunity to speak here. And it was all about peace, love, but peace in particular, right? And he was given a standing ovation. Do you understand it in England? Given a standing ovation. Because he was saying exactly what you were saying, correct? The rationale of being peace, removing the violence. Yeah. And it went down well. I'm not sure if it was Cambridge or Oxford, one of those two. And Malcolm X was a hit. Yeah. Yeah, I think I mentioned it because it was very impressive that a black guy from America goes to Britain and he's talking about peace and no violence, exactly. Because his place is more violent. America was more violent than Britain, you see, right? And it went.
Anything happening in the realm of space news, Mr. Crit?
Yeah, I got today. I'm posting about scientists have made game-changing discovery in fight against harmful hornet species.
What?
Yeah, what do you think the game-changing discovery would be?
Wow, yeah. I heard something about this the other day. But, I just dismissed it as nonsense. The other one that I heard was